999X Cultivation System Chapter 139 to Chapter 278. Since there was nothing else to do, Jiyu continued to cultivate in the carriage. If I didn't hear wrong, you're from the Nangong family, right? At this moment, Jiyu suddenly changed the topic. I have a favor to ask of you. The reason why he was so direct was because he felt that the other party had a good character. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Although he didn't like Nangong Yunxin's appearance, he could see that she was kind inside after interacting with her earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped halfway and invited him and Jiang Yuechu to travel together. She was kind and worried that they would encounter bandits. What is it? Nangong Yunxin returned to her senses and asked. Does your Nangong family have a medicinal field? Jiyu asked directly. We do. Nangong Yunxin thought for a moment and roughly guessed this young master Yuyu's thoughts. Young master wants to go to our Nangong family's medicinal field? Yes, I need a medicinal ingredient called the green firefly. Jiyu answered. Green firefly? Nangong Yunxin was shocked. This type of insect was incredible. This medicinal ingredient is too precious and might not be easy to obtain. I know. Jiyu said, I'll help if I can. If I can't, I'll think of another way. Nangong Yunxin hesitated for a moment and said, actually, it's not that there's no way. I can help you fight for it, but if it succeeds, I hope you can promise me one thing. Just say it. Jiyu said indifferently. Let's talk about it after it's done. Nangong Yunxin said. That works too. Jiyu said, as long as it's something I can do, I'll do my best to satisfy your conditions. Okay, I'll do my best too. Nangong Yunxin promised. Jiang Yuechu didn't say anything and quietly listened to Jiyu and Nangong Yunxin's conversation. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage gradually slowed down. It seemed that they had arrived at Bright Moon Ancient City. Jiyu finally came out of her cultivation state. Have we arrived? Jiyu asked Nangong Yunxin the moment she opened her eyes. That's right, we've already arrived at Bright Moon Ancient City. Nangong Yunxin said, our luck is pretty good. We didn't encounter any bandits or robbers. So this is the Bright Moon Ancient City. Jiyu immediately turned his head to look out of the window. He could see the carriage slowly entering the city gates. He muttered under his breath. Glancing at the scenery of Bright Moon Ancient City, he found that it was not much different from Rising Sun Ancient City. The more obvious difference was that the martial cultivators of Bright Moon Ancient City seemed to have lower average cultivation than Rising Sun Ancient City. After all, this was a place where alchemy was the main focus. The martial path aspect would naturally be a little weaker. We are currently on our way to the Nangong residence. Please wait for us. Nangong Yunxin said. Jiyu nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Not long after, the group of carriages arrived at the entrance of the Nangong estate. The surrounding martial cultivators were all hired martial artists. After the middle-aged man in the lead gave them their hiring fees, they left in high spirits. Young Master Yu, we've arrived. At this moment, Nangong Yunxin reminded Jiyu in the carriage. Jiyu immediately opened his eyes and exited his cultivation state. Then, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu followed Nangong Yunxin out of the carriage and walked into the Nangong estate. Young miss, what are you doing? Seeing this, the middle-aged man asked in puzzlement. They have some important matters to discuss with me. Nangong Yunxin explained. I understand. The middle-aged man no longer asked. Both of you, please follow me. Nangong Yunxin said politely to Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu. Jiyu nodded slightly and followed Nangong Yunxin into the Nangong estate. Jiang Yuechu silently followed behind her. Although there were many guards, when they saw that it was Nangong Yunxin, they all consciously made way. In a courtyard of the Nangong estate, there was a hall that looked like it was specially used to receive VIPs. There were all kinds of delicacies on the table. At this moment, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu were sitting at this table. Both of you, please enjoy yourselves here first. I'm going to handle the young master's matter. I'll come back later to give you an answer. In an antique room in the Nangong estate, an old man was refining some kind of pill in front of an alchemy cauldron. In the next moment, he condensed the ingredients in the cauldron into pills. The door was pushed open at the same time. "Father, I'm back." It was Nangong Yunxin who walked in. "Yunxin," the old man said with concern, "you didn't encounter any danger on the way, right?" "No." Nangong Yunxin shook her head. Then, she continued, "But I met a pair of siblings on the way. I asked them to come back with our carriage team. As long as you're happy." The old man smiled kindly. He had a daughter at an old age and only had one obedient daughter. Of course, he doted on her. "That young man is an alchemist," Nangong Yunxin said, "but he asked me for a favor. He wants to find a kind of medicinal herb in our Nangong family's herbal field." "He wants to enter the herbal field?" The old man's expression changed slightly, and his tone became more serious. "Yunxin, who's that young man?" "I'm not very sure. I only know that his name is Yu. He's around 16 years old and already has a superior grade 1 alchemist badge. He just finished participating in the alchemy conference in Chaoyang Ancient City," Nangong Yunxin said. "A superior grade 1 alchemist at 16 years old. His alchemy talent is pretty good," the old man commented. Then, he said, "But no matter what, he's a stranger of unknown origin. Our Nangong family's herbal field can't just let strangers enter." The herbal field was one of the most important places in the Nangong family. Even regular family members could not enter the herbal field casually. Only people with higher status like elders could enter. As for a strange young man of unknown origin, it was even more impossible to allow him to enter so easily. But, Nangong Yunxin immediately became anxious. "I've already agreed to that young man." The old man was shocked and puzzled. After a while, he asked, "Yunxin, why are you doing this?" "Everyone has their own selfish motives, and so do I. I hope you can understand, father," Nangong Yunxin said with a slightly complicated expression. "All right, as long as you're happy." The old man compromised helplessly. "But I still want to see that young man first." "Who asked this to be his precious daughter?" "Thank you for your tolerance, father," Nangong Yunxin said happily. At the same time, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu had finished their meal. He had to admit that Nangong Yunxin was quite sincere. He hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Especially after experiencing the destruction of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's dark cuisine so many times. However, at this moment, Jiyu sensed that someone had barged into the hall. She immediately turned her head to look. An old man walked in unhurriedly with Nangong Yunxin following behind him. "Yun Xian, this is young Master Yu?" The old man looked at Jiyu and said. "That's right." Nangong Yunxin nodded. "You are?" That old man didn't seem to be a simple person. Jiyu immediately stood up and said respectfully. "I'm Nangong Yunxin's father and an elder here, Nangong Sun." The old man said slowly. "So it's Elder Nangong. Junior Yu greets Senior." Jiyu said respectfully. He had a request this time, so he naturally couldn't ignore others like usual. "No need to be so polite." The old man said, "I heard from Yunxin that you want to come to our Nangong family's herb field to search for herbs. Can you tell me what herbs you want?" "Didn't Miss Nangong tell Senior?" Jiyu said, "I'm looking for green fireflies." "Green fireflies?" The old man's eyes flickered. He pondered for a while before continuing, "Originally, I wasn't willing to let outsiders enter the herb field. However, for Yunxin's sake, I can let you enter the herb field to search for green fireflies." "Thank you, Senior." Jiyu thanked him. "Yunxin will bring you to the herb field tomorrow. You can stay here for the night." With that, the old man turned around and left. He came here this time just to see what kind of person the young man his daughter spoke of was. As long as the other party's character wasn't too bad, he wouldn't go back on his promise to his daughter. At this moment, Nangong Yunxin hadn't left yet. She said to Jiyu, "Young master, you can search for green fireflies in peace tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll take care of the financial matters for you. Just remember what you promised me." "Of course, I'll remember." Jiyu nodded. "All right, then I'll go back first." Nangong Yunxin said, "Also, this place is specially used by our Nangong family to entertain important guests. young master, stay here tonight. With that, Nangong Yunqin also walked out of the courtyard. Although he didn't know what Nangong Yunqin's intentions were, Ji Yu still planned to take things one step at a time. After all, Nangong Yunqin would only mention her conditions after he was done with his business. As long as it wasn't too harsh, he was willing to accept it. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to mid-stage LV6 defensive profound realm. At night, Ji Yu stayed in a room and cultivated casually. His martial arts cultivation broke through to mid-stage LV6 defensive profound realm. At this time, it was late at night. Did you break through again? Seeing that Ji Yu opened his eyes, Jiang Yuechu asked. Before this, she didn't disturb Ji Yu at all. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. Then let's sleep together. Jiang Yuechu walked to the bed and sat down with a calm expression. She patted the spot beside her and signaled for Ji Yu to come over. There are so many other rooms. Why don't you sleep separately from me? Why do you want to sleep with me? Ji Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Can't I? Jiang Yuechu put on a pitiful look. Don't pretend in front of me. Ji Yu was a little speechless. It wasn't his first time meeting Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu's pitiful look gave him a strong feeling of contrast. Okay, I got it. When Jiang Yuechu was speaking, she was still like a lively and cute little loli, but after she finished speaking, her expression immediately turned cold and cheerless. Then, her slender hands started undressing and preparing to sleep. It's up to you if you want to stay the night. I'll sleep outside and you can sleep inside. Ji Yu didn't really care. He had already lived 2 lifetimes, and he was no longer a pure and innocent young man. He would not be troubled by such things. As Jiang Yuechu's petite body shrank into the quilt, Ji Yu also sat on the bed. He was too lazy to care about so many things. He just wanted to sleep. However, not long after he laid down and closed his eyes, he heard an intimate voice. Don't you understand? I only act like this in front of you. Hearing this voice, Ji Yu immediately opened her eyes and turned her head to look. His gaze met Jiang Yuechu's. Although Jiang Yuechu was expressionless, her eyes were clear and bright. It was obvious that he was neither lying nor making fun of him. Ji Yu was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yuechu looked straight at Ji Yu seriously, then the corners of her mouth curled up. I'm just kidding. Let's sleep. Ji Yu's eyes flashed slightly, but he did not say anything. He could tell that Jiang Yuechu's previous words were from the bottom of her heart and were not a joke. He turned his body to the other side, with his back facing Jiang Yuechu, and his heart was thoughtful. The next moment, Ji Yu suddenly felt his waist being hugged from behind, and his back was pressed tightly against a delicate body. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuechu said first, you should like this, right? Of course. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's soft voice, Ji Yu was silent for a moment, then said. In this kind of situation, which man would not like it, unless it was someone who was not fully developed, then he had nothing to say. It's good that you like it. Jiang Yuechu said softly. She seemed to treat Ji Yu as a pillow, and then hugged him even tighter. However, the faint blush on her cheeks proved that she was still a little shy. It had to be said that although Jiang Yuechu's figure was about the same as Jiang Yuexin's, she was still a little girl. However, a little loli was still a little loli after all. It was not a joke to say that her body was light and soft. It was easy for Ji Yu to not be able to control the impulse in her heart. However, he still forced himself to calm down, and asked Jiang Yuechu, could it be that you have some sort of objective again? No, I'm just doing what I want to do. Jiang Yuechu said, and you like it, so there's no problem. What do you want to do? Ji Yu pondered for a while, but he still couldn't figure out what Jiang Yuechu was thinking. However, he was too lazy to continue thinking about it and decided to go to sleep first. Anyway, other things aside, being hugged to sleep by a little girl was also a kind of enjoyment for him. Not only that, it could also train his willpower. For example, ding. Master resisted the temptation of a little girl. Bronze level willpower gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master resisted the temptation of a little girl. Bronze level willpower gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master, bronze level willpower has successfully broken through to the initial stage. After a night, Jiyu's willpower had successfully broken through and could more easily suppress his impulses. It's time to get up. When he woke up and found that Jiang Yuechu was still hugging him, Jiyu immediately called out. Jiang Yuechu let out a groan, obviously still not fully awake. Seeing this, Jiyu didn't disturb Jiang Yuechu anymore. Instead, he gently pulled away Jiang Yuechu's hands that were wrapped around his waist and got off the bed. Jiang Yuechu was still in a half-asleep state. Her delicate body subconsciously curled up like a confused little animal. Jiyu covered her with the blanket and then went out to wash up. After washing up, the servants of the Nangong residence brought breakfast over. However, when Jiyu finished her breakfast, Jiang Yuechu still hadn't woken up. It's getting late. How much longer are you going to sleep? Jiyu walked over and shook Jiang Yuechu. Let's wait a little longer. At this time, Jiang Yuechu made a confused sound. Breakfast is going to get cold if you wait any longer. Just get up. Jiyu said. However, Jiang Yuechu did not respond. She seemed to have fallen asleep again. Jiyu felt a little helpless, but in the next moment, his eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. He lifted the blanket, only to see a pair of fair and tender feet exposed. Her toes were like green onions. They were small, cute, and beautiful. Jiyu couldn't help but be a little dazed. He then used his fingertips to lightly scratch the pink and smooth soles of her feet. Jiang Yuechu's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, her little feet immediately retracted. Your little feet are quite sensitive. Seeing Jiang Yuechu's obvious reaction, Jiyu said with a mischievous smile, if you don't get up, I'll continue to punish you. Jiang Yuechu seemed to be really scared. She quickly got up from the bed and retracted her 2 little feet. She was afraid that Jiyu would continue to scratch her soles. Tsk, tisk, Jiyu's eyes revealed a hint of joy. This was because he discovered Jiang Yuechu's weakness. Her little feet were very sensitive. At this time, Jiang Yuechu's face revealed a trace of shyness. She looked at Jiyu with some embarrassment. Jiyu, do you have this kind of fetish? The hell? Hearing Jiang Yuechu's words, Jiyu immediately realized that he seemed to have been misunderstood. Don't misunderstand. I don't have this kind of fetish. Jiyu immediately explained, I only did this to wake you up. Jiyu expressed that he was innocent. If it weren't for Jiang Yuechu not waking up, he wouldn't have done that. How could he be the kind of person who had a weird fetish, although, in the world of his previous life, it seemed that everyone was more or less a foot fetish? Jiyu dared to guarantee that he definitely didn't have the slightest bit of evil thoughts. Yes, absolutely not. Even if you really have that kind of special fetish, it's okay. Jiang Yuechu's face slightly blushed and said, if you like, I can do it at any time. At the end of the sentence, Jiang Yuechu was already too shy to continue. No need, no need. Jiyu smiled slightly awkwardly. In order to avoid continuing the awkwardness, he immediately changed the topic. Hurry up and wash up and then eat breakfast. Otherwise, breakfast won't taste good when it gets cold. Okay. Jiang Yuechu's expression gradually returned to normal. After putting on her clothes, she got out of bed and went to wash up. In fact, just now was the first time that her soles were touched by someone. Before this, she had never realized that the soles of her feet were actually so sensitive. Being lightly scratched by Jiyu's nails was unbearable. At the same time, that stimulation made her feel an indescribable feeling. A little, comfortable, thinking of that feeling, Jiang Yuechu's heart suddenly couldn't calm down, and a feeling of shyness arose spontaneously. Until Jiang Yuechu came back from washing up, her emotions gradually calmed down. Are you okay? Your face is a little red. Noticing that Jiang Yuechu was a little strange, Jiyu immediately asked with concern. Did his action just now really have such a big impact on Jiang Yuechu? He was a little surprised. Jiang Yuechu's little feet were a little too sensitive. It's okay, Jiang Yuechu was a little embarrassed and slightly turned her face away. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything overboard in the future, I won't do that to you again. Ji Yu said. He really didn't expect that Jiang Yuechu would be so sensitive that she would be so affected by a light scratch of his fingertip. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't bully Jiang Yuechu's little feet over something as trivial as sleeping in. It's okay, as long as you like it. Jiang Yuechu was slightly bashful. She realized that she didn't seem to have much resistance to that feeling. Instead, she had a strange kind of expectation. Even now, her leg was still a little sore and weak. Although Jiang Yuechu said those words, Ji Yu definitely wouldn't bully Jiang Yuechu. This kind of behavior was somewhat difficult to talk about, and he did not want to admit that he had some kind of special fetish. At most, when Jiang Yuechu did something out of line in the future, he would take advantage of this weakness to take care of this girl. Not long after Jiang Yuechu finished breakfast, Nangong Yunxin happened to arrive as well. Sir, is it convenient for you now? Nangong Yunxin didn't directly open the door but asked outside first. It's convenient for me now. Ji Yu said, come in. Okay. Nangong Yunxin then opened the door and walked into the room. However, when she saw Jiang Yuechu and Ji Yu together, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her mind instantly started to wander. Sir, what are you guys doing? Nangong Yunxin asked with a slightly red face. What's wrong? Ji Yu didn't understand what Nangong Yunxin meant. Nangong Yunxin hesitated for a moment before deciding to say it. Do you two have that kind of special relationship? Although it was impolite and might anger them, she was still very curious. Could biological siblings really do that kind of thing? What special relationship? Ji Yu still didn't understand what Nangong Yunxin meant. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Now, he finally understood. No, you've misunderstood. Ji Yu explained with a calm expression, we're just having a normal breakfast. It's not what you think. His expression was extremely calm and didn't look like he was lying at all. He and Jiang Yuechu weren't biological siblings to begin with. He was just joking. Since they weren't biological siblings, why would he panic? Oh, so that's the case. Looking at Ji Yu's calm expression, Nangong Yunxin believed him. She then bowed and apologized, I'm very sorry. I maliciously guessed the two of you just now. It's fine. Ji Yu said, let's get down to business. Alright, I was being a busybody. Nangong Yunxin immediately changed her tone and said seriously, my father has already helped us. I'll bring the two of you directly to the herb field later. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Not long after, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu arrived at the Nangong Estate's herb field under Nangong Yunxin's lead. It seemed that Nangong Sun had already instructed them beforehand, so none of the people guarding the herb field paid attention to them. As soon as they entered the herb field, Ji Yu could sense that the mystic qi here was clearly several times denser than the outside world. It could only be said that the Nangong Estate was indeed a renowned alchemy aristocratic family in Bright Moon Ancient City. Ji Yu caught a green firefly in a few seconds. You found it so easily? Jiang Yuechu said in surprise when she saw the green firefly in Ji Yu's hand. Although the green firefly is very precious, our Nangong Estate's herb field is very suitable for them to live in, so there are many of them here. Nangong Yunxin explained with a hint of pride in her tone. Then, Nangong Yunxin said, young master, do you only need one green firefly? Yes, one is enough. Ji Yu nodded. He was basically 100% confident that he could successfully refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill, so he didn't need to prepare an additional green firefly. Alright, then I'll help young master take care of the fees later. Nangong Yunxin said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ji Yu said. Then, the three of them left the herb field. However, just as they left, someone else coincidentally entered the herb field, and it was someone familiar. Ji Yu? Why are you here? Nangong Maching was stunned when he saw Ji Yu as soon as he entered the herb field. Then, he asked in surprise. Why can't I be here? Ji Yu asked in return. Although he knew that Nangong Maching should be in the Nangong Estate, he was still surprised to see Nangong Maching in the herb field. However, Ji Yu didn't notice that Namgong Yunxin's expression changed behind him. You came here specially to find the green firefly? Namgong Maching noticed the green firefly in Ji Yu's hand. Yes. Ji Yu said casually. He was too lazy to continue arguing with Namgong Maching, but just as he was about to go around Namgong Maching, he was stopped by Namgong Maching. What do you mean by this? Ji Yu frowned slightly and said. This is the Namgong estate. Without my permission, you can't leave the herb field. Namgong Yunxin said coldly. So? Ji Yu's tone gradually turned cold. If you want to take the green firefly away, then become my servant. I will compensate you for the cost. Use, Namgong's estate Nof was the Nong's names that's the Namgong S was. Was no, Nong's any ses. However, he was definitely unwilling to be this woman's servant. It seemed like he could only give up on the green firefly. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu could not help but whisper to Ji Yu anxiously, Ji Yu, don't agree with him. We don't want this green firefly. Ji Yu had the same idea, so he immediately said to Namgong Maching, I'll return this to you. As he spoke, he casually threw the green firefly to Namgong Maching. It seems like you refuse to be my servant? Said Namgong Maching coldly. Ji Yu was speechless. Wasn't that nonsense? He had already thrown the green firefly away. If that wasn't rejection, then what was? At this moment, Namgong Maching's gaze landed on Namgong Yunxin, who was behind Ji Yu. However, Namgong Yunxin kept her head down and did not say a word. Namgong Maching merely glanced at her and did not pay much attention to her. He did not say anything either. Let's go. Ji Yu then walked past Namgong Maching and Jiang Yuechu followed her. Namgong Yunxin finally moved as well. She followed Ji Yu silently with her head down. Namgong Maching watched Ji Yu's back as she left. His cold eyes flickered with the desire to conquer. One day, I'll make you willingly become my slave. Ji Yu didn't know why Namgong Maching insisted on going against him. He only thought that woman was crazy. He couldn't help but feel a little unlucky. He had already gotten the green firefly, but he encountered Namgong Maching by accident. That Namgong Maching acted like she was on her period and didn't let him take the green firefly away. She even wanted him to be her servant. What happened to you just now? Ji Yu suddenly thought of something and asked Namgong Yunxin behind him. He noticed that Namgong Yunxin was a little strange and was very curious about what happened. And nothing. Hearing Ji Yu's voice, Namgong Yunxin trembled slightly and immediately looked up. However, Ji Yu heard a trace of panic in Namgong Yunxin's voice. It was obvious that Namgong Yunxin was lying. However, since she wasn't willing to say, Ji Yu didn't continue to ask. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect eldest miss to come. Besides. Namgong Yunxin suddenly realized something. Why did eldest miss call you Ji Yu just now? Isn't your name Yu Yu? Actually, my real name is Ji Yu. I lied to you before. I tricked you, Ji Yu said casually without any embarrassment. I see, Namgong Yunxin didn't say anything else. Then, she continued to ask, young master, do you know our eldest miss? Why is she purposely targeting you? Based on her understanding of her eldest miss, she wasn't the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Since eldest miss purposely made things difficult for Ji Yu this time, something must have happened between the two. Not really. Actually, it might be because I defeated her at the alchemy conference. Ji Yu said indifferently. These indifferent words caused Namgong Yunxin to be greatly alarmed. Her face was filled with disbelief. This young man actually defeated eldest miss at the alchemy conference? No, wasn't this young man just a superior grade 1 alchemist? Young master, don't joke around. Eldest miss is a superior grade 2 alchemist, and you, Namgong Yunxin said with a smile. As he spoke, his gaze landed on the alchemist badge on Ji Yu's chest. Noticing Namgong Yunxin's gaze, Ji Yu immediately understood something and said, who told you that I'm only a first-grade superior alchemist? Namgong Yunxin's eyes widened slightly. According to what the other party said, wouldn't the other party's true alchemy skills be above that of a second-grade superior alchemist? Anyway, it's a fact that Namgong Maching was defeated by me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have targeted me like this. Jiyu was too lazy to continue explaining. However, Jiyu was wrong. Nangong matching was not because of this. By the way, since young master didn't get the green firefly this time, he probably won't be able to enter the herb field in the future. After all, young mistress, Nangong Yunxin said, why don't I take young master to eliminate the other medicinal fields that might have green fireflies? There's no need to trouble you to specially take us there. You can roughly tell me a few places. Jiyu said. Sure. After that, Nangong Yunxin told Jiyu about the medicinal fields that were more likely to have green fireflies in Bright Moon Ancient City. In fact, it was none other than the alchemy aristocratic families in Bright Moon Ancient City. The more powerful alchemy aristocratic families basically had their own medicinal fields. Then we'll leave first. Jiyu then left with Jiang Yuechu, preparing to leave the Nangong estate. At this moment, Nangong Yunxin struggled for a while before she made up her mind. Young master. Nangong Yunxin called out. Jiyu immediately stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Young master, can you take me as your disciple? Nangong Yunxin asked after a moment of hesitation. Accept you as my disciple? Jiyu was confused. What was going on? Although I couldn't help you much this time, I still want to be your disciple. I hope you can teach me alchemy, Nangong Yunxin said with a complicated expression. Nangong Yunxin said with a slightly complicated expression, if you can agree, I'll accept whatever conditions you propose. In fact, when she agreed to help him enter the herb field to find the green firefly, it was not to become his disciple but to accept him as her disciple. At first, she only knew that he had a superior grade 1 alchemist badge, but that was already very impressive in her eyes. At that time, she thought that if she could accept him as her disciple in name, she would be able to close the gap between her and First Miss when his alchemy skills continued to improve. That was because she had accepted a disciple with outstanding talent. However, it was only now that she found out that he was even better than First Miss in alchemy, so it was impossible for her to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, his alchemy talent was so terrifying that she was willing to accept him as her disciple. If you accept me as your master, isn't your father an elder? Wouldn't it be better for you to find him instead of me? Jiyu asked in confusion. My father never wanted me to come into contact with alchemy. He thought that martial arts was the right path, so he was unwilling to teach me alchemy. Nangong Yunxin said with a sad expression. So that's why, Jiyu said, then can you tell me why you're so eager to learn alchemy? He could roughly guess why Nangong Yunxin was so willing to help him in the beginning and wanted him to agree to a condition after everything was done. It was probably related to alchemy. Nangong Yunxin hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to close the gap between me and First Mississippi. You want to close the gap between you and Nangong Maching? Jiyu was even more curious. What was this for? What was it for? However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked Nangong Yunxin, you have so much makeup on your face because of this, right? That's right, Nangong Yunxin replied. Just as Jiyu had thought, Nangong Yunxin put on so much makeup that made him feel uncomfortable just to close the gap between her and Nangong Maching. To be precise, it was to close the gap in terms of appearance. How about this? Jiyu thought for a moment and said, I can teach you some things related to alchemy, but I feel that the most important thing is to make your father change his mind. After all, I have no experience in teaching people. To be honest, I don't even know how to teach you. Nangong Yunxin's father was an elder-level figure in the Nangong family, so he was definitely very skilled in imparting alchemy to others. Although his alchemy skills were high, he had never taught anyone before. This was the difference between professionals and non-professionals. No matter how high Jiyu's alchemy skills were, and even if she became a top-notch 9th-grade alchemist in the future, she definitely couldn't compare to those experienced elders when it came to imparting alchemy. To be honest, he had no idea how to teach others. Young master, do you have any ideas? Nangong Yunxin asked. If it's a plan. I'm not 100% confident. Jiyu said, but I can try my best to persuade your father. We'll know if it's successful after a try. Why don't you bring me to your father now? Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, young master. Nangong Yunxin then bowed. It's fine, Ji Yu said indifferently. Nangong Yunqin then led the way. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yuechu quietly stayed by Ji Yu's side and didn't say a word. After more than 10 minutes, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu were brought to an ancient-looking room by Nangong Yunqin. Yunqin, what's wrong? Nangong Sun, who was busy with his own matters, suddenly saw his daughter return. He immediately put down what he was doing and asked. Father, although I know it's almost impossible for you to agree, I still want you to teach me alchemy skills. Nangong Yunqin lowered her head slightly and said after hesitating for a moment. Nangong Sun was silent for a moment before he sighed softly and said, My good daughter, why are you doing this? At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly said, Senior, do you fully understand your daughter's personality? Nangong Sun was a little confused. He did not understand why she would ask this question. As a father, how could he not understand his daughter's personality? Senior, do you know that your daughter is very headstrong? Ji Yu continued. Headstrong? Nangong Sun was surprised. Why do you say that? He really did not know. In his impression, his daughter was an obedient girl who would occasionally have her own opinions. He basically did not need to worry about her. Senior, you probably don't know that your daughter is very competitive with big sister Nangong, right? Ji Yu said, that's also why your daughter wants to learn alchemy so strongly. Nangong Sun was stunned when he heard Ji Yu's words. He never thought that his daughter would have such a mentality. Nangong Yunqin, on the other hand, looked elsewhere with a complicated expression. There was worry and fear in her eyes. Yunqin, is what this young master said true? Nangong Sun asked Nangong Yunqin. It's all true, Nangong Yunqin nodded slowly. Nangong Sun fell silent when he heard that. If I'm not wrong, your daughter doesn't like to speak her innermost thoughts. Ji Yu said at this moment. Nangong Yunqin nodded slightly. Nangong Sun laughed at himself. As a father, he actually did not understand his daughter's personality as well as an outsider. Previously, I didn't want you to work so hard like me in the future, so I didn't want you to come into contact with alchemy. Nangong Sun said to Nangong Yunqin calmly, however, since you already have your own goal, I won't restrict you anymore. Father, you mean, you're willing to teach your daughter alchemy attainments? Nangong Yunqin's eyes lit up as she asked expectantly. Yes. Nangong Sun nodded. That's great. Nangong Yunqin was extremely excited. At the same time, she was very grateful. If young Master Ji Yu did not speak up for her, her father would not have changed his mind. Previously, she was afraid that her father would have a different attitude after learning the truth, so she did not dare to speak her true thoughts. Thank you, young master. Nangong Yunqin thanked Ji Yu gratefully. It's a small matter, Ji Yu said with a smile. In essence, he had only said a few words. It was indeed a small matter. Speaking of which, has young master found the green firefly? Nangong Sun suddenly thought of this and asked. I did find him, but someone was looking for trouble, so I returned empty-handed. Ji Yu said helplessly. Who's looking for trouble? Nangong Sun asked with a displeased expression. It's your eldest Mississippi, Ji Yu replied. So it's the young Mississippi. Then there's nothing I can do. Nangong Sun's expression instantly changed as he smiled awkwardly. He originally wanted to find that guy to settle the score, but who would have thought that it was the eldest miss who did it? That's it. We're leaving. Ji Yu felt that it was about time, so she prepared to leave. Alright then, right at this moment, Nangong Sun suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he said, speaking of which, young master, do you need me to get Xianxia to send you off? You don't have to go through the trouble. Ji Yu said politely. Alright. Take care, young master. Nangong Sun could not help but feel that it was a pity. When Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu were far away, Nangong Sun said to Nangong Yunqin with a slightly regretful expression, what a pity, what a pity. Yunqin, it would be great if you could become a couple with that young master. Nangong Yunqin was stunned before she blushed slightly. She said shyly, Father, please don't joke about this, I'm not joking. That young master understands you better than I do. Nangong Sun laughed out loud. I think that young master is extraordinarily outstanding. It would be great if the two of you could become a couple. Ha ha ha, Nangong Yunxin's face turned even redder, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Young Master Ji Yu was so outstanding, so he definitely had no lack of talented and beautiful women by his side. In comparison, she was neither overflowing with talent nor extremely outstanding beauty. At this moment, Nangong Sun seemed to understand Nangong Yunxin's gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Yunxin, if you're willing to work hard, you'll still have a chance to meet that young master in the future." Nangong Yunxin could not help but be stunned when she heard that. Then, she nodded solemnly with determination in her eyes. At the same time, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu had already left the Nangong estate. Not long after they left the Nangong estate, Jiang Yuechu suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to know Nangong Yunxin so well." Hearing Jiang Yuechu's voice, Ji Yu didn't react at first. Then, she said, "What's there to be surprised about? Can't you figure it out if you think about it carefully?" "I don't think so." At this moment, Jiang Yuechu was silent for a moment. Then, she looked at Ji Yu seriously and said, "I'm suddenly wondering if you really don't understand or if you've been playing dumb all this time." In her opinion, with Ji Yu's sharp senses, it was impossible for her not to see through her younger sister Jiang Yuexin's intentions. "Why are you playing dumb?" Ji Yu asked blankly. Jiang Yuechu looked deeply at Ji Yu and shook her head slightly. "Forget it, it's nothing." She felt that Ji Yu had been playing dumb all this time, but she didn't want to expose Ji Yu now. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry and find the green fireflies to refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. After that, we'll have to head to the Qianyuan martial house." Ji Yu said. "Okay," Jiang Yuechu responded softly. She was still thinking about other things. Next, Ji Yu planned to head to the Alchemist Guild in Bright Moon Ancient City. According to Nangong Yunxin, the Alchemist Guild in Bright Moon Ancient City, or Bright Moon Ancient City's branch, had the strongest foundation among all the branches. The medicinal field it owned was also not inferior to the Nangong families. Ji Yu didn't doubt this at all. This was because he still remembered that during the alchemy conference, the person who ranked first in the individual competition was the alchemy genius of Bright Moon Ancient City's branch. Moreover, in Ji Yu's opinion, a place like the Alchemist Guild was the most convenient. Usually, the Alchemist Guild valued monetary benefits the most, and he had more than 100,000 gold coins on him. As long as he had enough money, he would be able to enter and leave the herbal field as he pleased. However, this was not the case in the Nangong family. No matter how much money Ji Yu had, Nangong Maching would deliberately make things difficult for her. Whenever he thought of that woman, Nangong Maching, Ji Yu felt extremely annoyed. "She just had to go against me. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely rub that woman against the ground." Ji Yu swore in her heart. After that, Ji Yu bought a map from the roadside. Following the route on the map, she found the Bright Moon branch. "This is Bright Moon Ancient City's Alchemist Guild. Let's go in." Looking up at the words Bright Moon branch, Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuechu. "Yes." Jiang Yuechu nodded. After that, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu walked into the Bright Moon branch together. However, just as they stepped into the Bright Moon branch, someone stopped them. It seemed to be the Bright Moon branch's guard. "Please show your alchemist badge," the guard said calmly. Ji Yu silently flashed the alchemist badge on his chest. When the guard saw it, he immediately stepped aside and said respectfully, "Please enter." Although Jiang Yuechu did not have an alchemist badge, the guard did not seem to intend to check Jiang Yuechu's identity. "This Bright Moon branch is quite strict," Ji Yu thought as she walked in. For example, in the Chaoyang branch, there was no guard to check one's identity. No matter who it was, they could enter the Chaoyang branch. However, in the Bright Moon branch, it seemed that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. "May I ask how the two of you can help?" At this moment, a young lady with good looks came up to them. "I want to find a kind of medicinal herb in your medicinal field. The price is not a problem," Ji Yu said. The young lady's eyes were slightly surprised. She said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the authority in this area. Please wait for a moment, I will ask the elder to come over." "Yes, I understand." Ji Yu nodded. The young lady then quickly walked inside. Obviously, she was going to ask the elder to come and receive Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu. However, not long after the young lady left, an unfriendly voice suddenly came from behind Jiyu. "Kid, why are you here?" Jiyu immediately turned around and saw a young man in luxurious clothes. He felt that the young man in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. "Who are you?" Jiyu asked in confusion. Hearing Jiyu's words, Wu Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In less than a day, this brat actually couldn't recognize him. "This young master's name is Wu Feng." "Brat, remember it clearly," Wu Feng said with an arrogant face. "Oh, so it's you," Jiyu said with a calm face. "Why are you looking for me?" If the other party didn't say it, he really couldn't remember who this young man was. "This young master was just bored and came to stroll around, but since I met you, brat," Wu Feng sneered and said, "Men, throw this brat out for this young master." Following Wu Feng's shout, many of the Bright Moon Branch's guards immediately surrounded them. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. What happened? Why are there so many guards gathered here? Did someone commit a crime again? Just now, it seemed like the Wu family's second young master, Wu Feng, gave the order. Probably some blind guy provoked Wu Feng. It seems to be the black-robed youth standing opposite of second young master Wu. Beside that youth is a beautiful girl. I think second young master Wu has his eyes on that beautiful girl. I think so too. That pair of siblings is really pitiful. They actually met Wu Feng, this hedonistic young master. The surrounding people discussed spiritedly. At this time, Wu Feng seemed to have heard the discussion beside him. His gaze immediately fell on Jiang Yuechu behind Jiyu. When he saw the girl's face clearly, Wu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Before, he didn't look carefully and didn't notice that there was such a beautiful girl beside that brat. "Brat, that little beauty behind you should be your younger sister." Wu Feng's eyes greedily sized up Jiang Yuechu and said with a lewd smile, "If you let this young master play with your younger sister, this young master can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't think of continuing to mingle in Bright Moon Ancient City." At the same time, Jiyu's face suddenly turned cold. Especially when he heard that the other party had ideas about Jiang Yuechu, his face became even colder. "You're courting death," Jiyu said coldly. Feeling Wu Feng's unbridled obscene gaze, Jiang Yuechu's beautiful eyes immediately revealed a trace of disgust. Her delicate body moved closer to Jiyu, her small hands tightly grasping the corner of Jiyu's clothes, as if this young man was her only support. "Are you saying that I'm courting death?" Wu Feng said with a disdainful smile. "Kid, you don't seem to understand your situation." At this time, Jiyu noticed Jiang Yuechu's action. She didn't pay attention to Wu Feng at all. Instead, she whispered to Jiang Yuechu, "Don't worry. I won't let you be wronged." Jiang Yuechu suddenly felt a trace of warmth in her heart. She smiled and said, This Wu Feng is too much. He actually has his eyes on that young man's sister. Sigh, there's no other way. Who asked him to be the second young master of the Wu clan? That young man can only accept his bad luck." "That's right. The Wu clan is one of the biggest alchemy clans in Bright Moon Ancient City. Wu Feng's older brother even obtained first place in the individual competition of the alchemy conference. Now, no one dares to provoke him unless the Nangong clan makes a move." Many of the spectators were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they didn't dare to provoke the Wu clan, especially this tyrannical second young master. At the same time, when Wu Feng saw that the other party actually ignored him, his eyes darkened and he said, "You actually dare to not put this young master in your eyes? Then this young master will teach you a good lesson first, and then humiliate your sister in front of you." Hee hee. Towards the end, Wu Feng's face was filled with lust, and he was about to drool. "Go." Following Wu Feng's order, the surrounding guards immediately surrounded Jiyu with unkind expressions. But at this moment, a deep voice sounded. "Stop for this old man." Which bastard? Wu Feng was about to explode, but when he saw who it was, his voice stopped abruptly. He immediately changed his words. "Uncle Wu, you came at the right time." Wu Feng was only halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by a scolding voice. "Good my ass, you're stirring up trouble again." At the same time, there was a slap sound. Wu Feng was slapped hard in the face. Facing this old man, the usually arrogant and despotic Wu Feng underwent a huge change. He held his red and swollen face, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the surroundings instantly quieted down. What's going on? What happened? Shu, lower your voice. This person is the Grand Elder of the Wu family, and also the honorary elder of the Bright Moon branch. He's also the person Wu Feng is most afraid of. I see. No wonder Wu Feng didn't go crazy after being slapped like that. Only a small amount of discussion could be heard. The old man, whom Wu Feng respectfully called Uncle Wu, reprimanded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Ji Gongzi." Apologize? Wu Feng stuttered. Who's Ji Gongzi? Don't you know that this is young Master Jiyu? The old man frowned. Although he didn't go to the Grand Alchemy Conference, ever since the conference ended, the entire Kanglan Empire's alchemy world was in a huge uproar. A young man named Jiyu became the target of all the alchemy factions' special attention. For example, the Wu family specially displayed Jiyu's portrait so that everyone would remember Jiyu. If they ever met Jiyu in the future, they could only befriend him and not offend him. Only Wu Feng didn't recognize him. He must have been slacking off again. Young Master Jiyu? What's that? That kid? Wu Feng looked at Jiyu with disdain. Obviously, he didn't know what happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference. Hearing this, the old man wanted to teach this unrepentant kid a lesson, but Jiyu was already impatient. That's enough nonsense. You can go die now. Before the old man and Wu Feng could react, Jiyu grabbed Wu Feng's neck with one hand. Wait. The old man was shocked when he realized what was going on. Wu Feng's face turned purple. He desperately tried to break free, but Jiyu's strength was too terrifying. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Young master, please show mercy. The old man grew anxious. No matter what, Wu Feng was still the second young master of the Wu family. From the looks of it, it was obvious that the other party wanted to kill Wu Feng. He could no longer sit still and do nothing. However, just as the old man was about to save Wu Feng, he realized that Wu Feng had stopped struggling. His head tilted to one side. Obviously, Wu Feng had already breathed his last. Jiyu tossed Wu Feng's corpse away without a trace of pity in her eyes. As early as when Wu Feng said those insulting words to Jiang Yuechu, he had already sentenced this guy to death. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. The old man was completely stunned. Wu Feng had died in front of him just like that. Even so, he still endured it. If it was an ordinary person, he would immediately kill that person to avenge his second young master. However, this youth was no ordinary person. With his performance at the Grand Alchemy Conference, he wouldn't dare to attack this youth even if he had 10 times the courage. Moreover, he didn't have the confidence to quickly kill this youth. If he let him escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the sake of the Wu family's future, he had no choice but to accept it. All of this could only be blamed on the second young master for all the evil he had done in his life. In the end, he reaped what he sowed. Men, send him back. The old man looked at Wu Feng's corpse on the ground and said. After a while, the guards of the Bright Moon branch completed the old man's order. The surrounding people were very surprised. The Wu clan's first elder could still be so calm after seeing the second young master die in the hands of someone else. This is really strange. Shouldn't first elder Wu make a move? Why would he make a move? Didn't you hear who that young man is? First elder Wu can't afford to offend that pill genius. Not just pill Dao, even martial Dao strength is very terrifying. Wu Feng's cultivation had already broken through the defensive profound realm, but he was so easily crushed by that young man. That's good too. I've long disliked that Wu Feng guy. Today, that guy finally got his just desserts. Many people around were whispering to each other. At the same time, the old man looked at Jiyu with a normal expression and asked, Young Master Jiyu came to our Bright Moon ancient city this time to find a medicinal ingredient? Jiyu nodded slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This old man could actually endure so much. He had just killed Wu Feng under this old man's nose. Now, the old man acted as if nothing had happened and asked a very normal question very calmly. This old man was really not ordinary. Alright, then please follow me, young master. With that, the old man walked inside. Jiyu didn't say anything and quietly followed behind the old man. He wasn't worried that this old man would have any crooked thoughts, nor was he worried that this old man would suddenly attack him. This was because he could roughly see that this old man's martial Dao cultivation was around the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. With the old man's cultivation, he didn't have to worry about him at all. Jiyu, at this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly whispered, "Why did you do that just now? Did you want to kill that guy at all costs?" "Of course it was for you." Jiyu said almost without hesitation, "That guy used you to say those words, don't you think he deserved to die?" Jiang Yuechu was stunned. Although she had expected Jiyu to answer in this way, she did not expect Jiyu to answer so decisively and directly. Her beautiful eyes immediately revealed a touch of bliss and shyness. "Speaking of which, why are you asking this?" Jiyu asked in confusion. "It's nothing," Jiang Yuechu responded softly and walked closer to Jiyu. Not long after, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu arrived at the Bright Moon Branch's medicinal field under the guidance of the old man. The herbal field here was not any worse than the one in the Nangong residence. There should be green fireflies here as well. As expected, Jiyu caught a green firefly a few minutes later. "The medicinal ingredient that young master needs is this green firefly?" the old man asked. "That's right. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Jiyu did not continue to talk nonsense with the old man and quickly walked out of the Bright Moon Branch. The old man looked at Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu with a deep gaze, revealing a hint of complexity in his eyes. At this moment, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu had already left the Bright Moon Branch. "Now that we have the green firefly, it's about time we return to Chaoyang Ancient City," Jiyu said. "Okay." Jiang Yuechu nodded slightly. "I'll have to trouble you to refine pills when we return." "It's just a small matter." "It's no trouble at all," Jiyu said. "After we return, I'll be able to completely eradicate the black demon fatal poison in your mother's body in less than half a day." At this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly reached out and silently hugged Jiyu's arm. "What's wrong?" Sensing Jiang Yuechu's sudden action, Jiyu immediately asked in confusion. "Nothing." Jiang Yuechu gently leaned his head on Jiyu's arm and slowly said, "I hope it'll be fine if we keep it like this." Jiyu didn't resist at all and allowed Jiang Yuechu to lean on his arm. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu's beautiful eyes gradually became blurred. If it wasn't for this young man beside her, her father, mother, younger sister, and herself would have to go through countless hardships. This young man named Jiyu was really the only person she and her younger sister could rely on. Younger sister. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuechu's heart suddenly became complicated and her beautiful eyes were full of struggle. What was the purpose of her efforts during this period of time? So many days had passed and not only did she not help her younger sister much, but she was also more and more infatuated with Jiyu. This was the complete opposite of her initial goal. Can't go on like this." At this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly let go of Jiyu's arm. She didn't dare to continue such intimate contact with Jiyu like just now because she was afraid that she would soon be infatuated with Jiyu to the point that she couldn't extricate herself. That way, will hurt her younger sister. However, Jiyu didn't know Jiang Yuechu's inner struggle, so he didn't take Jiang Yuechu's action to heart. Then, he casually bought a horse on the road and planned to ride back to Bright Moon Ancient City with Jiang Yuechu. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuechu said with some difficulty, "Can't we change to a carriage?" "Why change to a carriage? Isn't that more troublesome?" Jiyu said with a puzzled tone, "And the carriage's speed will be much slower." "Okay." Jiang Yuechu hesitated for a while but still gave up in the end. The reason why she didn't want to ride a horse was because she would definitely hug Jiyu after getting on the horse. That kind of long-term intimate contact would easily make her lose herself. But there was no other way. After all, she couldn't tell Jiyu those secrets. "It's time to go. Come behind me." At this time, Jiyu had already mounted the horse and said to Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu hesitated for a while but still got on the horse. After sitting properly on the horse, she took a deep breath and tried her best to keep her state of mind calm. Then, she slowly reached out and wrapped her arms around Jiyu's waist, but she did not hug Jiyu tightly. "Are you done?" Jiyu asked. "If you're done, I'll set off." "Yes." Jiang Yuechu answered. Then, Jiyu immediately urged the horse forward. Due to inertia, Jiang Yuechu leaned against Jiyu's back tightly. Feeling Jiyu's broad back and the unique aura on Jiyu's body, Jiang Yuechu's originally calm state of mind was instantly shaken. Jiang Yuechu could only enjoy everything. Since there was nothing she could do, she simply put her ear on Jiyu's back. Listening to the slow and powerful heartbeat, her face turned slightly red. Jiyu was completely immersed in writing and didn't pay attention to the soft and delicate body behind him. Ding. Master has used the Mystic Intermediate Level Mystic Skill Fist Suppressing All Directions. Experience gained, 300*999x. Ding. Master has used the Mystic Intermediate Level Mystic Skill Fist Suppressing All Directions. Experience gained, 300*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, the profound rank mid-level Fist Suppressing All Directions has successfully broken through to the Mastery Realm. On the way, when they passed through the demonic beast mountain range, Jiyu even freed up one hand to deal with a large group of demonic beasts, and at the same time, Fist Suppressing All Directions also broke through. Fist Suppressing All Directions, this kind of AoE profound skill was very convenient. No matter how many demonic beasts there were around, they were all dealt with in an instant. After passing through the demonic beast mountain range, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu quickly returned to Chaoyang Ancient City. After entering the city, Jiyu didn't stop to rest and directly rushed to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu had already dismounted and quickly walked into the city lord's mansion. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a small house. This was the house where the mansion lord's wife lived. "You go in and greet your mother first. I will refine pills here." Jiyu stood in an open space and said to Jiang Yuechu. "All right." Jiang Yuechu didn't say anything and immediately walked into the house. Jiyu immediately prepared to start refining pills. He took out the pill furnace and all the materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill from his storage ring. This was the first time he tried to refine a 3rd grade pill, so he couldn't help but feel excited. Then, Jiyu started a fire to warm the furnace and put the materials into the pill furnace one after another. Ding. It has been detected that Master has started to refine the 3rd grade pill, 7 profound spirit clearing pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Ding. Master has successfully refined a superior 3rd grade pill, Tri-Profound Spirit Purifying Pill. Pill Dao attainment gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. It has been detected that Master has successfully refined the superior 3rd grade pill, 7 profound spirit purifying pill. The success rate has returned to normal. After an unknown number of hours, Jiyu finally succeeded in refining the 7 profound spirit purifying pill. It was also at this time that he realized that Jiang Yuexin had come over at some point and was squatting at the side, looking at him. "Jiyu, why didn't you tell me that you were going out with Big Sister?" Jiang Yuexin was unusually calm today and didn't throw a tantrum. "Look, I'm in a hurry to refine the pill for your mother." Hearing Jiang Yuexin's tone, Jiyu felt a little uncomfortable. "Alright, this young lady will reluctantly forgive you." In fact, Jiang Yuexin knew that Jiyu didn't throw a tantrum because of her mother, but it still made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Alright, now that I've refined the 7 profound spirit purifying pill, go help your mother eradicate the black lethal poison." Jiyu naturally changed the topic. Jiang Yuexin didn't continue to dwell on the previous matter and entered the house with Jiyu. After entering the house, Jiyu saw that the manor head's wife seemed to be cooking, and Jiang Yuechu was helping at the side. "Jiyu?" At this time, Jiang Yuechu noticed Jiyu walking in and immediately asked, "Why are you here?" "I've already finished refining the pill," Jiyu said. "So fast?" Jiang Yuechu said in surprise. Jiyu nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to let the manor head's wife sit on the bed and take the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. She just needs to lie down and rest for the night." The manor head's wife turned around and smiled at Jiyu. Sorry to trouble you, young master. I thought that young master would take a long time to finish, so I wanted to prepare dinner for young master first. At this moment, the manor madam's complexion was obviously much better than when they first met. Following Jiyu's request, Madam Manorhead returned to the bed and sat down. Then, with Jiyu's help, he took the 7 profound spirit-clearing pill. From now on, I would like to ask the manor madam not to leave the bed. You only need to sleep for 1 night. Jiyu said. Yes. Madam Manor Lord nodded. Then she said, young master has helped us so much. I don't know how to repay young master's kindness, otherwise. Halfway through her words, she looked at Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, and said with a meaningful smile, I'll marry my 2 daughters to young master. Mother? Jiang Yuexin immediately exclaimed. Although Jiang Yuechu didn't say anything, her eyes were also full of surprise. This? We're not at the age to talk about marriage yet, right? Jiyu smiled awkwardly and declined tactfully. In his mind, he was only 16 years old, and Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were probably even younger, at most 16 years old. If this was in his previous life, he would probably be taken away immediately. Even in this world, men usually only started to talk about marriage when they were 18 years old and women 16 years old. Speaking of which, how old are you this year? Madam Manor Lord suddenly thought of something and asked. Only now did she realize that she didn't even know how old Jiyu was. I'm 16 years old this year. Jiyu answered honestly. Actually, this wasn't completely accurate. If he were to add in his previous life's age, he would be much more than 16 years old. Only 16 years old? Madam Manor Lord was shocked. Isn't that the same age as Yuechu and Yuexin? She didn't expect this young master to be only 16 years old. This young master's actions and words were very mature and steady, and his strength in all aspects was far beyond ordinary people. Madam Manor Lord thought this young master was at least 18 to 20 years old. But his real age was only 16 years old. This was a little too exaggerated. Apart from being shocked, she also admired this young master even more. He was only 16 years old, but he was far more steady than his peers. His martial arts and alchemy were top-notch, and he was really a 1-in-a-million talent. She even felt that no one was more suitable to be her son-in-law than this young master. Not only that, but Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were also surprised. They had never asked Jiyu about this before, and thought that Jiyu should be much older than them. Actually, age is not a problem. Madam Prefecture Lord said, but if you don't want to get married so early, you can wait for another 2 years. She had great confidence in her 2 daughters anyway, so she was not worried about the time. Jiyu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. For some reason, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin felt a little regretful. Then I'll go back first. Madam Prefecture Lord, please rest well. With that, Jiyu turned and left. Jiang Yuexin was about to call out to Jiyu, but she was stopped by Madam Prefecture Lord. Yuexin, don't be too restrained, Master Jiyu. Everything has to be done slowly. Madam Prefecture Lord said. Yuexin understands. Jiang Yuexin replied obediently. At this time, Jiyu had already left the Prefecture Lord's mansion and returned to his residence. Now that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm, he wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm or even the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm before he left for the Azure Water Martial House in the imperial capital. Of course, it would be even better if he could break through to the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm. 3 days later, Jiyu cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm to the best of his ability. In these 3 days, he bought a lot of alchemy materials and refined a lot of pills to help with his cultivation. As a result, his alchemy skills also broke through to the 4th grade alchemist level. Today, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had also come to visit and were discussing the Azure Water Marshal House with him. Jiyu, a month has almost passed. Why don't we head to the Azure Water Marshal House together tomorrow? Jiang Yuexin asked. Tomorrow is fine. Jiyu replied. Since he had nothing to do now, he could go to the Azure Water Marshal House anytime. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Yuexin said. Then why don't we just stay here tonight? It'll be more convenient for us to travel early tomorrow morning. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu teased with a playful look in her eyes. Since 3 days ago, when her mother said that she and her sister would be betrothed to Jiyu, she was relieved and no longer worried about this and that. Moreover, she had been staying by Jiyu's side. Not only could she cultivate her relationship with Jiyu, but she could also stimulate her sister. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sister, you're not joking, right? Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but ask. Yeah, don't joke about this kind of thing. Jiyu also followed Jiang Yuexin's words. I'm not joking. Jiang Yuechu looked at Jiyu and said with a smile, besides, we've already slept together once. What's the big deal about sleeping together again? Wait. Jiang Yuexin suddenly said in surprise, when did you two? Of course it was a few days ago when I went to look for herbs with Jiyu. At that time, I slept on the same bed with Jiyu for a night. Jiang Yuechu said with a playful smile. You. Have you already done that? Jiang Yuexin's voice became softer and softer as she spoke, and her face became redder and redder. More or less. It was also that day that I found out that Jiyu was actually so bad. Jiang Yuechu deliberately said in a tone that could easily be misunderstood. You. Jiang Yuexin's mind immediately became confused. She pointed at Jiyu with a blushing face, but she couldn't say anything. Don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between me and her. She made it all up. Jiyu sighed helplessly. I didn't make it up. Jiang Yuechu still retorted in a teasing tone, that day. Have you forgotten what you did to me? Jiyu was stunned for a while, and then he realized that Jiang Yuechu was talking about him tickling the soles of her feet. This, he really didn't know what to say. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin gradually regained her senses. She said to Jiyu angrily, Jiyu. I didn't expect you to really lay your hands on my sister. I really misjudged you, you pervert. After cursing loudly, she pulled Jiang Yuechu's hand and quickly walked out of the room. Jiyu smiled bitterly. What else could he say? He couldn't tell the truth. That foot scratching. Jiang Yuexin might even think of him as a pervert. At that time, it would be even harder to explain. He simply didn't explain and let Jiang Yuexin and Jiang Yuechu leave. It was better that they left. If the 2 sisters stayed tonight, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. After that, Jiyu continued to cultivate. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin had already walked away with Jiang Yuechu. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin finally stopped. She pulled Jiang Yuechu's hands and asked, Sister, did that guy Jiyu force you? What does it matter if he forced me or not? Jiang Yuechu deliberately didn't answer Jiang Yuexin's question directly. How can it not matter? Jiang Yuexin said, if that guy really forced you, I won't talk to him anymore. Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but chuckle, looks like you still like him a lot, Yuexin. How could that be? Jiang Yuexin shifted her gaze away and said with a blushing face, who would like that pervert? Alright, let's stop joking. At this time, Jiang Yuechu's tone became more serious. Jiyu, he didn't force me. Nothing happened between us. Then why did you say that just now? Jiang Yuexin asked in confusion. At the same time, she blamed herself for blaming Jiyu wrongly. I did it to make Jiyu suffer, but the most important thing is still you. Jiang Yuechu said softly. Me? Jiang Yuexin pointed at herself and asked in confusion. If you continue to make no progress with Jiyu, I will have a headache. Jiang Yuechu said. As an older sister, she naturally wanted to see her younger sister get closer to the man she liked. However, because of her sister's personality, there was almost no progress after so long. She really couldn't stand it anymore. I can't do anything about it. Jiang Yuexin pouted and said, who asked that guy to be an idiot? He doesn't know anything. Oh? Didn't you just say that you don't like Jiyu? Now you're admitting it? Jiang Yuechu said with a playful smile. Jiang Yuechu didn't know how to hide it. She was so anxious that her face turned even redder. If you like him, you like him. What's the big deal? Jiang Yuechu said in a deep voice, tell me the truth. I won't do anything. Jiang Yuexin hesitated for a while and decided to tell the truth in her heart. Yes, I do like Jiyu. Isn't that good? Jiang Yuechu said with a gratified smile. This dishonest sister of his was finally telling the truth. However, it was useless to say it to her. She had to say it in front of Jiyu. Just as Jiang Yuechu was about to say this, Jiang Yuexin said first, then, what do you think, sister? What do I think? Jiang Yuechu didn't understand what her sister meant and asked immediately. Sister, what kind of feelings do you have for him? Jiang Yuexin asked seriously. So that's what you're asking. Looking at her sister's serious eyes, Jiang Yuechu hesitated for a moment and said, I like him too, so. Yuexin, can you accept that, sister, and you have the same man? Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's eyes struggled for a while before she slowly said in a low voice, yes. She thought about it for a long time and felt that her sister and Jiyu were one of the most important people to her. It wouldn't be bad if they were together. Okay, then we'll have to work hard. Jiang Yuechu smiled happily and said, otherwise, Jiyu will be taken away by another woman. What woman? Jiang Yuexin was so sensitive that she immediately asked, did that guy flirt again? Just like that Yu Shuyun from before, it's possible. Jiang Yuechu said with heartfelt sincerity. Yu Shuyun, Jiang Yuexin had a deep impression of that name. Jiyu had attended the alchemy conference with that woman, so there might be something fishy going on. So, Yuexin, you have to work hard too. Don't let Jiyu be taken away by another woman. Jiang Yuechu said with a smile. Who cares? If he's taken away, so be it. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Yuexin crossed her arms in front of her chest and said proudly. But in fact, she cared a lot about it. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. It was late at night. Although Jiyu felt that he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm, he still didn't have the opportunity to break through. He still had to leave early the next morning, so he had no choice but to stop and sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin gathered in Jiyu's room and prepared to leave. Only the two of you came? Jiyu looked around and asked as they walked downstairs. He thought that there would be many people from the city lord mansion accompanying them, but he didn't expect the two sisters to come alone. Yes, we already talked to Dad and Mom yesterday. Jiang Yuexin said, and Dad also sent an expert to secretly escort us. An expert? Jiyu thought as he activated his mind energy to observe the surroundings. Indeed, he found an aura in a very hidden corner. Although the aura was strong, it hadn't reached the Tongxian realm yet. Later, tell that person in the dark to stop following us after we leave the Chaoyang ancient city. Jiyu said to Jiang Yuexin. He didn't like people following him in the dark. Moreover, with his strength, the expert from the city lord's mansion was completely unnecessary. All right. Although Jiang Yuexin didn't know why Jiyu did this, she still agreed. Compared to the so-called experts of the family, she trusted Jiyu more. After that, under the circumstances where almost no one knew about it, Jiyu and the other two took a carriage specially sent by the city lord's mansion and set off for the imperial capital. After traveling for 2 days straight, they finally arrived at the first stop, the ancient city of brilliant radiance. The fastest shortcut to the imperial capital was to first reach the ancient Radiant Glow City, then take the spirit ship from the ancient Radiant Glow City to the imperial capital. After entering the brilliant ancient city, Jiyu couldn't help but think of the guy called Lu Ling from the alchemy conference not long ago. He remembered that this guy seemed to be from the ancient city of brilliant light. He didn't know if he would run into him this time. "Miss, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here in the ancient city of brilliant light for the night and take the spirit ship tomorrow?" At this moment, the coachman outside the carriage asked. This old coachman had been by the city lord's side for more than 10 years, which was why the city lord was relieved to let him go. "Okay." Xianxia responded softly. Then, the coachman found a place to stop. He walked to the window and continued to say to Xianxia, "Second miss, I heard that there is going to be a banquet in a nearby restaurant tonight. Do you want to go and take a look? Jiyu, what do you think?" Hearing the coachman's words, Xianxia turned to Jiyu, wanting Jiyu to decide. "Sure, we can also stay in that restaurant," Jiyu said casually. In fact, he wasn't interested in the banquet at all. He just wanted to find a place to stay for the night. Since Jiyu didn't have any objections, Jiangyue and Xianxia naturally didn't have any objections either. Under the guidance of the old coachman, Jiyu and the other two arrived at the restaurant the old coachman mentioned. As they walked, the old coachman said, "This restaurant is called the Cool Breeze Restaurant under the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. It's considered the most luxurious restaurant in the entire ancient Radiance City." Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Jiyu's expression couldn't help but change upon hearing these 3 words. Although he hadn't seen much of the world, he had heard of the famous Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was the most special and mysterious force in the Kanglan Empire. It controlled the economic lifeline of the entire empire. The Kanglan Empire Academy, the Xianxia sect, and the Qianyuan Martial House weren't on the same level as the Thousand Treasure Pavilion in terms of financial resources. However, they were still martial arts forces and couldn't be compared. In terms of overall strength, only the Alchemist Guild could barely compete with the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. After all, elixirs were the biggest industry in the Kanglan Empire. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion and the Alchemist Guild were the 2 giants of the Kanglan Empire. They were considered to be transcendent forces. As for the Cool Breeze restaurant in front of Jiyu, it naturally wouldn't be bad since it was a property under the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. "The banquet is about to start. Young master and young miss, please go in quickly. I'll wait outside for the carriage." At this moment, the old coachman said. "There's no rush. It doesn't matter if I attend the banquet or not," Jiyu said casually. "Young master, don't say that. Almost all the outstanding young people in the ancient Radiance City are gathered at this banquet. It's said that even a big shot from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion will be present." The old coachman said with a smile, "If young master can get to know more geniuses, it will definitely be very beneficial for young master." Get to know more geniuses. Jiyu obviously knew that getting to know more geniuses would be beneficial, but he didn't care about that little bit of benefit. He was used to being alone and didn't like to curry favor with others. To put it bluntly, those fellows weren't worthy of him. There was no need for him to curry favor with them. Of course, Jiyu wouldn't say it out loud. She just nodded slightly at the old coachman. The old coachman didn't say anything else and turned back to guard the carriage. "Jiyu, let's go take a look at the banquet first." Jiangyue's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. She quickly walked into the restaurant. When she was in Chaoyang Ancient City, although she had been to the restaurant there, she had never been to such a luxurious restaurant. At the same time, she also wanted to participate in this banquet. Even Jiyu couldn't help but sigh. This restaurant was the most luxurious one he had ever seen since he came to this world. At first glance, it covered an area of at least a few hundred square meters. It was 5 stories high and was decorated with all kinds of gold and silver treasures. At this moment, a dignified receptionist walked up to them. "Excuse me, are the 3 of you here to attend the banquet?" "That's right," Jiyu said calmly. "Then, do the 3 of you have invitations?" The receptionist continued asking. "Invitation letter?" Jiyu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. He didn't know that he needed something like an invitation letter. wasn't this awkward? Sorry, if the three of you don't have an invitation letter, you can't attend this banquet. The receptionist said immediately. Then let's forget about it. Jiyu hesitated for a moment, then turned to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin and said. Jiang Yuexin's eyes seemed to be struggling. In fact, she really wanted to see this banquet. She wanted to ask Jiyu to think of a way, but she was a little embarrassed to ask. After thinking about it, she decided to forget about it. Anyway, it was just a moment of curiosity. There was no need to trouble Jiyu with this kind of thing. Jiang Yuechu soon noticed the look in her sister's eyes. She immediately put on a pitiful look and said to Jiyu coquettishly, Jiyu Yuexin, and I really want to see this banquet. Think of a way, you rascal. Jiyu could tell at a glance that Jiang Yuechu was deliberately pretending, but he still compromised and sighed, forget it, I'll try and see if it works. Okay. Jiang Yuechu said happily. It was still a kind of exaggerated acting. Jiang Yuexin was also happy to hear this. At the same time, Jiyu took out a bronze token from his waist and said to the receptionist, I really don't have an invitation letter. See if this thing will work. When the receptionist saw the bronze token in Jiyu's hand, she was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, Qianyuan token? Oh? Jiyu asked curiously, so this thing is called the Qianyuan token. If the receptionist did not mention it, he would not have known what the bronze token was. After all, the beautiful mansion master did not explain it in detail. He only knew that with this token, he could enter the Qianyuan martial house directly. Other than that, he knew nothing about it. You are a member of the Qianyuan martial house. Of course you can. The receptionist came back to her senses and said immediately. At first glance, she thought she was mistaken because the bronze token in front of her was the Qianyuan token that only members of the Qianyuan martial house could have. There was a rule in this banquet. As long as one was a member of the three holy lands, they could enter and leave as they pleased, regardless of whether they had an invitation letter or not. After all, the three holy lands gathered the most talented martial artists in the entire Kanglan Empire. No matter who it was, they were all geniuses who could shake a region. Obviously, this young man in front of her met this rule. Then, are these two ladies the same? The receptionist looked at Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. They are the same as me. After saying that, Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, you two take out your tokens too. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin nodded and took out the bronze token from their storage rings. Seeing this, the receptionist's expression immediately became a lot more shocked. Three geniuses of the Qianyuan martial house appeared at the same time. This was a rare scene. The three of you, please follow me. She said respectfully. The receptionist did not dare to neglect the three geniuses of the Qianyuan martial house. Jiyu did not say anything and followed the receptionist calmly. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin followed behind Jiyu. Ding. Master has taken a step forward, mid-level 10,000 flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward, mid-level 10,000 flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Jiyu and the other two went directly to the 5th floor of the restaurant, which was also the highest floor. As soon as they reached the 5th floor, they realized that this place was even more luxurious than the first floor. The walls and ceiling were decorated with dazzling treasures, and there were many luxurious banquets placed around them. Jiang Yuexin was like a child. She slipped out first and looked around, but she didn't appear to be too childish. As the older sister, Jiang Yuechu naturally chased after her. She had to look after her younger sister. Only Jiyu was still walking leisurely, looking around at the scene. However, at this moment, a young woman with average looks and temperament walked towards him. She smiled and said, Young master, are you also here to participate in the banquet? It wasn't until the young woman spoke that Jiyu finally noticed her. Jiyu just casually responded. This little girl is Brilliant Moon Ancient City's Xing family, Xianxia. Greetings, young master. The young woman named Xianxia politely greeted. Although Jiyu didn't know what the woman in front of him was planning, since her attitude was good, he also replied in a friendly manner, You, ordinary person. He didn't want to reveal his true identity in front of strangers. You? Hearing Jiyu's words, Xianxia frowned slightly. She thought about it carefully. Brilliant Moon Ancient City didn't have a large family called Yu family, so there was no need to talk about the other small families. Moreover, she had never heard of the name Yu. It seemed that the other party was really an ordinary person. Immediately, Xianxia's eyes flashed with disappointment, and the smile on her face completely disappeared. Sorry to disturb, goodbye. After coldly leaving these words, Xianxia turned around and left. Jiyu suddenly felt a little baffled. What did this woman mean? However, Xianxia didn't go far before she found a handsome young man and continued to repeat the words she said to Jiyu. Moreover, when she heard that the young man was a famous person from a large family, Xianxia immediately became excited and kept fawning over him. Jiyu finally understood. This frivolous woman was clearly looking down on him. However, it didn't matter. He couldn't be bothered to accept this kind of ordinary woman even if she gave it to him for free. Jiyu no longer paid attention to Xianxia. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had run to the front and seemed to be entangled by someone. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was the guy named Lu Ling who had a conflict with him at the alchemy conference. Ladies, did you just arrive here? Lu Ling asked gently with a very polite attitude. Who are you? Jiang Yuexin said rudely. For some reason, this young man in front of her made her feel a little disgusted. I am the son of the Lu family's patriarch. My name is Lu Ling. May I ask for your names? Lu Ling was still very amiable. We don't need to tell you. At this time, Jiang Yuechu pulled Jiang Yuexin's hand and said, let's go. Ladies, are you not giving me, Lu Ling, face? Lu Ling's expression changed slightly as he stood in front of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. What do you want? Jiang Yuechu frowned and said coldly. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of many young men and women in the surroundings. What's wrong with young Master Lu? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Maybe it's because that pair of sisters rejected young Master Lu, so young Master Lu is angry. I have to say, that pair of sisters are indeed very beautiful. It's a pity that young Master Lu beat me to it. The surrounding young men and women all had the attitude of watching the show and had no intention of helping at all. After all, the Lu family was the strongest family in the ancient Brilliant City, and Lu Ling was the eldest young master of the Lu family, so no one dared to provoke him. As long as you accompany this young master for a drink or two, this young master will definitely not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, Lu Ling said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin with a smile. Hearing Lu Ling's threat, Jiang Yuexin's expression immediately turned ugly. She glared at Lu Ling. Jiang Yuechu shielded Jiang Yuexin behind her. She stared coldly at Lu Ling and said, get lost. Yo, you're quite stubborn. Lu Ling giggled and said, let's see if you can continue to be so unyielding. You. When Jiang Yuechu was about to say something, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Ding. Master has used the middle profound rank skill Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the middle profound rank skill Myriad Flash, 300 by 999 times. This was Jiyu using the Myriad Flash. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. You guys go to the side. Leave this to me. Jiyu tilted her head and said softly to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Okay. Jiang Yuechu nodded and pulled Jiang Yuexin to the side. You. Why are you here? At first, Lu Ling didn't react. But soon, he realized that the young man in front of him was Jiyu. What does my presence have to do with a piece of trash like you? Jiyu looked at Lu Ling and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Trash? F***ck, where did this guy come from? He actually dares to call young Master Lu trash in front of him. What's so strange about that? Haven't you heard? This young man named Jiyu defeated Lu Ling in the alchemy conference not long ago and won first place. So this young man is the number one in the alchemy conference's double competition. I was wondering why Jiyu's name sounded so familiar. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of young Master Lu. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Ling's scar was once again exposed. His face instantly darkened. He would never forget the scene that happened at the alchemy conference. "You brat, you're courting death." Lu Ling gritted his teeth and said. "You can try and see who's courting death," Ji Yu said. Lu Ling snorted coldly, "I know that your martial arts are very strong, but do you really think that you have the qualifications to be impudent in front of this young master?" He admitted that he couldn't beat Ji Yu, but there were still powerhouses in the clan secretly protecting him. However, Lu Ling didn't know, and didn't believe, that even the powerhouse behind him might not be a match for Ji Yu. Ji Yu still didn't change his expression. "Cut the crap. If you want to do it, then do it." Just as the two of them were about to draw their swords, an excited voice suddenly came from the side. "Look, the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Lung Rumming, is here." Everyone's attention was focused on the entrance of the staircase as soon as he finished speaking. Even Lu Ling paused and subconsciously looked at the staircase. Only Ji Yu felt a little disappointed. The main character was here, so he couldn't teach Lu Ling a good lesson. Lung Rumming, the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, sounded like a big shot, so he had to give her some face. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The woman was about 20 years old. She was dressed in blue and had a willowy figure. Her appearance was pure and exquisite, and her skin was as white as jade. Especially the beauty mark on her eyebrows, she was extremely charming. Beautiful, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by this woman. Even Ji Yu, who had seen many beautiful women, couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was normal for beautiful women to attract attention, but he was just purely admiring and didn't have any other thoughts. Soon, Ji Yu retracted his gaze. At this time, he found that Jiang Yuechu was looking at him with a teasing gaze, while Jiang Yuexin had a dissatisfied look on her face. Her small mouth was slightly pouted, as if she was angry. "You pervert, looking at a beautiful woman made your soul fly away." Jiang Yuexin pouted. Ji Yu couldn't help but poke Jiang Yuexin slightly. Pouted mouth with his finger. Then, like a balloon leaking air, Ji Yu couldn't help but laugh. "What do you mean my soul flew away? Her beauty isn't enough to make me like that. TSK, do you think this young lady will believe you?" At this time, Jiang Yuexin pouted again. Her face was slightly red as she whispered, "Then, who do you think is prettier between me and that woman?" As soon as Jiang Yuexin said this, Jiang Yuechu immediately gave Ji Yu a crazy look. Naturally, Ji Yu noticed Jiang Yuechu's look. Then, he smacked his palm and seemed to have realized something. "What's there to compare? You're a little girl, she's a big sister," Ji Yu said. "Little girl? Big sister?" Jiang Yuexin was confused. "What does that mean?" Jiang Yuechu was speechless. What was going on? Although she did not understand the meaning behind Ji Yu's words, she felt that it was definitely not something good. "Nothing," Ji Yu said directly, "and that place of yours. That's why there's no comparison at all." As he spoke, his gaze slowly moved down to Jiang Yuexin's chest. Noticing the look in Ji Yu's eyes, Jiang Yuexin instantly understood something. She immediately said with extreme shame and indignation, "You bastard." However, she knew her limits. Her voice was not loud and did not attract the attention of the people around her. Perhaps she felt that scolding wasn't enough, so she even used her small fists to punch Ji Yu. Because Jiang Yuexin was too short, her little fists all hit Ji Yu's chest. Ding! Master's body is injured. Experience gained from the inferior yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor, won by 999 times. Ding! Master's body is injured. Experience gained from the inferior yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor, won by 999 times. However, Ji Yu allowed Jiang Yuexin to punch him with her little fists. Because Jiang Yuexin did not use much strength, it was no different from tickling him. This time, Jiang Yuechu was completely speechless. It was originally a very simple multiple-choice question, but Ji Yu not only did not choose the best answer, but also angered Jiang Yuexin. At this time, she was inexplicably glad that she did not have the same personality as her sister. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable. What just happened here? At this time, Lung Rumming looked around and said. Following this ethereal voice that sounded like a nightingale, most people finally came back to their senses. Miss Lang, I am Lu Ling from the Lu family. Just now, this brat took the initiative to provoke me, so I almost couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Lu Ling explained to Leng Rumming in a flattering tone. Although he had always been very lecherous, this beautiful woman in front of him was the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Unless he did not want to live, he did not dare to be rude. Regarding Lu Ling's unreasonable pestering, the surrounding people despised him. Although they could not afford to provoke Lu Ling, they despised this kind of behavior. As for Ji Yu, he did not take it to heart at all. After all, he knew clearly in his heart whether it was true or not, so there was no need to argue. Besides, arguing with this kind of trash was also embarrassing him. However, Leng Rumming did not pay attention to Lu Ling at all. She did not even look at Lu Ling. Her beautiful eyes that were as bright as the starry sky stared straight at Ji Yu. You are Ji Yu? I'm Ji Yu. What can I do for you, miss? Ji Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him would recognize him. At this time, Lu Ling realized that he was ignored by Leng Rumming. His face turned green and purple, and he looked very ugly. As the young master of the Lu clan, he had never suffered such humiliation. But the other party was the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, so he could only swallow his pride. Seeing Lu Ling's deflated appearance, many of the surrounding people were secretly amused. There were also some people who were quietly mocking her. Lu Ling has always looked down on others. Today, he finally tasted it, hee. The most important thing is that Leng Rumming is the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Her status is extremely noble. Lu Ling can't do anything to her. It's really fun. But that young man is worthy of being called an alchemy genius. Even Leng Rumming recognizes him. If I can make Leng Rumming remember his name, I will die without regrets. Many people around were laughing in a low voice. Although Lu Ling couldn't hear what these people were saying, he knew that they must be laughing at him. His face became even uglier. Rumming has heard of young master's name for a long time. Nothing else. Leng Rumming said with a calm expression. Then I'll give you face and ignore that guy. Ji Yu said politely. The guy he was talking about was naturally Lu Ling. Rumming doesn't know the person you're talking about. Young master, please feel free to do as you please. Leng Rumming was also very polite. Seeing that the beautiful woman in front of him didn't put on any airs, Ji Yu returned a friendly smile. He originally thought that this Leng Rumming was another ice beauty like Nangong Maching. He didn't expect that she would be so easy to get along with. However, Ji Yu overlooked one point. Leng Rumming was only respectful to the strong. She wouldn't even look at someone like Lu Ling. Jiang Yuexin didn't say anything, as if she was still angry about what had just happened. Hearing Leng Rumming's blunt words, Lu Ling's face immediately darkened. At this time, Leng Rumming just happened to pass by Lu Ling. She didn't even look at Lu Ling, as if Lu Ling was air. For the rest of the banquet, Lu Ling seemed to be autistic and did not interact with anyone. No one went to drink with him. After all, they were disgusted by Lu Ling's previous behavior. Lu Ling didn't dare to continue looking for trouble with Ji Yu because Ji Yu seemed to have a good relationship with Leng Rumming. It wouldn't be good if Leng Rumming looked for trouble with him. During this time, many people went to propose a toast to Ji Yu. Even the noble Leng Rumming treated Ji Yu so politely, they had to curry favor with him. Although Ji Yu didn't take the initiative to look for others, he didn't refuse when others came to propose a toast out of courtesy. As for those who coveted Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin before, they didn't dare to get in touch with Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin because in their minds, these sisters were probably Ji Yu's women. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yu felt a little bored, but the banquet was not over yet. It's meaningless to continue to stay here. Why don't we go and rest first? He said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuechu had no objection, and Jiang Yuexin had enough to eat and play. Then, Ji Yu and the other two left. They came as they pleased, and left as they pleased. No one dared to say anything. Only Leng Rumming asked, "Young master, are you planning to go back?" "That's right." Ji Yu responded. If Rumming didn't guess wrong, young master should be looking for a place to spend the night. Leng Rumming said, "Why don't you stay in our restaurant?" "That's fine," Ji Yu said. In fact, he had planned to spend the night in this restaurant, so there was no need for her to say anything. But he didn't want to embarrass her, so he pretended to be a little embarrassed. Then Rumming will lead the way for young master. Lung Rumming immediately got up and walked over with an elegant and dignified posture. Then I'll have to trouble you, Jiyu said with some surprise in his eyes. He was very surprised that the daughter of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was willing to lead the way in person. Not only him, but everyone around was also stunned. There was only this young man who could make Lung Rumming go to such an extent. If it was an ordinary genius, Lung Rumming probably wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. Under Lung Rumming's lead, Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin came to an extremely luxurious room. This is the most luxurious room in the restaurant. Is young master satisfied? Lung Rumming introduced. Very good. Jiyu looked around. Whether it was the furniture or decorations, they were all very luxurious and beautiful. But at this moment, he noticed that there was only one big bed in the huge room. He immediately asked Lung Rumming, why is there only one bed here? There are 3 of us. Aren't these 2 girls young master's companions? Lung Rumming was also puzzled. She originally thought that the 2 girls accompanying them were Jiyu's companions. While speaking, her gaze turned to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Being stared at by Lung Rumming, Jiang Yuexin's face immediately became a little red. She snorted and said, who is this bastard's companion? However, Lung Rumming saw the truth from the expression and tone of the girl in pink. Jiang Yuechu's expression did not change. She nodded and said, that's right, we are Jiyu's companions. The tone of this sentence was a little special. It was as if she was declaring sovereignty to Lung Rumming. But Lung Rumming did not care. She turned to Jiyu and said, since the 2 girls have said so, I won't disturb young master. Please go ahead. Jiyu did not know what to say. He could only accept Lung Rumming's words. Then, Lung Rumming walked out of the room and closed the door. However, it didn't take long before an old woman appeared beside her. Young miss, is it really necessary to take care of that young man? The old woman said in a low and hoarse voice. Although young Miss's behavior was not very good, with her understanding of young Miss's character, it was very amazing that she could do this to a stranger. You don't understand. That young master's potential is very terrifying. He is worthy of our friendship. Lung Rumming said in a cold tone. She knew Jiyu like the back of her hand. The only thing she didn't know was her true identity. She couldn't find out what Jiyu had experienced before she was adopted by the poor couple in Chaoyang Ancient City. It was as if everything that had happened before that had been deliberately erased. At the same time, it was already late at night. Jiyu sat on the bed and prepared to sleep. You 2 sisters sleep together. I'll sleep on the side, he said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. You don't have to tell me that. I don't want to sleep with you, Jiang Yuexin said softly. In fact, you must really want to sleep with Jiyu, right? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu whispered into Jiang Yuexin's ear. Jiang Yuexin didn't know if it was because her ears were too sensitive or because of some other reason, but her face immediately turned red. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Looking at her cute sister, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Then she turned to Jiyu and said with a smile, Jiyu, you'd better sleep between Yuexin and me. If you really want it that badly, then beg me. I might be able to reluctantly accept it. Jiang Yuexin turned her face away and said with a slightly red face. She seemed to be very unwilling, but in fact, she was looking forward to it. No, I think I'd better sleep on the floor. However, Jiyu said with a calm face. Because when he saw Jiang Yuechu's evil smile, he felt that it was definitely not a good thing. Jiyu casually spread a blanket on the floor and then took a set of quilts, so that she could sleep. Seeing that Jiyu was ready to sleep, Jiang Yuexin was dumbfounded. She thought that Jiyu would definitely accept it, but she didn't expect him to reject it so casually and even want to sleep on the floor. Even Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but be stunned. She already couldn't understand what Jiyu was thinking. Were she and her sister really that unattractive? Although Jiang Yuexin felt that it was a pity, she couldn't put down her face to tell Jiyu the truth, so she lay on the bed without saying a word. At this time, Jiang Yuechu also changed her clothes and went to bed. At midnight, Jiang Yuexin still couldn't sleep. There was an uncontrollable throbbing in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made a decision. Then, Jiang Yuexin secretly got off the bed and tiptoed quietly to Jiyu. However, at this moment, she suddenly heard her sister's voice. Yuexin, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Jiang Yuexin was shocked. She saw her sister curled up in Jiyu's right side under the quilt, hugging Jiyu tightly. Jiang Yuexin almost shouted in excitement, but she didn't want to wake Jiyu up, so she forced herself to hold it in. At this moment, although she felt very embarrassed, she did not want to lose to her elder sister. She unknowingly burrowed under the blanket on Jiyu's right side. Jiang Yuechu just smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Yuexin couldn't calm down for the entire night. She didn't know how much time had passed before she fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Jiyu naturally woke up. However, when he woke up, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Master resisted the lowly's temptation, bronze willpower gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Master resisted the lowly's temptation, bronze willpower gained experience, won by 999 times. Only then did he realize that he was being hugged by Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. At this moment, the two Lolas were hugging him tightly like octopuses. Jiyu couldn't help but be a little confused. Wasn't he sleeping on the floor? He looked at the bed again. He was indeed on the floor right now. Could it be that the two sisters ran over to sleep on their own accord? Jiyu was silent for a moment. F***ck, there are such stupid people in this world. They can't even tell the difference between the bed and the floor? Jiyu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Being a straightforward person, he subconsciously thought that the two idiotic sisters woke up at night to go to the bathroom and walked to the wrong place in a daze. As Jiyu sat up, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were both woken up. Jiang Yuechu rubbed her eyes and said in a daze, Jiyu, good morning, hurry up and get up. Jiyu couldn't help but complain, I really don't know what you guys did. It's fine if it was just one person, but both of you can even get the wrong place to sleep. I really have to hand it to you guys. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuexin, who had just woken up, suddenly exclaimed, why am I sleeping here? Yuexian, have you forgotten how daring you were last night? Jiang Yuechu said with a playful smile. Ever since she was praised by Jiyu last time, Jiang Yuechu smiled more and more often. Hearing her elder sister's words, Jiang Yuexin gradually recalled what had happened yesterday. Her face immediately turned red as she said, elder sister, aren't you the same? That's different. I was worried that Jiyu would be too lonely to sleep alone at night, so I came to accompany Jiyu. Jiang Yuechu teased, but what about you, Yuexin? I'm afraid you have other intentions, don't you? You, don't talk nonsense. What intentions do I have? Jiang Yuexin blushed, and her words became incoherent. I'm the same as elder sister. I just want to accompany Jiyu. Jiang Yuechu easily saw through her younger sister and smiled without saying anything. What are you guys talking about? What intentions? Only Jiyu didn't understand what the two sisters were talking about. Nothing. Jiang Yuexin immediately said to Jiyu, don't think too much. I don't have any special feelings for you. Then, she snorted and turned her head to the other side. Although the bashful expression on Jiang Yuexin's face betrayed her, Jiyu really didn't think too much about it and didn't care about Jiang Yuexin's words. I know, so hurry up. And get up. We still have to hurry after breakfast. Jiyu said. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but lament in her heart. These two guys are really... It's hard to explain in a few words. Every time she wanted to secretly add fuel to the fire, it would be ruined by these two guys. Then, Jiyu and the other two left the room to prepare for breakfast. But not long after they walked out of the room, they met Lin Rumming. Are the three of you going to eat breakfast? As soon as they met, Lin Rumming asked. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. Being able to meet Lin Rumming so early in the morning made him suspicious. He didn't understand what this woman's intentions were. The three of you don't have to go through so much trouble. Rumming has already sent someone to prepare lunch for the three of you. It will be sent to the three of you soon. Lin Rumming said. Well, thank you, miss. Ji paused for a moment and continued, then, miss, do you have anything else? There is indeed something, but it's not important. Lung Rumming said, if I'm not wrong, the three of you should be taking a spirit ship to the imperial capital next, right? That's right. Ji nodded. He didn't find it strange that the other party knew so much about him. After all, the other party was the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. With the influence of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, they probably even knew where and when he had been. Although he didn't like the feeling of being found out, at least the other party didn't mean to harm him, so he didn't care. However, Xianxia didn't think as thoroughly as Ji Yu. She couldn't help but ask Lung Rumming, how do you know we're going to the imperial capital? Are you spying on us? Miss Jiang, I just sent someone to check and roughly know your situation. I don't mean anything else. Lung Rumming said indifferently, at least I won't fight with you for Ji Gongzi now, so you can rest assured. Jiang Yuechu keenly noticed that something was wrong and asked, why do you say now? Because I don't have feelings for Ji Yu now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Lung Rumming's expression was very calm, as if she was talking about something trivial. Even if you have feelings for Ji Yu in the future, we won't agree. Jiang Yuechu said bluntly. The smell of tit for tat was very strong. Why do I need the two ladies' consent? Isn't this Ji Yu's personal wish? Lung Rumming's expression didn't change, and her tone was still polite. Besides, Ji Gongzi will become a powerhouse sooner or later. Isn't it normal for a powerhouse to have several wives and concubines? Jiang Yuechu didn't know what to say for a moment. She was speechless because the other party was right. It wasn't strange for a powerhouse to have several wives and concubines. At this time, Jiang Yuexian couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but ask Ji Yu, do you want to have several wives and concubines in the future? Ji Yu was speechless. Why was the spearhead pointing at him again? To be honest, if he had to choose, he would definitely choose a harem with several wives and concubines. A harem was great. Was that not the case? However, he was smarter now. There were some things that he couldn't say in front of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexian. Although he didn't really understand why he couldn't say it, it was fine as long as he could avoid as much trouble as possible. So, Ji Yu decided not to say anything. At this moment, Ji Yu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexian did not notice that the corners of Lung Rumming's mouth curled up for a fleeting moment. Let's get down to business first. I have 3 high-class tickets here. I'll give them to the 3 of you. Lung Rumming said indifferently, at that time, the 3 of you can board the ship for free with this ticket. You don't have to pay any fees. As she spoke, she took out 3 tickets from somewhere. Thank you, miss. Ji Yu took the opportunity to lead the topic and went forward to take the 3 high-class tickets from Lung Rumming. Well then, young Master Ji Yu, we'll meet again if fate allows. After speaking, Lung Rumming turned and left. Looking at the elegant figure of Lung Rumming leaving, Ji Yu nodded slightly. Although Lung Rumming's help from yesterday to now was not very important to him, after all, he still had tens of thousands of gold coins, but anyway, he remembered Lung Rumming's kindness. Even if the kindness was not great, he would not completely ignore it. Suddenly, Ji Yu couldn't help but think that Lung Rumming's intention might be this, to make friends with him. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Ji Yu thought about it and felt that there was nothing to care about, so it was better to go back to the room and wait for breakfast. Let's go back to the room first and wait for lunch to arrive. After eating, we'll go to the spirit ship. Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexian. Jiang Yuexian was a little absent-minded. Obviously, she was still upset about the matter of having 3 wives and 4 concubines just now. Although Jiang Yuechu didn't say anything, she was a little uncomfortable in her heart. After breakfast, Ji Yu, Jiang Yuexian, and Jiang Yuechu left the Cool Breeze Inn. The old coachman was already waiting outside, and the 3 of them immediately got on the carriage. Then, they went to the place where they would take the spirit ship. Not long after sitting in the carriage, Ji Yu began to cultivate. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Time passed very quickly, and it felt like it was not long before the carriage had arrived at the shore. After getting off the carriage, they could see the endless river and more than a dozen huge spirit ships. Jiyu could not help but feel a little shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a huge ship. At a glance, it could accommodate at least hundreds or thousands of people. "Young master, miss, you can directly board the ship next." At this time, the old coachman said. "Okay." Jiyu nodded. After bidding farewell to the old coachman, Jiyu and the other two walked to a huge spirit ship that was about to set off. After showing the tickets given by Ling Rumming, the three of them entered the spirit ship without any obstruction. Jiyu and the other two walked around the spirit ship and found that the rooms on the first floor were all low-class rooms. He still remembered that Ling Rumming said that these 3 tickets were all high-class tickets. These are all low-class rooms, and these tickets are high-class tickets. "Let's go up to the second floor and have a look," Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin nodded and followed Jiyu to the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, Jiyu saw that it was all medium-class rooms. Then, the 3 of them walked up to the third floor. "These are all high-class rooms. You can choose the room you like," Jiyu said. In the end, Jiyu randomly chose a high-class room, while Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin both chose rooms next to him, one on the left and one on the right. As soon as she entered the room, Jiyu felt that the profound energy inside the room was very different from the outside world. In layman's terms, the Xianxia in a high-class room was much higher in quality, density, and other aspects compared to the outside world. Jiyu began to practice martial arts. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20 by 999 times. As expected, the efficiency of cultivating in this high-class room was doubled. He didn't know how the spirit ship was made, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. After that, Jiyu stayed in her room to practice martial arts. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of defensive profound realm. 3 days later, the spirit ship successfully arrived at the imperial capital. In these 3 days, Jiyu's martial arts cultivation had also successfully broken through to the middle stage of defensive profound realm. As the spirit ship docked, Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin all got off the spirit ship together. At this moment, a majestic imperial capital appeared in front of Jiyu. The imperial capital was not only the center of power of the Kanglan Empire, but also the most prosperous place in the entire empire. Entering the empire, Jiyu seemed to have come to a new world. The prosperity in the city was extremely shocking. Defensive profound realm martial artists were like cabbages here, and the most common body tempering realm martial artists were extremely rare here. Do you know how to get to the Qianyuan martial house? If not, go buy a map. At this moment, Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. I don't know. I've never been here before. Jiang Yuexin said. Jiang Yuechu also shook her head. Of course, they didn't know how to get to the Qianyuan martial house. After all, they had almost never left Chaoyang ancient city, except for the Demon Beast mountain range. On the way, Jiyu casually bought a map of the imperial capital. She found that the entire imperial capital was very big. With the naked eye, she could see that the imperial capital was at least 10 times bigger than Chaoyang ancient city. The imperial capital had such a large territory, so it was natural that it could accommodate more forces. There were also several red dots on the map. These red dots represented powerful forces. Among them, the 3 biggest forces were the Imperial Palace, the Lingbao Pavilion, and the Alchemist Guild. Other than that, the smaller red dots represented the 3 holy lands of martial arts, which were the Kanglan Empire Academy, the Qingxian sect, and the Qianyuan martial house. Jiyu was familiar with these names. Jiyu and the other two's destination was the Qianyuan Martial House. They followed the route on the map and headed to the Qianyuan Martial House. Jiang Yuechu knew that her and her sister's appearance would bring some unnecessary trouble to Jiyu, so she chose 2 pink veils and put them on her and her sister's faces. It was not a long journey. After about half an hour, Jiyu and the other 2 arrived at the Qianyuan Martial House. Although they were stopped by the guards, they were immediately let in after showing the Qianyuan token. Not long after they entered the Qianyuan Martial House, Jiyu found some books about the Qianyuan Martial House. You can go to the female dormitory to have a rest. There will be classes starting tomorrow, Jiyu said after learning about the Qianyuan Martial House. What about you? Jiang Yuexin asked. I'll go back to the male dormitory after a while. You can go first, Jiyu said. Okay, Jiang Yuexin did not say anything and walked towards the female dormitory with Jiang Yuechu. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Experience gained from the Mystic Middle Rank Myriad Flash, won by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Experience gained from the Mystic Middle Rank Myriad Flash, won by 999 times. At this time, Jiyu was still wandering around the Qianyuan Martial House. He could see that the people passing by were all students of the Martial House. However, he coincidentally found that the Qianyuan Martial House didn't force the students to wear uniform because some of the students wore the special clothes of the Martial House, while others wore their own clothes. As for Jiyu, she had already taken off her black robe and was wearing a simple white robe. She looked very ordinary. As they walked, Jiyu accidentally came to a maple forest path. He was surrounded by maple trees, but he didn't notice that there was almost no one around. He continued to go deeper, wanting to appreciate the scenery inside. On the other side, a few disciples of the Martial House were walking towards them. When they saw a young man in white walking into the depths of the maple forest, they began to whisper to each other. F***ck, it can't be. That guy actually dares to continue walking inside. That's the tigress's territory. I think he's a newcomer who just came here not long ago. Didn't we just hold the entrance exam a month ago? I don't think he knows what this maple forest means. That guy is going to be in trouble later. Qi Ling'er's reputation as a tigress is not just for show. That woman has never been gentle with men. These disciples were just whispering in private. Jiyu, who had already walked far away, didn't hear them at all. He still walked into the depths of the maple forest without stopping. Not only was the scenery in the maple forest beautiful, but the mystic qi in the air was also relatively strong. Jiyu unconsciously came to a small stream. However, when he walked to a big stone and was about to sit down, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out from behind the stone. The girl had beautiful facial features. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she was as pure as ice. As she walked out, she wrapped a cloth around her chest with her hands. Her delicate body was almost naked except for her private parts. Just like that, she was exposed in front of Jiyu. Her proud curves were in full view. In the next moment, their gazes met, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen into frost. You lecher. The girl came back to her senses and felt ashamed and resentful. She covered her chest with one hand and took out a sharp sword with the other hand. She was emitting a powerful aura. At this time, Jiyu also came back to his senses. He did not want to be entangled with this girl, so he ran away without saying a word. Ding. Master has used the Mystic Middle Level skill Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the Mystic Middle Level skill Myriad Flash, 300 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Intermediate Profound Rank Mystical Skill, Myriad Flash, has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding. The Intermediate Profound Rank Mystical Skill, Myriad Flash, has reached the perfection realm. It is automatically upgraded to the Advanced Profound Rank Mystical Skill, Myriad Flash. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jiyu had run out of the maple forest. At the same time, his movement skill had also been upgraded to the Advanced Profound Rank Mystical Skill, Myriad Flash. At the same time, the girl wanted to teach this lecher a lesson, but she found that he had disappeared without a trace. Shameless bastard. I'm so angry. The girl was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was seen naked by a strange man and even let him run away. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she was. She wanted to cut that guy into pieces. Everyone in the Qianyuan martial house knew that this place was only for her, Qi Ling-er. That guy dared to break in so brazenly. No matter what, she would never let that lecher go. However, Qi Ling-er was worried that someone else would break in, so she quickly put on her clothes. After a while, she gradually calmed down and thought carefully about what had just happened. Although the young man in white was shameless and lecherous, he was very agile. Before she could do anything, he had already disappeared. His strength was definitely extraordinary. However, she recalled the young man's face. She had never seen him in the martial house before. Logically speaking, she should have some impression of the strong students in the martial house. Qi Ling-er shook her head and looked into the distance. No matter what, I will never let you go. At this moment, Ji Yu was already far away from the maple forest. He was very helpless. He just went in to have a look. Who would have thought that there would be a woman taking a bath in there? Besides, would a normal person bathe in such a place? Although, it was indeed a unique scenery. After that, Ji Yu went to the male dormitory. The dormitory was divided into outer palace students and inner palace students. Naturally, he was classified as an outer palace student. It was a courtyard in the outer manners dormitory area. This was his exclusive dormitory. As for the distinction between the outer house and the inner house, it was specifically used to distinguish the grades of the students. Relatively speaking, the resources that outer palace students and inner palace students could enjoy were also very different. Although the number of inner palace students was smaller, they were given more cultivation resources than the outer palace students. It was getting late. Ji Yu planned to get used to this new place tonight before going to bed. As for tomorrow's matter, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. Ji Yu felt that she was almost done cultivating, so she went to bed and fell asleep. The next day, Ji Yu woke up slightly later than usual. Just as he was about to go and see what class he had in the morning, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Without thinking, Ji Yu instinctively thought that it was Jiang Yuechu or Jiang Yuexin looking for him. Immediately, he walked up and opened the door. However, the moment he opened the door, what came into his sight was the girl with the corset yesterday. Ji Yu had just woken up and was still a little groggy. After looking at her for a while, she suddenly reacted and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" Qi Ling-er and Ji Yu exclaimed in unison. "Aren't you the one who came looking for me? Why are you so surprised?" Ji Yu couldn't help but complain. "Good, I finally found a lecher like you. Look at me." Qi Ling-er immediately exuded a dangerous aura. Just as she was about to attack Ji Yu, she suddenly stopped. "Forget it. My master is looking for you. I'll spare your life today." "Who's your master? Why is she looking for me?" Ji Yu asked in confusion. He had only met this young lady once. Why would her master be looking for him? Wait a minute. Could it be that this young lady's master was looking for trouble with him? Why are you asking so many questions? I'm her master, the mansion master. Just follow me. Qi Ling-er's tone was not polite at all. After all, this young lady had just seen her naked yesterday. Mansion master? You mean mansion master Moro? Ji Yu asked. Upon hearing Qi Ling-er's words, he immediately thought of the beautiful lady in the purple dress. Her mysterious amethyst eyes had left a deep impression on him. That's right. I didn't expect you to know my master's surname. Qi Ling-er said in surprise. Ji Yu thought for a moment. If it was Mansion Master Murong, she should not be looking for trouble with him. Hey, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and follow me. However, Qi Ling-er had already lost her patience. She directly grabbed Ji Yu's hand and tried to pull Ji Yu away. However, in the next moment, she realized what she was doing. She immediately shook off Ji Yu's hand and said angrily, "You pervert. What the F asterisk CK? I really have to hand it to you. Jiyu almost cursed out loud. This woman was the one who grabbed his hand by force. How could she blame him for being a pervert? This was the first time he had seen such a person who made him speechless. Qi Ling also realized that she was in the wrong. However, she did not want to put down her pride and apologize to Jiyu. Instead, she snorted and said, "Humph. What's the point of being so stingy? Forget it." Jiyu could not be bothered to argue with this woman. He said, "Just take me there. Also, don't touch me again." "Fine, I won't touch you." "Who wants to touch you? Besides, I haven't settled the score with you yet." Qi Ling did not want to back down. She continued to talk back. However, Jiyu didn't care about this woman at all. The more he paid attention to her, the more insatiable she would be. After talking for a while, Qi Ling seemed to be unable to continue. Forget it, forget it. I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't argue with you. Come with me." Jiyu followed Qi Ling in silence. Perhaps it was due to Qi Ling's presence, they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Holy sh*t. Am I seeing things? That man is actually so close to Qi Ling and nothing happened to him at all. How strange. Didn't they say that Qi Ling hates men the most? Normally, no male students would dare to approach her. Could that young man be Qi Ling's partner? Otherwise, why would Qi Ling let a man get so close to her? TSK, TSK, TSK. If that's the case, the entire martial palace will be in an uproar. Many people regard Qi Ling as their dream lover. The surrounding martial house students were all happily discussing this matter. Qi Ling couldn't bear it anymore and quickened her pace. Jiyu, on the other hand, had a nonchalant look on her face. It was as though she didn't hear the discussions around her at all. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Experience gained from the high-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Experience gained from the high-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. About 10 minutes later, Jiyu followed Qi Ling to a purple gold hall. After entering the purple gold hall, Jiyu saw the purple-haired, purple-eyed beauty, Zili. Why aren't you kneeling when you see my master? Qi Ling scolded Jiyu. Ling don't be rude. Suddenly, Zili, who was sitting on the high platform, spoke up. Yes. Qi Ling replied. Then, she made a face at Jiyu. Jiyu ignored Qi Ling and asked Zili, Mansion Master Murong, why are you looking for me this time? Ling you can leave now. Although Qi Ling wanted to stay, she had no choice but to obey her master's order. After Qi Ling left the purple gold hall, Zili said to Jiyu, I'm here to tell you something. Mansion Master, please speak. Jiyu said. Our Qianyuan martial house has a Qianyuan ranking. It records the top 10 disciples in the martial Dao. They are also the core disciples. Zili said calmly. Core student? Although Jiyu didn't have a deep understanding of the Qianyuan martial house, he still knew some information about the core students. In the Qianyuan martial house, only the 10 strongest students were core students. They were all inner house students, and it seemed that they had to go through the inner house competition to select the 10 core students. But what did these core students have to do with Jiyu? He was still an outer house student, so it was impossible for him to participate in the inner house competition. It seems that you should understand what a core student represents. This way, this martial house master won't waste any more words. Zili said, in view of your outstanding performance in the previous entrance exam, this martial house master can make an exception and give you a chance to challenge a core student. Challenge a core student? Jiyu was slightly stunned. That's right. Zili said, you can choose any core student to challenge. If you succeed, you will take that core student's position. Then she added, of course, even if you fail or don't want to challenge, this martial house master won't do anything to you. I'm willing to accept this opportunity. Jiyu agreed without hesitation. Was there even a need to think about it, to be able to directly challenge a core student, and once he wins, he can take over the core student's position. For him, this was simply a free benefit. In the entire Qianyuan martial house, there shouldn't be any Tongxian realm students. After all, even the girl from before was only at the 7th layer of the defensive profound realm. Okay, then you take this. Morong Zili took out a purple jade pendant. This jade pendant can represent this martial house master. You just need to take this jade pendant. As her voice fell, the purple jade pendant floated into Ji Yu's hand. I understand, then I'll take my leave first. After speaking, Ji Yu turned and left. Looking at Ji Yu's back, Morong Zili's strange purple eyes flickered. At this time, Ji Yu just walked out of the violet gold hall. The girl from before came over and asked curiously, "What did my master say to you?" "It has nothing to do with you," Ji Yu said casually. She was too lazy to continue talking to him and walked past him. "What do you mean? How does it have nothing to do with me?" Qi Ling'er was displeased. However, Ji Yu did not react at all and ignored him once again. Seeing Ji Yu's attitude, Qi Ling'er was infuriated. However, the other party seemed to be related to her master, so she didn't dare to make a move recklessly. However, despite her anger, she still chose to follow behind Ji Yu. She wanted to see what this guy was going to do. Of course, Ji Yu knew that the other party was following him like a shadow, but he didn't care at all. He was now preparing to go to the place where the Heaven Yuan list was located to see which core student he would choose as his opponent. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yu found the Qian Yuan list, and Qi Ling'er followed her shamelessly. The Qian Yuan ranking was an enormous stone tablet, and 10 names were inscribed on it like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. Ji Yu's gaze subconsciously fell on the first name at the top of the list. Qi Ling'er, I wonder what kind of strength this Qi Ling'er has. Ji Yu thought to himself. Since Qi Ling'er had not introduced herself to Ji Yu, he had no idea that the girl behind him was Qi Ling'er. See? I'm the one who's ranked first. At this moment, Qi Ling'er walked up to them and pointed at the top of the list proudly. Although she had no idea why Qi Ling'er would come here, she couldn't help but show off. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu was dumbfounded. You're Qi Ling'er? Humph. What do you think? I'm amazing, right? Qi Ling'er said with a smile when she saw the shocked expression on Ji Yu's face. No. Aren't the disciples of the Qian Yuan martial mansion a little too weak? Ji Yu couldn't help but ask. He didn't expect that this girl who was only at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm was Qi Ling'er, who was ranked first on the Qian Yuan list. She was at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm, so she was someone he could easily defeat. However, she was indeed ranked first on the Qian Yuan list. It could be said that the disciples of the Qian Yuan martial mansion were too weak. What did you say? Qi Ling'er said unhappily. I'm just saying that you guys are too weak. Even you can be ranked first. Ji Yu said without any hesitation. You. Not only do you look down on the martial palace, but you even dare to look down on me? Qi Ling'er said angrily. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Ji Yu said with an indifferent expression. So, you think you're very powerful? Do you dare to have a match with me? Qi Ling'er said provocatively. Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Yu said indifferently, it just so happens that Mansion Master Morong gave me a chance to challenge a core disciple. I'll use this chance on you. Oh? It seems like you're quite confident. Then, I'll accept your challenge. Qi Ling'er said with a smile, however, since we're going to have a match, there's no way we can skip the bet. Go ahead. Ji Yu said indifferently. If I win, not only will you have to apologize to me, but you'll also have to become my slave and listen to my every command. Qi Ling'er said, if you win, you can decide what you want. After all, it's impossible for you to win against me. Ji Yu could only smile at Qi Ling'er's confidence. I don't have any demands if I win. All I want is for you to hand over the core disciple position to me. Ji Yu said casually. From the beginning to the end, he did not mind at all. After all, he could easily defeat Qi Ling'er even if he only used one hand. Alright, it's settled then. Qi Ling'er said, as for the date of the duel, it'll be tomorrow. There's still one day left, so you should repent for your mistakes. Ji Yu smiled but did not say a word. There was no need for him to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left. The corners of Qi Ling-er's mouth curled up slightly. When the time came, she would look for this lecture to settle the score from yesterday. At this moment, Ji was on his way back to his dorm. Since he was about to become a core disciple, there was no need for him to attend those so-called classes anymore. Although core disciples were also inner disciples, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were on a completely different level. If the difference between an outer palace student and an inner palace student was 1 level, then the difference between a core student and an inner palace student was at least 10 levels. Most of the cultivation resources in the Qianyuan martial house were concentrated on the 10 core disciples. When the time came and he had the cultivation resources, why would he need to attend classes? Not long after, Ji returned to the dormitory and began to practice martial arts leisurely. Tomorrow's duel with Qi Ling-er was not stressful for him at all. He could eat and sleep as he pleased. After an unknown amount of time, Ji was halfway through her cultivation when there was another series of knocks on the door. F***ck, could it be that Qi Ling-er again? However, Ji still walked over and opened the door. After all, it could be Jiang Yueqiu or Jiang Yuexin. When she opened the door, Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The person outside the door was Jiang Yuexin. Fortunately, it was you who came. Ji could not help but say. If that woman, Qi Ling-er, came again, he was afraid that he would really lose his temper. That woman was as annoying as she could be. Why do you say that? Jiang Yuexin felt a little puzzled and asked. Nothing. Ji shook her head and said. Jiang Yuexin did not pay much attention to it. Then, she said, by the way, where did you go? My sister and I came to find you, but you were not here. I had something to do, so I went out. Ji explained. He did not tell Jiang Yuexin about Mansion Master Morong. Although he had broken the promise with Jiang Yuexin, he did not want Jiang Yuexin to worry about him. After all, he could easily win tomorrow's duel. Well, my sister and I wanted to ask you to go to class with us, but you were not here. So, we had to go first. Jiang Yuexin said, and you did not go to class just now. Is that okay? It's okay. Ji said, by the way, what class did you guys have just now? Martial arts class. The lecture was quite good. At this time, Jiang Yuexin muttered in a low voice, although I didn't really hear it. Martial arts class, Ji thought that there was indeed no need to listen to it. Did he need anyone to teach him martial arts? When there were more interesting or useful courses, he would consider whether or not to take a look. On the same day, the news that Ji was going to duel with Qi Ling-er spread throughout the entire Qianyuan martial mansion. Many disciples were wondering who Qi Ling-er's opponent was. They had never heard of the name Ji before. Although Ji had become quite famous in the Kanglin Empire after the entrance exam and the alchemy conference, most of the disciples in the Qianyuan martial mansion rarely left the mansion. Therefore, the news had not reached their ears yet. In their view, it was impossible for Ji to be a match for Qi Ling-er. After all, Qi Ling-er was not only the disciple of the mansion master, but she was also the first on the Qianyuan list. Her strength was much stronger than the second on the list. In the entire Qianyuan martial mansion, there was no one who could defeat Qi Ling-er, let alone a person whom they had never heard of. Of course, the news had also spread to Jiang Yueqiu and Jiang Yuexin. At this time, Ji was still cultivating leisurely. They immediately came to find him. Ji, what did you do this time? Jiang Yuexin asked. I didn't cause any trouble? Ji was confused at first, but he soon realized what Jiang Yuexin was referring to. Oh, you must be talking about the duel between me and Qi Ling-er. He did not expect Qi Ling-er to be so flamboyant. She spread the news so quickly that even Jiang Yueqiu and Jiang Yuexin knew about it. He was speechless. Yes. I heard that Qi Ling-er is the strongest disciple in the Qianyuan martial mansion. Why did you provoke her? Jiang Yuexin said. It's just a small matter. Don't worry so much. Ji said casually, if I say that she is no match for me, would you believe me? I know you are strong, but don't be so complacent. No matter what, she is the first on the Qianyuan list. Jiang Yuexin reminded him. After hearing what Ji said, she wasn't so worried anymore. After all, she was quite confident in Ji strength. Yes, I'll be careful. Ji nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. At this time, Jiang Yuexin's eyes sharpened. She stared straight at Ji and said, what I'm most curious about is, how did you provoke Qi Ling? Ji was speechless for a moment. How should he explain this? I do need to ask about this. Jiang Yuechu said seriously, maybe Ji was caught by Qi Ling while she was bathing. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's words, the corners of Ji's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on her face. He was shocked. How could Jiang Yuechu guess that? He didn't tell anyone about it at all. With Qi Ling's character, it was impossible for her to reveal it. Looking at Ji's humble appearance, even Jiang Yuechu was stunned. Ji, don't tell me you really went to peek at someone bathing? Jiang Yuechu asked in disbelief. It's completely different. I just bumped into her by accident. I didn't take the initiative to peek. Ji explained, besides, how could I know that someone would bathe in the maple forest? Normal people wouldn't bathe there, right? So, you looked at her body? Jiang Yuexin didn't care so much. She only cared about the result. If I have to say, I did. Ji said truthfully. You pervert, Jiang Yuexin gritted her teeth slightly. She seemed to be angry. I won't care about you anymore. Even if you are beaten into a fool by Qi Ling, I won't care about you anymore. After saying that, Jiang Yuexin left angrily. In fact, she wasn't really angry. It was just that when she heard Ji admit that he had looked at Qi Ling's body, she felt very uncomfortable. Yuexin is just saying that. She still cares about you very much. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu looked at her younger sister's back and said to Ji at the same time. I know. Ji nodded. But you're really too much. Can't you just apologize properly after looking at someone's body? Why did you have to make such a big fuss? Jiang Yuechu rebuked Ji. No, you don't know how bad that Qi Ling's personality is. Ji couldn't help but say, although I didn't apologize, that woman wouldn't let it go even if I did. Alright. Jiang Yuechu didn't argue with Ji. She said casually, anyway, you just have to be careful tomorrow. After all, it had already happened. There was no point in saying anything else. After Jiang Yuechu left, Ji continued to practice martial arts. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Martial arts cultivation experience has reached the late stage of the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. It was late at night when Ji finally reached the late stage of the 7th level of the defensive profound realm from the middle stage of the 7th level. It was just the right time to sleep. The next day, Ji arrived at the arena of the Qianyuan martial house at the appointed time with Qi Ling. It was a huge arena. Normally, the students of the martial house would not use it casually. It was only open to the public for special duels. Qi Ling was the disciple of the martial house master and the top of the Qianyuan list. No matter who she was going to fight with, it would be a big event that would shake the entire martial house. For example, today, a large group of students of the martial house had gathered here, including many core students who had come to watch. When Ji arrived, he did not attract anyone's attention. After all, almost no one present could recognize him. Until Ji stepped into the arena with a calm face, he instantly attracted countless gazes. Who is this guy? Why is he in the arena? Is he Ji? It should be him. I thought he would be a powerful figure, but it turns out that he is just a gigolo. Is this gigolo here to be a joke? I think he can't even withstand one move from Qi Ling. He is so boring. There were at least hundreds of people around, and almost no one thought that Ji would win. Only Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin in the crowd firmly believed that Ji would not lose. Although Jiang Yuexin said that she didn't care about Ji yesterday, her body was very honest. Today, she came to see Ji early. At this time, Ji also noticed Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin and smiled at them. It was at this moment that Qi Ling seemed to have arrived as well, causing a huge commotion in the surroundings. Oh? I didn't expect you to come at the right time. Are you in such a hurry to become this lady's slave? When Qi Ling saw Jiyu on the other side of the stage, she smiled. Jiyu ignored Qi Ling again, not replying to her at all. However, in Qi Ling's eyes, it was as if Jiyu had admitted defeat. She immediately felt smug. Ling you picked this brat as your opponent. Why don't you let me compete with you instead? However, a gloomy voice suddenly came from below the stage. A young man with a sinister face walked to the side of the stage. From his tone, it seemed that he didn't care about Jiyu at all. Wu Xia, who is ranked second on the Qianyuan list, is also here. As expected, he won't miss this battle. That's for sure. I've heard that Wu Xia is interested in Qi Ling for a long time. Every time Qi Ling duels with others, he has always been there. I have to say that Senior Wu Xia and Qi Ling are quite compatible. His martial arts strength isn't too far away from Qi Ling's. The crowd started to discuss among themselves. Scram to the side. This is none of your business. Qi Ling frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you. Don't call me by that disgusting name. Ling you're still so heartless. Wu Xia shook his head sadly, but he didn't seem to be angry. Qi Ling ignored Wu Xia and looked at Jiyu again. The rules of this battle are very simple. As long as one side steps out of the boundary, loses the ability to move, or takes the initiative to admit defeat, the other side will be considered the winner. Do you have any objections? Jiyu shook his head and didn't say anything. All right. Qi Ling smiled slightly. Then, let the battle begin. There was no referee for this battle because Qi Ling was so arrogant that she didn't think there was a need for one. She could easily defeat her opponent, so why would she need to hire a referee? Jiyu's expression remained calm. The moment Qi Ling shouted, "Let the battle begin," he dashed toward Qi Ling at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Ding! Master has used the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash, 400 by 999 times. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared in front of Qi Ling. However, Qi Ling didn't realize what had happened at all. She still had a confident smile on her face. Your reaction speed is so slow. It doesn't match your confident appearance at all. At this moment, Qi Ling suddenly realized that Jiyu was already right in front of her. Her eyes narrowed in shock. She could not believe that the other party was so fast. Ding! Master has executed the low-level mystic skill, Mountain Quaking Fist. Middle-level mystic skill, All-Suppressing Fist. Obtained, experience points, 200 by 999 times. Jiyu did not execute the most powerful All-Suppressing Fist. Instead, he executed the low-level mystic skill, Mountain Quaking Fist, and he only used 30% of his strength. He lightly punched Qi Ling's lower abdomen. Qi Ling was unable to react in time, and she was hit squarely by Jiyu's punch. With a cough, she immediately bowed down like a shrimp. An unbearable pain came from her lower abdomen, and Qi Ling's face turned pale. F***CK. Aren't you a little too weak? Jiyu was dumbfounded by the sight before him. Furthermore, he had only used 30% of his strength. If he had not held back, wouldn't he have crippled Qi Ling with a single punch? His original intention was not to beat Qi Ling up badly. Instead, he wanted to make Qi Ling realize the difference in their strength. That way, Qi Ling would admit defeat. After all, no matter how terrible Qi Ling's personality was, in Jiyu's eyes, she was still an insensible little girl. Furthermore, Qi Ling was Clan Master Murong's disciple. If anything happened to her, it would be troublesome for him. At the same time, everyone below the ring was dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped to the ground, and they were at a loss for words. The entire crowd fell silent. The scene that happened on the stage just now was completely different from what they had expected. Initially, they thought that Qi Ling would be able to defeat Xianxia easily. They did not expect that Qi Ling would be the one to be defeated instead. Who in the world was this young man named Jiyu? At this moment, Qi Ling heard Jiyu's voice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't underestimate me. Do you know that I only used 30% of my strength in that punch?" Jiyu said calmly. Hearing those words, the light in Qi Ling's eyes dimmed. It was as if she had started to doubt her own existence. "I don't have time to play with you anymore. Let's end this." Following Jiyu's indifferent voice, another mountain-shaking fist blasted out. However, this time, not only did he not increase his strength, he even reduced his strength by 10%. 20% of his strength wasn't enough to beat Qi Ling too badly. Looking at Jiyu's terrifying fist, the last line of defense in Qi Ling's heart crumbled. She was afraid of pain, but what scared her the most was that she couldn't imagine how miserable her opponent's punch would make her. "No. Don't." She collapsed to the ground and cried out in despair. Seeing the tears in Qi Ling's eyes, Jiyu's eyes widened in shock as she retracted her fist. Then, he flicked his finger lightly on Qi Ling's forehead. This time, he was completely powerless. Qi Ling's eyes were still tightly shut in fear when she suddenly felt a light flick on her forehead. She subconsciously held onto her forehead as she opened her eyes and looked at Jiyu in confusion. "You. Why? This?" Qi Ling muttered with a dazed look on her face. "You're already crying. How can I bear to do it?" Jiyu was speechless. "Hurry up and admit defeat. Don't waste any more time." However, this didn't mean that he would go easy on anyone. Qi Ling was just a little bad-tempered. Besides, he was the one who had seen her body first. However, if it was a woman who had a blood feud with him, no matter how beautiful she was, he wouldn't go easy on her at all. It was only after hearing Jiyu's words that Qi Ling realized that she was really crying. She quickly wiped her tears away. Then, she decisively admitted defeat. "Then, from today onward, I'll be taking over your position. Do as you see fit." After saying those words, Jiyu turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute," but at this moment, Qi Ling called out to Jiyu in a weak voice. "Is there anything else?" Jiyu was confused. It was very unusual for Qi Ling to speak in such a tone. Can you carry me back?" Qi Ling blushed. She was too embarrassed to look Jiyu in the eye. She was obviously a shy little girl. She covered her face with one hand and covered the bottom of her skirt with the other. Jiyu was stunned for a while before he finally reacted. "Holy sh*t, don't tell me you're..." Halfway through his words, Qi Ling suddenly pushed him to the ground and covered his mouth. "Don't say it out loud." Qi Ling was so embarrassed that she scolded him softly. "Alright, I won't say it out loud. Can you get up first?" Jiyu said awkwardly. Being pressed down by Qi Ling he felt a warm and wet sensation on his pants. Sure enough, just as he had expected, Qi Ling had wet her pants. "Please, I beg of you. Carry me back." Qi Ling's face was so red that it was about to drip water. If others found out that she had wet her pants, she really didn't want to live anymore. So, she lowered her proud head and begged Jiyu for help. What's going on? Seeing how Qi Ling had pinned Jiyu to the ground, the crowd was dumbfounded once more. Didn't Qi Ling admit defeat? Furthermore, wasn't that young man named Jiyu very powerful? Why was he being suppressed by Qi Ling instead? Wu Xie's expression was both shocked and awful. He was shocked that Qi Ling had admitted defeat so quickly. As for why his expression was awful, it was because of the intimate posture between Qi Ling and Jiyu. In the arena, Jiyu sighed. "You rascal. Wouldn't it have been better if you just admitted defeat earlier?" He did not expect that Qi Ling would be so frightened that she would wet her pants. However, if he had not thrown that punch earlier, Qi Ling would not have admitted defeat so obediently. After muttering to himself, Jiyu squatted down and gestured for Qi Ling to come closer. Qi Ling's face was filled with embarrassment as she was forced to lie on Jiyu's back helplessly. This was the first time in her life that she had had such intimate contact with a strange man. This was especially so when her cold lower body came into contact with Jiyu's back. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. "Did you manage to hold on tight?" Jiyu asked. He knew that the clothes on his back were already dirty, but he did not mention it. I'm done. Qi Ling wrapped her legs around Jiyu's waist and wrapped her arms around Jiyu's neck, as she replied shyly. At this moment, she lowered her head and rested her forehead gently on the back of Jiyu's neck. I'll be leaving then. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu executed his movement skill and left the arena. He felt that he had already taught Qi Ling a lesson today. There was no need for him to embarrass her in front of so many people. After all, it was not a small matter for a top genius to wet her pants during a battle. Ding. Master has used the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash, 400 by 999 times. In just a few breaths' time, Jiyu arrived at the maple forest where she had first met Qi Ling. I'll leave you here. Go and clean yourself up. Jiyu put down Qi Ling on his back and said indifferently. With that, he left the maple forest. Ding. Master has used the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the high-level profound rank skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the initial stage of the profound rank high-grade profound skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash. At the same time, his movement technique had also improved. Qi Ling was about to say something when she found that Jiyu had disappeared. She immediately sat on the ground and covered her red and hot face with her hands. Her heart was filled with shame and despair. I can't get married. I really can't get married. Not only had her body been seen by him, but she had also wet her pants in front of him today. In comparison, winning or losing was a small matter. Today, Jiyu had replaced Qi Ling as the new number 1 on the Qianyuan list. He was also the new number 1 core disciple in the Qianyuan martial house. Now, he was completely famous in the Qianyuan martial house. Almost every disciple in the Qianyuan martial house had heard of Jiyu. The news of him forcing Qi Ling to admit defeat with just 2 punches had spread throughout the Qianyuan martial house. Many elders in the Qianyuan martial house guessed that Jiyu was the same person who had made a name for himself in the alchemy conference. Therefore, they all came to visit Jiyu. During this period of time, Jiyu received many greeting gifts from the various elders. There were elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, materials, and so on. However, there were no gold coins. As for why there were no gold coins, it was because the common currency in the Qianyuan martial house was something called contribution points. It was said that in order to ensure balance, the Qianyuan martial house only allowed students to use contribution points to make transactions. Originally, Jiyu was thinking about how to deal with these things. After a few days, Qi Ling came to visit again. Why are you here again? Jiyu said with a face full of misfortune. He thought that it would be Jian Yuechu or Jian Yuexin. He did not expect that it would be Qi Ling who he had not seen for a few days. What do you mean by that expression and tone? Qi Ling said angrily, how dare you embarrass me in front of so many people last time? I won't let you off so easily. She was extremely embarrassed when she thought about what had happened last time. That's your own problem. What does it have to do with me? Jiyu rolled her eyes at Qi Ling. Sure enough, this woman still didn't change her nature. She was still as unreasonable as ever. You. This. Qi Ling was about to flare up, but she held it in. After all, she knew very well that she couldn't win against her. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with her, so she went straight to the point. Speak. Why are you looking for me this time? My master is looking for you again. Qi Ling said. Okay, before he could finish his sentence, Jiyu instantly used the 1000 illusory flash and disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Jiyu didn't even wait for her, Qi Ling was infuriated. However, she knew that it was meaningless to be angry here, so she immediately chased after her. At this moment, Jiyu had already arrived at the Purple Gold Palace. May I ask why Mansion Master has summoned me here this time? Jiyu asked. I heard that you defeated my disciple, Qi Ling. First of all, I want to know one thing. Did something happen between you and my disciple? Morongzili sat on the high platform in the Purple Gold Palace as usual. Indeed, something did happen between me and Qi Ling. Ji Yu nodded honestly. Alright, let's get down to business, Morongzili said. Morongzili said, although you and my disciple don't get along well with each other, I hope you can tolerate her. Before Ji Yu could say anything, Morongzili added, as a condition, I can personally accept the Jiang sisters as my disciples. What do you think? Then, I'll have to trouble you, Mansion Master. A hint of surprise flashed across Ji Yu's eyes, but she accepted it decisively. In fact, it was very easy to deal with a woman like Qi Ling. All she had to do was ignore her. In any case, this was a task that he could easily complete without any effort. Moreover, he could make Mansion Master Morong accept Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin as his disciples. There was no reason for him to refuse. This is the only thing I want to tell you. You can go back now. Morongzili said. Alright. After that, Ji Yu left the Violet Gold Hall. Even though he did not know why Manor Head Morong would specially call him over for such a small matter, he was too lazy to think too much about it. After all, this was a matter that would only benefit him and not harm him. Watching Ji Yu leave, Morongzili looked pensive. Ling Master can only help you to this extent. As for whether you can succeed or not, that will depend on your luck. On the way back, Ji Yu ran into Qi Ling who was rushing over. You're done so quickly? Upon seeing Ji Yu walking over, Qi Ling exclaimed in surprise. It's just a small matter. Naturally, it won't take up much time. Ji Yu said calmly. What small matter? Qi Ling asked curiously. You don't need to know. After saying this, Ji Yu left. You're really pissing me off. Qi Ling stomped her feet in anger. His attitude and tone always made her feel very uncomfortable. Even though she had always hated men, she had never hated a man so much before. Apart from that, she felt that there was a special feeling mixed in with her hatred. However, she could not tell what kind of feeling it was. Soon, Ji Yu returned to the dormitory. He planned to start dealing with the gifts that the elders had sent him. First was the pills. Without even thinking about it, he ate them directly. Ding! Master has consumed a superior second-grade medicinal pill. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10,000*999 times. Ding! Master has consumed a medium grade 2 pill. Martial path cultivation experience points gained, 7,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, your martial path cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of 7th level defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations Master, your martial path cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of 7th level defensive profound realm. Even though the elders were very sincere, these pills were not very effective for Ji Yu at the moment. After eating a lot of grade 2 pills, his martial path cultivation had only broken through to the peak of 7th level defensive profound realm. He was only one step away from 8th level defensive profound realm. As for the materials, Ji Yu kept them in his storage ring. Next, he did not pay attention to the mystic skills, cultivation methods, and other miscellaneous things. Instead, his eyes fell on a green longsword. He did not recognize the name of the green longsword, but he knew that it was a precious weapon. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. Naturally, there was no lack of weapons. Swords, knives, spears, staffs, and so on were all very common weapons. However, as a martial cultivator's cultivation increased, ordinary weapons were increasingly unable to satisfy their needs. In that case, he would naturally need a higher grade artifact. Treasured weapons were superior to ordinary weapons. From the lowest to the highest, they were divided into 9 grades, including lower, middle, and upper grades. A treasured artifact could greatly increase the strength of a martial cultivator. For example, if a martial cultivator at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage possessed an inferior grade 1 treasured artifact, then he would be practically invincible against those at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Even challenging those at the 4th level of the body tempering stage would not be a problem. As for the cyan sword in front of Ji Yu, according to the original owner, it was a medium-grade 2nd-grade treasure. Moreover, it had just been forged not long ago and had yet to be named. After some consideration, Jiyu decided to name it Cyan Vein Sword. The entire sword was cyan in color, and the body of the sword was engraved with mysterious patterns. The name Cyan Vein Sword was very fitting. With this Cyan Vein Sword, Jiyu's strength had increased by another level. However, if I want to truly unleash the power of this sword, I'll have to learn the way of the sword. Jiyu thought to herself. If one did not understand the way of the sword, no matter how high the grade of the sword was, it would not be of much use in his hands. Let's give it a try. In terms of sword Dao, I should be able to get 999 times the experience. Jiyu began to test out her idea. She raised the green vein sword and waved it around. He realized that this cyan vein sword was quite heavy. Even though he had a lot of strength, he did not feel particularly relaxed. If it was a normal first-level defensive profound realm martial artist, they might not even be able to lift the green vein sword. Just as Jiyu swung the cyan vein sword, the system beeped as expected. Ding! Master brandished the sword, basic sword technique experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic sword technique has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic sword technique has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic sword technique has successfully broken through to the dominating refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic sword technique has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding! It has been detected that basic sword technique has reached the perfection realm, automatically upgrading to the low yellow rank profound skill grass wood sword technique. As expected, he obtained a sword art after swinging his sword casually. Jiyu still wanted to continue using her grass wood swordsmanship and try to raise her swordsmanship to the profound level as soon as possible. However, he didn't want to practice swordsmanship in the dormitory because it would easily break the things in the dormitory. After that, Jiyu set off for the Hall of Swordsmanship. Although he had never been to the Sword Dao main hall, he had heard that there was a special place for the martial house's students to practice their swordsmanship. Before long, he arrived at the Great Hall of Swordsmanship. Jiyu looked around and found that there were quite a lot of people in the Great Hall of Swordsmanship. Perhaps it was because many people liked to use swords. At the same time, many people in the hall also noticed Jiyu walking in. Isn't that Jiyu? Is he here to practice his swordsmanship? What? Oh, I didn't see it. It can't be. You said that guy is Jiyu who defeated Qi Ling-er? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like him at all. I don't think so either. I thought it was a tall and strong man, but he did defeat Qi Ling-er. Even the martial house master has acknowledged his identity as the chief disciple, so there's nothing to say. This was the first time most of the people were seeing the famous Jiyu, so they were discussing him enthusiastically. Jiyu didn't care about what these people were saying at all. He walked into the hall and began to practice his swordsmanship. Ding! Master has performed grasswood sword. Experience gained from grasswood sword, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed grasswood sword. Experience gained from grasswood sword, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your low yellow rank profound skill, grasswood sword art, has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Ding! It has been detected that the inferior yellow rank grasswood sword art has reached the perfection stage. It has been upgraded to the intermediate yellow rank wither sword art. Soon, Jiyu upgraded the sword art to the intermediate yellow rank. Most of the people in the surroundings were watching Jiyu practice the sword art because Jiyu's reputation in the Qianyuan martial house had been known by everyone. What? So this guy's sword art is not that good. I thought his sword art was very strong when I saw that the sword in his hand was not ordinary. But it seems that I thought too much. Maybe he just started learning the sword Dao. I haven't seen him use a sword since the day he fought with Qi Ling-er. Many people could see that the sword art Jiyu had just performed was at most an inferior yellow rank sword art. However, Jiyu completely ignored the discussions around him. He did not care what these people thought of him at all. However, just as he was about to practice the wither sword art, an ear-piercing voice sounded. How dare you show off such a trashy sword art in the Sword Dao Hall? This voice sounded familiar to Jiyu. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a young man with a sinister look walking over. This person was Wuxia. Oh? So it's the chief disciple. Wuxia said in a sarcastic tone, I'm really sorry. The sword art you just performed was too low level. I didn't expect it to be you. Even a fool could see that Wuxia was deliberately saying such words to disgust Jiyu. I didn't think that Senior Wuxia would come as well. This is going to be interesting. I heard that in the duel a few days ago, not only did Jiyu defeat Qi Ling, she even took advantage of her. Wuxia was present at the scene at that time. Given his petty nature, I'm sure he wouldn't be happy to see that. That's right. Wuxia has been chasing after Qi Ling for almost half a year, but he couldn't even touch her. Now that he has the chance, he's going to make fun of Jiyu. However, everyone in the surroundings seemed to be enjoying the show. Many people were even gloating over Wuxia's misfortune. They were happy to see Wuxia mock Jiyu. Because Jiyu had suddenly risen from an outer palace student to a chief student, even if her strength was indeed very strong, it still made many people feel that it was unfair. Jiyu's gaze turned cold. This Wuxia was clearly here to pick a fight. But he clearly didn't know this guy, so he couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. Why didn't you continue to use your noob sword technique? Ha ha ha. This time, Wuxia was even more insatiable. He laughed arrogantly. When the surrounding martial house students heard Wuxia's words, they also burst into laughter. Jiyu's expression gradually turned cold, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to tell these people to shut up and get lost, but he couldn't do it directly. This was because the Qianyuan martial house had a rule that forbade any martial house students to fight outside the arena. Those who violated the rule would be severely punished. It was precisely because of this rule that Wuxia dared to be so arrogant in front of Jiyu. After all, Wuxia was not stupid. He knew that his strength was far inferior to Jiyu's. If they were in the arena, he definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. However, at this moment, an old man slowly walked in with a black cloth package in his hand. The black cloth package was not completely wrapped, and a black corner that looked like a stone could be seen. Elder Fu. Elder Fu is here. Quiet down. Shoo. As soon as the old man walked in, some of the students exclaimed softly. Immediately, the noise in the arena became much lower. Jiyu just glanced at the old man slightly and didn't pay too much attention to him. However, the moment he came back to his senses, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Master took a look at the sword mark stone tablet and activated 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the incomplete sword intent. Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, a sharp aura burst out from his body uncontrollably, like a lonely mountain peak that suddenly broke through the clouds. Elder Fu, who was slowly moving forward, suddenly stopped. A bright light flashed in his deep eyes. The surrounding martial house students were shocked. They didn't know what had happened. Only Wuxia was shocked. He had a profound understanding of Sword Dao, so he could feel that Jiyu had comprehended the half-step sword intent. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that this was real. Just a moment ago, the other party was only able to play around with low-grade yellow-grade sword skills. How could he suddenly comprehend half-step sword intent? How could such a thing happen? Jiyu was confused. He didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. At this moment, the sword profound flooded into his mind like a tidal wave breaking through a dam, and was completely absorbed by him. What was going on? How could he suddenly comprehend the half-step sword intent? Wait, the sword mark stone tablet. Was it the old man's thing? After thinking for a moment, Jiyu's eyes returned to the old man's hand. He just glanced at it casually. This time, he noticed that there was a black thing in the old man's hand. That black thing was probably the sword mark stone tablet mentioned by the system. At this time, his eyes met the old man's. How did you comprehend the half-step sword intent? Elder Fu asked in a low and hoarse voice. Half-step sword intent? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even Wu Xia, who had the highest attainment in sword Dao in the martial house, hadn't comprehended the half-step sword intent. How could it be that Jiyu, who only knew a rookie sword skill, had comprehended it? I comprehended it from the sword mark stone tablet in the elder's hand. Jiyu said calmly. Elder Fu was shocked. Not only did he recognize the sword mark stone tablet, but he also comprehended the half-step sword intent. He had never seen such a terrifying talent in sword Dao. The surrounding martial house students were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Although they didn't notice what the elder was holding, they were familiar with the sword mark stone tablet. It was a stone tablet carved with the sword mark of a sword Dao master. If one looked at it carefully, it would be helpful to one's sword Dao. However, that also depended on the person. If it was a mediocre person with insufficient comprehension, even if he stuck the sword mark stone tablet on his face all the time, it would be useless. They still remembered that Senior Wu Xia had borrowed this sword mark stone tablet from Elder Fu. However, after half a month, Senior Brother Wu Xia only managed to comprehend a little bit from it. In the end, he could only give up and return the sword mark stone tablet to Elder Fu. But this Jiyu, Elder Fu had only been in here for less than a minute, and she had already comprehended the half-step sword intent. It was as simple as eating and drinking. This wasn't a sword Dao novice who only knew low-grade yellow-ranked sword arts. This was a freak. They even suspected that Jiyu had only just come into contact with the sword Dao. The inferior yellow-ranked sword art that he had practiced earlier might have just been a test run for him. In fact, their guess was pretty close to the mark. Many of them didn't believe it. They carefully observed the sword mark stone tablet in Elder Fu's hand. However, other than feeling that this thing looked a little black, he didn't feel anything at all. They were going crazy. It was really annoying to compare oneself to others, especially Wu Xia. He was completely dumbfounded. He had studied the half-step sword intent for so many years, but he still couldn't comprehend it. However, Jiyu comprehended it in an instant. Had he been living like a dog all these years? Wu Xia began to doubt his life. His mind was blank. At this time, Elder Fu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." While speaking, he continued to walk inside. Okay. Jiyu followed Elder Fu's footsteps almost without hesitation. At this time, no one dared to mock Jiyu anymore. There was only deep envy and regret in their eyes. They envied Jiyu because not only did she have extraordinary martial arts strength, but she also had a freakish talent in the sword Dao. They regretted mocking Jiyu just now. They only hoped that she wouldn't take their trash talk to heart. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to survive in the Qianyuan martial house in the future. Because a freak with terrifying martial arts and sword Dao would definitely be valued by the martial house master and the elders. At that time, she could put them to death with just a word. As for Wu Xia, he hadn't recovered at all. He was still doubting his life. Ding! Master has taken a step. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Jiyu followed Elder Fu to a secret chamber. Elder, what are you doing? Looking around the secret chamber, Jiyu was puzzled. Elder Fu did not say anything. Instead, he first lifted the black cloth on the sword mark stone tablet. A small piece of seemingly ordinary black stone tablet was engraved with a deep sword mark. This sword mark contained a mysterious and terrifying sword intent. Jiyu only took a glance and was deeply attracted by this sword mark. You should be the Jiyu who defeated Qi Ling a few days ago, right? Elder Fu asked at this moment. In fact, he had already guessed it. He just wanted to confirm it. That's right. Jiyu nodded. Can you still have an epiphany? Elder Fu placed the sword mark stone tablet in front of Jiyu and asked with anticipation in his eyes. Jiyu was about to say that she could still have an epiphany, but she suddenly thought of something and immediately changed her words. I don't think so anymore. However, if I can comprehend the sword mark stone tablet for a long time, it might be different. That's true. Epiphany is a rare thing. It's almost impossible to have it twice in a row. Elder Fu nodded slightly. Even so, he still felt a little regretful. By the way, Do you mean that if you comprehend the sword mark stone tablet for a long time, it's possible to have an epiphany? At this moment, Elder Fu finally realized the meaning of Ji Yu's words and quickly asked. That's what I mean. Ji Yu nodded. Then I can lend this sword mark stone tablet to you for a while. Anyway, I don't have much use for it. This way, you can comprehend it to your heart's content. Elder Fu said generously. Thank you, Elder. Ji Yu did not expect Elder Fu to be so generous and quickly thanked him. Elder Fu handed the sword mark stone tablet to Ji Yu and said, Okay, you can go back now. If you have any questions about the sword principle in the future, you can come to the sword principle hall to find me at any time. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Ji Yu was overjoyed and said gratefully. Then, he left the secret room. Elder Fu watched as Ji Yu walked out of the secret chamber. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, he had wanted to take Ji Yu as his personal disciple, but Ji Yu's talent in the sword Dao was too terrifying. He felt that he was not qualified to be Ji Yu's master, and was worried that he would hinder Ji Yu's limitless future. He firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before the Kanglan Empire had another Grandmaster swordsman. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Ji Yu put the sword mark stone tablet into his storage ring. At this time, when he walked out of the sword principal hall, the surrounding people suddenly became extremely quiet. They didn't even dare to look at Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't bother to pay attention to these guys. He walked out of the sword principal hall with a calm face and glanced at Wu Xia indifferently. Wu Xia had already calmed down a little, but when he saw Ji Yu's disdainful look, he suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Just now, he had mocked Ji Yu for using a novice sword technique, but in the blink of an eye, he had comprehended the incomplete sword intent. He only felt an inexplicable burning sensation on his face, as if there was an invisible slap on his face. However, just as Ji Yu was about to walk out of the sword principal hall, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking toward him. Qi Ling what was this girl doing here? The owner of the beautiful figure in front of him was Qi Ling However, Ji Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this girl. He continued to walk forward as if he didn't see her. At this time, Qi Ling also saw Ji Yu. She immediately quickened her pace to greet him, but Ji Yu walked past her. Qi Ling's face stiffened, and she immediately scolded, Hey, don't ignore me. You're here for me? Ji Yu had no choice but to turn around and say helplessly. Otherwise? Qi Ling said arrogantly, I heard that you were practicing here, so I came to take a look. Sorry, I've already finished practicing. Ji Yu didn't give Qi Ling any face and said coldly, So, you can go back now. You ungrateful brat, it's your blessing to be able to watch you practice. Qi Ling pointed her slender finger at Ji Yu and said angrily. I can't accept this blessing. Let whoever wants to accept it. Just don't come looking for me. Ji Yu shrugged and sighed. Stop right there. Qi Ling's face turned red when she realized that she couldn't win against Ji Yu. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous just because you won against me last time. Do you dare to compete with me in sword principle? As soon as Qi Ling's words came out, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Heavens, is this girl a fool? She actually wants to compete with that freak Ji Yu in sword principle? Qi Ling's talent and strength in the sword Dao were both on par with Wu Xia, and she was even slightly stronger than him. However, Ji Yu had comprehended the incomplete sword intent. She was on a completely different level from Wu Xia's. All of the martial house students present had witnessed how terrifying Ji Yu's sword Dao was, and they all thought that Qi Ling was just asking for trouble. However, Qi Ling was completely unaware of this. She also didn't know that Ji Yu had comprehended the incomplete sword intent. She had a look of confidence on her face because the person who had just reported to her had said that Ji Yu only knew inferior yellow-grade sword techniques. Obviously, it was impossible for Ji Yu to surpass her in the sword Dao. I'll say it again. You can compete with whoever you want, but don't come looking for me. I'm not interested in that. Ji Yu said indifferently, also, if you act like you did last time, I don't want to be dirted by you again. He was naturally referring to the incident where Qi Ling was so scared that she wet her pants. That's all. Goodbye. After saying that, Ji Yu instantly disappeared. Ding. Master has used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The 1000 illusions myriad flash has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. At this moment, Qi Ling finally realized what Jiyu meant. She was instantly enraged and humiliated to the extreme. She kept cursing Jiyu in her heart. Seeing how furious Qi Ling was, no one in the surroundings dared to say anything. They didn't dare to provoke this little princess unless they were tired of living. After a long while, Qi Ling finally calmed down. Jiyu must be very weak in the sword Dao. That's why she doesn't dare to compete with me. Qi Ling snorted inwardly, humph. I've finally found this fellow's weakness. Little did she know that Jiyu only found Qi Ling annoying. At this moment, Jiyu had already returned to the dormitory. He then took out the sword-marked stone tablet from his storage ring and planned to start improving his sword intent. He focused his attention on the sword-marked stone tablet. Ding. Master has looked at the sword-marked stone tablet for 1 minute. Experience gained from half-step sword intent, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has looked at the sword-marked stone tablet for 1 minute. Experience gained from half-step sword intent, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 10% half-step sword intent. About half an hour later, Jiyu's sword intent transformed. At this moment, his sword essence was rising steadily, and his swordsmanship had also improved a lot. Originally, he should have had no talent in swordsmanship, but after being forcibly increased by 999 times by the system, he instantly soared. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 20% half-step sword intent. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 30% half-step sword intent. After a day, Jiyu's half-step sword intent had reached 30% half-step sword intent. On that day, Jiyu's performance in the Sword Dao Hall once again shocked the entire Qianyuan martial mansion. He had comprehended the half-step sword intent, everyone knew what this meant. In the entire Kanglan Empire, there was probably no one who could compare with Jiyu's terrifying talent in swordsmanship. After this news spread out, no one in the Qianyuan martial mansion dared to underestimate Jiyu anymore. Even if they could not suck up to him, they felt that they should at least stay away from him. The next day, Jiyu was talking to an old man. This old man was the Grand Elder of Alchemy in the Qianyuan martial mansion. His name was Zhuang Mingyan. Ever since Jiyu's real identity was exposed to the higher-ups of the Qianyuan martial mansion, Zhuang Mingyan began to pester Jiyu from time to time. Wasn't that why he was here again today? Jiyu, this old man is begging you. Can you become this old man's personal disciple? Zhuang Mingyan begged in a low voice, once you agree, I'll teach you everything I've learned in my life. I'll even give you the position of Grand Elder of Alchemy. You have to think about it carefully. Jiyu did not know what to say. He felt very embarrassed when a Grand Elder of Alchemy behaved in this manner in front of him. He had rejected him in a euphemistic way before, but it did not work at all. If he rejected him too directly, it would be too disrespectful to the Grand Elder. However, he did not want to be anyone's disciple. After all, he was used to being free and did not want to be restricted. Even if Zhuang Mingyan gave him the position of Grand Elder of Alchemy, he was not very willing because he would not be able to leave the Qianyuan martial mansion at all. Besides, he had the system, so he did not need anyone to teach him alchemy. Seeing that Jiyu did not say a word, Zhuang Mingyan became even more anxious. He said desperately, how about this? You can tell me if you are not satisfied with anything. I'll definitely satisfy you. No matter what dissatisfaction or request Jiyu made, Zhuang Mingyan would try his best to satisfy Jiyu. After all, an alchemy genius like Jiyu was hard to come by in 10,000 years. There would not be a second one in the entire Azure Water Empire. He had to seize this opportunity to pass on his alchemy skills. Except for Jiyu, no one in the Qianyuan martial house could become an inheritor that he was satisfied with. Jiyu thought about it and said, actually, I don't want to be restricted by others. Before Jiyu could finish her words, Zhuang Mingyan couldn't help but say, that's easy. You can be my disciple and I won't restrict you. Zhuang Mingyan interrupted her words, so Ji Yu didn't know what to say. He couldn't directly say that Zhuang Mingyan wasn't qualified to be his master. That would be too disrespectful. Seeing that Ji Yu didn't say anything, Zhuang Mingyan was even more anxious. Afraid that Ji Yu would refuse again, Zhuang Mingyan immediately compromised, "You just need to be my disciple. It's equivalent to being my disciple in name. It won't affect you at all. I'll still pass on all my alchemy skills to you." He had been entangled with Ji Yu for so long. From the beginning to the end, he wanted Ji Yu to pass on his alchemy skills. Ji Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded, "I accept." Since the Grand Elder had already compromised to this extent, he had nothing to say. Moreover, this level of compromise was almost beneficial to him. "Great, that's great." Zhuang Mingyan was very excited. "When you have time, you can come to the alchemy hall directly to find me. At that time, I'll pass on all my alchemy skills to you." "Thank you for your kindness, Elder," Ji Yu said. "Then I'll go back now." "You can't go back on your words later," Zhuang Mingyan said. "Don't worry, Elder. I'm not an untrustworthy person," Ji Yu said. Zhuang Mingyan smiled and said, "I'll wait for you in the alchemy hall." After walking out of Ji Yu's dormitory, Zhuang Mingyan was in a very good mood. He had finally found the most suitable inheritor, and he no longer had to worry about his inheritance being broken day and night. However, not long after he left the dormitory, his expression gradually became dignified, as if he had a lot on his mind. In the room, Ji Yu organized her things as if nothing had happened. The alchemy Grand Elder had already compromised to such an extent, so he naturally didn't need to care about those things anymore. Right now, he was preparing to head to the Great Hall of Swordsmanship to practice his swordsmanship. He wanted to level up his swordsmanship as soon as possible. Once he broke through to Tongxian realm and his swordsmanship had reached mystic level or above, he would be able to return to Chaoyang Ancient City and seek revenge on that old dog, Lin Zhanshan. He still remembered the enmity of being seriously injured back then. Although Lin Zhanshan was one of the top powerhouses in Chaoyang Ancient City, the overall martial arts strength in Chaoyang Ancient City was not high. At most, Lin Zhanshan's cultivation level would not exceed LV3 Tongxian realm. Ji Yu felt that with his current strength, he was already invincible under Tongxian realm. He might be able to fight against those who had just entered Tongxian realm. Once he entered Tongxian realm, it would be more than enough to deal with that old dog, Lin Zhanshan. As for that Chen Yan who was barely surviving, Ji Yu didn't have the chance to deal with him yet. When he had the chance, he would definitely deal with Chen Yan. As long as it was someone who had a grudge against him, he wouldn't let any of them go. At this moment, Ji Yu had already arrived at the swordsmanship hall. Those martial house students who were practicing their swordsmanship immediately hid far away when they saw Ji Yu. At the very least, they distanced themselves from Ji Yu by a few meters. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Ji Yu, but they were too embarrassed to curry favor with him. Hence, they could only hide. Ji Yu didn't care about their actions and continued practicing his swordsmanship. Ding! Master has performed the Kuxuan swordsmanship. Kuxuan swordsmanship obtained experience points, 50 by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed the Kuxuan swordsmanship. Kuxuan swordsmanship obtained experience points, 50 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Kuxuan swordsmanship has successfully broken through to the Greater Mastery stage. Ding! It has been detected that the intermediate yellow rank Kuxuan swordsmanship has reached perfection and has automatically upgraded to the advanced yellow rank Fallen Leaf swordsmanship. After practicing for half a day, Ji Yu had successfully maxed out the Kuxuan swordsmanship and obtained the advanced yellow rank Fallen Leaf swordsmanship. Ji Yu did not stop at all and immediately began to practice the Fallen Leaf sword technique. The surrounding martial house students were all dumbfounded. They could clearly see that Ji Yu's sword technique was getting stronger and stronger. This kind of speed of improvement made them all dumbfounded. It could only be said that as expected of a monster who crushed Wu Xia in terms of talent in the sword Dao, this was not something that could be done by a human. Ding! Master has performed the Fallen Leaf sword technique. Fallen Leaf sword technique obtained experience points, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed the Fallen Leaf Sword Technique. Fallen Leaf Sword Technique obtained experience points, 100 by 999 times. After practicing the Fallen Leaf Sword Technique for a while, Jiyu could feel that the Fallen Leaf Sword Technique would soon reach the small success stage. However, at this moment, an old and hoarse voice sounded. Jiyu, your sword technique doesn't seem to be strong? The person who came was the Sword Dao Grand Elder in charge of the Sword Dao Hall, Elder Fu. That's right, because I haven't been in contact with the Sword Dao for long. Jiyu stopped the sword in his hand and said humbly. Hearing Jiyu's words, Elder Fu could not help but sigh in his heart. The young man in front of him had only been in contact with the Sword Dao for a short while, but he had already comprehended the half-step sword intent. Thinking back to when he was the other party's age, he had already studied the Sword Dao for 2 to 3 years, but he was far inferior to the other party. With such a terrifying talent in the Sword Dao, if this young man was given another year, he would probably stand at the peak of the Sword Dao in the entire Kanglin Empire. Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll practice my sword technique first. At this moment, Jiyu said. Wait, come with me for a moment. Elder Fu said. Okay. Jiyu did not hesitate and immediately followed Elder Fu out of the Sword Dao Hall. I don't think there's a need for you to practice such an ordinary sword technique. With your talent in the Sword Dao, you can go to the Scripture Pavilion and choose a profound rank or above sword technique to practice. Outside the Sword Dao Hall, Elder Fu continued to speak. It was impossible for him to know that Jiyu's sword technique could automatically level up, so he thought that Jiyu was wasting her time practicing a yellow rank sword technique. Jiyu thought for a while and felt that what Elder Fu said was indeed reasonable. Then I will go to the Scripture Pavilion to take a look later. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Although he could continuously improve the realm and grade of his swordsmanship, compared to directly learning a profound level swordsmanship, the latter would definitely be more efficient. It's good that you can understand this. Elder Fu nodded with a slightly gratified look in his eyes. I will inform the old man in charge of the Scripture Depository. You can directly enter the 4th floor of the Scripture Depository later. You don't need any contribution points. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Jiyu bowed respectfully. In fact, he had a lot of contribution points on him, which were all given to him by the elders before. It was more than enough to exchange for an ordinary mystic rank sword technique manual. However, to be able to directly enter the 4th floor of the Scripture Pavilion and obtain a higher level sword technique manual for free was naturally the best. Jiyu had learned before that the Scripture Depository could be said to be a place in the Qianyuan martial house that specialized in storing cultivation methods, mystic skills, secret techniques, and other secret techniques. It also provided a place for the martial house's students to choose from. However, not everyone could enter the Scripture Depository casually because it had a very strict system. The martial house's students were roughly divided into outer palace students and inner palace students, but the two had a more detailed division. The outer palace students were further divided into the outer palace students and the official outer palace students, and the inner palace students were further divided into the ordinary inner palace students and the core inner palace students. For example, the outer palace students could only enter the 1st floor of the Scripture Depository at most. They were not qualified to enter the higher floors. That was why the outer palace students could enter the 2nd floor of the Scripture Depository, and so on. Only the core inner palace students could enter the 4th floor of the Scripture Depository. Since there was such a strict classification, the secret techniques on each floor of the Scripture Depository were naturally very different. The 1st floor only had low-level yellow-rank secret techniques. The 2nd floor had middle-level and high-level yellow-rank secret techniques. The 3rd floor had low-level mystic rank secret techniques. The 4th floor had middle-level and high-level mystic rank secret techniques. In fact, there was a 5th floor of the Scripture Depository, but it was a mysterious place that not even the core disciples could enter. It was said that there were earth-level secret techniques stored there, and in the entire Qianyuan martial house, only the martial house master could enter. After all, earth-level secret techniques were not a joke, and there were only a few of them in the entire Kanglin Empire. Of course, having the qualifications to enter the Scripture Depository was one thing, and having enough contribution points to exchange for a secret technique was another. The higher the level of the secret technique, the more contribution points needed to exchange for it. For example, GU's contribution points might not be enough to exchange for a high-level mystic rank sword technique manual. This freeloading opportunity was extremely precious. He naturally had to seize this opportunity and go to the 4th floor of the scripture depository to choose a high-level mystic rank sword technique that was most suitable for him. With the help of Elder Fu, GU obtained the right to enter the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion and choose any secret book for free. The scripture pavilion of the Qianyuan martial house was a 5-story wooden building. As soon as GU entered the scripture pavilion, he noticed a sloppy old man sitting on a wooden chair and snoring. However, he knew that this sloppy old man was not an ordinary person, but the elder who was in charge of the scripture pavilion. GU bowed slightly to the elder of the scripture pavilion and then went up the stairs of the scripture pavilion. Until GU disappeared at the corner of the stairs, the elder of the scripture pavilion slowly opened his eyes. At least he knows etiquette, but I don't know if his talent is as incredible as what the old man said. The elder of the scripture pavilion murmured a few words and then closed his eyes and snored again. Ding! Master has taken a step, 1,000 illusions and myriad transformations flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step, 1,000 illusions and myriad transformations flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. GU did not waste time on the 1st and 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion and directly went up to the 3rd floor. After all, the 1st and 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion only had yellow rank secret books, which were useless to him. As for the 3rd floor, he just came to have a look. He found that the 3rd floor was obviously smaller than the 1st and 2nd floor, so naturally, there were fewer secret books. Because the secret books here were all low-rank profound secret books, they were more valuable. The Qianyuan martial house was one of the 3 holy places of martial arts in the Kanglan Empire, so there were only so many low-rank profound secret books. GU found a few secret books and looked at them. Blood Dissipating Palm, Low-Rank Profound Palm Technique, Qingyuan Skill, Low-Rank Profound Technique, Dazzling Sun Sword Art, Low-Rank Profound Sword Technique. After looking at them, GU felt that these secret books were very ordinary. Furthermore, he already possessed 3 low-level profound rank profound skills, Limitless Finger, Rushing Thunder Leg and Blood Shadow Claw. Soon, he stopped paying attention to the secret manuals on the 3rd floor and prepared to ascend to the 4th floor. Because the entire scripture pavilion was surrounded by some kind of mysterious array, none of the secret manuals could be opened. Only by borrowing the secret manuals could one read them normally. As a result, GU could only see the surface of these secret manuals. Naturally, the system could not trigger the 999 times comprehension ability. Therefore, it was impossible for him to buy all the secret manuals in the Sutra Depository for free. The 4th floor of the scripture depository was only a third of the size of the 3rd floor. There were only middle-level and high-level middle-level manuals here, so they were naturally rare. After searching for a while, GU finally found a sword technique. Lone Peak of 9 Swords, Profound Rank Upper Class Profound Skill. However, just as GU grabbed the secret manual, another slender hand reached out from the opposite side. He took a closer look and found that it was Qi Ling-er who was reading the Lone Peak 9 Swords. "Why are you here?" GU asked subconsciously. In fact, the day after Qi Ling-er was defeated by him, she had defeated the person who had been ranked 3rd on the Qianyuan list. Now, Qi Ling-er had become a core disciple. However, he was not interested in asking about it, so he did not know about it. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qi Ling-er realized that it was GU who was standing opposite her. "I want to ask you why you are here," Qi Ling-er said. Qi Ling-er said arrogantly, "This sword art is what I want. Let go of me now." "I'm sorry, but I got this sword technique first." GU refused to budge. "I don't care. I want the sword technique," Qi Ling-er said unreasonably. GU did not want to continue arguing with her. He exerted a little force and pulled the sword technique manual out of Qi Ling-er's hand. However, he accidentally used a little too much force and pulled Qi Ling-er over. Qi Ling-er cried out in shock and fell toward GU uncontrollably. However, there was still a bookshelf between the two of them. Ding! Master has used 1,000 illusions myriad flash, 1,000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Just as Qi Ling was about to crash into the bookshelf, Ji Yu's reaction was extremely fast. She used her movement technique to shield Qi Ling and caught her with her hands. Qi Ling fell on Ji Yu's body, but Ji Yu didn't move at all. It was as if he had just been hit by a piece of paper. Qi Ling was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She hurriedly struggled out of Ji Yu's embrace in a panic. She pointed at Ji Yu with a face full of shame and indignation. Why you? You. What are you trying to say? What do you want to say? Ji Yu, on the other hand, had a calm expression as if nothing had happened. You're taking advantage of me again, you lecher. Qi Ling scolded. You're thinking too much. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. If it weren't for the bookshelf behind me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Ji Yu was speechless. There was a rule in the Sutra Depository that no one was allowed to destroy anything in the Sutra Depository. If he hadn't helped Qi Ling earlier, he would have been in big trouble. Qi Ling thought about it and agreed with his words. However, she was unwilling to admit defeat. That's just an excuse. I won't be fooled by you. Remember this, I won't let you off. Do whatever you want. I'll be leaving first. Ji Yu said calmly. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. Ding. Master has used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 400 by 999 times. At this moment, Ji Yu had already left the 4th floor of the Sutra Depository, so he didn't have to worry about what Qi Ling was doing on the 4th floor. He quickly went down to the 1st floor and handed the Lone Peak 9 Swords manual to the elder according to the rules of the Sutra Depository. Alright, you can borrow this sword technique now. The elder of the Sutra Depository slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the manual in Ji Yu's hand. He said, remember to return it within a month. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. I understand. After saying that, Ji Yu left the Sutra Depository. The elder of the Sutra Depository looked at Ji Yu with a deep gaze. After returning to the dormitory, Ji Yu flipped open the Lone Peak 9 Swords manual. Ding. Master took a look at the Lone Peak of 9 Swords and triggered 999 times comprehension. Ding. Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the high-grade profound rank profound skill Lone Peak of 9 Swords. With just one look, Ji Yu immediately understood the Lone Peak of 9 Swords. Not only that, but he had also mastered the Lone Peak 9 Swords. The Lone Peak of 9 Swords had a total of 9 styles. The sword momentum was extremely dangerous, like a lonely, cold mountain peak, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their heart. At this moment, Ji Yu couldn't help but practice the sword art. She immediately left the dormitory. He didn't even bother to go to the Great Hall of Swordsmanship, which was further away. He went directly to the dense forest behind the dormitory. Following the impression in her mind, Ji Yu immediately began to practice the Lone Peak of 9 Swords. Ding. Master has performed Lone Peak of 9 Swords, Lone Peak of 9 Swords experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Master has performed Lone Peak of 9 Swords, Lone Peak of 9 Swords experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Master has performed Lone Peak of 9 Swords, Lone Peak of 9 Swords experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Congratulations Master, the profound rank upper profound skill Lone Peak of 9 Swords has successfully broken through to the small success realm. With the breakthrough in the sword art realm, Ji Yu's understanding of the Lone Peak of 9 Swords had improved by a step. He estimated that with his current cultivation of the 7th level of the defensive profound realm, if he were to cultivate the Lone Peak of 9 Swords to perfection, he would be able to instantly kill any defensive profound realm martial cultivator. Unless the opponent was only half a step away from the Tongxian realm, or had a profound skill of the same level. This was because the Lone Peak of 9 Swords was not a sword art that could be casually cultivated. If an ordinary person were to cultivate the Lone Peak of 9 Swords, they would have to take the risk of breaking their meridians. Because of this, the power of the Lone Peak of 9 Swords was also extraordinary. Once it was cultivated to the peak, the power of the Lone Peak of 9 Swords would be comparable to an ordinary earth-rank sword art. However, Ji Yu had directly comprehended it through the system, so there was no risk at all. Simply put, no matter how he cultivated this lone peak of 9 swords, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to him. In the dense forest, Jiyu once again used the lone peak of 9 swords. Jiyu took a step forward, and quickly slashed out 9 consecutive swords, the sword force revealing a proud and aloof temperament. In the next moment, the big tree in front of him was easily cut down like tofu. The entire cross-section was extremely smooth, and there were almost no wrinkles at all. The power of the lone peak 9 swords is indeed amazing. Jiyu nodded with satisfaction. With this power, if he were to use the solitary 9 swords against Wu Xia, he would be able to easily cut him in half. However, he was not interested in challenging Wu Xia since fighting was not allowed in the martial palace. In the next few days, Jiyu had been practicing the lone-killing 9 swords in this dense forest. He had stored a lot of food in his storage ring, so he did not need to go out to eat every day. Ding! Master has used the Lone Peak 9 swords. Lone Peak 9 swords obtained experience points, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the Lone Peak 9 swords. Lone Peak 9 swords obtained experience points, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the superior mystic skill Lone Peak 9 swords has successfully broken through to the mastery level. Ding! Congratulations Master, the superior mystic skill Lone Peak 9 swords has successfully broken through to the mastery level. God knows how many days had passed, and Jiyu was only one step away from mastering the Lone Peak 9 swords. However, at this moment, someone broke into this dense forest. Jiyu also sensed that the other party's aura was very strong, and his cultivation was at least above the mystic mastery level. He was definitely an elder. Usually, almost no one would come into this forest, but today, an elder-level figure suddenly came. Jiyu was very concerned and stopped the Lone Peak 9 swords that he was about to use. Soon, an old figure appeared in front of him. The owner of this figure was the Pill Palace's Grand Elder, Zhuang Mingyan. My little ancestor, I've finally found you. As soon as he saw Jiyu, Zhuang Mingyan immediately cried bitterly. Elder, what is this? Seeing Elder Zhuang like this, Jiyu was a little confused. I haven't seen you for so many days, and I was so worried. Zhuang Mingyan complained. Since 3 days ago, he had sent people to search every corner of the Qianyuan martial mansion, but they still couldn't find Jiyu. Until today, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and personally made a move. He was deeply afraid that Jiyu would go back on her word. Just now, he happened to pass by the dense forest and felt a strong sword aura coming from the dense forest. He also remembered that Jiyu also had a monstrous talent in the way of the sword, so he finally found Jiyu. When he first found out that Jiyu was a genius in the way of the sword, he was shocked for a long time, so he had a deep impression of her. Elder, you don't have to do this. I won't go back on my word. Jiyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth as she said awkwardly. He could tell what Elder Zhuang was worried about. At the same time, he found it very strange. Why would an alchemy elder act so lowly in front of him? Could it be simply because he was a genius in alchemy? No matter what, it's fine as long as you're still here. Zhuang Mingyan said expectantly, are you free now? If you are, come with me to the alchemy hall. Jiyu looked at the azure veined sword in her hand for a moment, then said, I'll go with you now. The other party was so lowly that it made him feel very embarrassed. He decided to temporarily put the Lone Peak of 9 swords aside. After all, he would have plenty of time to practice the Lone Peak of 9 swords in the future. Then come with me. Zhuang Mingyan was overjoyed. After about 10 minutes, Jiyu followed Zhuang Mingyan to the alchemy hall. Compared to the sword hall, the alchemy hall structure was more complicated. The alchemy hall was divided into several areas. The first was the trading area. Martial house students could trade all kinds of pills and alchemy materials in this area, and they all had to use contribution points to do so. The second was the medicinal field area. In the Kanglan Empire, many forces had their own medicinal fields. As one of the 3 holy lands of martial arts, the Qianyuan martial house was no exception. As long as the martial house students had enough contribution points, they could gather medicinal materials here. The third was the teaching area. As the name suggested, it was a place where alchemy was taught. Every day, many Marshall House students would come here to learn alchemy. These were the three most popular areas. There were also some small areas that were not listed one by one. Zhuang Mingyan seemed to have the idea of letting Jiyu inherit his position as the alchemy hall's head elder, so he directly brought Jiyu to tour the entire alchemy hall. Jiyu saw this, but she didn't say anything. After that, Zhuang Mingyan brought Jiyu to a room where there were no outsiders, then they started to get down to business. You're quite accomplished in alchemy. I won't talk about those useless theories with you. Instead, I'll tell you some of my personal experience. Zhuang Mingyan said solemnly. I'm willing to listen to your explanation. Jiyu's expression turned serious. In the next hour, Jiyu listened to Elder Zhuang's explanation of various theories that were most suitable for practice. The theory behind alchemy knowledge was similar to what she learned in her previous life. Theories that were memorized and theories that were suitable for practice were completely different. There was a huge gap between them. Ding. Master has listened to the essence of the theory. Alchemy attainment gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has listened to the essence of the theory. Alchemy attainment gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. The knowledge that Elder Zhuang shared was indeed extraordinary. The experience points were 10 times more than what she would get from listening to alchemy lessons. After this hour, Jiyu felt that she would soon be promoted to an intermediate grade 4 alchemist. Alright, that's all I can teach you, Zhuang Mingyan said in a deep voice. Zhuang Mingyan said in a deep voice, next, this old man will teach you a unique skill. Inherited secret technique? Jiyu was a little curious. That's right. In this entire world, there won't be a second person who knows this inherited secret technique other than me. Zhuang Mingyan said, of course, you'll be the second person soon. What kind of inherited secret technique is it? Jiyu was getting more and more curious. I'll explain it to you verbally. With your talent, you should be able to remember it easily. Zhuang Mingyan's tone sounded like he was very confident in Jiyu. From what he knew, Jiyu's alchemy level was at least above an intermediate grade 3 alchemist based on her performance in the alchemy conference. It was even possible for her to become an advanced grade 3 alchemist. However, Jiyu was already a grade 4 alchemist. If Zhuang Mingyan knew about this, he would be even more humble. This was because even Zhuang Mingyan, the Grand Elder of the Qianyuan Martial Mansion, was only a superior grade 4 alchemist. What this old man is going to teach you now is a 4th grade lower level alchemy hand seal called Spirit Connection Mysterious Fire Seal, which is also the inheritance secret art that this old man just mentioned. Then, Zhuang Mingyan began to explain to Jiyu the contents and key points of the Spirit Connecting Fire Seal. This Spirit Connecting Fire Seal requires you to sense the fire element between heaven and earth. An inferior grade 4th tier alchemy hand seal was no joke. Currently, the highest level alchemy hand seal on Jiyu's body was the Cyan Light Seal of the 2nd stage that she had obtained from Yu Shiyun. Therefore, he listened very seriously, not wanting to miss a single detail. After an unknown period of time, Jiyu finally finished listening to all the contents of the Spirit Connection Xian Fire Seal. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Master has received the inheritance of the Spirit Channeling Mystical Fire Seal, increasing comprehension by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the inferior grade 4th tier alchemy hand seal, the Spirit Connection Mysterious Fire Seal. Initially, Jiyu still did not understand a lot of things, but now, she completely grasped them. You probably didn't understand it the first time, so this old man will repeat it a second time. Zhuang Mingyan said patiently. It did not matter how many times he repeated it, he would definitely repeat it until Jiyu completely understood it. There's no need to trouble Elder, I more or less understand it. At this time, Jiyu said. Oh? You understand it? Zhuang Mingyan said doubtfully, then this old man will test you to see if you understand it or not. Elder, please do as you wish. Jiyu said casually. After a few minutes, Zhuang Mingyan was completely convinced. No matter how tricky his questions were, Jiyu would always be able to answer them immediately without any mistakes. He could not help but be shocked by Jiyu's terrifying talent again, but at the same time, he was glad that he managed to win over such a monster. No, it was not enough to describe her as a monster, she could be called a prodigy. A prodigy was above a monster. There could be many monsters in the entire Kanglan Empire's alchemy world, but there could only be one prodigy. In Zhuang Mingyan's heart, Jiyu was that one and only prodigy. Suddenly, Zhuang Mingyan's face became very serious. Jiyu, your alchemy talent is far beyond this old man's. This old man has no right to ask you to do anything. This old man only hopes that you can pass on this secret technique. The atmosphere was so heavy that Jiyu fell silent. At this time, Zhuang Mingyan fell into a moment of hesitation, as if he was considering whether he should say something. After hesitating for a while, he decided not to say it out loud. You can stay here or go back and learn the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. It will be of great help to your future alchemy. Zhuang Mingyan's expression returned to normal. I understand. Jiyu nodded. As for Elder Zhuang's request, he would do what he could. He could not guarantee that the inheritance would not be broken, but as long as he was alive, he would be able to continue the inheritance. After all, he had already learned the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. After that, Jiyu left. Zhuang Mingyan's expression was slightly relieved, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. The reason why he said that the spirit-channeling profound fire seal was an inherited technique that no one other than him knew about, was because he was the only one left in his family. Even he did not know why his family was destroyed overnight. At that time, he was still young and carrying out a mission outside. When he returned the next day, he found that everyone except him was dead. As the young master of the Zhuang family, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving and passing down the inheritance. It was almost impossible for him to revive the family. The only thing he could do was to pass down the family's inheritance. After that, he came to the Kanglan Empire and joined the Qianyuan martial house, hoping to find a successor. However, after staying in the Qianyuan martial house for so many years, he could not find a suitable candidate. Just as he was about to give up, a young genius named Jiyu appeared out of nowhere and gave him hope again. This was also why he was willing to pay any price to let Jiyu accept the inheritance. Looking back on the past, Zhuang Mingyan sighed. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, it's time for me to find out the secret of my family's destruction, Zhuang Mingyan thought to himself. Even if it was very dangerous, he had to do it. Now that he had nothing to worry about, he no longer cared about life and death. In the next few days, other than practicing the Lone Peak 9 swords, Jiyu also practiced the other mystic skills. As for the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal, he planned to leave it for last. After all, he was not in a hurry to improve his alchemy skills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the mystic skill Lone Peak 9 swords has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low profound rank profound skill Limitless Finger has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low profound rank profound skill Rushing Thunder Leg has successfully broken through to the perfection of perfection realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low profound rank profound skill Blood Shadow Claw has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. In the past few days, Jiyu had trained Lone Peak 9 swords, Limitless Finger, Rushing Thunder Leg and Blood Shadow Claw to perfection. After that, Jiyu began to cultivate the Spirit Connection mystical fire seal. He took out a pill furnace and a pile of pill refinement materials from his storage ring. These pill refinement materials were given to him by the elders from before. Ding! It has been detected that Master has begun to refine grade 2 pills. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. The levels of these pill refining materials were not high, but it did not matter. In any case, he only wanted to raise the level of the spirit channeling profound fire seal. Starting to refine pills, Jiyu immediately activated the Spirit Connection Xian fire seal. Ding! Master has activated the Spirit Connection Xian fire seal. The experience gained from the Spirit Connection Xian fire seal, 1500 by 999 times. Jiyu felt the fire element between heaven and earth and resonated with it, causing the flames used to refine pills to no longer be ordinary. In just a few minutes, he had successfully concocted a superior grade 2 pill. Ding! Master has refined a grade 2 superior grade pill. The experience gained from alchemy attainments, 400 by 999 times. In less than an hour, Jiyu had finished refining all the ingredients. Ding! Master has concocted a middle grade second grade medicinal pill. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 300 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used Mystical Spirit Fire Seal. Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, gained experience, 1500 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to become a medium grade 4 alchemist. Ding! Congratulations Master, Mystical Spirit Fire Seal has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. Originally, Jiyu's alchemy attainment was about to break through. This time, after casually refining a few pills, he naturally broke through to become a medium grade 4 alchemist. Not only that, he also cultivated the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal to the initial success realm. Speaking of which, during this period of time, Jiangyue Chu and Jiangyue Xin were cultivating with Master Morong, so they did not disturb Jiyu these days. Jiyu was also very comfortable and did what he was supposed to do. I still need to continue to raise the level of the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, but I don't have any alchemy ingredients on me now, and I can't use gold coins in the martial house, Jiyu thought to himself. I need to think of a way to get more contribution points. With the contribution points I have now, I can't get much ingredients. Thinking of this, he decided to go to the Hall of Affairs to do missions. In the Hall of Affairs, other than dealing with the affairs of the Qianyuan martial house, the most important function was to issue missions. The students of the martial house could accept all kinds of missions there, and after completing the missions, they would receive corresponding rewards. Contribution points were one of the rewards. So, if he wanted to get contribution points, he naturally had to go to the Hall of Affairs. Ding! Master has taken a step, high grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step, high grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Jiyu walked into the Hall of Affairs. When he walked into the Hall of Affairs, many people around him noticed him. Everyone was whispering, but Jiyu ignored them and walked straight to the front desk. There were several people from the martial house standing behind the reception desk. Among them, a middle-aged man was the first to realize that the young man in front of him was the recently famous genius Jiyu. He quickly asked respectfully, "May I ask if young master wishes to issue a mission or accept a mission?" "Accept the mission," Jiyu said calmly. "All right, then what kind of mission does Gongzi want to accept?" the middle-aged man asked respectfully. Jiyu thought for a moment and said, "Top-level mission." There were a total of 4 types of quests that could be accepted in the Hall of Affairs: low-level quests, intermediate-level quests, high-level quests, and top-level quests. The low-level tasks were usually some chores in the Qianyuan martial house. The reward was not high, but the tasks were easy. It was suitable for the handyman students of the Qianyuan martial house. Middle-level missions were more difficult than low-level missions, but they weren't that dangerous and the rewards weren't that high either. Usually, only the official disciples of the outer house would do them. High-level missions, as the name suggested, were very difficult and dangerous. Naturally, the rewards were high as well. Basically, only the disciples of the inner house dared to accept them. Top-level missions were also the highest-level missions. They were not at the same level as high-level missions at all. The degree of danger was extremely high. Often, the disciples of the inner house would be injured or even killed during the missions. Even the core disciples didn't dare to accept top-level missions alone. Basically, they would form a team to complete the missions. As for the rewards, it was naturally ridiculously high. Needless to say that. As soon as Jiyu's voice came out, almost everyone around was amazed. Only a monster like Jiyu would have the guts to accept a top-grade mission on his own. Although the middle-aged man at the reception desk knew that Jiyu was very powerful, he was still very surprised. Top-level missions were not a joke. In his impression, even the former top of the Qianyuan list, Qi Ling didn't dare to accept such a difficult mission, let alone complete it alone. After being stunned for a while, the middle-aged man didn't dare to neglect Jiyu because he was afraid that he would offend her. He quickly came back to his senses and said, "These are the only 3 top-level missions. Please take a look, Gongzi." After saying that, the middle-aged man took out 3 red tokens. His eyes were full of expectation. Throughout the history of the Qianyuan martial house, no one had been able to complete top-level missions alone. Could this young genius in front of him become the first person in history? The color represented the difficulty of the mission. A green token represented a low-level mission, a blue token represented a mid-level mission, a purple token represented a high-level mission, and a red token represented a top-level mission. As for the 3 red tokens in front of Jiyu, they were naturally top-grade missions. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and reminded him, "Gongzi, you have to infuse your spiritual energy into the token to see the information." "Okay." Jiyu nodded. If the middle-aged man did not tell him, he would not know how to use the token. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Jiyu infused his spiritual energy into the red token. Ding! Master has infused his spiritual energy. Bronze-level spiritual energy. Obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. In the next moment, the first red token's information appeared before him. Mission: find the 6th prince of the imperial family. Location: within the Kanglan Empire. Reward: 20,000 contribution points. Superior grade 3 artifact, silver silk armor. Find the 6th prince of the imperial family, or search the entire Kanglan Empire. How the hell was he going to find him? Jiyu suddenly felt a little confused. The Kanglan Empire's territory was not small. He did not know how long it would take to explore it, let alone find one person among the tens of millions of people in the Kanglan Empire. Although it was not very dangerous, the difficulty was ridiculously high. However, the difficulty of the mission aside, the reward was really brutal. That was a total of 20,000 contribution points. Jiyu only had a few hundred to 1,000 contribution points, which were given to him by the elders. Simply put, the 20,000 contribution points were enough to exchange for 4 or 5 superior grade mystic class manuals in the scripture depository. The superior grade 3 artifact, silver silk armor, was also very expensive. It could withstand the full force of a martial artist who had just entered the first level of the Tongxian realm. Jiyu put the mission token aside and looked at the other 2 missions. Ding! Master has infused his spiritual energy. Bronze-level spiritual energy. Obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Mission: kill the 2nd level 8 demonic beast, Green Spider Empress. Location: within the demonic beast mountain range. Reward: 18,000 contribution points and the inferior grade 3 artifact, the Cold Edge Sword. The reward for this top-level mission was obviously not as good as the previous one. It was clear at a glance. Jiyu had a certain understanding of the Green Spider Empress. After all, he was familiar with the demonic beast mountain range. Back then, he had learned about most of the demonic beasts in the demonic beast mountain range through books. The Green Spider Queen was a powerful demonic beast that only lived in the deep forests of the demonic beast mountain range. Furthermore, their reproductive ability was extremely strong, and they would have tens of thousands of little green spiders by their side. The little green spiders were basically all demonic beasts of first rank 5th tier and above. Although their levels were not high, their numbers were terrifying. Especially when tens of thousands of little green spiders were attacking at the same time. Even a cultivator above the 5th level of the defensive profound realm would find it difficult to handle, not to mention that there was a powerful green spider queen in the dark. The danger level was extremely high. Even a martial cultivator at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm could lose his life. However, Jiyu thought that it was not because the reward for the green spider queen was too low, but because the reward for the 6th prince was too high. After all, the 6th prince was a member of the royal family. His status was extremely high, and the difficulty of finding him was also very high. It was not surprising that the reward would be so high. Thinking up to this point, Jiyu placed this mission token aside and proceeded to check the 3rd one, which was also the final mission token. Ding! Master has activated his spirit power. Bronze spirit power. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Mission: eliminate the bandits and retrieve the head of the bandit leader, Zhao Beishan, 9th level of the defensive profound realm martial artist. Location: surroundings of the Wind Snow Ancient City. Reward: 15,000 contribution points, 10 third lower rank pills, recovery sultans. The difficulty of this mission was not low, and the reward was only fair. After looking at the information of the 3 top-level missions, Jiyu began to choose. The middle-aged man was not in a hurry. He patiently waited for the young master in front of him to give his answer. Just when Jiyu thought that it would be better to choose to kill the Green Spider Queen, he suddenly thought of something. Why did he have to choose? Couldn't he take all of them? Jiyu immediately asked, "Can I accept all 3 top-level missions at the same time?" An indifferent voice caused a huge commotion. F***CK. Did I hear wrongly? Jiyu actually wants to accept 3 top-notch missions at once? Is he crazy? This is unheard of. I have never heard of anyone accepting more than 1 top-notch mission at once. In the past, only a few core disciples on the Qianyuan list would dare to accept 1 top-notch mission. With his terrifying talent and strength, he might be able to complete 1 top-notch mission. However, isn't it too arrogant to accept 3 top-notch missions at the same time? Apart from the other disciples, the middle-aged man at the front desk was even more shocked. He was completely dumbfounded. The young man in front of him actually wanted to accept 3 top-notch missions at once. This was something he never expected. Cough cough, Jiyu seemed to be a little impatient as he coughed lightly to remind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately came back to his senses. He thought for a while and replied, Young master, I need to ask the elder's opinion first. Please wait for a moment." After finishing his words, the middle-aged man immediately ran inside. Jiyu's expression didn't change as he waited quietly. He thought that he would have to wait for a while, but the middle-aged man ran out again very quickly. The elder doesn't have any opinion. Young master, you can accept the missions as you wish. The middle-aged man ran out and said while panting. Then I'll take all 3 top-notch missions. Jiyu said calmly. Okay, then I'll do it for you immediately. Young master, you can leave now. The middle-aged man said politely. Jiyu nodded slightly as he grabbed the 3 red tokens and left the Hall of Affairs. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the high-grade mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash is 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the high-grade mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash is 1 by 999 times. However, Jiyu didn't directly leave the Qianyuan martial mansion. Instead, he went to the Violet Gold Hall to look for Mansion Master Morong. According to the requirements of the 3 red tokens, he was afraid that he would have to leave the Qianyuan martial house for a long period of time. He would have to inform the Morong family head first before leaving the Qianyuan martial house. Furthermore, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were also with Morong Manor head. He could also explain to them. 10 minutes later, Jiyu arrived at the Violet Gold Hall. When they entered the Violet Golden Hall, they saw that Morong Manor Master was teaching Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin martial arts. At this time, the less serious Jiang Yuexin noticed Jiyu walking in. She immediately stopped practicing and called out to Jiyu, Jiyu, why are you here? In this regard, Morong Zili didn't say anything. However, this didn't mean that she was so kind to all the students. It was purely because of Jiyu that she was so indulgent towards the 2 sisters. I'm preparing to go on a long trip, so I came to tell you. Jiyu said very straightforwardly. Go on a long trip? Where are you going? Jiang Yuexin immediately asked. Morong Zili and Jiang Yuechu were also very concerned. I accepted 3 top-notch missions, so I will be going out for a long time. Jiyu didn't conceal anything and said. Top-notch missions, what are those? Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin didn't know about missions, nor did they know what top-notch missions represented. Only Morong Zili's purple eyes gradually became dignified. She naturally knew what top-notch missions meant. Moreover, it was 3 top-notch missions at the same time. Originally, Jiyu was going to explain this to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. After all, he had promised the two sisters that he wouldn't conceal anything unless there was no other choice. But at this time, Morongzili suddenly spoke. "Are you really sure you can complete those 3 top-notch missions?" Morongzili asked. "I'm not very sure about that, whatever 6th prince, but there's absolutely no possibility of failure for the other 2 top-notch missions," Jiyu said very confidently. With his current strength, he had the qualifications to be confident. So what if the difficulty and danger of that whatever Green Spider Queen and Bandit elimination were high? He was basically invincible under the Profound Comprehension realm. As for the mission to find the 6th prince, he really wasn't sure. This kind of mission couldn't be solved by relying on strength, unless he really had heaven-defying strength. Perhaps his cultivation needed to reach the Spirit Profound realm or above to be possible. Currently, Jiyu was at the peak of the 7th level of the Defensive Profound realm. Above the Defensive Profound realm was the Tongxian realm, and above that was the Spirit Profound realm. There were even higher realms above the Spirit Profound realm, but he wasn't sure. He knew that it was impossible for him to reach the Spirit Profound realm in a short period of time, so it was better to just think about it. However, it was only a matter of time. From the time Jiyu obtained the 999 times cultivation system until now, it had only been a little more than a month. He directly jumped from the 3rd level of the body tempering realm to the peak of the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. His true strength was unrivaled in the defensive profound realm. Moreover, he had a trash physique. If it was someone with a trash physique, they wouldn't be able to reach the defensive profound realm in their entire lifetime, let alone reach his level. He believed that he would be able to break through to the Tongxian realm in less than half a month. At that time, he would have enough strength to return to Chaoyang Ancient City. Without anyone's help, he would personally kill his enemies. As for the Spirit Profound realm, or even higher realms, it was only a matter of time. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Jiyu had merely picked up the mission to find the 6th prince in passing. What if he accidentally found the 6th prince somewhere? Who could predict this kind of thing? Anything could happen. Jiyu definitely wouldn't let go of this kind of opportunity. Even if he failed the mission, it didn't matter. It didn't affect him in the slightest. It's good that you have that kind of confidence. This Matterhead won't interfere too much. Morongzili seemed to trust Jiyu a lot, and the faint worry in her eyes lessened a bit. Then, she continued, this Matterhead will explain to them what a top-grade mission is. You shouldn't delay, so you should set off first. The them Morongzili spoke of was naturally Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Matterhead. After speaking, Jiyu calmly left. It wasn't until Jiyu had completely left the Violet Gold Palace that Morongzili said to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, the difficulty of the top-level mission isn't that high. There's no risk at all for him, so you guys can be at ease. She was obviously trying to fool the two sisters, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. But if the two sisters knew what the 3 top-level missions were, they would definitely stop Jiyu. Even if they couldn't stop Jiyu, they would still be worried. Therefore, she simply tricked the two sisters and allowed Jiyu to carry out the mission without any worries. No matter how talented a genius was, they still had to go through tempering before they could unleash their potential. As long as Jiyu's life was not in danger, she was naturally willing to see Jiyu go out and train. Ding! Master took a step forward. Experience gained from the profound rank upper class profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step forward. Experience gained from the profound rank upper class profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu had already walked out of the Qianyuan martial house and was on the streets of King City. On the streets, he found that the portrait of the 6th prince could be seen everywhere. Almost the entire city had issued a search warrant. Taking a closer look, this portrait was of a very delicate and handsome young man. Looking at this portrait, Jiyu immediately sighed with emotion. He had lived long enough to see this. This was the first time he had seen such a delicate man in his 2 lives. But fortunately, he was straight and didn't have any strange thoughts. The handsome young man in this portrait, that is, the 6th prince's appearance, was deeply engraved in his mind. After that, Jiyu continued on his way. The first stop he was going to was the Snow Wind Ancient City to complete the mission of eliminating bandits. Because the snow-wind ancient city was not far from King City, at least it was closer than the distance between King City and the Demon Beast mountain range. Along the way, Jiyu was constantly observing the physique and appearance of the people around him. Once he found someone who looked like the sixth prince, he would immediately take action and catch him while injuring him. However, until he arrived at the port of the spirit ship, he still did not find any trace of the sixth prince. However, the task of finding the sixth prince was just a side task for Jiyu. He could not go all the way to King City just for this. After he bought a premium ticket, he immediately boarded the spirit ship. By the time Jiyu found his room, the spirit ship had just set off. During this time, he did not idle around. He had not used those second-grade elixirs that he had refined not long ago. This time, they could come in handy. Ding! Master has consumed a superior second-grade elixir, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10,000*999 times. Ding! Master has consumed a medium second-grade elixir, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 7,000/999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. Although there were not many second-grade elixirs and experience gained, Jiyu's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Moreover, it was almost saturated, so it was naturally very easy for him to break through. After consuming all the second-grade elixirs, Jiyu began to cultivate his chi. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20/999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20/999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. The quality of the chi in the superior room was higher, so Jiyu's cultivation speed was faster. About 2 or 3 days later, Jiyu's cultivation had directly reached the late stage of the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. In this way, except for finding the 6th prince, there was no possibility of failure at all. In at most an hour, the spirit ship would arrive at the Wind Snow Ancient City. At this time, Jiyu did not intend to continue cultivating her Xianxia. Instead, she wanted to take a walk outside the room. Because the spirit ship was about to arrive at its destination, Jiyu was not the only one walking around outside. Many people were walking around. Walking out of the room, Jiyu casually walked around the spirit ship. Ding! Master took a step forward. Experience gained from the profound rank upper class profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1/999 times. Ding! Master took a step forward. Experience gained from the profound rank upper class profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1/999 times. Just as Jiyu was about to return to her room, she suddenly discovered a person wrapped in a black robe sneaking around outside her room. At the same time, he remembered that he had forgotten to lock the door. Although there was only a cyan vein sword inside, he would not be happy if it was stolen. Jiyu immediately used her movement technique and grabbed the black-robed man's hand. Ding! Master used 1000 illusions myriad flash. Experience gained from 1000 illusions myriad flash, 400/999 times. The moment he grabbed the black-robed man's wrist, he suddenly felt that the wrist was thin and soft. It was very much like a girl's wrist. Who are you? The black-robed man seemed to be frightened. Her tone was slightly flustered. Are you a thief? Jiyu did not answer the other party's question. Instead, she directly asked. I am not a thief. I just happened to pass by here. Please let me go. The black-robed man unexpectedly calmed down so quickly. His tone was neither male nor female. To put it bluntly, it was a neutral voice. She did not know if the black-robed man deliberately made such a voice. You are not a thief? Jiyu immediately opened the door to confirm. Inside, she found that the cyan vein sword was indeed lying on the bed, unharmed. She immediately let go of the black-robed man's wrist. the black-robed man did not flee in panic. Instead, she calmly walked forward. Seeing this, Ji Yu did not think too much. She thought that the other party was just an ordinary person who did not like to reveal their true appearance. About half an hour later, the spirit ship reached the shore. This also meant that Ji Yu had arrived at the Snow-Wind Ancient City. Because the spirit ship directly arrived at the Snow-Wind Ancient City, Ji Yu still had to run a long way to reach the outside of the Snow-Wind Ancient City. He was still observing the pedestrians around him as he walked, but he found that the black-robed man on the previous ship was secretly following him. He didn't care about the previous things, but this time he was even followed. How could he not care? Ji Yu walked into a small alley with a flat face, pretending that nothing had happened. The black-robed man immediately chased after him. This was a deserted alley, so Ji Yu naturally had other intentions to come here. Not long after the black-robed man followed him, Ji Yu slowly stopped. At the last moment when his toes touched the ground, his figure disappeared like a ghost and appeared in front of the black-robed man in an instant. Ding! Master used 1,000 illusions myriad flash. 1,000 illusions myriad flash obtained experience value, 400 by 999 times. Ji Yu's sudden move made the black-robed man tremble slightly. The black-robed man subconsciously turned around and ran, but Ji Yu grabbed his wrist in the same way as before. Ji Yu didn't talk nonsense this time, and directly reached out and pulled off the black robe on the other party's head. The next moment, a very ordinary face appeared in front of him. Sure enough, as Ji Yu expected, the one hiding under the black robe was a woman. This was a young woman with an ordinary appearance, and she seemed to be slightly older than Ji Yu. To put it bluntly, a lot of women with this appearance could be found on the street. However, this made Ji Yu even more curious. Why did such an ordinary woman, who seemed to be quite weak and timid, follow him? Why are you following me? Ji Yu asked coldly. My name is Xianxia. The woman said timidly, my younger brother and sister were taken away. Your younger brother and sister? Ji Yu was a little confused when he heard this. They were not his younger siblings, so what did they have to do with him? I've heard that you're that amazing genius, Ji Yu. I beg you, please save my younger brother and younger sister. They've been captured by the bandits outside. As their elder sister, I can't do anything. Woo-woo. The woman sat paralyzed on the ground, her hands tugging at the corner of Ji Yu's clothes as she cried and begged. Ji Yu was speechless at first, but when he heard the last word bandits, he couldn't help but ask, are you referring to the bandits outside the Blizzard Ancient City? That's right, there's only a group of bandits outside the city. The woman said weakly. If it's really them, I can help you. However, I can't guarantee whether your siblings are dead or alive. Ji Yu said calmly. Although he wasn't a bad person, he wasn't a good person either. It was impossible for him to help everyone. This time, it just so happened that he was going to eliminate those bandits, so he could help her along the way. Moreover, seeing this woman so weak and helpless, he couldn't bear to see her like this. Young master, this little girl is very grateful for your kindness. The woman said excitedly. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your good luck. Ji Yu said casually. The woman continued to thank Ji Yu endlessly. Ji Yu was a little impatient. He immediately walked towards the exit of the alley. Young master, can you keep this little girl by your side? At this time, the woman suddenly asked. Up to you, but I don't care whether you live or die. Ji Yu didn't turn around and only left this sentence. He didn't care whether this woman followed him or not. In any case, he wouldn't care whether she lived or died, so she wouldn't be a burden to him. Ji Yu wasn't worried that this woman would play any tricks. He had long found out that this woman's cultivation was lower than his, and her strength was suppressed by him. She couldn't pose the slightest threat to him. The woman immediately put on the black robe on her head and caught up with Ji Yu, following behind Ji Yu. However, Ji Yu didn't notice that the moment the woman put on the black robe, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. At this moment, Ji Yu was leisurely walking on the street. After all, he still had to observe the appearance of the people around him, so he couldn't walk too fast. And that delicate woman just followed behind him, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Ji Yu also treated the woman as air, only minding his own business. But at this moment, a gurgling sound came from behind him. What was that sound? Jiyu was only puzzled for a moment, but he didn't take it to heart. But not long after, another series of gulu-gulu sounds were heard. This time he knew that it was coming from the woman's stomach. Your stomach is hungry, right? Jiyu suddenly stopped and turned around to ask the woman. Yes, yes. The woman said softly, but I'm fine, young master doesn't need to mind me. Jiyu looked at the woman in silence for a moment. He didn't eat a normal meal this time, just some dry food, just enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. Let's go, I'll bring you to eat something. Jiyu put his hands behind his head and continued to walk forward. The woman was stunned for a moment, her slightly lowered head also raised, as if she was surprised by Jiyu's actions. Then she immediately followed him. Ding. Master has taken a step, profound rank upper class 1000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, profound rank upper class 1000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu brought the woman to a restaurant, casually ordered a few dishes, and found a seat to sit down. Young master, you are very kind. Just as Jiyu was quietly waiting for the food to be served, the woman sitting opposite him suddenly opened her mouth. Jiyu was silent for a moment, then said, Did you get something wrong? I am not the so-called kind person. No. The woman slowly shook her head. This little girl can see that young master is a very kind person. You can think whatever you want. Hurry up and finish eating and leave. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation and directly cut off the topic. The woman didn't say anything else. She just stared at Jiyu. 10 to 20 minutes later, the two finished their meal and continued on their journey. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu finally walked out of the city gate. Are you sure you want to continue following me? Here, he asked the woman. Yes. The woman nodded. Jiyu didn't say anything else and continued forward. The bandits that the mission required to eliminate were not easily encountered outside the city gates. Outside the gate of the Snow-Wind ancient city, there was a piece of barren land. On both sides of the barren land were rugged mountains. As for the bandits, they lived in the rugged mountainous areas and would often rob the carriages that passed by. Of course, the bandits didn't dare to touch the people of the major powers in Snow-Wind ancient city. They only dared to attack the relatively weak powers and families. Because of this, they aroused the anger of many small powers and families in Snow-Wind ancient city. But it was unknown whether it was because of the powerful background behind the bandits. Many powers in Snow-Wind ancient city didn't dare to personally take action. Instead, they specially issued a mission to the 3 great cultivation holy lands, hoping that the geniuses of the 3 great cultivation holy lands would help them get rid of the bandits. This was the origin of the mission. And Jiyu was the only one among the 3 great cultivation holy lands who accepted this mission. Jiyu didn't intend to wait for the bandits to come to him. That would be a waste of time. Instead, he took the initiative to look for the bandits. This way, he could complete the mission efficiently and quickly. Maybe it was because the bandits outside Snow-Wind ancient city were living too freely. In less than half an hour, Jiyu found the camp of the bandits. Moreover, the tents were large and numerous. The entire camp was very large and looked very conspicuous. TSK, these bandits are really living a comfortable life. They don't even have the slightest awareness of being on guard. It's time to teach these people a lesson. Jiyu looked at the camp of the bandits and rubbed his palms. His eyes flickered slightly. There wasn't a single guard in the bandit camp. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves in their own tents. At this moment, a bandit's underling walked out of one of the tents and was relieving himself. Jiyu's eyes moved and his figure flickered as he charged towards the underling. Ding! Master used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash, gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master used a punch, mystic middle class fist suppressing all directions gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Maybe it was because the underling's cultivation was too low, or maybe it was because he didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance, but he didn't even know how he died. After easily dealing with this small fry, Jiyu barged into the nearest tent without a care in the world. At the same time, the black-robed woman stood in the same spot without moving, silently watching Ji Yu charge into the bandit camp. In the tent, more than 10 bandits were gathered together, seemingly having fun there. Until Ji Yu was already standing behind them, they suddenly realized that someone had barged in. "Who are you, brat?" Ji Yu remained silent, his indifferent eyes looking at these bandits as if he was looking at a dead person. He slowly stretched out his fist, seemingly without any sign of attacking. This baffling action made the bandits confused. What was this brat trying to do? "Brat, you dare to barge in here without permission. Just wait for this young master to make your head explode." One of the more ferocious-looking bandits licked the big knife in his hand and walked towards the young man in front of him with a fierce expression. However, Ji Yu's expression didn't change at all. At this moment, he silently chanted in his heart. "Fist suppressing all directions, ding." Master used fist suppressing all directions, fist suppressing all directions gained experience, 300 by 999 times. In an instant, a shocking aura burst out from Ji Yu's outstretched fist and swept through the entire tent. This aura was like countless invisible sharp blades, cutting all the bandits in the tent into pieces. The originally exquisite and intact tent also exploded at this moment, turning into pieces of cloth that fluttered in the air. Ji Yu looked at the scene with a cold expression. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. These bandits just now had committed all sorts of crimes. None of them were innocent. Their hands were stained with the lives of many people, and they had even humiliated countless young girls and women. In Ji Yu's eyes, these people deserved to die. The commotion caused by Ji Yu was very big, and it instantly attracted the attention of all the bandits in the camp. However, this was exactly what he wanted. What he wanted was for these bandits to come together and get rid of them all in one go. At this moment, in the largest tent in the campsite. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting on a throne and enjoying a delicious meal. He had noticed the commotion just now, but he didn't seem to take it to heart. At this time, a short and agile man rushed in and knelt before the scarred man. "Reporting to the leader, someone broke into our camp and killed many of our brothers. Don't panic. The deputy chief will take care of it," the scarred man said indifferently. After saying that, he continued to eat leisurely. "Yes." The short man immediately retreated. At this time, there were already hundreds of bandits surrounding Ji Yu. Among them, the strongest was a 7th-level defensive Profound Realm bandit, and the rest were small fries around the 1st or 2nd level of the defensive Profound Realm. Not to mention these small fries, even the 7th-level defensive Profound Realm bandit was not in Ji Yu's eyes. The group of bandits kept making a ruckus, but Ji Yu treated them like a pack of dogs barking. "Almost all of you are here, right?" At this time, Ji Yu suddenly spoke. The leader of the robbers, who was at the 7th level of the defensive Profound Realm, frowned slightly. "What do you mean by this? It seems that Zhao Beishan is still missing. Tell him to get out here." Ji Yu glanced at the bandits and said indifferently. He remembered that the bandit leader Zhao Beishan's cultivation level was 9th level defensive Profound Realm. It was obvious that this 7th level defensive Profound Realm bandit was not Zhao Beishan, and should be the deputy chief of this group of bandits. Hearing this, the deputy chief's face turned cold. "Kid, do you know what you are saying? Forget it, I'll just kill you all first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu used fist suppressing all directions again. Ding. Master has used fist suppressing all directions, gained experience, 300*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, medium mystic rank fist suppressing all directions has successfully broken through to perfection. Hundreds of bandits surrounded Ji Yu and were very close to him. These bandits were all within the killing range of his fist suppressing all directions. The result was obvious. All of the weak bandits were killed by the invisible blade, leaving only the deputy leader alive, but he was not in a good state, covered in blood. At this moment, the deputy leader was frozen in place, unable to believe what had just happened. Hundreds of his subordinates were killed by this young man in the blink of an eye. Ji Yu was not surprised that the deputy leader was still alive. After all, his fist suppressing all directions was a fist technique with an area of effect, so it was not very effective against a single enemy. The other party was at defensive profound realm level 7 and had experienced many bloody battles. He was completely different from those so-called geniuses who grew up in the cradle of power, so it was not strange that he was not killed by one punch. Don't worry, you will be able to meet them soon. Jiyu smiled faintly. Ding. Master has used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash, gained experience, 400 999x. Before the deputy leader could react, he had already arrived in front of him. He grabbed the other party's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Under the other party's terrified gaze, Jiyu exerted a little force and twisted his wrist. Crack! The deputy leader's neck tilted and he stopped breathing. Jiyu casually threw the other party's body on the ground, as if he was throwing away trash. After that, Jiyu's gaze landed on the largest tent not far away. If he was not wrong, the bandit leader Zhao Beishan should be in there. He did not know if there were any surviving bandits in this camp, but he did not care, because the leader Zhao Beishan was his main target. Even if there were surviving bandits, he could clean them up at any time. Unless one was a Tongxian realm expert, no one would be able to escape from his grasp. Zhao Beishan, get the hell out here. Jiyu shouted coldly. Soon, a burly figure walked out of the huge tent. This person was none other than Zhao Beishan. When he saw the miserable state in front of him, he was shocked at first, then he was enraged. However, he didn't dare to act rashly because he knew that this seemingly harmless young man was actually very terrifying. Who are you? Why did you kill my brothers? Zhao Beishan forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice. I'm here to kill you. Jiyu nodded. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Beishan. Ding. Master has used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the Mystic class high-grade Mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash has successfully broken through to the mastery stage. However, Zhao Beishan's cultivation was not low, and he was very experienced. He reacted in time and immediately punched at Jiyu. This time, Jiyu did not go easy on him and took out the blue streak sword. Ding. Master has used the half-step sword intent, 30% half-step sword intent experience gained, 30 by 999 times. This move was not just the lone peak of 9 swords, but also the half-step sword intent. Because Jiyu had already mastered the lone peak of 9 swords, it would not receive any more experience from the system. In an instant, Jiyu slashed out 9 times in a row. Each slash was as vicious as a lone peak. At this time, Zhao Beishan was already badly mutilated, and one could only see the despair in his eyes. Although Zhao Beishan still had a breath left in him, Jiyu did not continue to attack. This was because he did not think that Zhao Beishan could survive. Without even looking at Zhao Beishan, Jiyu turned around and left. Ding. Master has used 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1000 illusions myriad flash gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Master has used fist suppressing all directions gained experience, 300 by 999 times. Jiyu used his movement skill to circle around the bandit camp. He found a few bandits hiding, and they were all taken care of by him. Next, he found a tent in the cellar, and found many women imprisoned here. There were all kinds of women, from young girls to women, and they were all dressed in rags. When they saw Jiyu come in, they all huddled together and trembled, looking at Jiyu with fear in their eyes. Jiyu glanced at these people and found that they were all women. There was not a single man. Obviously, the captured men were all killed by the bandits, and the women were left here as some kind of unspeakable slave. Since there were no men, it meant that the black-robed woman's brother was also gone. Jiyu sighed softly in his heart, and then said to the women in front of him in a gentle voice, "Those bandits who harmed you are all dead. That means you are all safe." When the women heard this, they were all skeptical. This was because they could not believe that this seemingly weak youth in front of them could kill those vicious bandits. But at this time, a courageous young girl stood up and walked out from the corner. It could be seen that her scarred legs were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was still afraid of this strange youth in front of her, but she still walked over without flinching. Some women wanted to persuade her and pull her back, but she rejected them all. Jiyu looked at the young girl indifferently. The determination in her eyes made him feel like he was looking at himself in the past. The girl gritted her teeth and carefully walked past Jiyu. Jiyu didn't move at all. When the girl reached the stairs, she finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she turned around and whispered a thank you to Jiyu before walking out of the exit. Seeing that the strange young man didn't hurt the young girl, the girls behind him immediately ran madly towards the exit. Jiyu didn't feel anything about this at all. After all, these women had suffered unimaginable abuse in such a place, so it was inevitable that they would become like this. It wasn't until all the women who were imprisoned here had escaped that he finally moved. He first used fist suppressing all sides to destroy the cellar before leaving. Ding. Master has used suppressing all sides. Suppressing all sides experience gained, 300*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, middle level profound skill, suppressing all sides has successfully broken through to the greater perfection realm. Ding. Master suppressing all sides has reached the great perfection realm, automatically upgraded to the high-level profound skill fist shattering mountains and rivers. With this punch, Jiyu's fist technique had broken through to the great perfection realm and upgraded to the high-level profound skill. Walking out of the bandit camp, he found that the black-robed woman was still standing there. Aren't you going to see your little brother, sister? Hearing Jiyu's words, the black-robed woman said, No need, I just looked, my brother and sister are not here. The black-robed woman's sad tone made Jiyu fall into silence. Then I'm leaving, you can do as you see fit. With that, Jiyu returned in the direction of Snow-Wind Ancient City. The black-robed woman did not make a sound, but quietly watched Jiyu leave. Until Jiyu completely disappeared in the end. Suddenly, she let out a bell-like laugh, hee hee hee, as expected of a young genius, really a feast for my eyes, ding. Master has taken a step, profound rank superior mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, gained experience, 1/999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, profound rank superior mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, gained experience, 1/999 times. At this time, Jiyu had already returned to Snow-Wind Ancient City. He did not need to worry about the black-robed woman's safety, because there was no other danger outside Snow-Wind Ancient City except for the bandit group. It was already late. Jiyu casually found a hotel, planning to stay here for the night, and leave for Demon Beast Mountain Range tomorrow. Now that the mission of eliminating the bandits and killing Zhao Beishan's head had been completed, Zhao Beishan's head was lying in his storage ring, and the next step was to go to Demon Beast Mountain Range to hunt the Green Spider Empress. As for the mission of finding the sixth prince, he felt that there was no chance. It didn't matter if it was completed or not, it was just a side trip anyway. Jiyu was now in a hotel room, practicing martial arts. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation, gained experience, 10/999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation, gained experience, 10/999 times. After one night, although Jiyu had gained a lot of cultivation experience, he was still a little short of breaking through to the peak of the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. The next morning, after he woke up and ate breakfast, he was ready to take the spirit ship. But halfway through, he met the black-robed woman from yesterday again, and the black-robed woman followed him closely. Why are you following me again? Jiyu couldn't help but ask. Although young master has avenged my daughter, I have nowhere to go now. I can only follow young master. Perhaps I can still repay your kindness. The woman said. There's no need to repay me, I was just helping you. Jiyu said. However, the black-robed woman did not seem to hear Jiyu's words at all and continued to follow Jiyu closely. Jiyu, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. He might as well ignore the other party. He couldn't possibly use violence to chase the other party away, could he? He bought a high-class ticket and boarded the spirit ship. The black-robed woman also seemed to have bought a high-class ticket. Beishan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Where did such an ordinary woman get so much money to run around? This woman first came from the royal city to the Snow-Wind Ancient City, and now followed him from here to the Bright Moon Ancient City, and she even bought a high-class ticket. The price of a high-class ticket was not cheap, and ordinary families couldn't afford it. The Bright Moon Ancient City was Jiyu's next destination. The shortest way from the Snow-Wind Ancient City to the Demon Beast Mountain Range was through the Bright Moon Ancient City. After entering the high-class room, Jiyu continued to practice martial arts until the spirit ship arrived at the Bright Moon Ancient City. Ding! Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 8th level of the defensive profound realm. By the time the spirit ship arrived at the Bright Moon Ancient City, Jiyu's martial arts cultivation had also broken through to the 9th layer of the defensive profound realm. After getting off the spirit ship, he called a carriage and headed to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Even at this time, the black-robed woman still followed him and even entered the carriage without asking for an explanation. What exactly is your purpose? Jiyu was speechless to this woman. This little girl has no one to rely on now. I only know you, young master. Please allow this little girl to follow you. The woman took off her black robe and lowered her head to plead. I remember your name is Suya, right? I'm going to the Monster Beast Mountain Range now. Do you want to follow me to your death? Jiyu said helplessly, why don't I find a place to stop later and help you find a place to live first? He really didn't want this black-robed woman to follow him all the time. He couldn't let this black-robed woman follow him all the way to the Chenyuan martial house, right? Suya shook her head and said, regardless of life or death, this little girl only wants to follow young master. Jiyu suddenly fell into silence, but he didn't feel moved. Instead, he became more and more suspicious of this woman. Although on the surface there was nothing wrong with this woman, he always felt that this woman was strange. At the next moment, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Suya's face closely. Suya didn't seem to understand why Jiyu was staring at her like this. She looked at Jiyu with a puzzled look. All of a sudden, Jiyu reached out a hand to touch her face. Suddenly feeling her face being touched like this, she couldn't help but blush slightly. However, Jiyu just touched it slightly and withdrew his hand. But the next moment, he suddenly smiled. Why don't you treat people with your real face? What does young master mean? Suya asked with a puzzled look. Don't pretend, I know your current face is fake. Jiyu smiled and said, because I also have a mask on your face. While speaking, he took out a mask from his storage ring. This mask was given to him by Jiang Yuexin when he was in the city lord's mansion. He had kept it in his storage ring ever since the entrance exam ended. If he hadn't suddenly thought of this mask, he wouldn't have suspected that Suya had changed her true appearance. When he touched Suya's face just now, he felt that Suya should be wearing the same mask to change her real appearance. Now that she had been completely exposed, Suya no longer pretended to be innocent. As expected of young Master Jiyu, I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. She simply tore off the mask on her face, revealing an almost flawless face. Her facial features were perfect and exquisite. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her brows were like distant jade. Her beautiful face was fair and sparkling, flickering with an alluring luster. Her temperament was ethereal and playful, but there was also a trace of nobility. Even the black robe couldn't hide it. Even 1,000 words would be unable to describe all of this. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had fallen into the mortal world. Looking at this face, Jiyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This face was very familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before, and he remembered it very clearly. After a while, he suddenly reacted. Wasn't this the F***king face in the portrait of the 6th prince? You're the 6th prince? Jiyu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He almost didn't recognize this gender reversal. The 6th prince turned out to be a woman? You actually know me? Suya was a little surprised. Then, she said, but to be precise, I'm the 6th princess. Of course, you'd better treat me as the 6th prince. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. That doesn't matter. Hard work pays off. I can't believe I met you by accident. Jiyu couldn't help but smile happily. If he could bring this guy back to the royal palace, he would be able to get 20,000 contribution points and a superior grade 3 defensive artifact. How could he not be happy? He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. If he didn't let the other party follow him, he wouldn't have been able to reveal the other party's true appearance like just now, let alone find the sixth prince. Bumped into me? Xianxia was a little confused at first. But in the next moment, she immediately reacted. He must have known that the palace was looking for her. Sigh, so you're also looking for me? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Facing such a powerful genius like Jiyu, she could only admit that she was unlucky. She saw with her own eyes that Jiyu took less than 5 minutes to wipe out the entire bandit camp, including the bandit leader who was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. This time, she had walked right into the trap. If she had known, she wouldn't have shamelessly followed this guy. Originally, she was tired of the boring life in the palace, so she wanted to escape and have some fun. On the way, she happened to meet the famous genius Jiyu, who was said to have easily defeated the holder of the acquired spiritual body. With a playful mentality, she acted out a wave of play, wanting to see how strong this so-called young genius was. In fact, the other party's strength was indeed very strong, far beyond her imagination. She became more and more interested in this guy, so she shamelessly followed this guy, but in the end, she got herself into trouble. This time, she had to go back and be scolded again, and she estimated that she wouldn't be able to leave the palace for a long time. Sigh, so annoying. Speaking of which, you're quite good at acting. That little brother and sister thing before was also a lie made up by you, right? Jiyu looked at Xianxia and said. If he remembered correctly, the sixth prince was the youngest of the royal family, so there was no such thing as a little brother or sister. And even if there was, with the strength of the bandits outside the Snow-Wind ancient city, it was impossible to catch a member of the royal family. That's right. At this time, Xianxia straightforwardly said, that little brother and sister thing was made up by me. I just wanted to see how strong your real strength is. Previously, she had seen the strength Jiyu showed at the bandit camp, but she felt that Jiyu hadn't fully displayed his strength. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to follow Jiyu and see exactly how strong Jiyu's strength was. See my true strength? Jiyu's mouth twitched. She was speechless. Are you really that bored? No, I think this is quite interesting. Then, she said, by the way, I made up the name Xianxia. My real name is actually Xianxia. Xianxia, Jiyu was not surprised by this. This was because he remembered that the current king of the Kanglan Empire, the Duke of Kanglan, was called Xianxia. From the moment he found out the woman's true identity, he knew that she must have made up a fake name. When I'm done with this trip to the Demon Beast mountain range, you should obediently follow me back to King City. You're not stupid. You know you can't escape from under my nose. Jiyu continued. Xianxia's face was filled with joy and anticipation. You want to go to the demonic beast mountain range first and then bring me back? Jiyu's face was full of question marks. Is this worth being happy about? Of course. Xianxia said eagerly. Compared to the boring life in the palace, exploring the demon beast mountain range is much more interesting. I'm not going to explore the demon beast mountain range. When we're there, you should obediently follow behind me. Don't go anywhere. Jiyu said. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I won't care about you. He had to threaten her. Otherwise, if something really happened to her, he would be in big trouble. It's okay. I know you're a kind person. You won't ignore me. Xianxia smiled. Kind, Jiyu was once again speechless. He really didn't think that he was a kind person. But why did she keep saying that he was kind? No matter what, you have to be careful when the time comes. Don't implicate me. Jiyu closed his eyes. The other party was the royal family's sixth prince. If anything happened to him, the Duke of Songlan would definitely not let him off easily. When that time came, he would really be finished. I know my limits. Although Xianxia was like this, she still didn't care. Jiyu, on the other hand, did not continue to speak. Instead, he began to cultivate. Ding. Master cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. However, before Jiyu could do anything, he heard Zhuang Weiran calling out to him from the side. Jiyu. 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 Originally, Jiyu was too lazy to bother, but he didn't expect Zhuang Weiran to call him non-stop. Finally, he was annoyed by the noise and opened his eyes. What's the matter now? Jiyu said with a slightly unhappy expression. Don't cultivate by yourself. Come and chat with me more. Zhuang Weiran said playfully. What's there to talk about? Jiyu was speechless. What's there to talk about? Zhuang Weiran came over and asked, Come, tell me, how did you cultivate to this level? From the start, she was very concerned about this. He was clearly 1 or 2 years younger than her, but he was so much stronger than her. Although she didn't put much thought into martial arts, her martial arts talent was still one of the best in the entire Kanglin Empire. No matter what, she shouldn't be so much weaker than this guy. What exactly did this guy eat to grow up? Zhuang Weiran's entire body leaned over, making Jiyu a little uncomfortable. Although he had seen his fair share of beauties, it was the first time he had seen a royal clan's daughter like Zhuang Weiran. No matter if it was her looks or temperament, they were all top-notch. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. However, you wouldn't embarrass herself. She said calmly, how else can I cultivate? I'm just casually cultivating. To be honest, he had been casually cultivating, so he didn't know how to answer Zhuang Weiran's question. Casually cultivate? Zhuang Weiran questioned, I'm not a 3-year-old girl. How can you say such a childish trick? She had personally experienced the harsh martial cultivation of the royal family. It was dry and tedious. Every time she thought about it, she would feel a headache. That's all I have to say. It's up to you to believe it or not. Jiyu said calmly. Forget it, let's talk about something else. Zhuang Weiran knew that he wouldn't tell the truth no matter how she asked, so she changed the topic. I heard that you came from Chaoyang Ancient City. Is there anything fun there? After an unknown amount of time, Zhuang Weiran was chattering non-stop. Jiyu didn't expect that she was such a chatterbox. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. At this time, he inadvertently glanced out of the window and realized that the carriage was about to reach the Beast Mountain Range. Alright, stop talking. We'll reach the Beast Mountain Range soon. Jiyu said to Zhuang Weiran. He also wanted to use this opportunity to make Zhuang Weiran stop chattering for the time being, because he had heard so much that calluses were almost forming on his ears. So it's like this, Zhuang Weiran nodded. However, not long after she finished speaking, she continued, what are you going to do in the Beast Mountain Range this time? Since Zhuang Weiran wanted to go with him, Jiyu didn't plan to hide it. I accepted a mission to kill the Green Spider Empress. Jiyu said honestly. Oh, right. You've already entered the Qianyuan martial house to cultivate. Zhuang Weiran suddenly thought. Now, she understood that bringing her back was probably a mission that the other party needed to complete. However, Jiyu's deeds in the Qianyuan martial house didn't spread. Not many people outside the martial house knew about it. Zhuang Weiran didn't know either. That was why she was so curious about Jiyu's true strength. Soon, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Beast Mountain Range. The coachman was just an ordinary person and did not dare to enter the Beast Mountain Range. Jiyu understood and got off the carriage at the entrance of the Beast Mountain Range. Zhuang Weiran did not want ordinary people to see her real face, so she put on a black robe before getting off the carriage. Ding! Master has taken a step, Mystic Level Superior Mystical Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step, Mystic Level Superior Mystical Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. At this time, Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran had already entered the Beast Mountain Range. Coming to this familiar place again, Jiyu was very calm. But Zhuang Weiran was like a little girl who had never seen the world, looking around curiously. But after walking for a while, Jiyu felt that it was too slow. Hold on tight. Suddenly, Jiyu said to Zhuang Weiran. Although Zhuang Weiran did not know what Jiyu's intention was, she still grabbed Jiyu's wrist obediently. In the next moment, she felt the scenery around her changing rapidly. Ding! Master has used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used Fist Shattering Mountains and Rivers. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Along the way, the two of them were attacked by many beasts, but they were all easily dealt with by Jiyu. Finally, the two of them arrived at the central region of the Beast Mountain Range. Ding! Master has been eroded by the demonic aura. Bronze level spiritual force gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has been eroded by the demonic aura. Bronze level spiritual force gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Once they entered the central region, Jiyu reminded Zhuang Weiran, "We are now in the central region, just follow behind me obediently and don't cause trouble." Okay, Zhuang Weiran said perfunctorily. Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little helpless, but she couldn't care less. She immediately went in search of the Green Spider Empress's habitat. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a dense forest in the middle of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Jiyu's expression immediately turned vigilant. This dense forest was located in the depths of the central region of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. The Green Spider Empress was not the only one that lived here. There were also all kinds of higher-ranked second-ranked demonic beasts. It was as if a giant red centipede had appeared in front of them. Jiyu recognized that this demonic beast was called the Red Poisonous Centipede. It was a vicious demonic beast that was highly poisonous. An adult red poisonous centipede could reach a length of more than 10 meters, and its level would be at least second-grade 5th tier. Judging from the size of this centipede, it should be a red poisonous centipede that had just reached adulthood. In that case, he wouldn't be a match for Jiyu at all. After all, he was basically invincible among those of the same level. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Jiyu did not waste any time and immediately took action. Ding! Master has used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used Mountain Shattering Fist. Mountain Shattering Fist obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Demonic beasts had poor reflexes, not to mention that Jiyu's strength and speed far surpassed this red poisonous centipede. With one punch, the red poisonous centipede was instantly killed without any resistance. The red poisonous centipede's large head was directly blown apart by Jiyu's punch, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The crimson venomous centipede struggled for a few moments before dying completely. Zhuang Weiran stared at Jiyu, who was handling the red poisonous centipede's corpse, and was increasingly curious about Jiyu's true strength. Jiyu collected all the valuable materials from the red poisonous centipede's corpse and put them into her storage ring. Then, she continued to bring Zhuang Weiran deeper into the forest. Ding! Master has used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used Fist Shattering Mountains and Rivers. Fist Shattering Mountains and Rivers gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Profound rank upper profound skill. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Profound rank upper profound skill. Fist Shattering Mountains and Rivers has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Following that, they encountered many second-rank demonic beasts. Jiyu continued to punch them one by one. His movement and fist techniques had improved as well. Gradually, the number of demonic beasts attacking Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran decreased. Obviously, there was a strong second-rank monster beast in this area, which deterred other monster beasts from approaching this area. This was because demonic beasts had a strong sense of territory. Weak demonic beasts did not dare to enter the territory of strong demonic beasts. Once they did, the consequences would be dire. Jiyu guessed that this demonic beast should be the Green Spider Empress. Right at this moment, several small green spiders appeared not far from them. They were not small at all. They were about the size of Jiyu's fist. But Compared to the green spider empress, which was at least 2 to 3 meters long, these were indeed small spiders. Ding. Master has used fallen leaf sword technique. Fallen leaf sword technique gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, yellow rank upper profound skill fallen leaf sword technique has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Unsheathing his sword, Gu only used the yellow rank upper profound skill fallen leaf sword technique. These small spiders, which were not even second rank, were not worthy of him using the lone peak of 9 swords. He casually cut the small green spiders in half. A moment later, countless small spiders swarmed out of the dense vegetation. The green spider empress had sensed that there were intruders and summoned the small spiders to attack the intruders, which were Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran. Jiyu's expression remained calm throughout. These tens of thousands of small spiders would pose a great threat to ordinary defensive profound realm martial practitioners, but to him, they were nothing. Ding. Master used Shattering Mountains and Rivers Fist. Shattering Mountains and Rivers Fist gained experience, 400*999x. Jiyu punched the ground. A loud boom was heard. The ground instantly cracked open and spread hundreds of meters ahead at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 seconds, the countless small spiders disappeared. Only the gigantic green spider empress was left. Green blood continuously flowed out of her body, and it was obvious that her injuries were not light. Without another word, Jiyu executed the lone peak of 9 swords and killed the green spider queen in one strike. The difficulty of killing the green spider empress was higher than the thousands of small spiders. The green spider empress herself was only at second rank 8 tier. Her strength was probably not as good as Zhao Beishan's. Naturally, he would be instantly killed by Jiyu's sword. Next, he prepared to cut out the poison sac from the green spider empress's body. Because the target of the mission was the poison sac of the green spider empress. But the green spider empress was full of poison. Especially after death, the poison would become even more lethal. Jiyu naturally would not be careless. First, he used the defensive mystical skill Thick Earth Armor. Then, he began to cut out the poison sac. Ding. Master used Thick Earth Armor. Yellow rank inferior profound skill Thick Earth Armor gained experience, 20*999x. Ding. Master's body is poisoned. Yellow rank inferior profound skill Thick Earth Armor gained experience, 1*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, yellow rank inferior profound skill Thick Earth Armor has successfully broken through to the Reach Perfection realm. Ding. Detected that yellow rank inferior profound skill Thick Earth Armor has reached the maximum realm. Automatically upgraded to yellow rank intermediate profound skill Rock Earth Armor. He carefully removed the poison sac from the green spider empress's body. Even with the protection of the Thick Earth Armor, Jiyu's body was still corroded by the green spider empress's poison. But the effect was not big, so there was no need to care. Instead, it brought benefits to Jiyu. That was, the defensive mystical skill had been upgraded to yellow rank intermediate profound skill Rock Earth Armor. After keeping the poison sac in his storage ring, Jiyu said to Zhuang Weiran, "Now that it's over, you should follow me back to King City." Zhuang Weiran knew that she couldn't escape from Jiyu, so she didn't resist. Ding. Master used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash experience gained, 400*999 times. Ding. Master used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash experience gained, 400*999 times. Just like that, Jiyu grabbed Zhuang Weiran and left the Beast Mountain range. He prepared to take the spirit ship back to King City from Bright Moon Ancient City. Although he passed by the Nangong family on the way, he had no intention of going in. He didn't want to meet that weird woman, Nangong Maching, again. They boarded the spirit ship and headed back to King City. On the spirit ship, Jiyu wasn't worried that Zhuang Weiran would do anything, so he just focused on cultivating. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 20*999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 20*999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to mid-stage of defensive profound realm. You cultivated up to the mid-ninth level of the defensive profound realm in a high-class room filled with dense Xianxia. Time passed quickly, and the spirit ship arrived at King City unknowingly. In order to be safe, Jiyu didn't bring Zhuang Weiran directly to King City. Instead, he brought her back to Qianyuan Martial House to ensure that the mission would be completed smoothly. Where are you bringing me? Zhuang Weiran realized that they weren't heading towards King City and asked. Just as she finished asking, her expression suddenly became a little strange. Don't tell me you're plotting something against me? What are you thinking about? Jiyu was speechless. I'm just bringing you to Qianyuan Martial House. Qianyuan Martial House? That sounds interesting. Zhuang Weiran nodded. If it was the Qianyuan Martial House, she wouldn't mind. After all, before she ran away this time, she had been either studying in the palace or practicing martial arts in the Kanglin Empire Academy. She was quite interested in the Qianyuan Martial House, which was also one of the 3 great martial cultivation holy lands. After arriving at the Qianyuan Martial House, Jiyu went straight to the Hall of Affairs. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many martial house students. Huh? Isn't that the Inner Mansion's chief disciple, Jiyu? Why is he back so soon? I heard that he accepted 3 top-level missions at the same time a few days ago. Although I don't know what kind of top-level missions they are, it's impossible for him to come back so quickly, right? I think it's very likely that he gave up halfway. At most, he only completed 1 top-level mission before giving up. In contrast, I'm more curious about the black-robed man who came back with him. I couldn't see his face at all. Let's go and take a look. By the time Jiyu arrived at the Hall of Affairs, there were already many martial house students following behind her. The middle-aged man from last time was still standing at the front desk. When he saw Jiyu walk in, he was immediately shocked. It had only been a few days and this young man had already completed all the missions and returned. No, this was definitely impossible. He had already stayed in the Qianyuan Martial House for 10 whole years. In his memory, a top-level mission would take at least half a month to complete. At most, it would take a few months. Moreover, those were all situations where several core students were in a team together. This young man in front of him had completed 3 top-level missions at the same time. From the time he accepted the missions until now, it had only been 10 days. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. The middle-aged man didn't know what kind of missions Jiyu accepted because he wasn't qualified to know. However, no matter what kind of missions they were extremely difficult. Completing 3 missions in 10 days wasn't something that a normal person could do. The middle-aged man didn't believe it until Jiyu's voice sounded, I'm here to submit the missions. The middle-aged man finally regained his senses. However, he was stunned for a moment before he asked, Young Master, have you completed all the missions? The middle-aged man wasn't the only one who wanted to know. All the surrounding students wanted to know as well. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. This simple word caused all the surrounding martial house students to be greatly shocked. Everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was too shocking. Many of them had been cultivating in the Qianyuan Martial House for more than 1 or 2 years. They didn't even dare to touch the high-level missions. Not to mention top-level missions, that was something that they would never dare to come into contact with. However, this new student who just joined the Martial House not long ago not only defeated Qi Ling to become the top disciple of the Inner House, but he also completed 3 high-level missions in less than 10 days, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. At this moment, they all felt that they had wasted their lives. The middle-aged man was also extremely shocked. He didn't dare to believe that this young man actually did it. This young man was simply a monster. No wonder he heard that Qi Ling was defeated by this young man and didn't even have the chance to fight back. Who the F***ck could defeat such a monster? After regaining his composure, the middle-aged man quickly said to Jiyu, I don't have the authority to deal with this matter. Please follow me to meet the elders. Jiyu didn't say anything and followed the middle-aged man quietly. Zhuang Weiran also followed behind Jiyu silently. She didn't want to make a sound in such a place where there were so many people. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Mystic high-class mystical skill 1000 illusions myriad flash obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Mystic high-class mystical skill 1000 illusions myriad flash obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. He followed the middle-aged man into a room. Inside was an old man with a white beard. Jiyu, the white-bearded old man, was an elder of the Hall of Affairs. Previously, this elder had contacted him and even gave him some greeting gifts. After sending Jiyu off, the middle-aged man took his leave, as he was not qualified to continue standing there and listen. Jiyu? The white-bearded old man said in surprise, didn't you accept 3 top-level missions at the same time last time? Haven't you gone yet? He didn't know that Jiyu had already completed her mission and returned. Subconsciously, he thought that Jiyu hadn't left yet. I'm done. Jiyu said calmly. Without another word, he took out Zhao Beishan's head and the green spider empress poison sac from his storage ring and placed them in front of the old man. You've completed it? The white-bearded old man exclaimed in disbelief. Looking at the 2 items that Jiyu took out, his eyes were filled with shock. As an elder-level figure, he knew very well which 3 top-level missions Jiyu had accepted. No matter which one it was, the difficulty was extremely high. He thought that Jiyu would need at least a month to complete them. This was only a possibility. After all, the mission to find the 6th prince was extremely difficult. Wait a minute, at this moment, the white-bearded old man suddenly realized that there was a guy in a black robe following behind Jiyu. Could it be that this black-robed man was the 6th prince? Jiyu, this is? The white-bearded old man pointed at the black-robed man behind Jiyu and asked with trembling lips. This guy is the 6th prince. I brought him back. Jiyu replied. At the same time, Zhuang Weiran took off the black robe on her head. However, she had already used the mask to change her appearance, turning into a handsome young man. Jiyu realized that Zhuang Weiran had changed her face again. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly realized that Zhuang Weiran's current appearance was exactly the one in the portrait. She looked at the white-bearded old man again. There was nothing wrong with his face. This time, Jiyu instantly understood. It turned out that Zhuang Weiran, this fellow, had always pretended to be a man to treat others. No wonder she called him the 6th prince. So this was the reason. 53,000 contribution points, 3rd grade superior artifact silver silk armor, 3rd grade inferior artifact cold blade, and 10 3rd grade inferior pills. The white-bearded old man gave the rewards of the 3 top-grade missions to Jiyu at once. Then I'll have to trouble Elder to deal with the 6th prince. After speaking, Jiyu turned and left. He was too lazy to continue wasting time here and left the rest to the white-bearded old man. 6th prince, I'll personally send you back to the palace later, what do you think? The white-bearded old man said to Zhuang Weiran with a kind face and a respectful tone. Although the other party was a junior, he wasn't an ordinary junior. The 6th prince of the Azure Water Empire's royal family, even the palace chief would have to show him some respect. He was only an elder of the Qianyuan martial house, he didn't dare to offend the 6th prince. I'm tired from this trip back, I want to rest in your house for 2 days. At this time, Zhuang Weiran deliberately changed his voice to a neutral one, his tone slightly dignified. The white-bearded old man seemed to be in a difficult position. I'll have to ask the martial house lord first, I'll have to trouble the 6th prince to wait here. How could he dare to make such a decision lightly? If he wasn't careful, his head might fall off. As long as the 6th prince stayed in the martial house for 1 more day, they had to make sure nothing happened to the 6th prince. This wasn't a joke. Zhuang Weiran only nodded slightly and didn't make a sound. This matter was extremely important. The white-bearded old man directly used his movement technique to rush to the Violet Gold Palace. Martial House Lord, Martial House Lord. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived. Morong Zili, who was currently supervising Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, heard this voice. Seeing the white-bearded old man rush in, Morong Zili asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Martial House Lord, Jiyu has already completed all the missions and even brought the 6th prince back. The white-bearded old man spoke quickly. Morong Zili's beautiful eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect Ji Yu to come back so soon, and even complete the 3 top-level missions. Just as she was about to speak, the white-bearded old man continued, but the 6th prince said that he wants to rest in our martial house for 2 days. What should we do, martial house master? Actually, it's not that difficult. Just let Ji Yu take care of the 6th prince. Morongzili pondered for a moment and said. This is indeed feasible. The white-bearded old man nodded, but his expression became hesitant again. But I don't know if Ji Yu is willing to accept. It was impossible for these elders to watch over the 6th prince all the time. In the entire Qianyuan martial house, except for the elders and the martial house master, no one was a match for Ji Yu. On the other hand, Ji Yu was not restricted by the martial house at all. Without a doubt, Ji Yu was the best candidate. The only thing he was worried about was that Ji Yu might not accept it. After all, this kind of thing was not a joke. They must ensure the safety of the 6th prince. You don't have to worry about this. With 20,000 contribution points as the basic condition, if Ji Yu doesn't meet it, then increase the contribution points until she meets it. Morongzili said indifferently, as for the palace, this martial house master will personally explain it to them. Yes. The white-bearded old man immediately withdrew. Not long after the white-bearded old man withdrew, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Master, how long will it take for us to finish today? When she heard that Ji Yu had returned, she couldn't wait to see Ji Yu. Yuexin, today's cultivation hasn't finished yet, but you're already anxious to see Ji Yu. Do you care about Ji Yu that much? Jiang Yuechu teased from the side. Sister, what are you saying? Who cares about that guy? Jiang Yuexin blushed and said stubbornly. Then why? Jiang Yuechu asked in a teasing tone. That is, Jiang Yuexin couldn't think of a reason and was very anxious. It will be over soon. You guys can cultivate in peace. Morongzili suddenly said. At the same time, she interrupted the conversation between Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, making Jiang Yuexin relieved. Because she didn't want her master to know that she liked Ji Yu. Little did she know that Morongzili had already seen through it. It was just that Morongzili had never mentioned this topic to them. At the same time, on the other side. At this moment, Ji Yu was on his way to the alchemy hall, preparing to deal with the rewards from completing the missions. Now, he suddenly had 53,000 contribution points. His first reaction was to use these contribution points to buy alchemy materials. Not only could he increase his cultivation quickly by buying materials to refine pills, but he could also trade some of the pills for more contribution points. Ding! Master has taken a step. High-level mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash obtained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. High-level mystic skill 1000 illusions myriad flash obtained experience points, won by 999 times. After arriving at the alchemy hall, Ji Yu did not want to act rashly. He planned to find the Grand Elder of the alchemy hall, Elder Zhuang, and see if he could buy alchemy materials directly from him. If that was really the case, it would be much better than having to deal with the other students blindly on his own. Soon, Ji Yu found Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang. Ji Yu immediately greeted him. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhuang Mingyan immediately turned his head. Ji Yu, why are you back so soon? The news of Ji Yu accepting 3 top-level missions at the same time shook the entire Qianyuan martial house. Naturally, Zhuang Mingyan also heard about it. I've completed all the missions. Of course, I have to come back. Ji Yu said. Hiss, Zhuang Mingyan could not help but gasp in his heart. Even if he did not know much about martial arts, he knew what it meant to complete 3 top-level missions at the same time. He could not help but sigh. Ji Yu was really a terrifying monster. Whether it was in alchemy or martial arts, she was one in a million. Elder Zhuang, I have some matters to discuss with you this time. Ji Yu said directly, can I buy alchemy materials directly from you? Zhuang Mingyan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Yes. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Zhuang to help me choose a total of 50,000 contribution points for the 3rd-grade alchemy materials. Ji Yu said. Then, he took out his identity token. This was because the contribution points were recorded on the identity token. As for the exchange of contribution points, it was also done through the identity token. 50,000 contribution points? Zhuang Mingyan almost jumped in fright, but he quickly calmed down. That made sense. Ji Yu had already completed 3 top-tier quests, so it wasn't strange for her to have so many contribution points. However, the fact that he had to buy alchemy materials worth 50,000 contribution points in one go still made him sigh. A few minutes later, Zhuang Mingyan placed a pile of ingredients for level 3 pills in front of Ji Yu. These are worth about 70,000 contribution points. Since we are fated to meet, I'll give you 50,000 contribution points. Zhuang Mingyan said. In fact, if it was possible, he would have given these materials to Ji Yu directly. But the truth was that he couldn't. The Qianyuan martial house had strict control over all resources. Even the elders couldn't use them at will. For example, these ingredients were worth 70,000 contribution points. Even if he gave 50,000 contribution points to Ji Yu, Zhuang Mingyan still had to pay 20,000 contribution points for Ji Yu. Thank you, Elder. Ji Yu understood this principle, so she was very grateful to Elder Zhuang. It's just a small matter. Zhuang Mingyan said with a smile. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and continued, speaking of which. How's your learning of what I taught you last time? I've mastered it completely. Ji Yu answered honestly. Oh, you've mastered it. Zhuang Mingyan was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. He asked in surprise, wait. You said you've mastered it completely? Yes, what's wrong? Ji Yu nodded. In his opinion, it had already been 10 days. What was there to be surprised about? If he said that he had learned it on the same day, wouldn't Elder Zhuang be so shocked? Monster, he really is a monster, Zhuang Mingyan was amazed. When he first started learning the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal, it took him more than a month to get the hang of it. After that, it took him another 2 to 3 months to finally learn the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. But Ji Yu, this monster, used less than 10 days to completely learn the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. Such a strong contrast, how could he accept it? Ji Yu, can you demonstrate the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal in front of this old man? Zhuang Mingyan said in a serious tone. He didn't doubt whether Ji Yu had really learned the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. He just wanted to see how far Ji Yu had cultivated the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. Ji Yu didn't have any objections. He immediately took out the pill furnace from his storage ring. Then, he took out a portion of the pill refining materials that Zhuang Mingyan brought and placed it into the pill furnace. Ding! Detected that master has started to refine a 3rd-grade pill. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. Experience gained, 1500 by 999 times. At the same time, Ji Yu began to use the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. He felt the fire element between heaven and earth and resonated with it. In just a few seconds, Zhuang Mingyan could see that Ji Yu had indeed learned the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. Not only that, it didn't give him the feeling that he had just learned it. Instead, it seemed like he had mastered the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal. This time, Zhuang Mingyan's heart was even more shocked. He felt that using the word monster to describe Ji Yu was an insult. It was more than enough to describe him as a monster. Not to mention whether he was a monster or not, he had never seen such a monster before. Just the fact that the spirit-connecting mystical fire seal was an inferior 4th-grade pill refining hand seal was enough to explain everything. Ding! Master has successfully concocted a middle-grade 3 medicinal pill. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 800 by 999 times. About half an hour later, Ji Yu successfully refined the intermediate grade 3 pill. Seeing that Ji Yu's ability to refine pills was still far beyond that of ordinary people, Zhuang Mingyan was once again stunned. Even if he were to refine a tier 3 intermediate grade pill himself, he would not be much faster than Ji Yu. I'll have to trouble Elder Zhuang this time. At this moment, Ji Yu put away the pill refinement furnace, pill refinement materials, and the pill she had just refined into her storage ring before saying, well then, it's about time for me to go back. Alright, you can go back. Zhuang Mingyan nodded. Looking at Ji Yu's departing figure, his eyes lit up with a raging fire. He dared to conclude, in less than half a year, this young man would become the #1 alchemist in the Kanglan Empire. Furthermore, it was not impossible for him to stand at the pinnacle of alchemy in the mysterious heavenly mainland in the future. Zhuang Mingyan was very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Even if he could not accept Ji Yu as his disciple, at the very least, he had helped Ji Yu on her path of alchemy. This was enough for him to be proud of. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Mystic Advanced Grade Mystical Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Mystic Advanced Grade Mystical Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. At this moment, Ji Yu had already returned to the dormitory. He took out all the treasures and pills he had obtained from completing the mission from before from his storage ring and prepared to study them. The silver silk armor, cold blade, and 10 pieces of fu su. There were a total of 3 items. First was the silver silk armor of the superior grade. This was also the most valuable reward in Ji Yu's eyes after the contribution points. This was a defensive treasure made from a special silver silk. Although it was very soft and smooth to the touch, its degree of toughness was unimaginable. Next, he tried to put on the silver silk treasure armor. He wanted to test how it would feel. As soon as the silver silk armor entered his body, a cool and comfortable feeling washed over him. The silver silk armor could adjust its size and fit Ji Yu's figure perfectly. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he even felt comfortable. This silver silk armor could greatly increase Ji Yu's defense. The silver silk armor could withstand the full force of a Tongxian realm martial cultivator. In addition to Ji Yu's defensive mystic skill, any martial cultivator below the Tongxian realm would not be able to hurt him. Even Tongxian realm martial cultivators like Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng would not be able to harm him. Now Ji Yu was even more confident. As long as his martial cultivation reached the Tongxian realm, he would definitely be able to kill those 2 old dogs, Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng. After studying the silver silk armor, Ji Yu's gaze landed on the second artifact. It was the cold edge. The cold edge, as its name suggested, shone with a terrifying cold light and its blade was extremely sharp. Compared to the green vein sword Ji Yu used before, this cold edge far surpassed the green vein sword in terms of appearance and strength. Without even thinking, he decided to use this cold edge as his temporary sword. As for the green vein sword, he did not need to throw it away. He could use it as a backup. There were still 10 inferior grade 3 pills left, fu su. There was no need to look at the fu su. Ji Yu knew that it was a type of pill that could recover mystic qi and injuries. He could only say that it would be useful in the future. There was nothing else to say. After that, Ji Yu prepared to start refining the pills. The pills that he exchanged for with 50,000 contribution points, no. More accurately, they were pills that were worth 70,000 contribution points. It was enough to waste Ji Yu's time. Ding! Detected that Master has started refining a grade 3 pill. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal. Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, gained experience, 1500 by 999 times. Ding! Master has successfully concocted an inferior grade 3 medicinal pill. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has successfully concocted an inferior grade 3 medicinal pill. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 600 by 999 times. However, before Ji Yu could refine many pills, the voice of the Hall of Affairs elder suddenly came from outside the door. Little friend Ji Yu, please open the door. Hearing someone shouting outside the door, Ji Yu could only temporarily stop refining pills. Elder, what brings you here? Ji Yu had just finished asking when she opened the door and saw that Zhuang Weiran had followed her in. Ji Yu was silent for a moment and asked, isn't he going to be sent back to the palace? Why is he still here? Ji Yu, it's like this. The white-bearded old man explained, the 6th prince said that he wanted to rest in our martial house for 2 days before returning to the royal palace, so the martial house master gave the order to assign the 6th prince to you. Arranged for me? Jiyu was confused and asked, what do you mean? In other words, while the sixth prince is staying in our martial house for 2 days, we need little friend Jiyu to protect the sixth prince and ensure his safety. The white-bearded old man explained in detail. Damn, Jiyu almost couldn't hold back from cursing out loud. How did he become Zhuang Weiran's bodyguard for no reason? The white-bearded old man had already predicted that Jiyu would reveal such a strange expression and immediately added, of course, we won't let little friend Jiyu protect the sixth prince for free. With 20,000 contribution points as the condition, little friend Jiyu, do you accept 20,000? Jiyu's eyebrows slightly raised, that's too little. It should be at least 50,000. He was particular about the rewards. Killing the Green Spider Empress and clearing out the bandits were both very easy for him. Moreover, the rewards for both missions were a few thousand contribution points and artifacts or pills. As for protecting Zhuang Weiran, it could also be considered a mission. However, this kind of mission was much more troublesome than killing the Green Spider Empress. He had to protect Zhuang Weiran for 2 full days, especially since Zhuang Weiran was a very strange person. Who knew when she would go crazy? How could 20,000 contribution points be enough to get rid of him? He would need at least 50,000 contribution points. Only this kind of reward would be worth his efforts. 50,000, the white-bearded old man hesitated for a moment before saying, 50,000 then. I will transfer the 50,000 contribution points to little friend Jiyu's token later. The palace lord had already said that he would satisfy Jiyu. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Jiyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. At the same time, he felt like he was on the losing end. If he had known earlier, he would have raised the contribution points to 70 to 80,000. Then it's settled, Jiyu said. After that, the white-bearded old man respectfully instructed Jiyu a few words before immediately going to prepare the 50,000 contribution points for Jiyu. At this moment, only Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran were left. Jiyu only glanced at Zhuang Weiran before returning to his room without a word. Without asking, he knew that this guy was definitely just looking for fun. Ding. Master has taken a step. Mystic Upper Level Mystic Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Mystic Upper Level Mystic Skill 1000 Illusions Myriad Flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Walking back to his room, Jiyu prepared to continue refining pills. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran, who hadn't spoken since the start, suddenly spoke, "You don't welcome me?" As she spoke, she walked in without any reservations. As if she didn't care at all about being in the same room with a man. "Yes, so you should hurry back to your palace," Jiyu casually replied. "That won't do. It wasn't easy for me to come out. I don't want to go back so quickly," Zhuang Weiran said. "Up to you." Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue arguing. "Anyway, just stay here and don't go running around. That's enough." Anyway, he already got the reward for the mission to find the sixth prince. It didn't matter to him whether this guy returned to the palace or not. "There's nothing fun here at all. I want to go out for a walk," Zhuang Weiran said. "If you want to go out for a walk, then wait for me to finish refining these pills first. It will take about an hour." Jiyu pointed at the pill refinement materials and said. These materials were all used to refine lower tier 3 pills. Although there were still a lot of materials for tier 3 mid and high-grade pills, he wanted to settle this batch of lower-grade pills first. "Alright." Zhuang Weiran compromised. Inadvertently, she felt a sense of wonder. In the past, almost everyone around her followed her, but this Jiyu didn't seem to treat her as the sixth prince at all. She was more or less intrigued by such a unique fellow. "By the way, can you not wear that mask in private?" Jiyu said. "Why? Do you want to see my real face that much?" Zhuang Weiran smiled meaningfully. "You think too much." Jiyu rolled his eyes at Zhuang Weiran and said. "You're a woman, but you want to pretend to be a man. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Why don't you change to the way you looked when we first met?" "Forget it, I'll change back to my real face for now." Zhuang Weiran said. But this is only limited to you. If there are outsiders, I still have to change into a man. Also, don't tell anyone that I'm a woman. I understand. Ji Yu nodded. He could roughly guess that Zhuang Weiran had been specially arranged to have the identity of a man. But just as Zhuang Weiran was about to tear off the mask on her face, someone came to visit. Ji Yu, my sister and I are here to look for you. Before they even arrived, Ji Yu could already hear Jiang Yuexin's voice. When Zhuang Weiran heard that someone was coming in, she immediately stopped what she was doing. She didn't want anyone to see her face. To be exact, she didn't want anyone to see her real face. Very quickly, two girls in pink and red walked in. Are these two people you know? Looking at the two girls, Zhuang Weiran immediately asked Ji Yu. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. HM? Hearing this, Zhuang Weiran's lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be interested. Ji Yu, who is this person? Jiang Yuexin walked in and saw an unfamiliar young man standing beside Ji Yu. She asked curiously. He is the sixth prince of the Kanglin Empire. Ji Yu introduced. Oh, so it's him. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuexin immediately understood. After all, when her master was talking to the white-bearded old man, she and her sister were listening at the side. My name is Jiang Yuechu. This is my sister Jiang Yuexin. Greetings, sixth prince. At this time, Jiang Yuechu said politely. Yes, my name is Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran also said politely, don't call me sixth prince. Just call me Zhuang Weiran. Speaking of which, why are you here this time? Ji Yu asked. He noticed that it was still early. Usually, at this time, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin would still be cultivating with Master Morong. Today, they came back so early. He guessed that something must have happened. Nothing, we just came to see you. Jiang Yuechu smiled, but looking at you now, you should be fine. Of course I'm fine. Ji Yu said. It's good that you're fine. We'll head back first. After that, Jiang Yuechu left with Jiang Yuexin. Seeing that the sixth prince was present, they all thought that Ji Yu had something important to do. Therefore, they decided not to stay any longer, lest they get in the way of Ji Yu. Ji Yu was confused about why Jiang Yuechu wanted to go back so soon, but she didn't say anything. Tisk, tisk, at this moment, Zhuang Weiran suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Ji Yu asked in confusion. It's nothing. I'm just lamenting. Zhuang Weiran said mysteriously. Although she didn't have much contact with Ji Yu, she had long seen that this guy was a very unromantic man. This guy could also capture the hearts of those sisters just now. How could she not sigh? At the same time, this was also why she dared to be alone with this guy without any vigilance. At this moment, Ji Yu didn't care about these messy things and immediately continued to refine the pill. On the other side, Zhuang Weiran had already taken off her mask and revealed her face. She had one hand on the table, supporting her chin as she stared at Ji Yu absent-mindedly. This dazed look looked like she was waiting for Ji Yu to finish refining the pill. Ding! Detected that master has started to refine a third-grade pill. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has concocted an inferior third-grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from alchemy attainments, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has concocted an inferior third-grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from alchemy attainments, 600 by 999 times. However, when Ji Yu was halfway through refining, Zhuang Weiran started to make a fuss. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of boredom. Zhuang Weiran said unhappily. Then you can die of boredom. Ji Yu replied casually as he continued to refine the pills. So you can talk? Zhuang Weiran was slightly surprised. She thought that Ji Yu would be like those old men in the palace. Once he started to refine pills, it was as if he was possessed and couldn't care less about anything else. Why can't I talk? Ji Yu was speechless. Since you can talk, then chat with me like last time. Zhuang Weiran said. Ji Yu wanted to reject this chatterbox, but changed his mind after thinking about it. Although this guy's nagging made him feel very annoyed, if this guy ran around the martial house, it would be even more troublesome. After all, Master Morong had given him the task of protecting Zhuang Weiran, and he had also received 50,000 contribution points as a reward. After all, he had taken advantage of others. No matter what, he had received his reward, so he had to do his job properly. Zhuang Weiran's mouth didn't stop from talking about family matters to alchemy and martial arts. Finally, Jiyu finished refining all the third-tier pills. After refining the pills, Jiyu stood up. "You're done?" Seeing this, Zhuang Weiran immediately said, "Then accompany me for a walk. It's too boring to just sit here." Okay. Jiyu said unwillingly. After that, Jiyu brought Zhuang Weiran around the martial house. Jiyu only returned to the dormitory to continue his work after Zhuang Weiran played to her heart's content. These 2 days were more or less spent like this. Although Jiyu didn't have much free time, he still managed to refine most of the ingredients into pills. After 2 days, Zhuang Weiran returned to the palace under the protection of the elder from the Hall of Affairs. Jiyu could finally do his own things in peace. At this moment, Jiyu was refining the last few sets of ingredients. Ding! Master has refined a third-tier upper-tier pill. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has concocted a superior grade 3 medicinal pill. Experience gained from alchemy attainment, 1000 by 999 times. Another 4 to 6 hours passed, and Jiyu finally finished refining all the pills. After a quick calculation, there were a total of more than 20 low-grade tier 3 pills, 9 middle-grade tier 3 pills and 5 high-grade tier 3 pills. Jiyu planned to keep these 20 over low tier 3 medicinal pills and exchange them for contribution points. As for the rest of the level 3 medium and level 3 high-level pills, he could use them as usual. Just as he was about to take the pill, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. "I have to return the Lone Peak of 9 Swords Cultivation Manual to the Scripture Pavilion first, in case I forget about it later," Jiyu muttered to herself. He immediately left the dormitory and headed in the direction of the Sutra Depository. Jiyu used her body movement skill to quickly reach the Scripture Pavilion. She handed the manual of the Lone Peak of 9 Swords to the Scripture Pavilion elder and used her body movement skill to return to the dormitory. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the late stage of defensive mystic realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the peak of defensive mystic realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the peak of defensive mystic realm. Jiyu swallowed all the middle grade and high grade tier 3 pills in one go. After an unknown amount of time, he finally finished absorbing all the effects of the pills. Although his cultivation base had increased tremendously, he was still stuck at the peak of defensive mystic realm. He was half a step away from the Tongxian realm, but he could not break through no matter what. Jiyu could only give up for now. After all, it was not that easy to break through to the Tongxian realm. After that, he did not stop to rest and cultivated his Xianxia. He had to stabilize his cultivation base first, then find a chance to break through to the Tongxian realm. Once he entered the Tongxian realm, he would be able to seek revenge on Lin Zhanshan and the others. Unknowingly, 2 to 3 days had passed. Although Jiyu still couldn't break through to the Tongxian realm, he had stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. Since he couldn't break through, he would temporarily put aside the matter of martial arts cultivation. He took out the sword mark stone tablet from his storage ring. He was going to use the sword mark stone tablet to comprehend the sword intent and raise the level of his half-step sword intent. Ding! Master glanced at the sword mark stone tablet, 30% half-step sword intent gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master glanced at the sword mark stone tablet, 30% half-step sword intent gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 40% half-step sword intent. Ding! Congratulations, Master, half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 50% half-step sword intent. When the half-step sword intent reached the 5th level, Jiyu felt that the speed of improvement had obviously slowed down. Of course, he wouldn't be so inflexible and didn't continue to observe the sword mark stone tablet to improve his half-step sword intent. After more than 10 days, Jiyu came to the small forest behind the dormitory again. He planned to improve his half-step sword intent here and cultivate the fallen leaf sword technique. Ding! Master has used the fallen leaf sword technique. Fallen leaf sword technique gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Master has activated 50% half-step sword intent. Half-step sword intent gained experience, 50 by 999 times. Ding! Fallen leaf sword technique has reached the perfection stage, automatically upgraded to the low profound rank profound skill breeze sword technique. Ding! Congratulations Master, half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 80% half-step sword intent. An entire day passed. The fallen leaf sword technique had reached the peak of perfection in one go and advanced to a profound rank sword technique. Not only that, when the sword technique advanced to a profound rank sword technique, the half-step sword intent had also reached the 8th level from the 5th level. It was only 20% away from becoming a true sword intent and called the sword Dao true meaning. The difference between the sword Dao true intent and the half-step sword intent was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, Jiyu, who only had 80% of her half-step sword intent, was having a hard time facing Lin Zhanshan. She only had a 50% chance of winning. If he grasped the sword Dao true meaning, he would have a 90% chance of winning against Lin Zhanshan. In fact, killing Lin Zhanshan with a single strike was not impossible. However, just as Jiyu was about to raise his half-step sword intent to sword Dao true meaning in one go, he suddenly sensed that there were two people hurrying towards him. He turned around and saw that it was the two sisters, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. How did you know I was here? Jiyu immediately asked, why are you guys in such a hurry? Did something happen? Jiyu, something bad happened. Jiang Yuexin said anxiously, my father just sent a message saying that the Lin family and the Chen family are joining forces to pressure the Castellan mansion. They want us to give up our position. Yuexin and I went to look for you immediately, but we didn't find you in your room. Then, Master told us that you might be here. Now, we finally found you. Jiang Yuechu was in charge of explaining. I see, Jiyu's expression suddenly became serious. I didn't expect that Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan, those two old dogs, would lose their patience so quickly. In the Kanglan Empire, the Castellan mansion of every ancient city was not fixed. It could be overthrown at any time. For example, in Chaoyang ancient city, the Jiang family had been the most powerful overlord in the past 100 years. That was why they could sit firmly in the Castellan mansion. But now, the Chen family was rapidly rising and was about to catch up with the Jiang family. Together with the Lin family, the Chen and Lin families were enough to pose a great threat to the Jiang family. This time, the Chen family and the Lin family were joining forces to pressure the Jiang family. They definitely wanted to snatch the Jiang family's Castellan mansion position. Although this matter doesn't have much to do with Jiyu, my sister and I really don't know what to do, so we can only tell you. Jiang Yuexin said. Don't say that. Jiyu smiled. The Castellan and Madame treated him well. Repaying a drop of water with a gushing spring was his way of doing things. Now that the Castellan mansion was in trouble, he naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. Moreover, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng's enemies. Now, he had the confidence to do so. Then tell me what you think. Jiyu continued. With our current strength, we won't be able to help even if we rush back tonight. The calmer Jiang Yuechu spoke first. If there's no other way, let's give them the position of the city lord first. We'll take it back when we're strong enough. That's true, Jiang Yuexin said in a low voice, if we're not strong enough, we won't be able to do anything. Not necessarily. Jiyu said, I have an idea. What idea? What idea? Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin asked at the same time. It's simple. I just need to go back and take care of Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng. Jiyu said with a smile. How can you do that? Jiang Yuexin objected strongly. You can't go back now. Did you forget how Lin Zhanshan injured you last time? She still couldn't forget what happened last time. No matter what, she didn't want to see that scene again. Yuexin is right. Jiang Yuechu said, we know you're strong, but Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng are both metaphysical realm experts. You can't act rashly. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm confident that I can do what I said. Ji Yu said with a smile. However, he was glad that the two sisters were so worried about him. Even if you're confident, you can't do it. Jiang Yuexin shook her head. At this point, she was already regretting telling Ji Yu about this. She was afraid that Ji Yu wouldn't listen to her and would run back to Chaoyang Ancient City. I told you not to worry. I'll be fine. Ji Yu said, at worst, I'll just stay in the city lord's mansion and wait for Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng to come. Even so, before Jiang Yuexin could finish her words, Jiang Yuechu interrupted her. Yuexin, we should trust Ji Yu. Jiang Yuechu said, when the time comes, we can go back with Ji Yu so that he won't run around. That way, there will be no mistakes. In her opinion, as long as she obediently stayed in the city lord's mansion, Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng would not be able to do anything to Ji Yu. After all, his father was the strongest warrior in the ancient city of the rising sun. He was slightly stronger than Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng. Moreover, the Jiang family had been able to occupy the position of city lord for nearly 100 years. Their foundation was not to be underestimated. The Chen family and the Lin family would not dare to act recklessly. As long as you're willing. Ji Yu said, there's no time to lose. Let's set off tomorrow. After setting a time with Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, they set off for the ancient city of the rising sun early in the morning. After Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin left, Ji Yu seized the time to improve his strength. In fact, he did not have that strength yet. However, he still promised the two sisters that he would be able to deal with Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng because he was confident that he could reach that strength today. He could reach the metaphysical realm and break through to the sword principle true meaning. These two were enough to crush those two old dogs, Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng. Then, Ji Yu immediately started to improve his sword intent and practice his sword art. Ding! Master has activated 80% of the half-step sword intent. Experience gained, 80*999x. Ding! Master has activated 80% of the half-step sword intent. Experience gained, 80*999x. Ding! Congratulations Master, your half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 90% of the half-step sword intent. Ding! Congratulations Master, your half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 10% of the sword principle true meaning. When the system notification that he had broken through to sword Dao true meaning rang out, the sword intent that erupted from Ji Yu's body soared rapidly. Invisible blades surged wildly, uncontrollably slicing the surrounding trees into pieces. Compared to before, his sword intent was many times more powerful. Looking at the mess around him, Ji Yu's eyes shone. The power of the sword principle true meaning was so shocking that it was beyond his imagination. He felt that with this sword principle true meaning, even if he could not break through to the metaphysical realm, he would be able to fight against Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng. Although it was not as powerful as the lone peak of 9 swords, it was still a good move to test the strength of others. After that, Ji Yu left the forest. He did not return to his room. Instead, he planned to head to the alchemy hall. He had not used the 50,000 contribution points that the white-bearded old man had given him. When he arrived at the alchemy hall, Ji Yu asked Elder Zhuang for 50,000 contribution points worth of alchemy materials. This time, Zhuang Mingyan did not dare to give Ji Yu too many materials. He would have to pay for most of the materials. If this continued, he would not be able to handle it. After obtaining the alchemy materials, Ji Yu handed the inferior grade 3 elixirs to Elder Zhuang for him to sell. After that, Ji Yu returned to his room. He tried not to waste a single second. He took out the alchemy furnace and materials from his storage ring and began to refine the elixirs. He started a fire and placed the materials in. Ding! Master has started to refine grade 3 elixirs. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has refined a mediocre grade 3 elixir. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 800 by 999 times. Ding. Master has refined a superior grade 3 elixir. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, your alchemy attainment has broken through to superior grade 4 alchemist. Jiyu continued to refine the elixirs until the middle of the night. He was only halfway done with the other half of the materials. However, since his alchemist level had reached superior grade 4, he stopped for the time being. I'll consume these elixirs first. I'll deal with the rest of the materials later, Jiyu thought to himself as he consumed the elixirs to increase his cultivation. Ding. Master has consumed a mediocre grade 3 elixir. Experience gained in martial arts cultivation, 30,000 * 999 times. Ding. Master has consumed a superior grade 3 elixir. Experience gained in martial arts cultivation, 40,000 * 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the early stage of LV1 Tongxian realm. Before Jiyu had finished taking all the pills, the massive amount of internal force in her body had already broken through the shackles. However, the moment he broke through to the Tongxian realm, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Caught off guard, even Jiyu herself was shocked. He originally wanted to use the Heaven Splitter to suppress the commotion caused by the breakthrough of his cultivation, but he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. However, Jiyu quickly came back to his senses and immediately operated the Heaven Splitter to suppress the shocking aura. Even so, it still alarmed many of the surrounding Martial House students. In the middle of the night, all the students in the dormitory area were awakened. They hurriedly ran out of the room and looked around. Each and every one of them looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? Are there people fighting in the Martial House? No, someone must have broken through. A breakthrough in cultivation? Impossible, right? This kind of aura can only be produced by someone at the Tongxian realm, right? In the entire Martial House, the only person who has reached the Tongxian realm is probably Jiyu. At this moment, many of the students' hearts skipped a beat. She had defeated Qi Ling comprehended the incomplete sword intent, and completed the 3 top-tier missions at lightning speed. Based on what had happened in the past, it was very likely that the aura earlier was caused by Jiyu. The Tongxian realm, they didn't know how long it would take for them to reach that realm. The most terrifying thing was that Jiyu was not even 18 years old yet. She had already reached the Tongxian realm at such a young age. After all, even the current king of the Kanglan Empire, the king of Kanglan, when he had awakened his acquired spiritual body and defeated countless geniuses in the Kanglan Empire, he had only broken through to the Tongxian realm when he was 20 years old. Based on this comparison, did it not mean that Jiyu's martial arts talent had surpassed the king of Kanglan's? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Not only that, but the powerhouses in the Qianyuan Martial House, including the Mansion Master, the Vice Mansion Master, and the Elders, had also noticed the commotion caused by Jiyu. They didn't even care that it was late at night and immediately called for a meeting. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached mid-stage of Tongxian Realm LV1. At this moment, Jiyu was striking while the iron was hot. He consumed the rest of the pills and reached mid-stage of Defensive Mystic Realm LV1 in one go. This time, he used the Sky Splitter to suppress the aura of the breakthrough, so it did not cause too much of a commotion. He knew that his breakthrough just now must have shocked the entire Martial House. If he did it again, Master Morong might not be able to hold it in and come looking for him. No matter how monstrous one's martial arts talent was, there had to be a limit. In less than a minute, he had made 2 breakthroughs in Tongxian Realm. Even a deity would not be able to do that. That was why he did not want to be too conspicuous to prevent the existence of the system from being exposed. After that, Jiyu did not plan to continue making pills. Instead, he went straight to sleep. After a night, he had completely digested the remaining medicinal effects in his body. This allowed him to completely stabilize his cultivation base of mid-stage of Tongxian Realm LV1. He could attempt to break through to late stage of Tongxian Realm LV1 at any time. The next morning, Early in the morning, Jiyu started to adapt to his new cultivation base. He had just broken through to Tongxian realm not long ago. It was not easy for him to control his strength at first, so he needed to get used to it first. Jiyu tried to circulate the Xianxia in his body. He could clearly feel that his control of Xianxia had improved. The so-called Tongxian realm was proficient in Xianxia. Not only that, the Tongxian realm also had a special ability. That was to release Xianxia and form a qi shield. It could be used for both offense and defense. Jiyu immediately released Xianxia from his body. As expected, it formed a solid qi shield. This reminded him of the time when he faced Lin Zhanshan. Lin Zhanshan had used Xianxia shield to severely injure him. Although he could not test the power of the Xianxia shield in the room, he could guess that the power of the Xianxia shield was comparable to a mystic rank mystic skill. Just a single qi shield was already so powerful. This was the biggest difference between Tongxian realm and defensive mystic realm. In fact, after entering Tongxian realm, Jiyu had also gained a lot of strength. For example, mental communication, or a substantial improvement in one's physical body, etc. While Jiyu was adjusting to her Tongxian realm cultivation, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin arrived at the same time. Then, the three of them headed to the Violet Gold Great Hall. They had yet to inform Manor Head Murong that they would be returning to Chaoyang Ancient City today. Naturally, they had to inform him first. After Jiyu and the others explained the matter, Murong Zili didn't have any objections. Jiyu, when you return, I will confer you the title of Heaven's Pride. More than half of the resources in the manor will be given to you. From beginning to end, she only said this one sentence. Regarding this, Jiyu didn't have much of an opinion and didn't think too much about it. He simply felt that this was not bad, as he could obtain countless cultivation resources. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin didn't think much of it because they didn't know what it meant to be a heavenly talent in the Kanglin Empire. However, they didn't expect that the title of heavenly talent would bring a lot of trouble to Jiyu in the future. After that, Jiyu brought Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin to take the spirit ship from the royal city to Chaoyang Ancient City. They bought the high-class ship tickets and the high-class rooms. Once they entered the room, Jiyu continued to concoct elixirs. Time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu finally finished concocting all the ingredients. Then, he immediately swallowed the elixir and tried to increase his cultivation before they arrived at Chaoyang Ancient City. Ding! Master has consumed a third-grade inferior elixir. Martial cultivation experience gained, 20,000 * 999 times. Ding! Master has consumed a third-grade middle-grade elixir. Martial cultivation experience gained, 30,000 * 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, your martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of LV1 Tongxian realm. Ding! Congratulations Master, your martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of LV1 Tongxian realm. After a long time, Jiyu finally absorbed all the medicinal effects of the elixir. His martial cultivation slowly broke through to the peak of LV1 Tongxian realm. Ding! Master cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master. Martial Dao cultivation level has reached peak LV1 of the Tongxian realm. Before the spirit ship arrived at Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiyu's cultivation level had reached peak LV1 of the Tongxian realm. It wouldn't take long for her to reach LV2 of the Tongxian realm. After returning to Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiyu used her movement technique to bring Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin to the city governor's mansion. No one noticed them on the way. Yuechu, Yuexin, and Jiyu, why are you back? Jiang Zhongtian was shocked to see the three of them. I heard that the Lin family and the Chen family are working together to create trouble, so I came back. Jiyu said. Why are you back at this time? Jiang Zhongtian said worriedly, go back quickly. I only sent someone to inform you. I didn't ask you to come back. He couldn't help but curse himself for being an idiot. It would have been better if he didn't inform them. During such a tense period, these three juniors shouldn't be here. It's okay. We dare to come back this time because we're confident. Ji Yu said confidently. Jiang Zhongtian was about to say something when Jiang Yuechu suddenly said, "Father, let's trust Ji Yu. Don't worry. Ji Yu isn't stupid. Moreover, my sister and I are watching over her." At this moment, Jiang Yuexin patted her chest and said confidently. "All right." Jiang Zhongtian hesitated for a while before he said. Since his two daughters had already said this much, then he had nothing more to say. "But you have to stay in the mansion during this time. Don't run around. Do you understand?" Jiang Zhongtian said. The entire Chaoyang ancient city was in chaos. Ever since the Lin family and the Chen family joined hands, most of the forces in Chaoyang ancient city sided with the Lin family and the Chen family. As for the remaining half of the forces, only a small portion still stood on the side of the city lord mansion, while the rest were quietly observing. It could be said that the current situation of the city lord manor was very embarrassing. If it wasn't for the Chaoyang branch supporting them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. This was all thanks to Ji Yu. If not for Ji Yu, the Chaoyang branch would not have intervened. To put it simply, there was no place that was absolutely safe outside the city lord's mansion. I understand. Ji Yu nodded. He had never intended to run around. He wanted to wait for the arrival of the Lin family and the Chen family. Yuchu understands. Yu Xian understands. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin also agreed. It's good that you understand. Jiang Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief. However, just in case, he still wanted to arrange for an expert to secretly monitor little friend Ji and his two worrisome daughters. Right. At this time, Ji Yu suddenly thought of something and asked, "Mansion Master Jiang, when will the Lin family and the Chen family come again?" "In 3 days. Jiang Zhongtian said, 3 days from noon is the deadline they gave us. If we don't hand over the city lord's mansion, they will flatten the entire city lord's mansion." As he spoke, his eyes revealed a trace of heaviness. This time, the Chen and Lin family's alliance was too fierce. The city lord's mansion would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many forces on the Chen and Lin family's side. When the time comes, they would definitely come to support them. Their situation would only worsen. Flatten this place. If that's the case, then Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuhing will appear, right? Ji Yu narrowed her eyes. That's right. Jiang Zhongtian nodded. Not only that, the main forces of the Chen and Lin family will probably come together. There might even be people from other forces. Okay, then I know. Ji Yu nodded, then fell into deep thought. He did not care about the main forces or other forces. As long as Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuhing would come, it was fine. Setting up an array formation, since the other party was going to send a large group of people, then the best countermeasure was naturally to set up an array formation. Most array formations were the kind that could cause damage and various effects to multiple targets. When the time came, Ji Yu planned to set up an array formation that would weaken the other party and strengthen them. "Master Jiang, I have a request." Ji Yu said to Jiang Zhongtian, "Master Jiang should know about array formations, right?" "I know, the Chen family has 2 or 3 array masters with decent strength, but recently they have all disappeared without a trace." Jiang Zhongtian said. Ji Yu thought that of course they had disappeared. Those 3 array masters had been killed by him a month ago. Then I hope that Master Jiang can send someone to collect the materials needed to draw various array diagrams. I have great use for them. Ji Yu said. Could it be? You mean? Jiang Zhongtian seemed to have realized something very quickly. Yes, I plan to use array formations to deal with those people. Ji Yu said. That's not a problem. I'll send someone to collect the materials later. They'll be in your hands within a day at most. Jiang Zhongtian said. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He never thought that Ji Yu would actually know how to draw array diagrams. Not only did he have monstrous talent in martial arts and alchemy, but he also had the identity of an array master. How much more was this little friend hiding? Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were also very surprised. They never knew that Ji Yu actually knew about array formations. Alright, Then I'll have to trouble Master Jiang to provide me with a place to rest. I'll go and prepare. Ji Yu said. No problem. After saying that, Jiang Zhongtian turned to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin and said, Yu Chu Yue, Uxin, you two can bring little friend Ji there. Ding. Master has taken a step, the experience gained from the high-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, the experience gained from the high-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusions myriad flash, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Ji Yu was brought to a rather luxurious room. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin left, because Ji Yu was about to get down to business. The so-called proper business was to raise the level of the array master. If Ji Yu didn't remember wrongly, she was only a superior first-grade array master. At this level, the array diagrams drawn would not be of much use. At the very least, he would need to raise his array formation master level to the 3rd or 4th stage in order to be able to play a huge role in the upcoming 3 days. Then, Ji Yu took out a book on spell formations from her storage ring. This was a book he had randomly picked up on the street. The content did not matter. What was important was that as long as he read the relevant secret book, he would be able to obtain 999 times the experience. Although drawing an array diagram would increase the speed of leveling up faster, he did not have the materials to draw an array diagram right now, so he could only use the simplest method. When Ji Yu flipped to the first page of the secret manual, the system notification immediately rang in her mind. Ding. Master has read Basic Spell Formation Secret Manual for 1 minute, Array Formation Mastery, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has read Basic Spell Formation Secret Manual for 1 minute, Array Formation Mastery, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, Array Formation Mastery has successfully broken through to the inferior grade 2 Array Master. Ding. Congratulations Master, Array Formation Mastery has successfully broken through to the intermediate grade 2 Array Master. After reading the secret manual for half a day, Ji Yu had only reached the intermediate grade 2 Array Master standard. Currently, he could draw an array diagram of an intermediate grade 2 array formation. However, this was not enough. At least, it was far from enough for the matter in 3 days. Right at this moment, Jiang Yuechu brought the materials that Mansion head Jiang had sent people to collect into the house. Ji Yu, these are the materials that the city lord's mansion collected. Jiang Yuechu said, the materials for drawing array diagrams in Chaoyang Ancient City are relatively rare. Moreover, the city is very chaotic right now, so we could only collect these. It's okay. These are enough. Ji Yu took a storage ring from Jiang Yuechu and said. These materials must be in this storage ring. Looking at Ji Yu's face, Jiang Yuechu hesitated for a moment before saying, Ji Yu, don't force yourself too much. If you really can't do it, we'll take a step back first. It's okay, I'm not forcing myself. Ji Yu said with a smile. How could he back down when he was about to face Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng? He had to kill his enemies in 3 days. He would not let go of such a good opportunity for revenge. Okay, Jiang Yuechu did not know whether Ji Yu was telling the truth or not, but she knew that she could not change Ji Yu's mind, so she did not say anything else. But no matter what, the smile in front of her made her feel more at ease. After Jiang Yuechu left, Ji Yu immediately prepared to draw the array diagram. The ring that Jiang Yuechu sent over was a very common first-rank storage ring that was specifically used to temporarily store things. In other words, it was a one-time use item. Ji Yu took out the materials from the first-grade storage ring and began to filter them. First, he filtered out the lower-grade materials and set them aside. These were all for the sake of increasing his formation master level, and there was no other use for them. After that, Ji Yu began to draw the array diagram. Ding! Master has drawn a first-grade low-grade array diagram, formation mastery gained experience, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Master has drawn a first-grade high-grade array diagram, formation mastery gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, formation mastery has successfully broken through to a second-grade high-grade formation master. With the help of the 999 times success rate, Jiyu quickly finished drawing all the materials for the first grade array diagram and became a second grade high-grade formation master. The materials for the first grade array diagram were only a portion, and there were still materials for the second grade and third grade array diagrams. Then, he began to draw the second grade array diagram. Ding! Master has drawn a second grade low grade array diagram. Formation mastery gained experience, 200 by 999 times. Ding! Master has drawn a second grade high grade array diagram. Formation mastery gained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Formation mastery has successfully broken through to a third grade low grade formation master. In the end, all that was left were some materials for the grade 3 array formation. However, there weren't many materials for grade 3 array diagrams. Jiyu examined the materials in detail and found that these materials could only be used to draw 3 third grade array diagrams at most. A medium grade 3 offensive formation and 2 inferior grade 3 support formations. Among them, the 2 auxiliary formations were exactly what he wanted. One was to weaken the enemy, while the other was to strengthen his side. Jiyu was currently only an inferior Tier 3 array master. She was unable to draw the intermediate Tier 3 offensive array diagram, so she could only draw these 2 auxiliary array diagrams first. Ding! Master has drawn a third grade lower grade array. Experience gained from array formation attainment, 600*999x. Ding! Master has drawn a third grade lower grade array. Experience gained from array formation attainment, 600*999x. He had finished drawing the diagrams for the 2 auxiliary formations, but he still couldn't break through to become a grade 3 intermediate formation master. For the time being, Jiyu did not continue to draw the grade 3 medium offensive formation diagram. Next, Jiyu walked out of the room and found a place where there was no one around. After activating all of the grade 3 array diagrams, he gained a huge amount of experience from array formation attainment. In the end, he finally broke through to become a grade 3 intermediate formation master and successfully drew the grade 3 medium offensive formation diagram. This was a grade 3 medium offensive formation named 10,000 Swords Killing Formation. Its power was much stronger than the Xianxia that Jiyu encountered previously. The required formation had been prepared. Now, Jiyu only needed to wait for Lin Zhanshan and Shen Wuhing to deliver themselves to him in 3 days. He finally had a chance to deal with those 2 old dogs. When the time came, he would settle all the grudges from back then. Ding! Master has set up a weak Tier 3 Xian formation. Formation mastery gained experience, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has set up a Tier 3 excitation formation. Formation mastery gained experience, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has set up a Tier 3 10,000 Swords formation. Formation mastery gained experience, 800 by 999 times. After spending a long time, Jiyu set up the 3 formations in the City Lord's Mansion's meeting hall. When the time came, everyone would gather here and the formations would be able to unleash their full potential. The weak Xian formation was one of the 2 inferior Tier 3 auxiliary formations. It could weaken the opponent's Xianxia to a certain extent, which was equivalent to weakening the opponent's strength. As for the excitation formation, it was the other inferior Tier 3 auxiliary formation that kept the opponent in a state of excitement. As for the 10,000 Swords formation, it was needless to say. Although all the formations were prepared, Jiyu did not relax just because of that. There were still 2 days left. He planned to continue strengthening his strength. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the second stage of the Tongxian realm. 2 days had passed. Not only did Jiyu stabilize his cultivation base, but he also broke through to the second stage of the Tongxian realm. Today, the Lin family and the Chen family would come knocking on his door. Jiyu left the room and hurried to the meeting hall to meet with Manor Head Jiang and the others. When he arrived at the meeting hall, he could feel the heavy atmosphere. The city lord's mansion was likely to be met with a bloody disaster today. Ji Yu sat beside Jiang Zhongtian. Jiang Zhongtian used his mental power to send a message to Ji Yu. How are your preparations? Although everyone present was from the city lord's mansion, there might be spies from the Chen and Lin families. He naturally had to be careful. Everything is ready. Ji Yu also used her mental power to communicate. Jiang Zhongtian was stunned for a while before he reacted. Ji Yu was actually using spiritual communication. Does that mean Ji Yu's cultivation has already reached Tongxian realm? Jiang Zhongtian's eyes were filled with shock. He remembered that Ji Yu was only 16 years old. To be able to reach Tongxian realm at such a young age, he was at a loss for words to describe this terrifying talent. He remembered that the youngest Tongxian expert in the history of the Kanglin Empire was the current Duke of Kanglin. However, at that time, the Duke of Navy Waves was already 20 years old. It could be said that Ji Yu had already broken the record set by the Duke of House of Storms. Not only that, she had dragged the record from before she was 20 years old to 16 years old. There was a difference of 4 years. In comparison, the Duke of Navy Waves was nothing in front of Ji Yu. Jiang Zhongtian rejoiced that his Jiang family was acquainted with such a terrifying existence. Now, he was even more determined to matchmake his 2 daughters with Ji Yu. That way, the Jiang family would be able to achieve meteoric success. At this moment, Jiang Zhongtian was in a daze. City Lord, the Lin family, Chen family, and a few other forces are here. He only regained his senses when he heard this hurried voice. Just as he had expected, the Lin and Chen clans were not the only ones who had come this time. Jiang Zhongtian's expression was calm. He nodded slowly and waited for the other party to arrive. At the same time, he had already made up his mind. If they were to fall out with each other, he would protect Ji Yu even if he had to lose his life. Although Ji Yu was already at Tongxian realm, in his opinion, she should have just broken through not long ago. She wouldn't be able to compete with veteran Tongxian realm experts like Lin Zhanshan. At this moment, the Chen and Lin family had arrived at the meeting hall. Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan walked at the front. When they saw Ji Yu sitting next to Jiang Zhongtian, their eyes were filled with shock. Didn't this kid go to the Chenyuan martial house? Why did he come back? But it was just as well. They could take care of this kid today. The other families who came with the Chen and Lin families also noticed Ji Yu. They had a deep impression of this young man. Especially in the recruitment exam and alchemy conference not long ago. This young man's performance completely changed their worldview. It was their first time seeing such a peerless genius. Jiang Zhongtian, what do you think? At this moment, Chen Wuheng was the first to speak. He didn't even sit down. He didn't give Jiang Zhongtian any face at all. Jiang Zhongtian frowned slightly. He didn't look too good. These people came in full force. They didn't even bother to pretend. There's nothing to think about. Our Jiang family will never give up our position. Jiang Zhongtian looked coldly at Chen Wuheng and said. So there's no room for negotiation? Chen Wuheng said coldly, then don't blame us for being rude. I'm happy to oblige. Jiang Zhongtian didn't back down. He waved his hand. Immediately, a large group of guards rushed into the meeting hall and surrounded Chen Wuheng and the others. A great battle was about to break out. Insignificant skill. Chen Wuheng said disdainfully. Although there were many people on the other side, they were all a bunch of trash in his eyes. He brought elites with him this time. There were also the family heads of the various families. They could deal with this group of guards in a snap of their fingers. When the guards of the city lord mansion rushed in, Ji Yu instantly activated the 3 arrays that were set up in advance. When the 3 arrays were activated at the same time, Chen Wuheng and the others felt a sense of crisis. This was an array? Most people panicked. Only Chen Wuheng, Lin Zhanshan, and the other family heads were relatively calm. Today's battle was inevitable. It was normal for the city lord mansion to set up arrays in advance. Until a beam of sword energy cut through their cheeks, this is at least a 3rd rank array formation. Everyone, be careful. Chen Wuheng was the first to react. He immediately reminded the people behind him. However, he immediately realized the severity of the matter. Not only that, he felt that the profound qi in his body was slowly weakening. What the hell is going on? Chen Wuheng's face was gloomy as he exchanged glances with Lin Zhanshan. The two of them rushed towards Jiyu. No matter what, I'll take this brat's life first. Just as Jiang Zhongtian was about to face Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan on his own, Jiyu had already rushed forward. Ding! Master has used Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash. Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the yellow rank superior grade profound skill Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash has successfully broken through to the greater heights stage. Ding! It has been detected that Thousand Illusions Myriad Flash has reached the Great Perfection stage. It has automatically upgraded to the Earth rank inferior grade profound skill Lightning Light Change. Jiyu used his movement skill to rush towards Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan. Suddenly, his movement skill upgraded to the Earth rank profound skill Lightning Light Change. After being pleasantly surprised for a moment, he calmly pulled out the cold blade from his waist. He didn't plan to test the waters. Instead, he directly used the lone peak of 9 swords. On the other side, Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were overjoyed when they saw Jiyu charging towards them. Although this brat's speed was abnormally fast, they didn't think that this brat had much ability. From their point of view, this brat was purely here to die. Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan definitely didn't expect that Jiyu's attack would be so terrifying. Jiyu, don't be impulsive. Jiang Zhongtian shouted. He didn't expect Jiyu to rush over in the blink of an eye. If something happened to Jiyu, he would really be in despair. However, Jiyu didn't turn back, because he had already swung cold blade. 9 consecutive slashes were unleashed in an instant, catching Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan off guard. Suddenly, wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. Only then did they realize that they were injured, and they were dumbfounded. Old dog, die. Seeing that his previous move was so effective, Jiyu didn't give Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan any chance to catch their breaths, and immediately used his full strength. Ding! Master activated 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning. 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning gained experience, 100 by 999 times. The lone peak of 9 swords, which contained sword intent, was much more powerful. Under the enhancement of sword intent, every slash was even more powerful, and Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were completely defeated. At this moment, Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were badly mutilated, and both of them were lying on the ground, barely hanging on to life. They looked at Jiyu in fear, not expecting to end up in such a pitiful state. In the next moment, their last breaths were also gone. The battle hadn't even started for half a minute, and the 2 leaders were already dead. Everyone on the opposing side was stunned, but the City Lord Manor's morale was greatly boosted. With the help of the 10,000 swords killing array, all the opposing cultivators below the Mystic Comprehension realm were quickly killed. Only a dozen or so Mystic Comprehension realm cultivators were left, and they were barely holding on. The City Lord Manor didn't suffer many losses, and Jiyu even sat on a chair leisurely, drinking tea while watching the battle. Only when they were completely exhausted did Jiyu stand up and slowly walk over. Die, or submit? Jiyu coldly looked at those people and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the first person immediately knelt on the ground. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit. The rest of the patriarchs and elders hesitated for a moment before they too knelt on the ground and said in unison. Jiyu nodded slightly, then began to communicate mentally with Jiang Zhongtian. Manor head Jiang, I'll have to trouble you to lock them up later. I'll need them in the future. Hearing Jiyu's voice, Jiang Zhongtian recovered from his shock and sent a telepathic message to Jiyu, no problem. He took a deep look at Jiyu, his eyes still flashing with shock. After all, both Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were at Tongxian stage 2, yet they were unable to retaliate in front of Jiyu. If it were him, he would be far from being a match for Jiyu. If Jiang Zhongtian didn't remember wrongly, it had been less than a month since Jiyu left last time. In less than a month, he was already standing at the peak of martial arts in Chaoyang Ancient City. Jiang Zhongtian smiled in relief. It was time for an old man like him to give way to the younger generation. From now on, the strongest person in Chaoyang Ancient City was no longer him, but Jiyu. It's a pity that he probably doesn't care about my position as the manor head. Otherwise, I really want to give this position to him and let him live a carefree life. Jiang Zhongtian thought to himself and sighed softly. After all, a true dragon would not settle down in a place of mud. With Ji Yu's talent, it was impossible for him to stay in a barren place like Chaoyang Ancient City. Even the Kanglin Empire might not be able to restrain Ji Yu. Perhaps the world outside of the Kanglin Empire was the world that Ji Yu truly yearned for. After the battle ended, Ji Yu stopped the 3 formations and destroyed them to prevent them from harming his own people. Ding! Master has deciphered a weak Tier 3 Xian formation. Formation mastery gained experience points, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has deciphered a Tier 3 excitement formation. Formation mastery gained experience points, 600 by 999 times. Ding! Master has deciphered a Tier 3 myriad swords formation. Formation mastery gained experience points, 800 by 999 times. Seeing that Ji Yu had no intention of making a move, the family heads and elders who had submitted to him heaved a sigh of relief. Even Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were instantly killed by this young man. If this young man wanted to kill them, they would be in a worse state. Ji Yu had subdued more than a dozen ethereal enlightenment experts. They were all clan masters or grand elders of various clans in Chaoyang Ancient City. When the news spread out the next day, the entire Chaoyang Ancient City was in an uproar. Especially the clans whose clan masters and elders had been subdued, they were all in a mess. As for the clans that had been observing quietly, they were glad that they did not choose a side casually. This was because they had always been on the side of the Chen and Lin clans. They were just hesitant and did not do it openly. Now, almost everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City was full of fear and respect for Ji Yu. They were all guessing in their hearts just how terrifying Ji Yu's strength was. The Castellan Mansion. Now that he had personally killed his enemy, Ji Yu was in a much better mood. Now, he only had one enemy left. He wanted to kill the most, and that was Chen Yin. However, ever since that guy went to the Kanglin Empire Academy, there had been no news about him. He could not rush into the Kanglin Empire Academy to seek revenge on Chen Yin. He could only wait patiently. Now that there is nothing else to do. Here, I should go back to the Qianyuan martial house tomorrow and find a chance to kill Chen Yin. Ji Yu thought to himself. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhongtian walked into the room. What's the matter, Mansion Master Jiang? Ji Yu asked immediately. I haven't seen Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin these 2 days. Where did they go? He did not see Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin when he was in the meeting hall yesterday. I asked them to hide in the secret underground room yesterday. They just came out. Jiang Zhongtian said. However, he looked like he had something to say. He continued, Young master, I have a request. I hope you can take over my position and unify the entire Chaoyang Ancient City. Even though he knew that Ji Yu might not like him, he still wanted to fight for it. His tone sounded very solemn and sincere, and Ji Yu couldn't help but become serious. Why do you want me to take over your position? Mansion Master Jiang, can you explain? Ji Yu asked. To be honest, he didn't want to sit in the position of city lord. To put it bluntly, he couldn't be bothered to manage so many things. But since Manor Head Zhang's attitude was so solemn, he thought it would be better to first understand the reason. Young master should still remember the black fiend fatal poison that my wife was afflicted with, right? Hearing that Ji Yu did not directly refuse, Jiang Zhongtian felt slightly relieved and continued. I still remember. Ji Yu nodded. As soon as he heard about the black fiend fatal poison, he immediately felt that it was somewhat interesting. Speaking of which, although he had comprehended the black fiend life-ending palm a long time ago, he had never used it before. Because that kind of palm technique was too evil, it made him feel a little disgusted. However, if he had the chance, he could use the black fiend life-ending palm to torture Chen Yin. The black fiend fatal poison would not cause immediate death, but it would endlessly torment a person's mind and body until they were completely dead. The one who did this to my wife is a guy from the Evolving Temple. Jiang Zhongtian said with a solemn expression. Evolving Temple? Ji Yu asked curiously, what's that? As for the Evolving Temple, I only heard rumors. Rumor has it that it's a mysterious force outside of the Kanglan Empire. Jiang Zhongtian said, just over 10 years ago, the evolving temple's hands and feet spread to the Kanglan Empire. I don't know why, but those people like to capture talented geniuses. In other words, back then, you met someone from the evolving temple, and that's why your wife was poisoned? Ji Yu guessed based on Jiang Zhongtian's words. That's right. At that time, my wife and I took Yu on a long trip. Jiang Zhongtian recalled, on the way, we met a strange man in black. As soon as he saw me, he wanted to take Yu away. The one holding Yu was my wife. Although I tried my best to stop him, my wife was still hit by that strange man in black. I see, Ji Yu nodded slightly, thinking in his heart. In the end, I managed to save Yu. However, she was still young at that time, and because she was too frightened, she has already lost that memory. He also said that he's just an ordinary believer of the evolving temple. As long as I hand Yu over, he'll definitely help her reach the top. Jiang Zhongtian couldn't help but say angrily, but how can I hand my daughter over to such an unknown guy? He even made my wife suffer so much. Ji Yu was silent for a moment before saying, I think I understand. That person is about to make a comeback, and the power behind him is terrifying. Then he asked, but what I don't understand is why it took 10 years. If the evolving temple was as mysterious as Jiang Zhongtian said, why did they need to wait 10 years? I'm not sure. Maybe they're still planning something. Jiang Zhongtian shook his head. So, Mansion Master Jiang wants me to take over your position so you can fight against the evolving temple? Ji Yu said. Something like that. Now that the entire Chaoyang ancient city is in chaos, you can take this opportunity to unify all the forces in the city. With your strength, you can definitely do it. Jiang Zhongtian said, but I don't want anything else. I just want you to protect my 2 daughters. Hearing Jiang Zhongtian's words, Ji Yu fell into deep thought. He now understood that Mansion Master Jiang's main purpose was to protect Jiang Yueqiu and Jiang Yuexin. And the evolving temple's target was Jiang Yueqiu. Unifying the Chaoyang ancient city was to have enough strength to fight against the evolving temple. In fact, Ji Yu wasn't against this kind of thing. He was a little tempted to form his own force. The reason why Xianxia didn't kill those people yesterday and had them submit to him instead was because he wanted to get a bunch of Tongxian realm fighters on a whim. I can try. Ji Yu thought for a moment before replying. I am truly grateful for young master's kindness. Jiang Zhongtian was overjoyed and knelt on the ground in excitement. Mansion Master Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Ji Yu was flattered and immediately helped Jiang Zhongtian up. Don't call me Mansion Master Jiang anymore. From now on, you're the Mansion Master Ji. Jiang Zhongtian bowed his head and said. Alright, there's no need to be so serious. Ji Yu smiled awkwardly. He was used to joking around, so he wasn't used to Jiang Zhongtian's solemn expression. That's right, Manor Head Ji, I have one more thing to ask of you. Jiang Zhongtian said. Just say it. Ji Yu said. Can Manor Head Ji marry my 2 daughters? Jiang Zhongtian rubbed his hands and said, look, Yueqiu and Yuexin are not bad. They should be able to enter young master's eyes, right? Ji Yu was stunned for a moment. That. Didn't I say that I'm still too young and don't want to consider marriage? I see, Jiang Zhongtian thought for a moment and continued, that doesn't matter. We can get engaged first. Madam didn't mention these things, so Jiang Zhongtian didn't know. But no matter what, he wanted to matchmake Ji Yu and his 2 daughters. Ji Yu hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll ask them later. If they don't have any objections, then I don't have any problems either. Alright. Jiang Zhongtian immediately responded excitedly. He didn't expect Ji Yu to agree so quickly. As long as Ji Yu didn't have any problems, then there definitely wouldn't be any problems. This was because he had already seen that Yueqiu and Yuexin had a very good impression of Ji Yu. They definitely wouldn't have any objections. Perhaps Yuexin might not be honest with her personality, but with Yueqiu around, he wasn't worried at all. Jiang Zhongtian didn't want anything else. He only hoped that Ji Yu could protect Yueqiu and Yuexin. This time, he was pleading with Ji Yu in order to make up for the mistakes he had made. Ji Yu found Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin and talked to them about what Jiang Zhongtian said. Really, father is making decisions on his own again. Jiang Yuexin complained. After complaining, she secretly glanced at Ji Yu and whispered, "You, what do you think?" Ji Yu wanted to say I don't care, but he thought about it and changed his words, "I'm willing, so I came to ask for your opinion." Actually, he had always known the feelings of the two sisters, but he always pretended to be stupid. After all, he had lived 2 lives, so his EQ was not that low. But back then, he was still shouldering the heavy responsibility of revenge and had no time to care about love. Now that he had personally killed Lin Zhanshan and Chen Wuheng, there was only Chen Yan left. As long as there was a chance, he could deal with him at any time. He felt that it was time to face Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin seriously. Then this young lady reluctantly agrees. Jiang Yuexin looked like she was not very happy, but she was actually very happy. Then what do you think? Ji Yu turned to look at Jiang Yuechu and asked. Of course I have no objection. Jiang Yuechu smiled and said, but father didn't force you to take the position of city lord, right? No, I did it willingly. Ji Yu said. He did not mention the matter of the Temple of Evolution, because he did not want the two sisters to worry. In the end, the marriage was settled like this. There was no banquet, no announcement to the world, just a simple marriage contract. When Ji Yu turned 18, it would be the wedding day. He decided to wait until then to give Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin a grand wedding. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. In these 7 days, Ji Yu went to the Qianyuan martial house. He went to the scripture pavilion and chose a secret technique manual. Now, Ji Yu had returned to the city lord's mansion. What he brought back this time was a secret manual called the Intermediate Soul Controlling Technique, which could control the souls of others. The soul was the origin of a person. Once it was controlled by someone, it would become a puppet. Ji Yu planned to practice this intermediate soul controlling technique in order to control those who had submitted to him before. Ding! Master's comprehension ability has increased by 999 times after taking a look at the superior mystic class secret technique intermediate soul manipulation technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully comprehended the mystic high-grade secret technique, intermediate soul controlling technique. Just like before, he comprehended it with a single glance. As long as the other party did not resist, even a spirit profound realm expert would be able to control this high-grade profound rank intermediate soul controlling technique. However, the prerequisite was that the other party could not resist. However, Ji Yu was confident that those guys wouldn't resist. After all, almost no one was unafraid of death. Ding! Master, take a look at Intermediate Soul Puppeteer. Intermediate Soul Puppeteer experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master, take a look at Intermediate Soul Puppeteer. Intermediate Soul Puppeteer experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The mystic high-grade secret technique Intermediate Soul Puppeteer has successfully broken through to the minor accomplishment realm. After cultivating the Intermediate Soul Puppeteer to the minor accomplishment realm, Ji Yu stopped. For those guys whose cultivation was only at LV1 or LV2 of the Tongxian realm, the minor accomplishment realm would be sufficient. After that, Ji Yu immediately prepared to test it on those people. City Lord's Mansion, Dungeon. City Lord. City Lord. Seeing Ji Yu walking over, a few elite guards guarding the entrance of the dungeon immediately shouted. This was one of the forbidden areas of the city lord's mansion. All kinds of evil people were imprisoned in the Chaoyang ancient city. Including those family heads and elders who had submitted to Ji Yu, they were all imprisoned here temporarily by Jiang Zhongtian. Now that Ji Yu had taken over the city lord's position, he could enter and leave the dungeon as he pleased. This time, he came here to use the soul puppeteer to make those people submit completely. He did not want to leave any trace of risk. With the soul puppeteer, he did not have to worry about those people at all. Moreover, those people were all family heads and elders. If he could control the core members of a family, then he could easily subdue the entire family. His ultimate goal was to unify the Chaoyang ancient city. Ding! Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu walked into the dungeon. This dungeon was very special as it would suppress everyone's cultivation. Furthermore, the walls were very hard and there was a high-level array that automatically repaired the walls. It could basically ignore any attack below the Tongxian realm. Jiyu came to a prison cell, and the person he was looking for was locked inside. Although these people were in the Tongxian realm, they were suppressed to the 9th level of the defensive profound realm by the dungeon. All of them were well behaved because they had no way of escaping. The moment they saw Jiyu, they immediately shouted at Jiyu. Jiyu, we have already submitted to you. Why are you still not letting us go? What are you trying to do by imprisoning us in such a place? Just tell us what you want us to do. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? Being imprisoned in such a place, they who were usually in high positions could not tolerate it. Don't worry, I will let you out soon. Jiyu said indifferently, but before that, you have to accept my soul-controlling technique. Soul-controlling technique? That's impossible. Of course they knew what the soul-controlling technique was. Once they accepted the soul-controlling technique, it meant that their lives were in Jiyu's hands. Do you think you have a choice? Jiyu sneered, either accept my soul-controlling technique or die. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword. He used the solitary killing 9 swords and easily cut open the cage, as if he was cutting a piece of tofu. This was a show of strength to the other party. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the people in the cage trembled. The cage that they could not break open even after using all their strength was actually easily cut open by Jiyu. They recalled how Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were instantly killed by Jiyu. If he were to be struck by this sword, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the face of death, everyone's hearts were shaken. It wasn't easy for them to reach their current heights, so they cherished their lives even more. Soon, several people succumbed. We are willing to accept the soul manipulation technique. As they spoke, they walked out. Although his life would be controlled by Jiyu, it was better to be alive than dead. Jiyu didn't say anything. She silently looked at the other guys who were still struggling internally. They struggled for a while, then walked out with ugly expressions. In order to survive, they had no choice but to give up everything. Since all of you are willing to accept, then let's begin. Jiyu said calmly. Then, he began to use the intermediate soul manipulation technique. Ding. Master has used the intermediate soul manipulation technique. Intermediate soul manipulation technique obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Although this person still had some resistance in his heart, he did not stop Jiyu from using the soul manipulation technique on the first person. Very soon, the first person was successfully controlled. This person's soul was now in Jiyu's hands. He could decide this person's life and death at any time. Then, the second person, the third person, ding. Master has used the intermediate soul manipulation technique. Intermediate soul manipulation technique obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Master has used the intermediate soul manipulation technique. Intermediate soul manipulation technique obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the high-level profound rank secret technique intermediate soul manipulation technique has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. A total of 13 people were all controlled, and Jiyu's intermediate soul manipulation technique had also been upgraded. Master. I am willing to serve Master. Please give your orders, Master. The moment they were controlled by Jiyu's soul manipulation technique, they were all loyal to Jiyu. They all bowed down to Jiyu. All of you go back and announce that your families have been taken under the command of the city lord's mansion. You can go back now. Jiyu ordered. Yes sir. The 13 of them said in unison. Among the 13 people, 10 were the patriarchs of the various families, and 3 were the great elders of the 10 families. There were a total of 10 families, and Jiyu had to take a look at all of them. Otherwise, the other members of the families would not be convinced. Jiyu ordered one of the patriarchs to go with him to the Feng family. This person was called Feng Chang, and he was the patriarch of the Feng family in Chaoyang ancient city. The remaining 12 people were guarding the city lord's mansion to prevent the Chen and Lin family from taking advantage of his absence to attack the city lord's mansion. The Feng family was not considered strong in Chaoyang ancient city, but they were not too weak either. They were considered a family with average strength. Jiyu only had this little impression of the Feng family. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior mystic skill, lightning ray transformation, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior mystic skill, lightning ray transformation, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Under Feng Chang's lead, Jiyu arrived at the Feng family's mansion. Outside the Feng family's mansion, he saw hundreds of guards guarding the door. Especially a young lady with a heroic face wearing red armor, she was the most eye-catching. Ever since the patriarch was captured in the city lord's mansion, the entire Feng family fell into a state of high tension. Seeing Feng Chang and Jiyu walking together, the heroic young lady quickly went forward and said, "Patriarch, you are finally back." Then, her gaze turned to the unfamiliar young man beside the patriarch. This is the new city lord. Why aren't you kneeling when you see the city lord?" Feng Chang pointed at the heroic young lady and scolded. The new city lord. Could he be Jiyu? The heroic young lady was slightly stunned, and then her expression became very resistant. From what she knew, Jiyu was the enemy of the Feng family. How could she be willing to kneel to the enemy? Patriarch, he is alone now. If the entire Feng family works together, we will definitely be able to defeat him. The heroic young lady asked with a gloomy face. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out. The heroic girl covered her face with an expression of disbelief. Her eyes were lifeless as she knelt on the ground. Stubborn bastard. Feng Chang directly pulled out the long sword at his waist and angrily rebuked, "Today, I will clean up the sect." The Feng family guards behind the heroic girl were all dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was going on and didn't dare to rush over. Hold on. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly spoke. Feng Chang immediately withdrew his sword and silently retreated behind Jiyu. This was Jiyu using her consciousness to control Feng Chang's soul. Even if Feng Chang was unwilling, he had to do as she said. With an indifferent expression, he walked in front of the heroic girl and squatted down. He pinched the heroic girl's chin and made the heroic girl look straight at him. What's your name? Jiyu asked calmly. The heroic girl didn't open her mouth for a long time. Her face looked as if she had been played to the point of breaking. How boring. Jiyu shook his head slightly. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that this woman would have a lot of courage. In the end, she couldn't hold on after experiencing such a small situation. He stood up and walked around the heroic girl. Just as he was about to speak to the Feng family people, he heard a voice behind him. Feng Junyi. The heroic girl lowered her head. She was still in the same position. With her back facing Jiyu, she said in a deep voice. What? Jiyu didn't hear clearly. He turned around and glanced at the heroic girl. My name is Feng Junyi. The heroic girl's face was as cold as ice. She said coldly, if you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you in the future. Is that so? Jiyu smiled faintly, then I will look forward to it. You can work hard with killing me as your goal. I will definitely do it. Feng Junyi looked coldly at Jiyu. Even the head of the family had to submit to the enemy. Her heart was filled with humiliation. Feng Chang didn't say a word. Before Jiyu gave the order, he wouldn't act on his own accord. At this time, Jiyu's gaze turned to the Feng family people. Join the city lord's mansion, or die. Make your choice. Jiyu's tone was very calm. It was as if he was talking about something insignificant. Everyone in the Feng family looked at each other, not daring to utter a single word. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone, don't be afraid. The elders have come out. They will definitely be able to convince the family head to fight against that guy. The Feng family members had never seen Jiyu's strength with their own eyes. They still had a trace of hope in their hearts, thinking that they had a chance to defeat Jiyu. Then, more than 10 elders of the Fong family walked out. However, what the Fong family members did not expect was that all the elders actually knelt down in front of Jiyu. "We choose to submit to the city lord," all the elders of the Fong family said in unison. How could they not know how terrifying Jiyu's strength was? It had been many days since the rumors said that Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were killed by Jiyu. If Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan were still alive, they would definitely not sit by and watch. There were only two possibilities. Either they were subdued by Jiyu, or they were already dead. The hearts of the Fong family members were completely shaken. Even the family head and elders had submitted to him. What was the point of continuing to struggle? One by one, they threw away the weapons in their hands and knelt down in front of Jiyu. Just like that, Jiyu successfully subdued the Fong family. In the next few days, Jiyu did the same thing to the other 9 families. In essence, they were all using the same method, which was to use absolute strength to make those families submit to him. Other than teaching a few troublemakers a lesson, Jiyu did not injure anyone, let alone kill anyone. This was because he would not casually kill people who were not related to him. Moreover, these people were a part of his combat strength. As for the other families in Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiyu did not make a move yet. He was preparing to sit quietly and wait for those families to make their own decisions. During this time, Jiyu did not idle around. He continuously refined pills and consumed them to raise his level. Now that he was the city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City, he had no lack of gold coins. This was because he had set a rule for the 10 families that he had subdued. One of the rules was that they had to pay him a tax of 10% every month. Furthermore, all kinds of complicated matters were still handed over to the old city lord, Jiang Zhongtian. Jiyu only needed to hold the title of city lord. Ding! Congratulations, master! Your alchemy attainments have successfully broken through to become an inferior 5th stage alchemist. Ding! Congratulations, master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Tongxian realm. In just 7 days, more than 90% of the forces in Chaoyang Ancient City had chosen to join the Castellan Mansion. Not only that, but Jiyu had also been refining medicinal pills to raise her cultivation base in the past 7 days. She had even become a grade 5 alchemist, and her cultivation base had also risen from the early stage of the Tongxian realm to the peak of the 2nd level of the Tongxian realm. The city lord's mansion's influence grew rapidly, and the entire Chaoyang Ancient City's lifelines were connected together. The Qin family and the Lin family were also included in that group. Now that the Qin family and the Lin family had lost their patriarchs, they were in desperate need of a new leader. Although it was the new city lord, Jiyu, who had killed their patriarchs, they had no other choice but to join the new city lord. Moreover, in their opinion, if Jiyu had really wanted to do something to them, they would not have been alive until today. Taking a risk out of desperation might be a chance for survival. As for Jiyu, he did not have any feelings for the Qin family and the Lin family. Previously, he had killed Qin Yan's bodyguards, Chen Wuheng, Lin Zhanshan, and Lin Qiqian. His enemies were all dead as well. Other than Chen Yan, who was still hiding in the Kanglin Empire Academy, he basically had no more enemies in the Chen family and the Lin family. However, Jiyu would still pay close attention to these 2 families. Once he found out that there were any disloyal people, he would kill them. As for the remaining 10% of forces that had yet to make a decision, Jiyu did not plan to care about them for the time being. As long as they were obedient, Jiyu did not care. However, if they dared to cause trouble, Jiyu would suppress them with absolute strength. Currently, Jiyu had more or less unified Chaoyang Ancient City. Next, he planned to return to the Qianyuan Martial Mansion. He still remembered that Mansion Master Murong had said that he would be bestowed with the title of Sky Pride when he returned. After informing Jiang Zhongtian, Jiyu brought Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin back to the Qianyuan Martial House. Along the way, his cultivation base reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the Tongxian realm. Jiyu, you're finally back. Murong Zili walked down from the high platform in the Violet Gold Hall. Yes, our matter is settled. We'll still have to trouble you with Yuechu and Yuexin. Jiyu said. It's fine. Murong Zili said, it's time for me to fulfill my promise to you. From today onwards, you're a prodigy. In the entire Kanglan Empire, you're the only one who can have this title. Kanglan Empire, why was it related to the Kanglan Empire? Ji Yu was puzzled when he suddenly remembered what the title of prodigy meant. In the Kanglan Empire, only the most talented and powerful prodigies under the age of 20 could call themselves prodigies. Once they called themselves prodigies, they would be challenged by many prodigies of the same generation until everyone was convinced. The last person who dared to call himself a prodigy was already 28 years old. In other words, it had been 8 years since anyone dared to call themselves a prodigy in the Kanglan Empire. Morong family head's actions today could be considered as Ji Yu calling himself a prodigy. Once the news spread, countless prodigies would be unconvinced and he would face enemies from all sides. However, to Ji Yu, it didn't matter. With his current strength, he could easily crush all the prodigies of the same generation in the Kanglan Empire. Also, according to the agreement, you can enjoy half of the cultivation resources in the martial house. Morong Zili continued, for example, you can choose any secret scripture in the scripture pavilion without using any credits. Also, you can take half of the alchemy materials in the alchemy hall for free. And half of the other resources are yours. Thank you for your kindness. Ji Yu said gratefully. No need to be so courteous. Morong Zili's expression was still cold. This palace master only hopes that you can use your full strength to defeat the Kanglan Empire Academy and Xianxia sect in the upcoming 3-sect tournament. This palace master believes that with your strength, you can definitely do it. Ji Yu nodded slightly. The 3-sects tournament was held once every 3 years. He had heard of it, but he didn't pay much attention to it. It seemed that it would be held in half a month's time. At that time, the young generation of the Kanglan Empire Academy, Xianxia sect and Xianyuan martial house would exchange pointers with each other. In the end, the rankings of the 3 great martial cultivation holy lands would be decided. For example, in the last 3-sects competition, the Kanglan Empire ranked first, the Xianxia sect ranked second, and the Xianyuan martial house ranked last. At this time, Morong Zili suddenly added, at that time, Chen Yan will definitely be there. Ji Yu could tell that Clan Master Morong wanted him to participate in the 3-sect tournament. No matter what, since Chen Yan would be there, then he would definitely take Chen Yan's dog life. Rest assured, Palace Master. I will do it. Ji Yu said confidently. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was at the peak of the 2nd stage of the Tongxian realm was enough to show disdain for all the geniuses in the Kanglan Empire. Morong Zili nodded slightly. She didn't have the slightest doubt that Ji Yu could show disdain for all the heroes in the 3-sect tournament. Then I will go back first. Ji Yu turned to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin and said, Yu Chu, Yu Xin, follow the palace master and cultivate well. Okay. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin nodded. They also wanted to participate in the 3-sect tournament with Ji Yu, so they had to quickly increase their strength. Ji Yu was very relieved to hand them over to Morong Manor Master. This was because, under Morong Manor Master's guidance, their cultivation had indeed increased very quickly. Their talents weren't weak, and with Clan Master Morong's help, their cultivation speed was very fast. Ji Yu could see that Jiang Yuechu's cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of the defensive profound realm. As for Jiang Yuexin, even though she was a little more interesting, she had also broken through to the 3rd stage of the defensive profound realm not long ago. However, compared to him, this cultivation speed was nothing. But in the entire Qianyuan martial house, it was already more than 99% of the students. Before Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin cultivated with Clan Master Morong, one was only at the 2nd stage of the defensive profound realm, while the other had just touched the 1st stage of the defensive profound realm. Once the news of Ji Yu being crowned as the prodigy of heaven spread, all the famous martial arts geniuses in the Kanglan Empire were dissatisfied with Ji Yu. Since Jiang Zhongtian had ordered a lockdown on the news in Chaoyang Ancient City, Ji Yu's current strength wasn't spread outside of Chaoyang Ancient City. As for Ji Yu's performance in the Qianyuan martial house, it wasn't widely known. Only the Imperial Palace, the Alchemist Guild, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, the Azure Water Imperial Academy, the Qingxian sect, and other major forces knew about it. The Kanglan Empire's impression of Ji Yu's strength was still stuck at the time when he defeated Chen Yan, who possessed the acquired spiritual body. From their point of view, it had only been 2 months since then. No matter how talented Jiyu was, it was impossible for him to soar so high in 2 months, right? Jiyu had also heard that many people were dissatisfied and said that they would come to the Chenyuan martial house to ask him for advice. However, he couldn't be bothered with these people. He would rather lie down and sleep if he had the time. Even if Jiyu's current strength was enough to crush all the other geniuses of the same generation, he didn't want to relax. He had never taken those so-called geniuses of the same generation seriously. He only had one purpose in participating in the 3-sex tournament, and that was to kill Chen Yan. When the time came, most of the experts in the Kanglan Empire Academy would be present. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill Chen Yan under the eyes of those experts. After all, Chen Yan had awakened the acquired spiritual body. The people in the Kanglan Empire Academy would definitely protect Chen Yan. His current purpose of increasing his strength was to kill Chen Yan faster and more accurately, and to protect himself. The cultivation of the experts in the Kanglan Empire Academy was only higher than Jiyu's. Especially the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. It was said that he had reached the 9th level of the Tongxian realm and was not far from the Spirit Profound realm. The 3-sex tournament would begin in about half a month's time. Half a month's time was neither short nor long. Therefore, Jiyu had to make the best use of her time to raise her strength. It would be best if she could reach the 4th level of the Mystic Comprehending stage before the 3-sex Grand Tournament. In that case, he wouldn't need to be afraid even if he were to face the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. Jiyu was the first to arrive at the alchemy hall. His main goal now was to increase his cultivation level. He should first raise his cultivation to LV4 Tongxian realm before thinking about anything else. Therefore, he had to bring back a pile of alchemy materials. Jiyu's current alchemist level had already reached the lower 5th grade. Logically speaking, she should be able to refine all pills below the lower 5th grade because of the 999 times success rate. Then, he obtained a large pile of alchemy materials from Zhuang Mingyan. They were all alchemy materials for level 3 and 4 pills. With so many alchemy materials, it was more than enough for Jiyu to refine for several days. If he were to refine all of them into pills and consume them, breaking through to the 4th tier of the Tongxian realm shouldn't be a problem. However, before Jiyu left, Elder Zhuang suddenly called out to her. "Jiyu, I'm planning to leave the martial palace soon. Are you sure you don't want to take over my position?" Elder Zhuang calmly said to Jiyu, "With your alchemy skills, no one in the martial palace is more suitable than you to take over this position." He could feel that Jiyu might have already surpassed him in alchemy. She was an alchemy prodigy that was unprecedented in the entire Kanglan Empire. As long as she was willing, she could even oust him from his position as the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall. Compared to handing it over to another alchemy elder, he hoped that Jiyu could take over the position of the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall. Unfortunately, Jiyu didn't seem to be very willing. "I'm sorry, I can't accept it at the moment." Jiyu remained silent for a moment before replying calmly. How could he take over the position of the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall when he was busy preparing for the 3-sex tournament? Moreover, he was now the city governor of Chaoyang Ancient City. Although it was just a title, he still had to pay attention to the situation in Chaoyang Ancient City. If he became the Grand Elder of the Chenyuan Martial House, he would be extremely busy. Not to mention paying attention to the situation in Chaoyang Ancient City, he might not even have enough time to cultivate. No matter what, he couldn't accept the position of the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall. "Alright," Zhuang Mingyan sighed in his heart. "It's all up to you. I won't force you. If you change your mind, I'll pass the position to you at any time." He could only continue to stay in the martial palace. The position of the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall couldn't be passed to anyone else. He would wait and see for the time being, hoping that Jiyu would change her mind. At that time, he would be able to find out the truth behind his clan's destruction. "If I change my mind, I will come and look for you." However, this was just Jiyu's excuse. "Okay, you can go back now." Zhuang Mingyan nodded and said I hope so in his heart. Of course, he could tell that Jiyu was just being polite to him. After that, Jiyu put all the ingredients into her storage ring and left the alchemy hall. She quickly walked back to her dorm and prepared to start refining the pills. Ding! Master has taken one step. Low-grade Earth rank Mystic skill, Lightning Luster change, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken one step. Low-grade Earth rank Mystic skill, Lightning Luster change, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After returning to her dorm, Jiyu immediately took out the alchemy furnace and ingredients from her storage ring. Ding. It has been detected that Master has started refining Tier 3 pills. The success rate has increased to 999 times. It wasn't until the next day that Jiyu finished refining all the ingredients for the Tier 3 pills. Ding. Master has refined Tier 3 pills. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 600 by 999 times. Ding. Master has refined Tier 3 pills. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 800 by 999 times. After refining all the Tier 3 pills, Jiyu prepared to go out for a walk to relax. She had been concentrating on refining pills for a long time, so it was inevitable that she would feel tired after a long time. If she didn't go out to relax, her efficiency would slowly decrease. That would be a waste of time. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Qianyuan Martial House. At the entrance of the Qianyuan Martial House, a group of young people wearing the Kanglin Empire Academy uniform walked in. The leader was an old man in an instructor's uniform. He said to the group behind him, "The 3-sex tournament is about to begin. We are going to visit the Qianyuan Martial House as usual. Don't ruin the reputation of the Kanglin Empire Academy, especially those who want to learn from Jiyu." Yes. The students of the Kanglin Empire Academy replied in unison. One of them, a young man with a cold and arrogant face, said to the old man, "Please rest assured, great teacher. Someone like Jiyu dares to proclaim himself a prodigy? Gao Junjia, will make him regret it. Senior Gao's strength is outstanding. He is definitely invincible in the Qianyuan Martial House." That's right. Even that so-called top student, Jiyu, is definitely not a match for Senior Gao. Isn't that nonsense? In the entire younger generation of the Kanglin Empire, other than Senior Gao, who else can reach defensive profound realm level 8 and above? The students of the Kanglin Empire Academy behind him kept on flattering him. It's fine as long as you have the confidence. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Gao Junjia was the #1 prodigy of the Kanglin Empire Academy. He was also the other one who possessed the acquired spiritual body in the Kanglin Empire Academy. At the age of 19, he had already reached the peak of defensive profound realm level 8. With the terrifying cultivation speed of the acquired spiritual body, it was very likely that he would break through to defensive profound realm level 9 before the 3-sex grand tournament. He was the prodigy that the Kanglin Empire Academy had high hopes for. He would definitely defeat all the other prodigies of the same generation in the 3-sex grand tournament and bring the Kanglin Empire Academy to the top once again. As for Jiyu, it was rumored that she had become the top student of the Qianyuan Martial House, which sounded very interesting. However, in terms of strength, he believed that Jiyu was definitely not a match for Gao Junjia. Alright. Gao Junjia's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, but he still pretended to be calm. "Let's go in and meet those guys from the Qianyuan Martial House." After that, the group of people walked towards the entrance of the Qianyuan Martial House arrogantly, not at all having the attitude of a guest. The guard of the Qianyuan Martial House was an inner palace student. At first glance, he thought that these people were here to cause trouble, but after taking a closer look, he realized that they were actually people from the Kanglin Empire Academy. He remembered that the elder had told him that the 3-sex grand tournament was about to start, and the Kanglin Empire Academy would send their prodigies to visit. If he saw anyone from the Kanglin Empire Academy, he had to receive them properly. Although these people's attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable, he could only follow the elder's order and politely welcome them. "Are you all from the Kanglin Empire Academy?" he asked politely with a smile on his face. "Are you blind? Can't you see that we are all wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Empire Academy?" However, Gao Junjia didn't give him any face at all, and his words made him feel very uncomfortable. Yes, I am blind. However, that person could only smile and didn't dare to do anything. This was because he could feel that this cold and arrogant youth in front of him was much stronger than him. Moreover, he didn't dare to disobey the elder's order, so he could only force himself to endure the displeasure in his heart. You know what's good for you. Seeing that this person's attitude was good, Gao Junjie didn't want to continue making things difficult for him. Let's go. Following Gao Junjie's order, everyone from the Kanglan Empire Academy walked into the Qianyuan martial house one after another. All of them were so arrogant that they didn't take the gatekeeper seriously at all. The gatekeeper could only watch with a gloomy face as this group of rude people barged into the Qianyuan martial house. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He took out a pot of wine from his storage ring and drank to his heart's content. After drinking the entire pot of wine in one go, he felt a little better. He looked at the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy with blurred eyes. He hoped that Ji Yu could teach this group of arrogant people a lesson. Oh right, Instructor Liu, I heard that my brother Chen Yan was defeated by Ji Yu before. Walking in the Qianyuan martial house, Gao Junjie suddenly thought of something and asked the old man. When he was in the Kanglan Empire Academy, Chen Yan had also awakened his acquired spiritual body like him and was accepted as a disciple by the dean. His relationship with Chen Yan could be said to be that of a martial brother. In private, they were very close friends. However, whenever he mentioned Ji Yu, Chen Yan would keep his mouth shut and his expression would not look good. Therefore, he was more and more curious about this matter. What exactly did Ji Yu do back then to cause Chen Yan to become like that? Shouldn't people with acquired spiritual bodies be geniuses who ruled over an era? That matter isn't really a secret anymore. Instructor Liu said in a deep voice. Before Chen Yan entered the Kanglan Empire Academy, he was defeated by Ji Yu in 3 punches. Although we deliberately suppressed the news, many people knew about it. Instructor Liu was also a grand instructor in the Kanglan Empire Academy. His position was above all the other instructors and was almost the same as the Grand Elder of the Qianyuan martial house. I see. Gao Junjie nodded with interest and said, then I want to meet Ji Yu even more. I want to see how strong that guy is. I'm very confident in your strength. I'm just afraid that Ji Yu won't dare to fight with you. Instructor Liu said. If he doesn't come out, I will turn the entire Qianyuan martial house upside down. Gao Junjie smiled sinisterly. I also heard that there's a woman called Qi Ling who's quite pretty. Let's see if we can get her. Do whatever you want, but don't go overboard. Instructor Liu reminded him. Instructor Liu, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Gao Junjie said, the most important thing is to teach Ji Yu a lesson and avenge my brother. The brother he was referring to was naturally Chen Yan. At the same time, the surrounding students of the Qianyuan martial house were attracted by the commotion. They naturally recognized that these people were from the Kanglan Empire Academy, but they were curious as to why they were here. Even though he said that he was here to visit, only a 3-year-old would say such words. That aggressive appearance clearly showed that he was here to pick a fight. When the group from the Kanglan Empire Academy arrived at the center of the plaza, there were already quite a few martial house students gathered around them. Although they often bumped into each other, these people from the Kanglan Empire Academy were clearly looking for trouble. In the face of an unfriendly enemy, they could not help but unite against a common enemy. At this moment, the first elder of the Qianyuan martial house arrived. Elder Zheng, it's been a while. Instructor Liu, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has improved again. Instructor Liu from the Kanglan Empire Academy and Elder Zheng from the Qianyuan martial house started to shake as soon as they met. The students from the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Qianyuan martial house looked at each other with hostility. There was a faint smell of gunpowder, as if a fight would break out at any time. Only Gao Junjie remained cold and arrogant. He was not interested in these rookies from the Qianyuan martial house. This time, he only wanted to see 2 people, Ji Yu and Qi Ling. The 3-sect grand competition is around the corner. Please forgive me for not being able to receive all of you in advance when you visit this time. Elder Zheng said politely. Elder Zheng, you're too kind. Instructor Liu laughed and said, this time, I brought along some of the more outstanding geniuses from our academy. I'd like to spar with them as an appetizer before the 3-sects competition. While Instructor Liu was speaking, Gao Junjie walked out from behind Instructor Liu and looked at Elder Zheng with an arrogant expression. As an acquired spiritual body, he had always been like this. He never put anyone in his eyes and never cared about etiquette. So it's nephew Gao. I've heard a lot about you. You're indeed a talent. Elder Jing said amiably. However, his eyes suddenly changed in the next moment. However, compared to our first seat Jiyu, you're still a little lacking. Oh? Gao Junjia's face turned cold. Elder Jing, do you mean that I'm not as good as Jiyu? Gao Junjia questioned. Junjia, watch your tone. Instructor Lu scolded in a low voice. However, he was just pretending. That's what I mean. Elder Jing narrowed his eyes and said. Since the other party didn't want to give face to the Qianyuan martial house, there was no need for him to continue pretending. He might as well shed all pretense of cordiality. Since you said that I'm not as good as him, let him come out and meet me. Gao Junjia didn't want to be outdone and said. Originally, he came here for Jiyu. Now that he could lure Jiyu out, he was even happier. He's not here now. Elder Jing said lightly. He's not here? Gao Junjia said with an evil smile, since he's not here, let Qi Ling accompany me first. What is this guy trying to do? Why did he ask Qi Ling to come out? Does he have evil intentions toward her? That must be it. This bastard is not a good person at first glance. Damn it. This guy from the Kanglin Empire Academy is too arrogant. How dare he have evil intentions towards senior Qi Ling? How could the students not understand Gao Junjia's intention? They were all filled with righteous indignation. In their hearts, Qi Ling was a beauty that they could only look at from afar. Although they knew that they couldn't get her, they didn't want to see an outsider having evil intentions toward Qi Ling. However, none of the students in the martial house dared to stand out. What else can you do other than being arrogant over there? A bunch of useless people. Gao Junjia said with a disdainful smile. The people from the Kanglin Empire Academy were very proud of themselves. They all looked at the students in the martial house arrogantly. Many of the students in the martial house were angry, but none of them dared to stand out and face Gao Junjia. This was because they knew that they couldn't defeat Gao Junjia. In the entire martial house, only Jiyu could defeat this guy. However, Jiyu was not here now, so they were all very sullen. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin happened to pass by. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? Jiang Yuexin walked over curiously. Jiang Yuechu also came over. When she saw Gao Junjia and his group, she more or less understood what had happened here. It was obvious that the other party was wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Empire Academy, and there was no trace of goodwill on their faces. It was easy to guess that these people were here to cause trouble. Yuexin, the situation here is not good. Let's go inform Jiyu first. Jiang Yuechu said to her sister. Oh. At this time, although Jiang Yuexin didn't understand the situation here, she still listened to her sister. Wait, that pair of sisters over there, stop right there. However, Gao Junjia had his eyes on them. Gao Junjia had to admit that this pair of sisters were very pretty. In the Kanglin Empire Academy, he had never seen anyone who could compare with this pair of sisters. Gao Junjia's interest in Qi Ling was greatly reduced. After all, he had been attracted by Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin before he saw Qi Ling's appearance with his own eyes. Jiang Yuechu frowned slightly when she heard this. She turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "There's nothing else. Before Jiyu comes out, you two sisters can play with me for a while," Gao Junjia said with a smile. In fact, this was a very normal smile of Gao Junjia, but in the eyes of the other students of the Qianyuan martial house, it was extremely wretched. This was especially true for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. When they heard the other party's words and saw the smile on his face, they immediately felt a sense of disgust. Jiang Yuechu wanted to say something, but a flash of lightning flashed in front of her eyes. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she saw a figure suddenly appear in front of Gao Junjia. The figure was dressed in white, with a slender figure and delicate facial features. There was a trace of unique temperament in her plain appearance. This person was Jiyu. Someone like you dares to have designs on my woman? Jiyu looked at Gao Junjia coldly and said lightly. Jiyu just came out to take a walk. She happened to see that this place was full of people, so she came to take a look. She found that there was actually a guy who was interested in Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Now that he was engaged to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, it was equivalent to his women being lusted after. How could he tolerate this? He directly used the Thunder Luster transformation and rushed over. Ding! Master used the Thunder Luster transformation. Thunder Luster transformation gained experience, 600 by 999 times. Ji Yu arrived in front of Gao Jinjie in an instant. Gao Jinjie was almost shocked. Who are you? Facing this guy of unknown origin, Gao Jinjie finally restrained himself a little. Isn't the person you're looking for me? Ji Yu said indifferently. At the same time, the surrounding people cheered. That's Ji Yu. Chief Ji Yu is finally here. Chief Ji, hurry up and teach that bastard a lesson. Let them know that the Qianyuan martial house is not to be trifled with. Seeing Ji Yu appear, all the surrounding students were excited. Previously, they were very unhappy in their hearts. They were eager to see Ji Yu beat up Gao Jinjie. So you're Ji Yu, the self-proclaimed genius. You're just SOSO. Gao Jinjie narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, after hiding for so long, you're finally willing to come out? However, what he cared about the most was that Ji Yu just said that the two sisters were his women. If he could crush Ji Yu in front of the two sisters, it would definitely be a wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, Gao Jinjie's mouth raised into a smile. Gao Jinjie was about to introduce himself and challenge Ji Yu, but he was interrupted by Ji Yu. Wait, you don't deserve to let me know your name. Ji Yu said, it's not too late to say it after you can withstand my sword. His calm tone was mixed with a trace of contempt. He had no interest in knowing the other party's name because he didn't put this guy in his eyes at all. A mere ant, why would he need to know the name of an ant? As soon as he said this, everyone from the Kanglan Empire Academy was stunned. What kind of operation is this? They had never seen anyone who could say such arrogant words. You're saying I'm not worthy? Let's see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. Gao Jinjie's face also darkened. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. However, Ji Yu was even faster than Gao Jinjie. She had already unsheathed Cold Edge. Ding! Master has performed Breeze Sword Style. Breeze Sword Style gained experience, 200*999x. His sword was like a gentle breeze brushing the willows, smooth yet sharp. Gao Jinjie had just moved when Ji Yu's sword had already landed on his body. Gao Jinjie couldn't react in time, but he was still the #1 genius of the Kanglan Empire Academy. His ability to adapt was extraordinary. He subconsciously performed a defensive mystic skill and used his treasured sword to block in front of him. It was almost like a conditioned reflex. However, this breeze sword style broke through his defensive mystic skill as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His treasured sword also had a small crack. Looking at that unstoppable sword, Gao Jinjie's eyes were filled with fear and despair. I'll die, I'll really die from this sword. Instructor Liu realized that the situation wasn't good. When Gao Jinjie was in danger, he immediately rushed up to stop the sparring. Kid, it's just a sparring match. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Instructor Liu looked at Ji Yu with a serious gaze. He was actually shocked. What kind of monster was this? Gao Jinjie, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the defensive mystic realm, couldn't even block a single strike from this kid. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, he shouldn't have been so weak. I'm ruthless? Ji Yu laughed disdainfully. You think too highly of that trash. I didn't even use 10% of my strength. 10%? Instructor Liu was stunned. This kid actually said that he didn't even use 10% of his strength. He only used 10% of his strength to crush Gao Jinjie. What kind of level was this kid's true cultivation? First level of the Tongxian realm? Second level of the Tongxian realm? Third level of the Tongxian realm? Instructor Liu didn't dare to continue guessing. He was already doubting his life. Gao Jinjie knelt on the ground powerlessly. His eyes were unfocused and his heart had completely collapsed. He, who had always been high and mighty, was actually defeated by someone who only used 10% of his strength. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Not only that, but everyone in the Kanglan Empire Academy was also extremely shocked. Fear filled their hearts. The other party had defeated Senior Gao, whom they thought to be invincible, with just a casual swing of the sword, without even using 10% of his strength. This Ji Yu could no longer be described as a monster. Even the people from the martial house were shocked. They knew that Ji Yu was very strong, but the strength that Ji Yu had just displayed was far beyond their understanding. However, they quickly put this aside and began to mock the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy. Hey, weren't you guys so cocky just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? You can't even take a single hit, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of Ji Yu? Ha ha ha, look at that coward. Is this the #1 genius of the Kanglan Empire Academy? The students from the Kanglan Empire Academy were all red in the face. This time, it was their turn to feel uncomfortable. How could they have expected such an outcome? The moment that youth named Ji Yu appeared, the entire situation was instantly reversed. In the end, you're just an ant. Ants don't have the qualifications for me to remember your name. Looking at Gao Junjie kneeling on the ground, Ji Yu said indifferently. The clear Bree sword style just now was at most 10% of his full strength. Gao Junjie couldn't even withstand 10% of his power. If the old man from the Capital Institute hadn't intervened, Gao Junjie would have been dead. If this wasn't an ant, then what was? However, Gao Junjie didn't react at all. It was as if he couldn't hear anyone. Let's go. Instructor Lu's expression was quite ugly as he said to the people behind him. In this situation, how could they still have the face to continue staying here? They didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. They just wanted to leave immediately. Only Gao Junjie was still kneeling on the ground in a daze. Instructor Lu came over and dragged him away. Seeing the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy leave in such a sorry state, all the students from the martial house immediately cheered. At this moment, all of them were full of admiration and reverence for Ji Yu. It was all thanks to Ji Yu that they could hold their heads high. Jiang Yuechu had a happy smile on her face. Jiang Yuexin's face was slightly red because they knew that Ji Yu was helping them vent their anger. Ji Yu, you came just in time. Elder Jing smiled and said to Ji Yu, if it weren't for you, those guys would definitely be cocky. It's nothing. Ji Yu said modestly. In fact, he was more annoyed that the guy just now had a bad idea about Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Helping the people of the Qianyuan martial house to vent their anger was just a side benefit. Just now, he was really angry. However, in order to hide his true strength, he only used 10% of his strength. Of course, even if that guy didn't do anything to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he would teach that guy a lesson for the Qianyuan martial house. I'm sure that for a long time after today, no one from the Kanglan Empire Academy will dare to come here again. Elder Jing stroked his beard and said in a good mood. Ji Yu's sword strike must have left a deep shadow in Gao Junjie's heart. However, after that, what happened in the Qianyuan martial house today didn't spread. One of the reasons was that Master Murong forbade the students of the martial house to spread the news. The other reason was that those from the Kanglan Empire Academy didn't have the face to spread the news. Therefore, the outside world still didn't know about Ji Yu's true strength. There were still many martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire who wanted to challenge Ji Yu at the Qianyuan martial house. However, Ji Yu didn't respond at all. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of weaklings. He didn't want to waste his time with a bunch of weaklings. As for those so-called martial arts geniuses, they didn't dare to come to the Qianyuan martial house before Ji Yu responded. Because of this, the outside world started to talk about it. Many people thought that Ji Yu didn't dare to accept the challenge from her peers, so she hid in the Qianyuan martial house and didn't say anything. For a while, Ji Yu was called a coward. Many people in the Kanglan Empire used this as an excuse to make fun of her. After all, Ji Yu suddenly called herself a skypride and didn't respond to anyone's challenge. Everyone thought that Ji Yu was avoiding the challenge. Only the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Xianxia sect didn't say anything. The #1 genius of the Kanglan Empire Academy was defeated by Ji Yu. What else could they say? As for the Xianxia sect, although they didn't know the truth, they guessed something from the strange situation in the Kanglan Empire Academy. Therefore, they didn't interfere. This time, it was a battle between the Qianyuan martial house and the Kanglan Empire Academy. The Xianxia sect just didn't want to be involved. Qianyuan martial house, student dormitory. 5 days had passed, and there were only 10 days left before the three-sex grand competition. Ji didn't care what the outside world thought of him. He didn't even know what the outside world thought of him. He stayed in his dormitory and focused on making pills. Ding. Master has made a lower tier 4 pill. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 1500 by 999 times. Ding. Master has made a superior tier 4 pill. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 2500 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to intermediate tier 5 alchemist. In the past few days, he had finished making all the tier 4 pills. Along the way, he became an intermediate grade 5 alchemist and was not too far away from becoming a superior grade 5 alchemist. After that, Jiyu placed all the pills on the table. There were so many pills that it was impossible to count them all. There were probably more than 100 pills. With so many pills, even if he reached peak LV2 Tongxian realm, he would be able to break through a few times. In order to reach LV4 Tongxian realm in one go, Jiyu swallowed all the pills in one go. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached early LV3 Tongxian realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached intermediate LV3 Tongxian realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached late LV3 Tongxian realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached peak LV3 Tongxian realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation base has reached peak LV3 Tongxian realm. After swallowing all the pills, his cultivation base had indeed improved tremendously. However, he was so close to breaking through to LV4 Tongxian realm. Jiyu could only choose to do it step by step. Most of the time, it was impossible to break through by force. Once his cultivation base had settled down for a long time, he would naturally break through. Anyway, as long as he could reach LV4 Tongxian realm before the three-sex tournament, he was not in a hurry. After that, Jiyu did not care about his cultivation base. Instead, he focused on his sword technique and sword intent. When he was fighting against Chen Wuheng and Lin Zhanshan, his lone peak of 9 swords and sword intent had played a huge role. However, Jiyu was not satisfied with just that. The lone peak of 9 swords was stuck at advanced mystic level. Therefore, he had to improve his Bri sword art, which was inferior mystic level. It would be best if he could improve it to earth level. Needless to say, his sword Dao true intent was only at the first stage. Every time he improved it by 10%, the power of his sword intent would increase exponentially. This was his most powerful killing move. Ding. Master has learned Bri sword style. Experience gained from Bri sword style, 200*999x. Ding. Master has learned Bri sword style. Experience gained from Bri sword style, 200*999x. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your Bri sword technique has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection stage. Ding. It has been detected that the clear wind sword art has reached the perfection stage and has been automatically upgraded to the mid-level sword art, clear cloud sword art. Small success, mastery through a comprehensive study, perfection, and the peak of perfection. Jiyu spent more than half a day practicing the clear wind swordsmanship to cross 4 realms and advance it to the clear cloud swordsmanship, which was at the middle level of the profound realm. However, just as he was about to practice the clear cloud sword art, Qi Ling'er found him. Why is this guy here? Jiyu couldn't help but feel puzzled when she sensed Qi Ling'er walking into the forest. Now that his cultivation had reached peak LV3 Tongxian realm, he could easily sense the movements of others around him. Jiyu turned around and looked at Qi Ling'er, who was walking toward him from afar. When Qi Ling'er came closer, he immediately asked, "Are you here for me? I heard about what happened when the Kanglin Empire Academy came to visit a few days ago." Qi Ling'er's tone sounded normal, but Jiyu somehow felt that something was wrong. Jiyu nodded slightly and waited for Qi Ling'er to continue. "This time, I'm here to thank you for standing up for the Qianyuan martial house," Qi Ling'er said. "What are you talking about?" "No matter what, I'm still a member of the Qianyuan martial house," Jiyu said with a smile. Qi Ling continued, but other than that, I have one more thing to ask you. What is it? Ji Yu asked in confusion. Well, Qi Ling hesitated for a moment before she asked, a while ago, my master accepted 2 more disciples. One is called Jiangyue Chu, and the other is called Jiangyue Xin. Is what you said to Gao Junjie true? What did I say? Qi Ling didn't say it clearly, so Ji Yu didn't understand it for a moment. After all, he had said more than one sentence to Gao Junjie. Who knew which sentence Qi Ling was referring to? It's you who said that they are your women. Qi Ling said embarrassedly. Is that true? She had only arrived at the center of the square after Ji Yu had left. After learning about what had happened from Elder Jin, there was only one thing that she cared about the most. That was, Ji Yu had claimed that Jiangyue Chu and Jiangyue Xin were his women. In fact, Qi Ling had already known the 2 sisters when her master had accepted them as disciples. After all, she only hated men. She was very friendly to the same sex, especially the 2 sisters who were so cute. However, she had no idea that the 2 sisters had such a relationship with Ji Yu. Ever since she found out about it, Qi Ling didn't understand why she couldn't sleep and eat well for the past few days. She felt a little anxious in her heart. The only thing she knew was that Ji Yu was the culprit who made her feel like this. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She came here this time to confirm this matter with Ji Yu. It's true. What's wrong? Ji Yu replied without thinking. Although he didn't know why Qi Ling would ask such a question, he didn't care too much about it. Oh, Qi Ling lowered her head slightly and replied softly. She didn't know why she cared so much about this guy. Is there anything else? Ji Yu asked. Nothing else. With that, Qi Ling turned around and left. She looked calm on the surface, but in reality, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Ji Yu looked at Qi Ling who was leaving and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Today, Qi Ling wasn't as unreasonable as usual. After that, Ji Yu continued to cultivate his sword art. Ding! Master has cultivated the Clear Cloud Sword Art. Clear Cloud Sword Art obtained experience points, 300 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated the Clear Cloud Sword Art. Clear Cloud Sword Art obtained experience points, 300 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the middle profound rank profound skill, Clear Cloud Sword Art has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding! It has been detected that the Clear Cloud Sword Art has reached the perfection stage and has automatically upgraded to the high profound rank profound skill, Clear Light Sword Art. After nearly a day, Ji Yu's sword art had successfully advanced to the high profound rank. However, this was not enough. His goal was to raise his sword art to the earth rank. Ding! Master has cultivated the Clear Light Sword Art. Clear Light Sword Art obtained experience points, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated the Clear Light Sword Art. Clear Light Sword Art obtained experience points, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the high profound rank profound skill, Clear Light Sword Art has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding! It has been detected that the Clear Light Sword Art has reached the perfection stage and has automatically upgraded to the low earth rank profound skill, Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Another 2 days passed and the sword art profound skill had reached the earth rank as he wished. Furthermore, Ji Yu found that this low earth rank sword art was not simple. Brilliant Sun in the Sky had a total of 3 styles. The first style was earth rank lower grade, the second was earth rank middle grade, and the third was earth rank upper grade. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the next level of the sword skill would be the second and third form of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky. There were only 7 days left until the start of the 3-sex tournament. But for Ji Yu, there was still plenty of time. Then, like before, Ji Yu went out for a walk to relax. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill, lightning luster transformation, gained experience, 600 * 999x. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill, lightning luster transformation, gained experience, 600 * 999x. However, just as Ji Yu was passing by the alchemy hall, she coincidentally bumped into Elder Zhuang. "Greetings, Elder Zhuang." Ji Yu greeted her politely. "You came at the right time. I was looking for you," Zhuang Mingyan said. "What is it?" Ji Yu asked curiously. "You should be familiar with the Alchemist Guild, right? Someone from the main guild came to look for me today and said that they want to invite you to give a lecture," Zhuang Mingyan said. "Invite me to give a lecture?" Ji Yu was slightly taken aback. What was going on now? "That's right. But from what I see, the lecture is just a cover. It should be someone from the Alchemist Guild who wants to see you." Zhuang Mingyan said his inner thoughts. "It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. If you don't want to accept it, just tell me. If you want to, you can follow me in." "That person is inside." Ji Yu pondered for a moment and said. "I'm sorry, I don't plan to accept it for the time being." Then, he added, "At least wait until the 3-sex tournament ends before I can go." Ji Yu actually wanted to see what the Alchemist Guild's main guild was like. After all, the Alchemist Guild was one of the 2 giants in the Kanglan Empire. The other was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. However, he didn't have the time to run over and give a lecture. The 3-sex tournament was coming and he had to quickly increase his strength. "Okay, I understand. I'll help you tell them," Zhuang Mingyan said. After chatting with Elder Zhuang for a while, Ji Yu continued to walk. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yu returned to the small forest and prepared to cultivate his Sword Dao True Meaning. Ding! Master activated 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning. 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Master activated 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning. 10% of Sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to Master for successfully breaking through from the 10% True Meaning of Sword Dao to the 20% True Meaning of Sword Dao. Ding! Congratulations to Master for successfully breaking through from 20% Sword Dao True Meaning to 30% Sword Dao True Meaning. Not long after his Sword Dao True Meaning reached 30%, Ji Yu suddenly felt that his cultivation base had reached saturation. Since it was time for him to break through, he immediately seized the opportunity and activated the Sky Splitter. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial Dao cultivation base has broken through to the early stage of the 4th level of the Tongxian realm. After a while, Ji Yu broke through to the 4th level of the Tongxian realm. There were only 4 days left before the 3-sex tournament, and he had already completed his cultivation base goal. In the next 4 days, Ji Yu planned to use it to improve his Sword Dao True Meaning. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your Sword Dao True Meaning has broken through to 40% Sword Dao True Meaning. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your Sword Dao True Meaning has broken through to 50% Sword Dao True Meaning. In 4 days, his Sword Dao True Meaning had reached 50%. During this period, Ji Yu did not know anything that happened in the outside world, and he was too lazy to find out about it. The 3-sex tournament would begin the next day. The venue was the Kanglan Empire Academy. Since the academy was the champion of the previous 3-sex tournament, it was the host of this year's 3-sex tournament. On the second day, all the Qianyuan Martial Mansion students who were preparing to participate in the 3-sex tournament gathered outside the mansion. Other than the 10 core students, including Ji Yu, there were also many inner mansion students. There were about 100 of them. Leading the team were 2 elders. One was the Martial Arts Grand Elder, Elder Zheng, while the other was the Sword Dao Grand Elder, Elder Fu. As for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, they had been cultivating with Morong Manor Head and did not participate in the 3-sex tournament. When everyone was present, they set off. Riding on a high-quality Hummer, they arrived at the Kanglan Empire Academy in no time. When Ji Yu came to the Kanglan Empire Academy for the first time, she found that it was totally different from the Qianyuan Martial House. The Qianyuan Martial House had an antique feel to it, but the Kanglan Empire Academy was completely different. To be more precise, it was the difference between the buildings and the environment. The Qianyuan Martial House was built in the woods, and the building materials were all kinds of wood. The Kanglan Empire Academy was built in the most prosperous area of King City. The buildings were tall, and the lake had a unique style. Other things aside, the Kanglan Empire Academy was much richer than the Qianyuan martial house and the Xianxia sect. At the same time, the ordinary people who came to watch the three sects tournament noticed the people from the Qianyuan martial house. These people's clothes. They are from the Qianyuan martial house. They are indeed from the Qianyuan martial house. The one walking in front should be the self-proclaimed prodigy, Jiyu, right? What prodigy? She's just a coward. She hid in the Qianyuan martial house for so long before coming out. Yeah, how dare a coward call herself a prodigy? What a joke. When the passers-by saw Jiyu, they all looked at her with disdain. They despised cowards like her the most. However, Jiyu was too lazy to care about these people. She calmly walked forward as if she didn't hear anything. The students of the martial house wanted to defend Jiyu. Jiyu defeated the Kanglan Empire Academy's #1 prodigy with one strike. How could she be a coward in front of these people? But in the end, they suppressed their anger. After all, the martial house master had ordered them not to reveal what happened that day when the Kanglan Empire Academy came. How could they dare to go against the martial house master's order? Not long after Jiyu's group arrived, the Xianxia sect arrived as well. As for the host, the Kanglan Empire Academy, it was needless to say. At this moment, they had already arrived at the venue of the three sects tournament. There was a huge silver halo in the middle, and the people from the Kanglan Empire sat on the high platform around it. Jiyu's group was also on the high platform, sitting beside the people from the Xianxia sect. Many people were looking at Jiyu. After all, he had caused a huge commotion in the Kanglan Empire recently. Including the people from the Xianxia sect and the Kanglan Empire Academy, all of them were looking at Jiyu. However, unlike the others, the people from the Xianxia sect were looking at Jiyu with vigilance, and the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy were even more afraid and nervous. Especially the students from the Kanglan Empire Academy who had visited the Qianyuan martial house. The scene of Senior Gao being killed in one strike was still vivid in their minds. It was as if it had become a nightmare in their hearts, and they would never forget it. Looking at Gao Junjia, he had lost his previous arrogance. He didn't have the slightest bit of courage to face Jiyu. On the other side, the big shots from the other forces on the high platform were communicating telepathically with Jiyu as their target. Looks like this is the famous Jiyu. At first glance, this old man felt that this young man wasn't simple. Old man, do you even need to say that? Just based on the fact that he was able to show off in the entrance exam and the alchemy conference, he's definitely not a simple guy. Since he dares to call himself a heavenly talent, he should have some skills. I'm very curious if this young man can still stand out in this three sects tournament, although I don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. These were two different things. Even the big shots from the various major forces couldn't understand why Jiyu hid in the Qianyuan martial house and didn't come out. Not only that, but even the Alchemist Guild and the Wanbao Pavilion were present. At the location of the Alchemist Guild. Among them, a grey-robed old man whose face could not be seen clearly looked at Jiyu and said, "Yu Shuyun, is this young man the Jiyu that you have always been worried about?" That's right. Sitting beside the grey-robed elder was Yu Shuyun. She nodded without hesitation. She didn't really understand what it meant to like someone. She only knew that Jiyu was the only person of the opposite sex she had such feelings for. Unlike other women, she dared to love and hate. If he liked her, he liked her. If he didn't like her, he didn't like her. There was nothing to hide. Compared to the results of the three-sect grand competition, this old man is more curious about what level this young man's attainments in alchemy have reached. The grey-robed old man said slowly, "It's been 2 months since the alchemy conference. With this young man's talent in alchemy, he might have already reached the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. From Jiyu's performance in the alchemy conference, he could estimate that Jiyu's alchemy level at that time was around the middle or upper 3rd grade. Now that 2 months had passed, although it was a little unbelievable, it was not impossible for her to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. This disciple thinks that Jiyu's alchemy attainments have definitely reached the level of 4th grade or above. Yu Shiyin said with incomparable certainty. Oh? The grey-robed old man asked with interest, "You have so much confidence in him?" "Yes, because this is an absolute thing," Yu Shiyin replied. When the time comes, no matter what this old man says, I'll have to invite him to our guild for a visit. The gray-robed old man said with a smile. After hearing Yu Shuyun's words, he was even more curious about what level Ji Yu's alchemy attainments had reached. Although Yu Shuyun didn't say anything, there was a hint of undetectable joy in her beautiful eyes. Now that the three-sect grand competition was about to begin, she didn't want to disturb Ji Yu, so she didn't plan to interact with Ji Yu. When Ji Yu arrived at the Alchemist Guild, she would be able to properly meet with Ji Yu. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. Ji Yu had already become a 5th-grade alchemist and was not far from becoming a 6th-grade alchemist. Apart from the Alchemist Guild, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion also had their eyes on Ji Yu. It was Leng Rumming and the old lady beside her. Speaking of which, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is here too. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and said. In an instant, it caused a new topic in the crowd. Yeah, I felt a little strange just now. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion has never participated in the previous 3-Sex tournament. Moreover, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's daughter, Leng Rumming, is here too. She's really a beauty like the rumors say. I wonder if she already has someone in mind. I don't know if she has someone in mind, but it definitely won't be you. Stop fooling around, you too. Leng Rumming is clearly mine. Pfft, you're so King shameless, the topic was suddenly ignited. If these people knew that Leng Rumming came specifically for Ji Yu this time, they would probably shut themselves up. As the various major powers continued to greet each other, the time was finally almost up. Everyone was excited and nervous, except for Ji Yu, who was cultivating as if nothing had happened. Ding! Master has cultivated for 1 minute. Martial cultivation obtained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated for 1 minute. Martial cultivation obtained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Soon, someone realized that Ji Yu was actually cultivating. Damn, did you see that? That guy is actually cultivating there? Who? Which one? You mean that Ji Yu? Damn, he's really cultivating. This is too much. The 3-Sex tournament is about to begin. That guy actually has the mood to cultivate there? When the surrounding ordinary people realized this, they immediately went into an uproar. After all, they did not know Ji Yu's true strength. They simply thought that Ji Yu was forcefully showing off. However, those who were about to participate in the 3-Sect Grand Tournament were all dumbfounded. Only the people from the Qianyuan martial house were slightly calmer. It was such a grand 3-Sect tournament, and they were all so nervous. How could this Ji Yu cultivate so calmly? Was she even human? Seeing Ji Yu like this, they all panicked even more. In their opinion, this Ji Yu must have absolute strength to be so arrogant. The people from the Kanglan Empire Academy were fine. They all knew that Ji Yu was terrifyingly strong. But the people of Xianxia's sect were different. They originally doubted whether Ji Yu was as strong as the elder had predicted, but now it was hard to doubt. On the high platform, the big shots of the other forces sighed. The gray-robed elder beside Yu Shuyun gave Ji Yu a meaningful look. On the other hand, Leng Rumming from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion had a look of interest in her beautiful eyes. She now completely believed that she had made the right choice in coming to the 3-Sect Grand Tournament. However, the culprit of all this, Ji Yu, did not expect that her casual cultivation would cause such a huge commotion. Other than being speechless, she did not have any other thoughts. When the time came, all the participants from the Kanglan Empire Academy, Xianxia sect, and Qianyuan Martial House, a total of more than 300 people, entered the silver light circle together. Ji Yu walked at the front of the crowd. It was not that she deliberately walked the fastest, but that no one dared to walk in front of her. Everyone present was filled with fear and vigilance towards Ji Yu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Yu slowly stopped in the middle of the huge silver halo. Other than the students from the Qianyuan Martial House, the other participants kept a certain distance from Ji Yu. Because there were too many people squeezing together, Ji Yu couldn't find Chen. Furthermore, there were experts from the Kanglan Empire Academy around them. Even the principal of the Kanglan Empire Academy was watching them from the high platform. Even if he wanted to find Chen, he couldn't. He could only wait for the 3-Sex tournament to start and find a chance to deal with Chen. This time, there was no one in charge of hosting the three-sex tournament because all the participants already knew the rules of the tournament. For hundreds of years, the Kanglan Empire Academy had been the host of the three-sex tournament. The rules of the three-sex tournament had been passed down for hundreds of years. Basically, everyone was clear about it. The three-sex tournament was divided into two segments. First, the first segment was to test one's martial heart in the illusion realm. On the path of martial arts, one not only needed talent, but also a martial heart. The martial heart didn't refer to loyalty and righteousness. It didn't have much to do with good or evil. The martial heart was the determination of a martial artist to pursue martial arts. The path of martial arts was filled with various dangers, hardships, and temptations that would continuously wear down the martial heart. If one's martial heart wasn't strong enough, it would be easy for one to give up on the path of martial arts. For example, some people cultivated martial arts only to pursue wealth and sensual pleasures. This kind of martial heart was nothing when one first stepped into the path of martial arts. However, not long after, these people would gradually lose their motivation to cultivate martial arts. This was because as long as one reached the defensive profound realm, they would have a certain amount of wealth and sensual pleasures. Without a goal, they would lose their motivation and would forever be stuck at the defensive profound realm. Furthermore, not everyone could reach the common profound realm. Therefore, the martial heart test was very important as it could see a martial artist's future. In fact, there were a total of 5 stages in the illusion realm. However, because the 4th and 5th stages were too difficult, the 4th and 5th stages had not been used for hundreds of years. It had not been used for hundreds of years. In addition, the Xianxia in the illusion realm was slowly draining away. Now, it was impossible to enter the 4th and 5th stages even if one wanted to. Even though there were only 3 stages, the elimination rate was still extremely high. Taking the 3 stages of illusion as a standard, the average elimination rate was more than 90%. In other words, among the 300 people present, only 30 to 40 people would be able to pass the 3 stages of illusion. After the 3 stages of the illusion realm were over, it was time for the second stage, the arena battle. Only those who completely passed the first round, the 3 illusions, could enter the second round, the arena battle. Everyone drew lots, and the 2 people who drew the same lot would fight each other. Once they stepped onto the arena, either one of them stepped out of the ring or voluntarily admitted defeat would be considered as the loser. The winner would advance while the loser would be eliminated. Then they would continue to draw lots. And the cycle would continue. In the end, there were only 4 people left, and they fought in a mixed 4-person arena. The longer one stood in the ring, the higher one's ranking would be. It was obvious that this was a deliberate rule set by the Kanglan Empire Academy. In every 3-sect tournament, among the 4 people who advanced to the end, at least 2 of them were from the Azure Water Empire Academy. Under such circumstances, the Kanglan Empire Academy was able to sit firmly on the throne of first place. However, Jiyu did not care about this. Even if the other 3 people were all from the Kanglan Empire Academy, he would still be able to crush them effortlessly. 3-sex tournament, 3 stages of illusion realm, begin. At this moment, a deep and dignified voice was heard. The owner of this voice was the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, all the participants standing in the huge silver light circle instantly disappeared from where they were. Only a few people who were watching the 3-sex tournament for the first time were shocked. Most of them were already used to it. At the same time, the scene in front of Jiyu changed drastically. The surroundings became a boundless forest and mountain range. Jiyu looked around and realized that everyone was gone. It was as if he was the only one left in the entire mountain range. However, he didn't panic because he knew that this should be the first stage of the illusion. Just as Jiyu was about to walk around and take a look, a terrifying roar came from not far in front of him. He frowned slightly and looked carefully. He saw all kinds of beasts charging from the dense forest in front of him. They were extremely barbaric and terrifying. Trees were knocked down one by one, and countless beasts appeared in front of Jiyu. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, all kinds of beasts that he had seen before and those that he had never seen before all appeared here. Most people would be scared out of their wits if they saw such a terrifying scene. However, Jiyu was still calm and collected. He stood there motionlessly, allowing the horde of demonic beasts to charge at him. In the instant that the group of gigantic demon beasts collided with him, even though he had already mentally prepared himself, he still felt a huge sense of oppression and impact, as if it brought him a suffocating feeling. This illusion is really unusual. Jiyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't get rid of the illusion's influence on him. At the same time, outside the illusion. Look! The first golden light lit up. Someone passed the first stage so quickly? It can't be. It's only been a minute, or even less than half a minute. He has already surpassed the previous record by a huge margin. I remember that the record for the first stage of the 3 stages of the illusion was 3 or 4 minutes. It's less than half a minute. I don't know how far he has left the original record behind. The first golden light in the huge silver halo immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone began to guess who it was that had passed the first stage so quickly. I think it should be Gao Junjie. Now, Gao Junjie is not only the #1 genius of the Kanglan Empire Academy, but also the #1 genius of the entire Kanglan Empire. Anyway, the Kanglan Empire Academy, the Xianxia sect and the Qianyuan martial house have 3 top geniuses in total. Just guess from these 3. I also think that Gao Junjie is more likely. I don't know what that Jiyu is like, and the 3 stages of the illusion realm aren't based on one's cultivation. Most of the onlookers guessed that it was Gao Junjie. While these people were discussing, more and more contestants were eliminated from the illusionary realm. They couldn't keep their minds and were overwhelmed by the demonic beasts. The eliminated contestants didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Almost no one paid any attention to them. Each and every one of them lowered their heads and left the silver light circle in low spirits. At this time, not only the ordinary audience, but also the various big shots on the high platform began to discuss this matter. The 3 stages of the illusion realm don't test one's cultivation, but one's heart of martial arts. To be able to pass the first stage so quickly, it only shows that one's heart of martial arts is extremely firm. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation. It's not easy to guess. Some talented martial cultivators may not have a heart of martial arts as compared to ordinary people. Regardless of talent or strength, it can't judge a person's heart of martial arts. When the big shots were in the middle of their discussion, suddenly, someone said, "Dean Gao, what do you think?" All the big shots immediately looked at the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. Gao Huan, the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. Interestingly, Gao Junjie was his son. He looked dignified, but he was actually calm. He said lightly, "The more hardships one goes through, the more one's heart of martial arts is usually as firm as a rock. Although my son is not the strongest, his heart of martial arts has been tempered thousands of times." However, before Gao Huan could finish, another person was immediately thrown out of the illusion realm. As soon as this person appeared, it instantly set off a storm in the arena. Because this person was Gao Junjie. The moment Gao Junjie appeared, Gao Huan's voice stopped abruptly. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face at the speed of light. The whole audience was embarrassed. Ordinary people didn't dare to laugh at the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy. Only a few big shots on the platform were secretly laughing. Gao Huan didn't look good, so he didn't say anything. Gao Junjie left with a gloomy face like a walking corpse. After returning from the Qianyuan martial house last time, his martial Dao heart was greatly shaken. This was only the first stage of the 3 stages of illusion, but his martial Dao heart was already destroyed and he was eliminated. That was one thing. It was Dean Gao's business to feel embarrassed. None of the people present had expected that Gao Junjie would be eliminated in the first round, and in such a short time. Only the people of the Kanglan Empire Academy guessed the reason. After all, only they knew what Gao Junjie had experienced when he visited the Qianyuan martial house last time. Wait, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Since Gao Junjie was eliminated, who was the person who had just broken the record? However, at this moment, the huge silver halo lit up a second golden light, which meant that someone had passed the second stage. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? How could someone pass the second stage? It had been less than a minute since the start of the 3 stages of illusion. Everyone found it hard to believe that this was real. The 3 stages of illusion had eliminated many martial arts geniuses since ancient times. Now, someone had passed it so easily, like playing house. They were eager to know who was so terrifying. At this moment, in the illusion. Ding. Master activated 50% sword principle sword intent. 50% sword principle sword intent. Experience gained, 500 by 999 times. The sword essence that erupted from Jiyu's body gradually faded away. Obviously, he was the one who had passed the second stage. The second stage was the aura stage. On the battlefield where corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river, he had to face thousands of soldiers alone. However, Jiyu activated the sword principle sword intent casually and everything disappeared in an instant. Now, the scene in front of Jiyu changed again. He didn't know what was happening outside, but he knew that the third stage of the illusion had begun. According to the known information, the first of the 3 stages of the illusion test one's courage, and the second one's momentum. As for the third stage, it was, thinking of this, Jiyu suddenly appeared in a pink boudoir. The light gauze and warm curtains gave off an intoxicating fragrance. Inside the pink gauze was the naked bodies of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Sure enough, the third stage of the 3 stages of illusion was the stage of lust. Although the 2 sisters were still young and their figures were still budding, they already possessed great temptation. At this moment, Jiyu's lower abdomen couldn't help but heat up. He had to admit that he was indeed a little tempted. But if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to make Jiyu lose her heart. He easily suppressed the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly spoke. Jiyu, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Hearing this, Jiyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. This illusion was so realistic that the fake in front of her could actually speak. I've already compromised. How long are you going to wait? Jiang Yuexin said with a red face. You guys actually know how to talk? Jiyu couldn't help but complain. Jiyu, what are you talking about? Are you under too much pressure? Jiang Yuechu leaned on Jiyu and caressed Jiyu's face. She said softly, Qinyan is already dead, and the evolving temple is also destroyed. Now you should relax and have a good sleep with us. For a short moment, Jiyu's heart did waver. Living with Yuechu and Xian without any worries, wasn't this the life he wanted? However, after this moment, Jiyu bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain woke him up instantly. Ding! Master resisted the temptation of the illusion, bronze willpower, gained experience, 10 by 999 times. A moment of comfort and enjoyment was not the life Jiyu wanted at all. Only by continuously increasing his strength and reaching the peak of martial arts and becoming invincible could he truly live a peaceful life. Otherwise, so what if he really destroyed the evolving temple? The Xianxia continent was boundless, and the evolving temple was just one of thousands of forces. There were definitely more powerful forces above the evolving temple. At least before he became invincible, he definitely couldn't give up on martial arts and degrade himself. Jiyu, don't you like us? Seeing that Jiyu was still unmoved, Jiang Yuechu's eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Yuexin also looked like she was about to cry, as if she was bullied by Jiyu. How could I not like you guys? It's just that I can't give up on martial arts. After saying that, Jiyu couldn't help but mock himself. He actually said so much to these 2 imposters, it was like he was an idiot. However, the strange thing was that Jiang Yuechu's expression suddenly became very calm. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Although this sentence came from Jiang Yuechu's mouth, it didn't sound like Jiang Yuechu's voice. However, he couldn't describe what this voice was, because Jiyu only remembered this sentence and forgot the voice after hearing it. This voice seemed to be magical. Gradually, the scene around him shattered. Jiyu returned to the giant silver halo, and at the same time, the silver halo lit up with a third golden light, which meant that Jiyu had passed the illusion test. Seeing Jiyu appear, almost everyone around couldn't believe their eyes. The person who broke the record of the illusion test was Jiyu. Previously, they had thought that Jiyu was being conceited by leisurely cultivating on the spot. Now, they realized that they were completely wrong. Jiyu returned to the high platform with a calm expression, and from beginning to end, he didn't care about any of the gazes around him. So it's Jiyu. I really didn't expect that this young man's martial arts heart would be so tenacious and indomitable. He left the original record of the illusion test far behind. Since his martial arts heart is so firm, his strength shouldn't be bad. No wonder he dares to call himself a prodigy. This year's 3-sex tournament is really interesting. Xianxia was quickly eliminated in the first round, and Jiyu, who most people didn't think highly of, has far surpassed the original record. While many people were talking about Jiyu, Ding Gaohuan was also staring at Jiyu. He knew that his son Gao Junjia's martial arts heart was thwarted, and it was inseparable from this kid. The two acquired spiritual bodies in the Kanglin Empire weren't a match for this kid. He had to pay more attention to this kid. When Jiyu returned to her seat, the martial arts Grand Elder, Elder Zheng, gave her a meaningful look. Elder Zheng was not particularly surprised by Jiyu's performance in the 3 stages of illusion. He was paying attention to something that no one else was paying attention to. Jiyu had spent a lot of time in the 3rd stage of the illusion realm. The first 2 stages took less than half a minute, but the 3rd stage took 2 to 3 minutes. Elder Zheng knew that the 3rd stage was the stage of lust, which meant that compared to other aspects, Jiyu was slightly lacking in lust. Although she was far better than the average genius, she was still a little behind the original record holder. The record for the 3 stages of illusion had not changed for 100 years. It was set by the number 1 genius of the Kanglin Empire, Zhuang Wuhan, who also had an innate spiritual body constitution. Although she was not as good as Jiyu in the first 2 stages, Zhuang Wuhan only spent a few breaths of time in the stage of lust. It was a pity that Zhuang Wuhan gave up the position of the Lord of Kanglin and resolutely left the Kanglin Empire for the outside world. Now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. But it's not strange. After all, no one is perfect. Elder Zheng could not help but sigh softly. Elder Fu seemed to have heard Elder Zheng's inner thoughts and said faintly, Zhuang Wuhan is an exception. His character is destined to not like beauty. Compared to Zhuang Wuhan, I still prefer a hot-blooded young man like Jiyu. That's true. Elder Zheng laughed and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing that this kid has a woman in his heart. At the same time, at the Alchemist Guild. Shuyun, did you notice that although that young man passed the 3 stages of illusion very quickly, the time he spent in the 3rd stage was obviously much slower than the first 2? The gray-robed elder said to Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun nodded silently. She also noticed it. At the same time, a thought appeared in her mind. The girl Jiyu met in the stage of lust, could it be her? However, she immediately dismissed the idea because she knew that Jiyu was most concerned about the pair of sisters in the city lord's mansion. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw those 2 sisters here today. I wonder how they are doing now. Only a few people, including Leng Ruming, noticed Jiyu's flaw in lust. However, she didn't feel anything. In her opinion, it was normal for humans to have 7 emotions and 6 desires. There was nothing strange about this. If Zhuang Wuhan appeared in front of her, she would definitely think that this person was a weirdo. Jiyu did not respond to the discussion between Elder Zheng and Elder Fu because he was already immersed in cultivation. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 10 by 999 times. For Jiyu, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Therefore, there was no need for him to pay attention to it. One after another, the participants were eliminated by the illusionary realm. Of course, there were also those who successfully passed the 3 stages, but it took them at least 10 minutes. For example, the second person to pass the 3 stages was the number 1 genius of the Xianxia sect. It took him a total of 14 minutes to pass the 3 stages. He was not on the same level as Jiyu. The last person to pass the 3 stages was Qinyan. He did not suffer as much as Gao Junjie did. He barely passed the stages. To everyone's surprise, Qi Ling was also eliminated. None of them had expected that the former number 1 genius of the Qianyuan martial house would be trapped in the stage of lust. They were very surprised. Wasn't Qi Ling famous for hating men? Why would she be trapped in the stage of lust, then? Some people had a guess in their minds. Could it be that Qi Ling liked women? No matter how they guessed, Qi Ling was the only one who knew the truth. After Qi Ling was eliminated by the illusionary realm, she immediately returned to her seat on the high platform. She was sitting next to Jiyu, but she did not dare to look at Jiyu at all. Who knew what she had experienced in the stage of lust? Finally, the 3 stages of illusion were completed. Only 32 people passed the 3 stages of illusion. The remaining 200 people were all eliminated. Then, the battle was about to begin. All 32 people could go through the first round of drawing lots. Jiyu, who was the first to pass the 3 stages of illusion, was the first to draw lots. 6. Jiyu opened the lot in his hand and saw that it was number 6. From number 1 to 16, there were 2 lots for every number, which meant that there were 32 lots in total. Later on, the person who also drew lot number 6 would be fighting Jiyu in a single elimination match. Seeing that Jiyu had drawn lot number 6, almost all the contestants around her were praying that they would not draw lot number 6. After Jiyu drew lots, the remaining 31 contestants went up to draw lots one after another. Jiyu looked at the lot and saw that it was someone else who drew lot number 6 instead of Chen Yan. He could not help but feel disappointed. He only hoped that Chen Yan would not be eliminated in the first round of battle. Then, he would not be able to meet Chen Yan. After everyone drew lots, it meant that the first round of drawing lots was over. The first round of battle was about to begin. Beside the huge silver circle, a mechanism seemed to have been triggered. A square pit appeared on the ground and a battle ring slowly rose up from it. This was the battle ring used for the battle ring. It had been hidden underground. The battle order for the battle ring started with the 2 holders of lot number 1, followed by lot number 2, lot number 3, and so on. Jiyu was not interested in these people's battle at all. He just sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Time passed slowly. Jiyu was stabilizing his cultivation state. At this time, the 2 contestants who drew lot number 5 had finished their battle. It was his turn to go up to the battle ring. Standing in front of him was a Xianxia sect disciple. His strength seemed to be average. Anyway, in his eyes, everyone was a piece of trash that could be killed in 1 move. The match hadn't started yet, but the person opposite her was already trembling uncontrollably. It was as if Jiyu was the most terrifying thing in the world in that person's eyes. Seeing him like this, Jiyu was a little speechless. If you don't want to compete, just admit defeat. The Xianxia sect disciple hesitated for a long time before weakly saying, "No, I want to compete." There were many seniors and fellow apprentices of other sects watching them. He didn't dare to ruin the reputation of Xianxia sect, so he could only force himself to continue the battle. "Since you want to compete, then don't blame me for being impolite," Jiyu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the competition began. Jiyu's body was as light as a swallow. She didn't even use a Xian skill and just used her own speed to quickly arrive in front of that Xianxia sect disciple. It was a very ordinary palm strike, but in the eyes of others, it was so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly. Ding! Master has struck a palm strike. Experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu's casual move scared the soul out of her opponent. As a Xianxia sect disciple, the seniors in the sect had guessed that Jiyu's strength was very close to Tongxian realm. If this palm strike landed on him, he felt that he would very likely lose his life. "I admit defeat." In front of death, he couldn't care about anything else. He closed his eyes and shouted with all his might. How could the sect's reputation be more important than his own life? As his opponent admitted defeat, Jiyu advanced to the second round without any suspense. The first round of the challenge tournament was not over yet. There were 16 people in total who advanced to the second round. Among them, only 3 were from the Qianyuan martial house. They were Jiyu, Qi Ling and a core disciple whom he had never met before. The Kanglan Empire Academy had 9 disciples, and the Xianxia sect had 4. That was the result of the first round. Ji Yu paid a little attention to Chen Yan and found that he had also advanced to the second round. This guy seemed to have improved a lot during his time in the Kanglan Empire Academy. After all, he had awakened his acquired spiritual body, so he would definitely be nurtured by the Kanglan Empire Academy. Then the second round began, and they continued to draw lots. This time, Ji Yu drew lot number 4, so he still could not face Chen Yan directly. His opponent, who also drew lot number 4, was a student from the Kanglan Empire Academy. That student did not seem to hesitate at all. He admitted defeat as soon as the match began. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Ji Yu, on the other hand, easily advanced again. After the second round, the audience gradually recognized Ji Yu's strength. They looked down on Ji Yu at the beginning, but they gradually became confused. Why did he hide in the Qianyuan martial house when he was so powerful? Suddenly, they came to a realization. Could it be that this guy simply did not want to show up? Ji Yu was bored, so he cultivated and stabilized his realm. He did not go up to draw lots until the third round began. There were 8 contestants left. Among them, only 2 were from the Qianyuan martial house. They were Ji Yu and Qi Ling-er. Among the remaining 6 contestants, 4 were from the Kanglan Empire Academy. Like the Qianyuan martial house, only 2 were left. Although the Kanglan Empire Academy seemed to have a great advantage, no one dared to guess the final result because Ji Yu was such a dark horse. Until now, they had not seen Ji Yu's strength because Ji Yu did not fight much in the first 2 rounds. In the third round, 4 would advance to the next round. The drawing of lots began. However, Ji Yu did not meet Chen Yan in the end. Instead, her opponent was someone from the Xianxia sect. He couldn't help but feel slightly strange. Isn't this too strange? He could understand why he had not drawn Chen Yan in the first and second round. But it was already the third round, and he still did not draw Chen Yan. Could it be that his luck was really that bad? However, Ji Yu couldn't do anything about it. She could only wait until the final battle between the 4 of them. When the third round of the challenge tournament began, Ji Yu still felt no pressure at all. She just used a little bit of strength and sent her opponent flying out of the ring. This opponent was the number 1 seed of the Xianxia sect, but he was eliminated by Ji Yu within 3 seconds. However, they didn't dare to say a word, because they knew that Ji Yu had already shown them mercy. She wasn't serious at all. The 2 leading elders of the Xianxia sect sighed. Our Xianxia sect is destined to be the last in this trisect competition. Sigh, yeah, I don't know where this monster Ji Yu came from. If only I had helped her during the entrance exam. One of the leading elders was also present during the entrance exam in Chaoyang Ancient City. Therefore, it was too late for him to regret. If he had done Ji Yu a favor when the Kanglan Empire Academy cheated, Ji Yu might be the genius of the Xianxia sect now. However, this was the reality. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. In the third round, Qi Ling-er met a strong opponent and was eliminated after a fierce battle. After the dust settled, there were 4 contestants left in the arena who had advanced to the final round and were ready for the 4-person battle royale. What was interesting was that other than Ji Yu, the other 3 contestants were from the Kanglan Empire Academy. Chen Yan was one of them. Ji Yu had been paying attention to the first round of the competition. Chen Yan and the other 2 from the Kanglan Empire Academy had opponents that were slightly weaker than them. It was like Tianji's horse racing, where the best horse was against the average horse, and the average horse was against the inferior horse. Ji Yu felt that the Kanglan Empire Academy had manipulated the draw of the third round so that Chen Yan and the other 2 would have opponents that were weaker than them. It was no wonder that he couldn't fight Chen Yan. However, Ji Yu didn't care too much about it. She just needed to defeat Chen Yan in the last round. Good luck, Chief Ji. Good luck, Senior. The last round of the competition was about to begin. A group of students from the Qianyuan martial house was cheering for Ji Yu. This was the most decisive round, and the winner's faction would be crowned the top. Elder Jing and Elder Fu were also excited. Their Qianyuan martial house had been at the bottom for many years. Today, Ji Yu might be able to create a miracle. Ji Yu nodded in response and stepped into the arena again. In this 4-person battle royale, everyone could see that the Kanglan Empire Academy was manipulating things behind the scenes again. However, they couldn't say anything. After all, the Kanglan Empire Academy was the host. They just felt that it was a pity that Ji would have to face 3 Kanglan Empire Academy's geniuses at the same time. It wouldn't be easy for her to win. Compared to the Kanglan Empire Academy's people, they wanted to see Ji win more. A few big shots didn't think so. They had a basic understanding of Ji's strength. They believed that even if Ji faced 3 Kanglan Empire Academy's geniuses at the same time, she would be able to defeat them. Many people had different thoughts, but the people of Kanglan Empire Academy were the clearest. The time had come, and the 4 rounds of chaotic battles began. I admit defeat. However, just as Ji was about to make a move, she heard Xianxia and the other 2 shouting in unison. The 3 geniuses of the Kanglan Empire Academy admitted defeat without hesitation. Everyone was stunned. Even Ji did not expect this. You want to admit defeat? Ji narrowed her eyes. You must die today. He couldn't care less. He had to kill Xianxia today. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, the low-grade Earth rank Profound Skill Lightning Luster Transformation has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. In an instant, Ji turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through Xianxia's heart the moment he finished speaking. Even though Lightning Luster Transformation was a profound movement skill, it contained the power of lightning. Even though it wasn't very powerful, it was more than enough to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even have time to react. He didn't even know how he died. His heart had been pierced through by lightning. There was no chance of survival. Gao Huan was the first to react. He was instantly enraged. He never would have thought that Xianxia had already taken the initiative to admit defeat, yet Ji still dared to kill Xianxia in front of him. You're simply lawless. Gao Huan roared in rage. He stood up abruptly and released a terrifying aura. The high platform beneath his feet instantly cracked. Many of the weaker people in the surroundings vomited blood from the impact of this aura. The ordinary people bled from their 7 orifices and were in extreme pain. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Only those who had reached the Tongxian realm and above were able to withstand it. However, they were also on the high platform and were closer to Gao Huan. Hence, they didn't feel comfortable. Especially the few Tongxian realm experts who were closest to Gao Huan. They couldn't help but groan. Their faces were slightly pale. Gao Huan, the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy, was one of the most powerful experts in the Kanglan Empire. He was currently at LV9 of the Tongxian realm and was only 1 step away from the Spirit Profound realm. Almost no one present could withstand the anger of a LV9 Tongxian expert. Seeing that the situation was not good, those who could still move quickly ran away. Many people were so badly injured that they could not even move. They could only take elixirs and try to recover their mobility. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were all protected by the leading elders in time, so not many people were injured. The leading elders of the Xianxia sect looked serious. Ji suddenly attacked Xianxia, who had already surrendered, and Dean Gao Huan was furious. These were all beyond their expectations. The only thing they could do now was to ensure the safety of their disciples. They did not want to interfere in other things, and they could not. Not many people in the Chenyuan martial house were injured. After all, Elder Zheng and Elder Fu were present. However, Elder Zheng and Elder Fu's expressions were very ugly. Gao Huan was so angry because Ji had killed Xianxia. If Gao Huan insisted on attacking Ji, although they could protect Ji, it would be difficult to protect the other disciples. No matter what, the current situation was not optimistic for them. Only Ji was as calm as still water. He knew that this would happen before the 3 sects tournament started. Although Gao Huan's momentum was strong, he was not affected by it because he had the sword Dao Gist. At this moment, Gao Huan glared at Ji and said, "Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." "What explanation?" Ji asked calmly. Ji's expression made Gao Huan even angrier. However, he forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart and questioned, "Xianxia clearly admitted defeat just now. Why did you have to be so ruthless?" "I just wanted to kill him. That's all," Ji said calmly. Did he need a reason to kill his enemy? He had never cared about the rules of the three-sex tournament. It was also against the rules. Why was the Kanglan Empire Academy allowed to play dirty, but Ji Yu could not kill? At this moment, the crowd was in chaos. A group of people were busy running away and did not care about what was happening. On the high platform. On the high platform, all the big shots sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Ji Yu's words. He could kill as he pleased. Ji Yu was probably the only person in the entire Kanglan Empire who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Gao Huan. You. Gao Huan's face was ferocious, the fury in his heart burning to the extreme. Elder Jing and Elder Fu finally could not hold it in any longer and stood out before Gao Huan completely exploded. Headmaster Gao, Ji Yu was indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, it has already happened. I hope Headmaster Gao can be more tolerant. Elder Jing didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Gao Huan for the time being. Tolerance? Gao Huan coldly snorted and said, no need to say more. Today, this brat can forget about leaving. Hearing this, Elder Jing decided not to waste any more time. Since the Kanglan Empire wants to fight, the Qianyuan martial house is more than happy to oblige. Do it. A long sword appeared in Elder Fu's hand without anyone noticing. Sword intent was constantly spreading out. Ji Yu also came to the middle of the two elders, preparing to exchange blows with Gao Huandua. Although his cultivation was far from Gao Huan's, he had an earth-class sword technique and sword Dao true intent. It was not impossible for him to fight with Gao Huan. With just the three of you, you want to fight against me? Gao Huan said disdainfully. Right at this moment, a clear, cold, and mellow voice suddenly sounded out. Your opponent is not them. It's me. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yu and the other two. Master Morong, why are you here? Ji Yu couldn't help but ask in surprise. He couldn't feel Master Morong's aura at all. It was as if Master Morong had appeared out of thin air. I left something on Elder Zhang's body. If anything happens, I'll be the first to know and arrive. Morong Zili didn't hide anything from Ji Yu. Hearing this, Ji Yu was enlightened. Qianyuan martial house wasn't far from the Kanglan Empire Academy, and Master Morong had left some kind of artifact on Elder Jing that could instantly teleport within a certain range. It was likely that only people at the level of Morong clan master would possess such a treasure. Morong Zili, do you want to fight me? Seeing Morong Zili suddenly appear, Gao Huan's eyes darkened. No matter what happened, he's not someone you can touch. Morong Zili had always been domineering, and this time was no exception. Hearing Morong Zili being so unreasonable, Gao Huan nodded and coldly said, since that's the case, then I won't be polite. He waved his hand. Shua. 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 All of the Kanglan Empire Academy's instructors came to Gao Huan's side. These instructors were all Tongxian realm experts. Their cultivation was higher than Ji Yu's, but Ji Yu was able to surpass them with her sword skills and sword intent. The battle was about to start, so the juniors with lower cultivation all retreated. Even the big shots on the stage temporarily avoided the battle. This was a battle between the Kanglan Empire Academy and Qianyuan Martial House. They didn't dare to interfere. On one side was the strongest cultivation force in the Kanglan Empire, and on the other side was a young genius with a limitless future. No matter which side it was, they didn't want to offend them, so they could only remain neutral. At this moment, Ji Yu was already prepared. She held Lung Feng tightly in her hand, and her sword intent was hidden. Gao Huan, the most troublesome person, would be dealt with by Manor Head Morong. As for the rest of the Tongxian realm experts, he and the two elders were more than enough to deal with them. Ji Yu, be careful later. Elder Jing said in a deep voice as he stared at the 11 people in front of him. If you really can't do it, just hide behind me. Elder Fu also reminded him. Ji Yu nodded slightly and didn't say anything. He stared at the 10 instructors of the Kanglan Empire Academy. As soon as they moved, he would immediately bring out Cold Blade. Why is that Ji Yu still up there? Does he want to join the battle too? That brat is simply courting death. Not to mention the headmaster, the mentors can easily crush him to death with a single finger. At least our senior Ji has the courage. Look at your so-called number one genius, Xianxia, he can't even pass the first of the 3 stages of the illusion realm. The younger generation of the major forces all hid behind the stage and started to whisper to each other. The disciples of the Qingxian sect were relatively amiable in their discussion, but the disciples of the Kanglan Empire Academy and Qianyuan Martial House were different. Both sides were arguing back and forth. After all, it was already a good thing that they didn't start a private fight on the other side at such a critical time. However, as the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Other than arguing, they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they would be finished if they were affected by the battle between the Tongxian realm experts. The big shots from the various major powers also felt that something was amiss. Not only did Ji Yu not hide at the side, but she also wanted to fight against the Kanglan Empire's Tongxian realm experts. They felt that the Qianyuan Martial Mansion's mansion master couldn't be that stupid. They couldn't help but wonder if Ji Yu really had the strength to fight against those Tongxian realm experts. Tongxian realm experts were also divided into different levels. The Kanglan Empire's instructors were all at least at the 5th stage of the Tongxian realm. In their opinion, Ji Yu might have the strength to fight against a 1st stage Tongxian realm expert, but it was almost impossible for her to fight against a 5th stage Tongxian realm expert. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand what was going on. I'm going to meet that woman for a while. You guys go and deal with that brat for me. Gao Huan transmitted the order to the instructors through mental communication. The moment Gao Huan made his move, the other instructors immediately attacked Ji Yu. Although Ji Yu had never understood Mansion Master Murong's strength, his cultivation base should be the same as Gao Huan's, at the 9th stage of the Tongxian realm. The battle between the 2 9th stage Tongxian realm experts seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The two of them were testing each other, and the battle seemed to be evenly matched. However, Gao Huan seemed to be deliberately dividing the battle and leading Murong Zili to a distant place. However, Ji Yu didn't have the time to pay attention to Mansion Master Murong's battle because the Kanglan Empire's instructors had already arrived in front of her. Those instructors used their best moves one after another. Each of them was powerful, and like a terrifying wave, they wanted to suppress Ji Yu, Elder Jing, and Elder Fu. Elder Jing and Elder Fu's expression immediately became heavy. They didn't dare to be careless and prepared to use all their strength to defend Ji Yu. Only Ji Yu's expression remained unchanged. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Cold edge flashed in his hand, and a terrifying sword intent was released. Ding! Master has used the first form of Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Brilliant Sun in the Sky obtained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has activated 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning. 50% Sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained, 500 by 999 times. At this moment, Ji Yu no longer held anything back. Her Earth Tier Sword Art, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, and her Sword Dao True Intent were unleashed at the same time. In the illusory sword, one could vaguely see the shadow of a sun hanging above the 9 heavens, disappearing in a flash. A scorching aura burst forth as a trace of reddish gold sword radiance shot out from Cold Blade, transforming into a gigantic sword wave. The sword wave was as fast as light, and a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. It was as if the space was about to be torn apart by this sword wave. Elder Jing and Elder Fu didn't even have time to defend themselves before they saw a terrifying reddish gold sword wave destroy all of the mentor's moves as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. What? The faces of the 10 instructors of the Azure Water Empire Academy abruptly changed. Although they didn't use their full strength, what they executed were all their best moves, but they were actually completely destroyed by a single sword wave from the other party. The strength that Ji Yu displayed this time was completely out of their expectations. They hurriedly executed their defensive mystic skills and defensive arrays because this sword wave made them feel an intense aura of death. The spectators below were even more shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was like cutting tofu. Was this a joke? The younger generation only received a great shock in terms of eyeballs. They couldn't understand the true terror of that scene just now. But those big shots whose cultivation had reached Tongxian realm and above were completely different. As Tongxian realm experts, they naturally knew that the 10 mentors' moves were very powerful. but those moves were all shattered by Jiyu's sword wave. They couldn't even be considered as a flash in the pan. And looking at Jiyu's expression, it was as if she had just casually swung her sword. The more Jiyu played it down, the greater the shock it brought to them. Elder Zheng and Elder Fu were also extremely shocked. A moment ago, they were still thinking of risking their lives to protect Jiyu, but the next moment, Jiyu only used one sword to destroy everything. The one who was the most shocked was Elder Fu. As a Sword Dao Grand Elder, how could he not understand the meaning of Jiyu's sword? He knew that Jiyu's sword intent had already far surpassed him. That meant that it was at least a realm above Sword Dao true intent. That sword was at least an earth-rank sword art's power. At this very moment, Elder Fu's brain almost stopped working. He already didn't know how to think. Even Gao Huan and Murong Zili, who were far away, sensed the change here. Gao Huan couldn't help but be distracted for a moment, and Murong Zili seized this opportunity. The situation quickly changed from being evenly matched to Gao Huan gradually falling into a disadvantage. Murong Zili became more and more fierce, continuously pressuring Gao Huan. At the same time, the 10 mentors each used their own defensive mystic skills and defensive formations to resist that golden sword wave that wanted to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. But their defensive formations were only 4th-rank formations. They only resisted for a few breaths of time before shattering. Next, they could only pray for their own good fortune and use their own defensive mystic skills to resist. A moment later, the casualties were tragic. Among them, 4 mentors whose cultivation were only at the 5th level of Tongxian realm were directly pierced through by the golden sword wave, completely dying without any possibility of survival. Among the remaining 6, 3 mentors at the 6th level of Tongxian realm were heavily injured and luckily survived. The other 3 instructors who were at or above LV7 of the Tongxian realm had blocked the sword ripple, but they didn't look too good either. Jiyu's sword had instantly turned the tide of the battle. In the blink of an eye, only 6 of the 10 Tongxian realm martial artists from the Kanglan Empire Academy were left. 3 of them were heavily injured and their strength was greatly reduced. As for the Qianyuan martial house, Jiyu, Old Man Jing, and Old Man Fu were in their best condition. Looking at what was happening in front of them, the audience once again felt suffocated. Just like that, half of the 10 Tongxian realm experts were killed by Jiyu. Especially the younger generation of the Kanglan Empire Academy, they all felt a deep sense of despair and fear. Only now did they realize what kind of terrifying existence their Kanglan Empire Academy had provoked. At this moment, they already had the idea of escaping. The dean was still entangled with the master of the Qianyuan martial house, and the mentors couldn't hold on for much longer. After that, Jiyu would probably kill them. Is this all you've got? Jiyu stared coldly at the mentors in front of her. Her indifferent gaze was mixed with faint disdain. 3 of the mentors were already heavily injured. When they heard Jiyu's words, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Needless to say, Jiyu was very satisfied with the power of the combination of this Earth-class sword art and 50% sword intent. He had just broken through to the 4th level of the Tongxian realm not long ago, but he was already able to kill a 5th-level Tongxian realm expert in one strike and heavily injure a 6th-level Tongxian realm expert. One had to know that the gap between each level was extremely huge. Especially at the Tongxian realm, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher level. Although the other party had underestimated him, Jiyu currently had no problem fighting against experts at the 6th or 7th level of the Tongxian realm. As long as the opponent above the 7th level of the Tongxian realm did not exceed the Spirit Profound realm, he could escape even if he could not win. You can withstand the first strike, but can you withstand the second strike? Without giving the opponent much time to breathe, Jiyu planned to end the battle quickly. What? There was actually a second strike? The remaining 6 mentors turned pale with fright at once. They originally thought that Jiyu's strike was some kind of special forbidden technique that could only be used once. They did not expect that it could be used a second time. They hurriedly recovered from their injuries, especially the 3 heavily injured instructors. They were numb and desperate as they continuously swallowed recovery pills. The 3 of them knew that they could not withstand Jiyu's second strike, but they could do nothing. Ding! Master has used the first form of Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Brilliant Sun in the Sky obtained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has activated 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning. 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning gained experience, 500 by 999 times, the same strike as before was slashed out again. Gao Huan, who was far away, sensed the commotion and broke free from Murong Zili's entanglement in a moment of desperation. Stop! An angry roar came from afar. In the blink of an eye, Gao Huan appeared in front of the instructors and blocked Ji Yu's sword wave. It could only be said that he was worthy of being a super expert close to the spirit profound realm. He shattered the sword wave with one palm. However, Gao Huan was not in a good state either. His right sleeve was completely destroyed and traces of blood flowed out from his arm. In a hurry, he forcefully blocked Ji Yu's strike. Even Gao Huan could not avoid a light injury. But no matter what, he couldn't let the academy's instructors suffer any more losses. These instructors were all Tongxian realm experts and were the cornerstones of the Kanglan Empire Academy. 4 of them had just been killed by Ji Yu. It was a huge blow to the Kanglan Empire Academy. If there were any more losses, the Kanglan Empire Academy would need a long time to recover. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu frowned slightly, but she relaxed in the next moment. Because Murong Zili also appeared in front of him. Just a moment ago, he thought that Manor Head Murong had been defeated by Gao Huan. Now, he was relieved. Just as Murong Zili was about to continue dealing with Gao Huan suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Murong Zili's figure paused, her purple eyes filled with doubt. Gao Huan paused for a moment and said, "This time, it's our Kanglan Empire Academy's loss. Let's stop here." He might not be afraid of the Chenyuan martial house, but as the dean, he had to consider the entire Kanglan Empire Academy. If they continued to fight to the death with the Chenyuan martial house, their Kanglan Empire Academy would definitely suffer great losses. There was no need to sacrifice themselves for the already dead Chenyan. Murong Zili did not speak. Her purple eyes turned to Ji Yu. Because this time, the main character was not her, but Ji Yu. The students of the Kanglan Empire Academy stood there motionless. They didn't say a word, but their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They had always been proud of the Kanglan Empire Academy, the strongest cultivation holy land in the Kanglan Empire. But now, it was turned upside down by a youth of the same age as them. Even the dean had to compromise with this youth. However, they could only watch from the sidelines. They couldn't provide any help to the dean or the instructors. On the other hand, the students of the Chenyuan martial house were all excited. Today was the first time in many years that the Chenyuan martial house could hold their heads up high. All of this was thanks to Chief Ji Yu. Then let's stop. Ji Yu said indifferently. Fighting to the death with the Kanglan Empire Academy wasn't beneficial to the Chenyuan martial house or him. Now that he had achieved his goal and made the Kanglan Empire Academy pay a price, there was no need to continue. But before we stop, doesn't the Kanglan Empire Academy have anything to say? As soon as Ji Yu finished speaking, Murong Zili followed up with another question. Hearing Murong Zili's words, Ji Yu was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but sigh. Master Murong was indeed Master Murong. Not only did he cause trouble in someone else's territory, but he also wanted to extort them. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't have thought of this. Gao Huan took a deep breath. After this, I'll send someone to apologize. There was no need to mention how sullen he felt after what had happened today. Good. Murong Zili nodded with satisfaction. She wasn't worried that Gao Huan would go back on his words. Since Gao Huan said it in front of so many people, he would definitely do as he said. Let's go. Under Murong Zili's lead, the people of the Chenyuan martial house left the Kanglan Empire Academy with a face full of pride. After the people of the Chenyuan martial house left, the rest of the onlookers also left. Although Yu Shiyun didn't have the opportunity to interact with Ji Yu this time, she was very happy to see Ji Yu become so strong. The last to leave was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Ding Gao, we'll meet again if fate allows it. The old woman beside Lung Rumeng said to Gao Huan politely. Then, she led the people of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion away. Farewell, esteemed guest. Gao Huan said to a mentor beside him. Even if he was in a bad mood, he did not dare to neglect the people from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Especially today, the Kanglan Empire Academy's reputation and vitality had been greatly damaged. If they wanted to quickly recover, they would need the help of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Therefore, they could not afford to offend the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. As soon as they walked out of the Kanglan Empire Academy, the old woman suddenly said, "Miss, you have a sharp eye. That young man is indeed a genius." Everything that had happened earlier had completely changed her opinion of Jiyu. As for him, we should try our best to be on good terms with him. Even if we don't interact with him, we definitely can't offend him. Lung Rumming said softly. In fact, Jiyu's performance had exceeded her expectations. She never thought that Jiyu would be able to kill a mentor of the Kanglan Empire Academy. Throughout the history of the Kanglan Empire, there was no one more terrifying than Jiyu. The old woman nodded silently. Indeed, she could not afford to become enemies with that young man. I came to the Kanglan Empire by chance. I didn't expect to meet such a genius. Looks like I have to stay in the Kanglan Empire for a while. Lung Rumming thought to herself. After the end of the three-sex tournament, the situation in the Kanglan Empire underwent a huge change. The Qianyuan martial house directly snatched the position of the big brother of the Kanglan Empire. Especially Jiyu's sudden appearance, it caused a huge commotion. She was not even 18 years old, but she was already a Tongxian expert. Her strength had even reached the second tier of the Kanglan Empire. A Tongxian expert was practically the strongest in the Kanglan Empire. There were very few people who stepped into the Spirit Profound Realm from the Tongxian realm. At least in the past 100 years, no one had reached the Spirit Profound Realm. However, the native Tongxian experts of the Kanglan Empire were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was the Duke of Kanglan, Zhuang Tianke, Gao Huan, Morong Zili, and the others. Zhuang Tianke's cultivation was the highest. He was half a step into the Spirit Profound Realm. He was the strongest person in the entire Kanglan Empire who was closest to the Spirit Profound Realm. The second tier was basically between the 5th and 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. Once the news of Jiyu killing 4 5th-tier Tongxian experts spread, the people of the Kanglan Empire tacitly acknowledged Jiyu as a second-tier expert. The group of people who took the lead to ridicule Jiyu as a coward all disappeared without a trace. Those geniuses who were clamoring to not accept Jiyu's title of Heaven's Pride didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone understood that Jiyu wasn't a coward. Instead, it was Jiyu who couldn't be bothered to lower herself to their level. Now that Jiyu was known as the #1 genius of the Kanglan Empire, no one dared to question her title of Heaven's Pride. Not even 18 years old and already standing on the second tier of the Kanglan Empire's martial arts, even the former Duke of Kanglan couldn't do it. In these few days, many influential figures from various forces paid a visit to the Qianyuan martial house. Their main purpose was to befriend Jiyu. In their opinion, with the current situation, Jiyu would surpass the Duke of Navy Waves and become one of the strongest in the Kanglan Empire. Becoming a Spirit Profound Realm expert was only a matter of time. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that they should hug the thigh in advance. Although those gifts couldn't be said to be very valuable, when all of them were added together, it was very generous. In addition to the compensation from the Kanglan Empire Academy, Jiyu became rich overnight. After receiving so many things, Jiyu naturally needed some time to digest them. In the dormitory, Jiyu checked the contents of each storage ring one by one. Most of the gifts were delivered in the form of storage rings, so he had many storage rings in his hands. Among them, the highest grade was a superior grade 3 storage ring, which was sent by the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's daughter, Lung Rumming. Jiyu was planning to take this 3rd grade storage ring for her own use, not to mention how valuable it was. Ding! Master has activated his spirit power. Bronze spirit power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has activated his spirit power. Bronze spirit power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Bronze spirit power has successfully broken through to the initial stage. Jiyu expended a great deal of mental power to open up all of the storage rings, and her mental power had inadvertently made a breakthrough. After spending a lot of effort, he checked all the items in the storage rings. Not to mention the countless gold coins, there was also a large pile of various medicinal pills, artifacts, mystic skills, and cultivation methods. However, their general grades were low, and most of them weren't of much use to Jiyu. Excluding these low-grade items, there were only a few things that Jiyu was interested in. The first item was a large saber. According to the person who delivered it, it was a third-grade medium-grade weapon called the Crimson Saber. Although Jiyu did not need a saber for now, it was hard to say in the future. With the ability provided by the system, it would be a piece of cake for him to practice saber techniques. Moreover, this large saber was of a higher grade than Lung Feng. Lung Feng was only a third-grade lower-grade saber, while this large saber was a third-grade medium-grade saber. Next was a secret manual. However, this secret manual was neither a mystic skill nor a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a mystic high-grade secret manual called the Intermediate Aura Concealment Technique. As the name suggested, the aura concealment technique could conceal one's mystic chi and confuse others by concealing one's true cultivation level. With Jiyu's current cultivation level of LV4 Tongxian realm, even if the intermediate aura concealment technique was fully mastered, it would still be able to conceal one's cultivation level until it was below the Tongxian realm, which was the defensive mystic realm. That was enough. There were also a few bottles of high-grade elixirs. These were the only things that would be of great use to Jiyu. After sorting everything out, it was time to start using them. Since Jiyu did not lack gold coins, she did not need to keep a portion of the elixirs. Instead, she used all of them to improve her cultivation level. Ding! Master has consumed a 4th-grade medium-grade elixir. Martial cultivation experience gained, 2000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has consumed a 3rd-grade high-grade elixir. Martial cultivation experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the mid-stage of LV4 Tongxian realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of LV4 Tongxian realm. After consuming all the elixirs, Jiyu's cultivation level improved by 2 small realms. Although the elixirs were not of high grade, there was a large number of them. It was not surprising that they were so effective. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. What's the matter? Jiyu asked casually. Chief Disciple Ji, the 6th Prince is here at the Qianyuan Martial House. He said that he is looking for you. The person outside the door must be an ordinary student. He was trembling even through the door. The 6th Prince, what was that guy trying to do? Jiyu pondered for a moment before replying, wait a moment, I'll be right out. He really couldn't figure out what Zhuang Weiran wanted to do by coming here. Based on his understanding of Zhuang Weiran's personality, even if she was bored, she would still come here to play with him. But no matter what, since he was already here, he might as well take a look. After quickly tidying up the things in the room, Jiyu left with the ordinary student. When he arrived at the Violet Gold Hall, he realized that only Morong Manor-head and Zhuang Weiran were inside. However, Zhuang Weiran was no longer dressed like a man. Instead, she was dressed like a normal princess. Why aren't you dressed as a man today? Jiyu asked Zhuang Weiran in surprise. Aren't you the one who doesn't like me dressing up as a man? Why are you asking me? Zhuang Weiran asked. No, what I mean is that Manor-head Morong is right beside you. Are you sure you're fine with this? Jiyu explained. No problem. Just as Zhuang Weiran finished speaking, Morong Zili suddenly spoke. I already know the 6th princess's true identity, so there's no need to care. So it's like that. Jiyu thought about it and understood. With Manor-head Morong's eyes, he would definitely be able to tell that Zhuang Weiran was usually a woman dressed as a man. But in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. Jiyu had guessed that Zhuang Weiran disguised herself as a man to hide her true gender so that it would be easier for her to fight for the throne in the future. Such an important matter definitely couldn't be known by others. But why did he feel like Zhuang Weiran didn't really care? It wasn't just her, even Manor-head Morong knew. Other than the two of them, there were probably other people who knew as well. Was it really that casual, or was Zhuang Weiran really that rash? Finally, Jiyu couldn't help but ask, now that both Manor-head Morong and I know that you're a woman disguised as a man, doesn't that affect you? Ah? What effect can this have? As long as not everyone knows, it's fine. Zhuang Weiran didn't really care, besides, it was my father who wanted me to disguise myself as a man. Do you think I wanted to? Isn't it good to let you fight for the throne? Ji Yu casually ridiculed. What fight for the throne? After a moment, Zhuang Weiran understood what Ji Yu meant. You're wrong. That is my father's personal reason. It has nothing to do with the fight for the throne. In the Kanglan Empire, both men and women can fight for the throne. Personal reason. Ji Yu was quite curious as to what this personal reason was, but this was someone else's private matter, so he didn't want to ask too much. But speaking of which, even though he didn't know much about the history of the Kanglan Empire, he had never heard of a woman inheriting the throne in the past few hundred years, so he thought that the throne could only be inherited by a man. Forget it, let's talk business. Ji Yu felt that the topic was going too far, so he said, you came all the way here for something, right? Nothing? Zhuang Weiran said, I'm just here to talk to you. Ji Yu was speechless. He guessed right, this guy really came all the way here because he was bored. It's too boring to stay in the palace. Today, I was finally let out by my father, but the only one I'm familiar with outside is you, so I can only come to find you. Zhuang Weiran said with a face full of resentment. I really don't understand why you have so much to talk about. Let's talk as we walk. Ji Yu was speechless. He planned to accompany this guy for a while walking back to the dormitory. When he reached the dormitory, he would leave this guy alone. Then we'll be leaving first, Sister Zili. Before leaving, Zhuang Weiran even called out to Murong Zili, Sister Zili. Ji Yu almost complained again, but she restrained herself from saying it out loud. In his mind, even though Clan Master Murong looked like a super beauty who was no older than 20 years old, he reckoned that her real age was enough to be his mother. After all, the higher the cultivation of a martial cultivator, the longer their lifespan, and the slower the aging process. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he immediately sensed that he was being stared at by Murong Clan Master's purple eyes. What did you say? Although this voice was flat and emotionless, it sent a chill down Ji Yu's spine when he heard it. No, I didn't say anything. Ji Yu replied unhurriedly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was panicking in his heart. Once Clan Master Murong was enraged, how could he withstand it? Is that so? Murong Zili said coldly, by the way, this clan master isn't much older than you. Ji Yu scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He never thought that Manor Head Murong wouldn't be that much older than him. When he left with Zhuang Weiran couldn't help but say, don't you know that you can't just guess a woman's age? But Sister Zili is pretty good to you. With her temper, if it was someone else, they would probably be dead already. Zhuang Weiran giggled. Hearing this, Ji Yu couldn't help but sweat. Zhuang Weiran was right. With Manor Head Murong's temper, if it was someone else, they would have been killed already. As for why he was fine, he didn't know. Maybe it was because he was stronger. Oh right, I heard about what happened to you at the 3-sex tournament. Zhuang Weiran suddenly said. Ji Yu nodded. If he remembered correctly, Zhuang Weiran was one of the students from the Kanglan Empire Academy. However, he didn't see Zhuang Weiran at the 3-sex tournament. I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Even those teachers weren't your match. Zhuang Weiran said excitedly. Ji Yu was stunned. Aren't you a student from the Kanglan Empire Academy? Why do you look so happy? I was only asked by my father to go to the Kanglan Empire Academy to cultivate. I don't have any feelings for it. Zhuang Weiran said disapprovingly. Alright, Ji Yu thought that Zhuang Weiran would be a little unhappy, but he didn't think that this guy didn't care at all. Speaking of which, what did you eat to grow up? You're so strong even though you're younger than me. Zhuang Weiran asked curiously, or are you saying that you were originally an old man and then ate some kind of magical pill to become younger? Hold your head, old man. Also, I grew up eating rice normally. Ji Yu was speechless. It's just a joke. Don't mind it. Zhuang Weiran giggled. She didn't intend to ask further. After all, this was Ji Yu's privacy. Zhuang Weiran continued, although you can do whatever you want in the Kanglan Empire with your current strength, from my understanding of Gao Huan, he definitely won't let this go. I know that. That's not all you want to say, right? Ji Yu said. You are indeed very smart. Zhuang Weiran smiled and said, that's right. Although Gao Huan might not be able to touch you, as the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy, he has a lot of connections. It's said that not only does he have a close relationship with the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, he also has connections with some big powers outside of the Kanglan Empire. Ji Yu nodded silently. He had thought about this before, but he didn't care too much about it. Now, it seemed that he had to be more careful. He wasn't sure whether the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would stand on his side or the Kanglan Empire's side when the time came. Also, there were the other major powers outside of the Kanglan Empire, which were also potential risks. Other than that, there was also the evolving temple that he had to pay attention to. It seemed that Ji Yu still couldn't relax. I came here this time not only to get some fresh air, but also to remind you of these things. Zhuang Weiran said. Thank you. Ji Yu thanked her. What Zhuang Weiran said just now was quite helpful to him. At least before this, he only knew that Gao Huan had a lot of connections, but he didn't know that the Thousand Treasure Pavilion had a close relationship with him. That's about it. Zhuang Weiran smiled. You don't seem to be in the mood to chat with me. I'll just walk around for a bit before heading back to the palace. They weren't far from the Violet Gold Palace, and there weren't many people around. After all, no student would dare to walk around where the palace master was. However, Zhuang Weiran changed into a man's appearance since it was easy to bump into people. After that, the two parted ways, and Ji Yu returned to his dorm. He was going to pack his things and head back to Chaoyang Ancient City tomorrow. As for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, Ji Yu didn't plan to bring them back for the time being. Although the evolving temple hadn't made any moves yet, Ji Yu still had to tidy up Chaoyang Ancient City, so there was no need to bring them around. Besides, Ji Yu would be more assured if they stayed with Master Morong. After all, Master Morong was much stronger than him. After packing his things, Ji Yu went to inform Master Morong privately and headed back to Chaoyang Ancient City the next day. The next day, Ji Yu walked out of the Qianyuan martial house in a black robe. As usual, he used the black robe to cover his face. Now that his reputation was too great, he was pushed to the top of the Kanglan Empire. However, it wasn't suitable for him to show his face in front of ordinary people. That way, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. After boarding the carriage, Ji Yu quickly arrived at the spirit ship. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. He didn't have much to do along the way, so he kept cultivating his celestial chi to stabilize his realm. However, when Ji Yu bought the ticket, he was told that the spirit ship that was supposed to go to Chaoyang Ancient City had a problem and had been sent for repair. The earliest would be 3 days later for a spirit ship to go to Chaoyang Ancient City. Ji Yu frowned slightly. He didn't want to wait that long. Then, are there any spirit ships going to Chaoyang Ancient City today? Ji Yu deliberately lowered her voice to avoid exposing her identity. I do. We'll depart in about an hour. The person in charge of collecting fees replied. Then give me a high-class ticket to the ancient city of brilliant light. Ji Yu immediately said. Then, with the ticket in hand, he sat quietly on a wooden chair by the shore and waited. Ji Yu spent half an hour cultivating her profound chi. There wasn't any idiot who didn't have eyes and came looking for trouble with him. In the end, they boarded the ship, reached the shore, and arrived at the ancient city. Everything went smoothly. The reason why Ji Yu came to Radiant Ancient City was because it was the closest to Rising Sun Ancient City. If one were to take a carriage, it would only take 1 or 2 days to reach Chaoyang Ancient City. Although it would take a long time, it was better than waiting for 3 days. Ji Yu casually took a carriage and quickly rushed to Chaoyang Ancient City. Not long after leaving the ancient Radiant City, the carriage arrived at a deserted road. Chaoyang Ancient City was a relatively barren place. In addition, this deserted road was not a pipeline but a shortcut, so there was almost no traffic. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared in front of them. It seemed to be 2 groups of people, but they were squeezed together. Ji Yu noticed that one of the groups looked familiar. It seemed to be the Nangong family's carriage team. Every faction's carriage would have their own unique characteristics. The carriage in front of Ji Yu was obviously the Nangong family's carriage. After all, he had ridden on it before. As for the other group of people, he did not recognize them at all. However, the other group of people looked aggressive. The Nangong family's carriage seemed to have met with mishap. "Young master, there is a situation in front. What should we do now?" The coachman gradually slowed down and asked Ji Yu, who was in the carriage, worriedly. "Let's go directly," Ji Yu said. He roughly knew all the routes from the radiant ancient city to the rising sun ancient city. If he had to take a detour, he would waste a lot of time. Naturally, he could only barge through directly. With his strength, he did not have to worry about it at all. He could also help the Nangong family along the way. The coachman was in a dilemma. The large group of people in front were not to be trifled with. If he barged in rashly, he might be implicated. However, since the guest had already spoken, he could only brace himself and go ahead. The coachman's face was bitter as he drove the carriage forward in fear. At the same time, on the other side of the two groups of people, a group of masked men in black blocked the Nangong family's carriage. The Nangong family's group of hired martial artists had vigilant looks on their faces. One of the old coachmen plucked up his courage and stood out. He asked loudly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking the Nangong family's path?" The leader of the masked men in black carried a huge saber on his shoulder. He said arrogantly, "You are indeed from the Nangong family. I won't waste time with you. Hurry up and call Nangong marching out." Hearing this, everyone in the Nangong family realized that the masked men in black were here for their young miss. "Why are you looking for our young miss?" The old coachman's face turned solemn. The masked man in black smiled and walked to the old coachman. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly waved the huge saber in his hand. In the next moment, the old coachman's head was separated from his body. He probably did not expect that the other party would suddenly kill him. "I already said that I don't want to waste my breath with you. I asked you to call for help, but you didn't. Then I can only let you die." The black-clothed man kicked the corpse of the old coachman to the ground and cursed at the corpse. Many of the hired martial artists in Nangong's team paled. Although they were all martial artists, this was the first time most of them had come out to train. They had never experienced such a thing. After all, the Nangong family was one of the top families in the ancient brilliant Radiance City. Almost no one dared to provoke them in this area, and the hired warriors rarely encountered any danger. It was precisely because of this that they chose to be hired by the Nangong family's carriage team. They didn't expect to run into these vicious people on the way. They all stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Especially the few who were afraid of death, they even had thoughts of secretly escaping. "Why are you looking for me?" At this moment, a cold and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from a carriage. Then, a veiled woman walked down from the carriage. This woman was Nangong Maching. When she saw the old coachman lying on the ground with his head separated from his body, she couldn't help but frown. Then, she turned to the masked man in black. "I am Nangong Maching. Why are you looking for me?" "You are Nangong Maching?" The black-clothed man carrying a large saber sized up Nangong Maching's delicate body without any reservations. With a lustful gaze, he said, "Tisk, tsk, tsk. You are indeed a first-rate beauty. Did you come to me just to tell me this?" Nangong Maching's eyes revealed a trace of disgust and her tone was extremely cold. "Of course not." The black-clothed man said straightforwardly, "Come with us obediently, there is a big shot who wants you." Although the beauty of the woman in front of him moved his heart, he was only working for someone and didn't dare to lay his hands on this woman. "Who is that big shot?" Nangong Maching continued to ask. "You don't need to know this, but I advise you not to play any tricks," the black-cloaked man threatened, "otherwise, everyone else will end up like that old fellow." The old fellow that the black-clothed man was referring to was the old coachman. Hearing this, most of the people in Nangong Maching's group were shocked. Although they didn't know how high the cultivation of these black-clothed men were, they knew that this black-clothed man was much stronger than them. At this moment, one of the black-clothed man's companions suddenly said, "There is a carriage coming over." Don't care about it, but if the people in the carriage do anything, just deal with them together. The black-cloaked man didn't even bother to look at the carriage and said casually. At this moment, an old man in the group couldn't help but stand out. Young miss, don't go with them. He stood in front of Nangong Qingma and looked at the black-cloaked men coldly. Oh? Another old fellow, he seems to be quite strong? The black-cloaked man's tone was still arrogant, but an old fellow like you wants to stop us? As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of aura exploded from his body. The old man's expression turned extremely ugly. Through this aura, he could feel that the other party was at least at the Tongxian realm. And he was only at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. He wasn't a match for the black-clothed man. He even suspected that the black-clothed man behind the black-clothed man might be stronger than him. There was only one way in front of him. He whispered to Nangong marching behind him, young miss, escape immediately, I will stop them. He knew that he couldn't stop the black-clothed men for long with his strength, but this was the only way. He couldn't count on the other hired martial artists, it would be good if they didn't run away. Moreover, even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to stop the black-cloaked man. Old fellow, don't talk, don't think I can't hear what you are saying. The black-cloaked man said with contempt. He was not anxious at all, because it was impossible for Nangong Maching to escape from his grasp. She made Maching to escape. This situation didn't allow, she didn't. Senior was destined to sacrifice to her too. He to ants. And? You want to escape? The black-cloaked man sneered and caught up to Nangong Maching in a blink of an eye. But the old man only reacted at this moment. Seeing that the black-cloaked man was about to catch the young miss, his eyes were filled with despair. There was an almost insurmountable gap between the Tongxian realm and the defensive profound realm. Nangong Maching knew that the man had caught up to him, but he was still unwilling to give up. Surrender obediently. The man in black reached out to grab Nangong Maching's wrist. But just as he was about to succeed, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Before he could figure out what was going on with the golden light, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he came back to his senses, he realized that there was a bloody hole in his palm. What is going on? The black-clothed man was immediately shocked. He looked around, no longer paying attention to Nangong Maching. The others around him did not know what happened either. They only saw what seemed to be a flash of golden light. The crowd looked around, and soon, their eyes were fixed on an unfamiliar carriage. A man in a black robe walked down from the carriage. Who are you? The man in black covered his right hand that was bleeding profusely and asked with a gloomy look. Although a Tongxian realm martial practitioner had strong recovery abilities, it was impossible for him to recover quickly from the bloody hole in his palm. Get lost if you don't want to die. The man in black was naturally Jiyu. He could not be bothered to waste time with him. Sir, you must follow the principle of first come, first served. The man in black did not dare to be as arrogant as before. He felt that the bloody hole in his hand was probably caused by this man in black. What was first come, first served? Jiyu was baffled by this. Since you don't understand human language, you can all stay here. Jiyu said calmly. He could see that these masked men in black were all at LV9 Defensive Profound Realm or LV1 Tongxian Realm. Even if they all came together, they would not be a match for him. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000*999x. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000*999x. In just a few breaths of time, Jiyu had taken care of all of the black-clothed man's companions with the help of the Thunderlight Transformation's high-speed movement and the destructive power of the lightning. The members of the Nangong team were all dumbstruck. The masked black-clothed man who had forced them into a dead end was actually so easily dealt with by the black-robed man who had appeared out of nowhere, but they still did not dare to let their guard down. They did not know whether this powerful man in black was a friend or foe. The only surviving black-clothed man kneeled on the ground with eyes full of disbelief. Originally, I wanted to kill you directly, but now, I have some questions to ask you. Jiyu walked towards the black-robed man with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. The man in black's eyes were empty. He did not respond, as if he could not hear anything. Ji Yu grabbed the hair of the man in black and asked, "Who ordered you to capture the eldest daughter of the Nangong family?" Only then did the black-cloaked man manage to sober up a little. I don't know." Before the black-cloaked man could finish speaking, Ji Yu grabbed the black-cloaked man's hair and lifted him up. "If you don't tell the truth, you will die a horrible death," Ji Yu threatened coldly. The pain from having his hair pulled made the man in black completely awake. His feet were in the air, making him feel uneasy. He hurriedly said, "I really don't know. I'm just doing this for money." "Then you can die now." Ji Yu could tell that the other party was not lying, so he did not torture him. However, he did not say that he would let the other party go either. After easily dealing with the black-cloaked man, Ji Yu slowly walked towards Nangong Maching. "Junior Nangong Maching, thanks Senior for your help." Although he did not know the origin and purpose of the black-robed man in front of him, Nangong Maching still thanked him. When the others saw the black-robed man slowly walking towards them, they were extremely afraid. Who knew if this black-robed man would kill them as well? How could they not be afraid? After all, they did not know this black-robed man at all. At this moment, Ji Yu's mouth raised into a playful smile. He pretended to be low as he said to Nangong Maching, "You are going to Chaoyang Ancient City, right?" "Yes." Nangong Maching nodded. "In that case, it's not too much to let me hitch a ride, right?" Ji Yu immediately said. "Of course not." Nangong Maching replied without hesitation. Right now, she had not figured out what this mysterious expert's intentions were, so she could only go along with his wishes. "Senior, please." Nangong Maching's attitude was very humble. Ji Yu silently walked into the carriage. At this moment, the old man from before walked to Nangong Maching with a worried expression and whispered, "Miss, is this really okay?" "There's no other way now," Nangong Maching said helplessly. Hearing the young miss's words, the old man did not continue speaking. When the coachman saw that Ji Yu had boarded someone else's carriage, he did not dare to say anything, nor did he dare to move. The strength that Ji Yu had just displayed had scared the coachman silly. Before he understood the situation, he did not dare to act rashly. Only when the Nangong family's carriage continued to move forward did the coachman carefully return to the original path. The carriage team moved normally, but the atmosphere was a little strange. Almost everyone had a nervous and solemn expression on their faces. After all, there was a mysterious expert in the carriage who they didn't know if he was a friend or foe. At the same time, inside the carriage, Nangong Maching sat directly opposite Ji Yu because this was originally her carriage. Nangong Maching seemed to be leisurely pouring tea, but in reality, he was constantly observing the actions of the black-robed man in front of him from the corner of his eyes. "I suggest you not to be half-hearted when you brew the tea. If the tea tastes bad, I might have to kill a few more people for fun." Ji Yu was still using that strange tone. Nangong Maching's pupils couldn't help but tremble slightly as he replied, "Junior understands." She didn't dare to continue paying attention to the black-robed man and concentrated on brewing the tea. She had once heard from her father that many reclusive experts had strange tempers. The slightest careless action could anger these experts. And the black-robed man in front of them was very likely a reclusive expert who happened to pass by here and helped them on a whim. But this didn't mean that this mysterious expert would be good to them. If anything went wrong, he might take action against them. Therefore, no matter what, she had to follow the wishes of this mysterious expert in front of her. Seeing Nangong Maching being so obedient, Ji Yu was secretly overjoyed. He had deliberately pretended to be angry just now in order to make Nangong Maching suffer. He still remembered the last time this woman had deliberately obstructed him. This time it could be considered a small revenge. When Nangong Maching finished brewing the tea, Ji Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Tisk, the black-robed man suddenly made a tisk sound. Nangong Maching's heart tightened and she began to worry. "Is your tea not sweet enough?" Hearing this, Nangong Maching couldn't help but be stunned. "Sweet?" Coming back to his senses, Nangong Maching hurriedly took a sip. This tea was the Nangong family's best tea leaves. It had a rich natural fragrance, so it was impossible for it to be so bland that it had no taste. After tasting it, she found that there was nothing wrong with the taste. If it's not sweet enough, how am I supposed to drink it? The black-robed man's tone was very dissatisfied. Hearing the other party's tone, Nangong Maching was at a loss. She had brewed this tea with great care, and the taste was very good. However, the other party felt that it was not sweet enough. What should she do? This was the first time Nangong Maching experienced how difficult it was to deal with a mysterious expert with a strange temper. The key was that if this continued, the other party could kill them all at any time. Nangong Maching's fair forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. She was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. It was the first time in her life that she felt so uneasy. At this moment, she suddenly saw the black-robed man raise his hand. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Every slight movement of his made her heart beat violently. "Senior, please give me one more chance." Nangong Maching lowered her head and begged. She came up with this idea in a moment of desperation, but this could only buy her some time. "Why are you so nervous?" "It's actually me." Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. Nangong Maching was slightly stunned. She felt that she had heard this voice before. She slowly raised her head and found that the mysterious expert in front of her had taken off his black robe. The real face under the black robe was Jiyu. You're Jiyu?" Nangong Maching's expression froze as he exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. It's me." Jiyu chuckled. He had just admired a very interesting scene, and felt that the prank was about done. It was time to stop. Nangong Maching's expression gradually changed and became strange. "In other words, you did all that on purpose?" Jiyu nodded calmly and said, "I still remember very clearly the time when you deliberately stopped me from searching for the green fireflies. It's not too much for me to play with you now, right?" Hearing this, Nangong Maching finally breathed a sigh of relief. His hanging heart also relaxed. No matter what, she no longer had to worry about the safety of herself and this group of people. Because she knew very well that if this man in front of her really wanted to make a move, their group would have been wiped out long ago. As for the so-called lack of sweetness just now, this man was deliberately making things difficult for her. But no matter what, Nangong Maching felt a little uncomfortable after being played by others for such a long time. What a petty man. Nangong Maching rolled her eyes at Jiyu bitterly. If outsiders saw this scene, they would probably think that something indescribable had happened between the two of them. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little strange, Jiyu coughed lightly. "If you didn't deliberately go against me, I wouldn't have played with you. This is all your own fault." Back to the topic. After joking around for a while, Jiyu said seriously, "Do you know those masked men in black?" "No." Nangong Maching shook his head. "Maybe the big shot behind them has something to do with our Nangong family, so he sent people to intercept us." "All right then." Since he didn't know them, then Jiyu couldn't get any useful information. Just as the topic was about to end, Nangong Maching suddenly said, "But it's really weird this time. In the past, we would only be harassed by defensive mystic realm martial artists, but this time, there are so many Tongxian realm martial artists." Although the Nangong family was one of the top families in Bright Moon Ancient City, they were an alchemy family, so their overall martial arts level was slightly lower. Even her father, the head of the Nangong family and also the strongest martial artist in the Nangong family, had just broken through to level 2 Tongxian realm. In the entire Nangong family, there were no more than 3 Tongxian realm martial artists. This time, the defensive mystic realm martial artist that her father sent to protect her could be ranked in the top 5 in the family. The Nangong family knew that their martial arts strength was weak, so they wouldn't easily provoke other families or forces. Those that they dared to provoke were those that were weaker than them. But this time, there were so many Tongxian realm martial artists that came to intercept them. Obviously, something was wrong. Nangong Maching didn't hide these thoughts in his heart, and told them to Jiyu calmly. "If you say so, it's really weird." Jiyu's gaze turned slightly serious. The reason why he intentionally left that man in black alive was because he suspected that those masked men in black were sent by the Evolving Temple. Although Nangong Maching wasn't very outstanding in martial arts, he had extraordinary talent in alchemy, so it wasn't strange for him to be the target of the Evolving Temple. But he didn't have enough evidence to deduce that those people were sent by the evolving temple, so he asked that man in black but to no avail. At that time, the other party didn't seem to be lying, but really didn't know who was behind it. After hearing Namgong Maching's inner thoughts, Ji Yu believed that the big shot behind the black-clothed people was from the evolving temple. Whether it was true or not, as long as there was a possibility, he had to be vigilant. If it was true, the fact that the evolving divine palace could make those Tongxian realm elites work for it without knowing anything meant that it had a terrifying background. If the evolving temple could casually invite a profound connection realm expert to work for them, then the strength of the evolving temple was truly unimaginable. At this moment, Ji Yu felt that the evolving temple was like a giant mountain blocking his path. Not to mention Jiang Yuechu, who had long been targeted by the evolving temple, he himself was probably in danger as well. Since the evolving temple specifically targeted geniuses, his performance in the 3-sex tournament was enough to make him the #1 target of the evolving temple. Whether it was for Jiang Yuechu or himself, he had to split this giant mountain in front of him. With a heavy heart, Ji Yu slowly let out a breath to relax, then asked Namgong Maching, "Speaking of which, what are you guys doing in Chaoyang Ancient City? I heard that Chaoyang Ancient City was almost unified by the City Lord's palace not long ago, so we, the Namgong family, are going to form an alliance." Namgong Maching answered honestly. "Alliance?" Ji Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Namgong Maching nodded. The Namgong family was weak and it was undoubtedly a good choice to ally with the City Lord Mansion of Chaoyang Ancient City. "We can form an alliance as long as the Namgong family pays on time every month." Ji Yu agreed casually. Forming an alliance with the Namgong family would only bring benefits to the City Lord Mansion. Naturally, there was nothing to be conflicted about. "Hearing you say that, I remember that you have a good relationship with the City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiang Zhongtian. I'll leave it to you then," Namgong Maching said. Ji Yu could tell that Namgong Maching had misunderstood him. He immediately explained, "I forgot to tell you that I am the new City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. If I say it's okay, it's okay." It had to be said that the people in Chaoyang Ancient City were quite honest. They did not spread the news casually. Even Namgong Maching did not know that he had become the new City Lord. "You are the new City Lord?" Namgong Maching was slightly surprised. However, she soon understood. With Ji Yu's strength, it was easy for him to become the new City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. The alliance is settled. Next, come to my City Lord Mansion to sign the agreement," Ji Yu said. After that, there was nothing else to do. Ji Yu put on the black robe again and seized the time to cultivate. He wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Namgong Maching looked at Ji Yu, who was immersed in cultivation. She did not know what to feel when she thought that Ji Yu had reached such a high level. She once wanted to make Ji Yu her slave, but it was impossible now. The only man in her life that she found interesting, but she could not conquer him. It was really hard for her. Ding. Master has cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience, 10 by 999 times. By the time the carriage arrived at Chaoyang Ancient City, Ji Yu's cultivation base had gradually stabilized. However, she was still far from the peak of LV4 Tongxian realm. After leaving the cultivation state, Ji Yu looked out of the window and found that the guards at the city gate had obviously become much stricter. After all, now that the City Lord's mansion had unified Chaoyang Ancient City, there were no more open and covert fights in the city. Therefore, they had more energy to strengthen the city gate's defenses. But at this moment, the group of carriages suddenly stopped. What happened? Ji Yu asked in confusion. I guess he was stopped by the guards. Recently, Chaoyang Ancient City has stopped people from entering and leaving as they please. Namgong Maching said. Ji Yu nodded slightly. If it was just a small matter like this, then there was no need for him to show up. After a while, the guards would confirm his identity and let him in. However, the development of the situation greatly exceeded Ji Yu's expectations. Not only did the carriage not move for a long time, but they could also hear the sounds of dispute coming from outside the carriage. We're from Bright Moon Ancient City's Namgong family. We specially came to Chaoyang Ancient City. Why can't we enter? You're from the Nangong family? Must I let you in? At this moment, Nangong Maching also heard the noise coming from outside. She immediately opened the curtain and walked out. What do we have to do to enter the city gate? The leader of the city gate guards was an arrogant young man. When he saw the veiled lady in front of him, he was stunned. He was the eldest young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Hao. A while ago, the Zhang family also submitted to the city lord's mansion. He didn't care about it. As long as he still had the status and power of the eldest young master of the Zhang family, he didn't care at all. Although he felt a little ashamed to be assigned as the head guard of the city gate this time, it was not without benefits. Zhang Hao set a rule privately, that was, except for those who belonged to the city lord's mansion, anyone who entered or left the city gate had to be searched. In fact, this was just to satisfy his own selfish desires. Every time a good-looking woman entered or left the city gate, he would deliberately take advantage of her. If he took a fancy to her, he would find a way to get her and throw her away when he was tired of her. In Chaoyang Ancient City, many people knew that Zhang Hao was a lecherous villain, but no one could do anything to him. Because the Zhang family was the only one among the three families that didn't have much conflict with the city lord's mansion, it naturally became a branch with a higher status inside the city lord's mansion. Jiang Zhongtian was busy with trivial matters and couldn't care about it. The other higher-ups of the city lord's mansion were too lazy to care about this kind of thing. Naturally, no one else could control Zhang Hao. Now, Zhang Hao took a fancy to another woman, that was the veiled woman who appeared in front of him at this moment. He had seen countless women in his life, but he had never seen such a strange woman with such beauty and temperament. In his impression, only the two daughters of the city lord, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, could be comparable to this woman, but in terms of temperament, they were slightly inferior to this woman. Zhang Hao didn't have the guts to touch the two daughters of the city lord, but he still had a chance to touch this veiled woman in front of him. May I ask your name, miss? Zhang Hao's attitude suddenly changed and he politely asked Nangong Maching. He was usually obsessed with beauty and didn't know about the family forces outside Chaoyang Ancient City. Naturally, he didn't know about the Nangong family, nor did he know that the Nangong family had a beautiful young lady named Nangong Maching. Nangong Maching. Nangong Maching replied in a cold tone. In fact, she was very reluctant to say her name. Because she felt that the other party seemed to be up to something. Although she didn't know what it was, her intuition told her that it shouldn't be something good. So it's Miss Mo Qing. Zhang Hao said embarrassedly, it's like this. Our Chaoyang Ancient City has a rule. Anyone who enters or exits the city has to be searched. Hearing the word search, Nangong Maching couldn't help but frown. Looking at the other party's expression, she felt that this was a very frivolous guy. No matter what this guy was planning, she couldn't let a strange man search her body so easily. I'll say this first. You can search the others, but I can't. Nangong Maching said directly. Previously, in order not to trouble Jiyu, she deliberately spoke up. However, if this person insisted on making things difficult for her, she would not back down. After all, the new city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiyu, was sitting in the carriage. She had nothing to worry about. That won't do. Zhang Hao still maintained his smile, but it gave people a feeling of numbness on their scalps. If you don't follow the rules, I won't let you enter the city. Really? Then I'll have to let him talk to you. Nangong Maching glanced at the carriage behind her. Who is it? Zhang Hao also looked at the carriage with a puzzled expression. However, after a while, there was no movement in the carriage. The situation became a little awkward. Nangong Maching was stunned for a moment before she quickly entered the carriage. Seeing that Jiyu was still sitting in the carriage as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but ask, why are you still sitting here? Why can't I sit here? Jiyu said disapprovingly, why don't you just let that guy search you? Do you need me to do such a small thing? Nangong Maching was speechless for a moment. She couldn't understand whether this guy really didn't understand or was deliberately messing with her. Looking at Nangong Maching's hesitant expression, the corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up slightly. She pretended to be helpless. I really don't know what to do with you. Forget it, forget it. I'll help you. After that, Ji Yu slowly walked out of the carriage. After Namgong Maching entered the carriage, the one who came out was a black-robed man whose face could not be seen. Zhang Hao immediately frowned. Who are you? You just said that it's the rule of Chaoyang Ancient City to search people entering and leaving the city? Ji Yu asked indifferently. Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Hao said, and where's that Miss Maching? Why didn't I know there was such a rule? Did you make it yourself? Ji Yu said meaningfully. Stop talking nonsense with me. Hurry up and call Miss Maching out. Zhang Hao was already a little impatient. He was not in the mood to care about this black-robed man at all. Now he only had Namgong Maching in his heart. At this time, many people had been attracted to this place. Damn it, that bastard Zhang Hao is harming others again. Search? Haha, that guy is a beast who specializes in targeting women. Most importantly, this time it's Namgong Maching from the Namgong family. That bastard Zhang Hao actually dares to have improper thoughts. Sigh, but in this situation, those people from the Namgong family can only listen to Zhang Hao if they want to enter the city. Although they were indignant, they only dared to whisper in private. Of course, Zhang Hao knew that the people around him were cursing him, but not only did he not care, he even felt proud of himself. Just as he was feeling complacent, someone suddenly grabbed his neck, and he felt suffocated. When he finally reacted, he discovered that the black-robed man was actually right in front of him. Immediately after, a voice that contained a trace of killing intent sounded. I'm asking you a question. Did you set the rules on your own accord? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. His throat was strangled to the point of suffocation, so he couldn't utter a single word. He never thought that the black-robed man would suddenly attack him. Only then did the other guards realize what had happened. They hurriedly surrounded the black-robed man who had suddenly made a move. However, they did not dare to rashly take another step forward because they knew that this black-robed man was definitely an expert. Even Zhang Hao didn't have the slightest chance to fight back, so it was even more impossible for them to be this black-robed man's match. Among them, one of Zhang Hao's trusted aides secretly left this place, intending to report what had happened to the Zhang clan's patriarch. In fact, Ji Yu had already noticed that a guard had secretly run away, but he didn't care at all. Do you need me to ask a third time? Ji Yu's voice gradually turned cold. At this time, Zhang Hao finally sobered up a little and understood his current situation. His face turned red as he struggled to spit out a few words. Yes. I set the rules on my own accord. After he finished speaking, Ji Yu let go of his hand. Zhang Hao immediately knelt on the ground, covering his throat and coughing non-stop. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ji Yu helplessly spread out his hands. Then his tone turned cold as he said, but that's a separate matter. How do you think we should deal with this guy who set the rules on his own accord? Who exactly are you? Zhang Hao looked at Ji Yu with a pained expression. Oh, right, I almost forgot. While speaking, Ji Yu's aura fluctuated, and the black robe on his head was directly lifted, revealing his true appearance. You are. Zhang Hao's finger trembled as he pointed at Ji Yu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Not only Zhang Hao, but the others also recognized Ji Yu almost instantly. Now, in the entire Chaoyang ancient city, who didn't know what Ji Yu looked like? Who didn't know Ji Yu's identity? The guards who surrounded Ji Yu by the side threw away the weapons in their hands in shock. They suddenly felt as if they had eaten rice fields, and they felt like dying. If they had known that the black-robed man was the new governor, Ji Yu, they wouldn't have dared to point their weapons at the governor even if they had 10,000 guts. Governor. Governor, Zhang Hao said stiffly. His heart was filled with despair. He couldn't believe that he had offended Ji Yu. Almost everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City knew that the new governor, Ji Yu, was terrifyingly powerful. He deserved to be called the most powerful person in Chaoyang Ancient City. He had offended such a terrifying existence. Not only him, but the entire Zhang family might be exterminated. So you recognize me? Ji Yu said jokingly, then what about the question I asked just now? Zhang Hao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His face was extremely ugly. Making rules without permission was already a serious matter. Just as Ji Yu was about to say something, a dignified voice came from not far away. who's causing trouble here? He heard the voice before he saw the person. It had to be a Tongxian expert. However, Ji was indifferent because he sensed that the person was just a LV2 Tongxian expert. He didn't take him seriously at all. Father, Zhang Hao was delighted at first, but he immediately fell into despair again. So what if his father was here? If his father knew that he had offended Ji, he might even want to kill him. That's right. The owner of the voice just now was the Zhang family's Zhang Quan. When he heard that someone had attacked Zhang Hao, he immediately rushed over. However, just a second ago, Zhang Quan was still acting all high and mighty. When he saw Ji, he was completely stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. Was the one who had a conflict with his son the city lord? What the hell was going on? Based on his understanding of his son, no matter how stupid this bastard was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to offend Ji. Oh? I remember that you're the Zhang family's patriarch. Ji glanced at Zhang Quan indifferently. Do you have any business with me? No. Nothing at all. Zhang Quan hurriedly knelt down. In a moment of desperation, he quickly changed his mind. My son was reckless and offended the city lord. I'm here to ask for punishment. He didn't dare to think about anything else now. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. He could only hope that the city lord wouldn't exterminate the entire Zhang family in a fit of anger. Settle your son's matter yourself. As long as you're sincere enough, I won't make things difficult for the Zhang family. Ji looked down at the kneeling Zhang Quan and said indifferently. Hearing Ji's words, Zhang Quan was overjoyed. Then, he said to Zhang Hao, from today onwards, you will be under house arrest for 3 years unless you break through the mystic comprehending state. The more the city lord said that, the more he would not show mercy to his son. Zhang Hao's face was numb. Only despair and regret were left in his eyes. 3 years of house arrest was as painful as killing him. Get lost. Ji nodded with satisfaction and did not continue to make things difficult for the Zhang family's father and son. This time, he was not only helping Namgong Maching. More importantly, he wanted to establish his prestige. In the future, no one would dare to do what Zhang Hao did. This would save him a lot of trouble. Zhang Quan didn't dare to complain, and quickly left with Zhang Hao. Only the guards were left standing in the field, not knowing what to do. Everyone looked at him with respect and admiration. Only the city lord could make the Zhang family's father and son obediently admit defeat. They were all happy to see Zhang Hao being punished. Ji ignored the guards and returned to the carriage. At this time, the people from the Namgong family had not recovered from the shock. The black-robed man was the famous Ji. Moreover, they did not know when Ji became the new city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. Shall we go? Ji said to Namgong Maching in the carriage. Yes, Namgong Maching nodded slightly. Even though she knew Ji was very powerful, she still could not calm down after seeing it with her own eyes. The young man in front of her was already an invincible existence in Chaoyang Ancient City. The Namgong family's carriage team continued to move forward. The surrounding people made a wide path for them. This was because they knew that the city lord was sitting in the carriage. Soon, the carriage team arrived at the city lord mansion. Immediately, the elite guards guarding the gate of the city lord mansion came to stop them. Just as they were about to speak, they saw a black-robed man coming out of the carriage. When they saw the face of the black-robed man clearly, they immediately knelt down on one knee. Greetings to the city lord. They were all elite guards of the city lord's mansion, so it was impossible for them not to recognize this black-robed youth in front of them. Rise, all of you. Ji said. Yes. The elite guards immediately stood up and made way for the carriage. The carriage team then drove into the city lord's mansion. In the meeting hall, Jiang Zhongtian, Ji and Namgong Maching were already present. The rest of the people were waiting outside the hall. Jiang Zhongtian didn't know the purpose of Namgong Maching's visit. He only knew that Namgong Maching came with Ji. Ji purposely came back with Namgong Maching. He could not help but have a guess in his mind. Could it be that Ji and Miss Namgong are together? Jiang Zhongtian couldn't help but ask. No. Ji calmly denied Jiang Zhongtian's guess and briefly summarized the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Nangong Maching, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but have a slight trace of disappointment in his eyes. Even if there was a trace of fluctuation, Jiyu's expression was terrifyingly calm. I see. At this time, Jiang Zhongtian heard Jiyu's words and turned to Nangong Maching. Since Jiyu has already agreed, then there's no problem. He could only be considered as the acting city lord now. The real authority was still in Jiyu's hands. After signing a contract, the Nangong family officially allied with the city lord's mansion in Chaoyang City. The Nangong family had to follow the rules and pay tribute on time, while the city lord's mansion would protect the Nangong family. In short, the relationship between the two was like this. Nangong Maching didn't stay at the city lord's mansion for too long. The next day, he returned to Bright Moon Ancient City with the carriage team. Jiyu also had to start dealing with his own matters. He purposely came back this time mainly to reorganize the city lord's mansion and strengthen the overall strength of the city lord's mansion. Before he left the city lord's mansion, there were a few more families that submitted to the city lord's mansion. Now, almost the entire Chaoyang City was unified. The Nangong family was the first outside family to ally with the city lord's mansion. Presumably, there would be other outside families coming to ally with them soon. However, Jiyu couldn't just casually ally with any outside family. After all, this was the territory of the Kanglin Empire. Everything was under the control of the palace. Perhaps it was because of Jiyu that the imperial palace did not say anything when Chaoyang Ancient City formed an alliance. However, if they continued to expand, the palace couldn't just sit by and watch. Jiyu didn't want to be enemies with the palace. His goal was never to overthrow the palace. To put it bluntly, he wasn't interested in the throne of the Kanglin Empire. His only goal now was to resist the Evolution Temple. After spending a few days, Jiyu dealt with many people who liked to court death like Zhang Hao. Those who should be locked up were locked up, and those who should be killed were killed. As long as they committed a crime in Chaoyang City, he wouldn't let them go once he found them. This wave of swift and decisive sweeps alerted everyone in Chaoyang City. No one dared to act rashly because they could lose their heads at any time. Even if they didn't lose their heads, they didn't want to be targeted by the city lord. That feeling of sleepless nights was too unbearable. Of course, Jiyu didn't neglect his cultivation during these few days. Naturally, he broke through to the peak of level 4 Tongxian realm. Today, Jiyu strolled around the streets as usual. He was still dressed in a black robe. Although most people in Chaoyang City knew that Jiyu always dressed like this, Jiyu wasn't afraid of being recognized because more and more people were wearing black robes in Chaoyang City. After walking for a short distance, he saw a few people dressed in black robes like him. It was obvious that they were all teenagers in their second year of middle school. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Jiyu happened to pass by a residence. He looked up and saw that it was the Feng residence. He planned to go in and take a look. Jiyu strolled into the Feng residence. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, outsiders wouldn't be able to see his figure clearly. Even though the guards guarding the entrance were highly focused, they didn't notice that someone had entered the Feng residence. It didn't take long for him to walk around the Feng family's mansion. At this time, Jiyu came to a martial arts field. This should be the field that the Feng residence specially provided for disciples to cultivate. He could see many young men and women practicing martial arts here. Not only that, he also saw a familiar figure. On the training field, a heroic young lady in red armor was dancing with a thin sword, ignoring the rain of sweat that was pouring down her body. The Feng family disciples who passed by were all talking about this. Look, I see Feng Junyi every time I pass by here. Is she cultivating here day and night? Yeah, she seems to be trying to take revenge on Jiyu. I don't know why she's doing this. Jiyu didn't do anything to us. And with Jiyu's terrifying talent and strength, Feng Junyi won't be able to catch up to her even if she works hard for her entire life. Even though the Feng family had submitted to the city lord manor, everything was as usual. There were not many changes. So they didn't care about it anymore and didn't hate the new city lord Jiyu. Only Fang Junyi was different. She still couldn't forget Jiyu's mocking tone and expression. She cultivated so hard just to kill Jiyu with her own hands. It's been so long, but you don't seem to have improved much. Suddenly, Fang Junyi heard a familiar voice. Before she could remember whose voice it was, her face darkened. Fang Junyi turned around and saw a black-robed person walking towards her. She couldn't see the black-robed person's face, but she was sure that this black-robed person was Jiyu. What are you doing here again? Fang Junyi didn't want to be outdone and said coldly. I'm here because I want to. Is there a problem? Jiyu said indifferently. The surrounding Fang family disciples didn't know that the black-robed person was Jiyu, so they didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Fang Junyi stared at Jiyu fiercely. She gripped her sword tightly and didn't dare to act rashly. She knew her limits. If she were to face Jiyu in her current state, there was no way she would survive. Why are you so nervous? Jiyu chuckled and said, but I want that look in your eyes. At this moment, Fang Junyi was like him when he had faced Chen Yin. Fang Junyi was the only one who didn't submit to him. Although this guy was working hard to kill him, he still thought highly of this guy. Because he didn't think that this woman had the chance to surpass him or even kill him, not in this lifetime. I don't know what he's talking about. Fang Junyi said coldly. But you can't do this. You've only improved so much after so long. You still want to kill me? Jiyu said contemptuously. He remembered that when he first met this woman, her cultivation was at mid-stage first level of the defensive profound realm. Until now, she had only reached late-stage second level of the defensive profound realm. You. Fang Junyi was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and her towering chest heaved up and down. All her hard work had been denied by Jiyu just like that. The surrounding Fang clan disciples all felt that it was extremely strange. Who exactly was that black-robed man? He actually said that Fang Junyi was no good, although they felt that Fang Junyi was very foolish to want to kill the new city lord, but that was that. They admitted that they were far inferior to Fang Junyi in terms of talent and hard work. In just half a month, Fang Junyi had cultivated from mid-stage first level of the defensive profound realm to late-stage second level of the defensive profound realm. None of them didn't admire her. But that black-robed man actually said that Fang Junyi was no good. They only wanted to know who this black-robed man was, and why he dared to boast so shamelessly. Let me ask you, do you want to improve your strength faster and more effectively? At this moment, Jiyu suddenly asked. Fang Junyi hesitated for a moment, then answered firmly, yes. How could she not want to? Alright, then I'll help you. Before she finished speaking, Jiyu's figure had already disappeared. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Change. Lightning Luster Change obtained experience points, 1000*999x. Jiyu carried Fang Junyi on her shoulder and dashed out. Because Jiyu's speed was too fast, Fang Junyi only reacted when they were already out of the Fang manor. What are you doing? Let go of me. Fang Junyi struggled fiercely. Don't move. Jiyu warned. Let go of me. But Fang Junyi didn't listen and continued to struggle, almost hitting Jiyu's face a few times. Tisk. Jiyu was instantly enraged and slapped Fang Junyi's buttocks. Slap. Soft and bouncy to the touch, Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it, Jiyu only wanted to teach this disobedient girl a lesson, but she didn't expect her body to be so hot. Fang Junyi couldn't help but cry out when she was hit by that strong slap. But before she could react, she heard Jiyu's threatening voice. If you dare to move again, do you believe that I won't smack your butt? Fang Junyi immediately calmed down and her face was filled with shame and anger. Ever since she was young, she had never been touched by a man. I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you. Fang Junyi was extremely ashamed and resentful. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself. Fang Junyi finally stopped moving and Jiyu also stopped being rough and walked in a certain direction. On the other side, the disciples of the Fang family finally realized what had happened. Why did Fang Junyi and that black-robed man disappear? I think I saw that black-robed man take Fang Junyi away. His movements were too fast, I couldn't see it clearly. F***ck, that black-robed man couldn't be Jiyu, right? Many people felt that the black-robed man was Ji. Only Ji could have that kind of skill. Recalling Feng Junyi's expression, they were even more certain that the black-robed man was Ji. They couldn't help but worry for Feng Junyi. Now that she was taken away by Ji, she might never come back. At the same time. Ding. Master used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Master used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ji was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling through Chaoyang Ancient City. Not long after, he left Chaoyang Ancient City and arrived at the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Feng Junyi, who was carried on Ji's shoulder, didn't say a word because she was shocked. After a short period of personal experience, she finally realized how terrifying Ji's speed was. This was just his speed. It was hard to imagine how strong he was in other aspects. Her heart couldn't help but waver. Did she really have a chance to kill this monster with her own hands? However, Feng Junyi immediately shook her head. No matter what, she couldn't give up so easily. Not only was she mocked by Ji, but Ji also touched that place. As long as she was still alive, she would definitely find this bastard and settle the score. When they reached the central region of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Ji put Feng Junyi down from his shoulder. The shame and anger on Feng Junyi's face still hadn't disappeared. She glared at Ji furiously. If looks could kill, Ji would have been killed thousands of times by Feng Junyi. Obviously, she was still upset about Ji slapping her butt. Okay, stop being so pretentious. Ji said disapprovingly. You. Feng Junyi really wanted to scold Ji until her head bled, but she, who had been well-mannered since young, couldn't utter a single curse word. Stop going on and on. Your opponent has already appeared. Ji reminded Feng Junyi. A demonic beast appeared not far in front of Ji and Feng Junyi. This demonic beast looked like a porcupine, but it was twice the size of a normal porcupine. There was also a faint purple glow on its body. Redbud demonic pig? Feng Junyi murmured. That's right. Ji said, this is the Redbud demonic pig. It's about the second stage of the second stage. What do you mean? Feng Junyi asked in confusion. Don't you understand? I'm bringing you out to train. Ji said indifferently, this way, you can improve your strength faster. How much can you improve if you stay in a place like the martial arts field every day? Even if he didn't have much contact with Feng Junyi, he could guess that this woman rarely came to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to train. Why should I listen to you? Feng Junyi seemed very reluctant. I've said it before. This is to help you improve your strength faster and more effectively. As for whether you listen to me or not, that's your own business. With that, Ji walked to a rock and sat down, looking at Feng Junyi leisurely. Feng Junyi fell into silence. In the next moment, she stepped forward and faced the Redbud demonic pig. On the other hand, Ji sat on the rock and watched the show leisurely as if it had nothing to do with her. It was proven that Feng Junyi rarely fought with demonic beasts. Ji could tell from the battle between Feng Junyi and the amethyst demonic pig. Feng Junyi slashed at the Redbud demonic boar as if she was chopping wood. Almost none of her attacks managed to hit the Redbud demonic boar's vital points. Ji couldn't help but facepalm with some disappointment. He had thought that Feng Junyi's actual combat ability against demonic beasts would be relatively poor, but he didn't expect it to be so bad that he couldn't bear to watch. Furthermore, this was only a Redbud demonic boar that had just broken through to the second level of the second grade. Feng Junyi, who was already at the second level of the defensive profound realm, had to expend so much effort to deal with such a demonic beast. It was truly unsightly. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He reminded Feng Junyi, the Redbud demonic pig's weak point is below its stomach. Just aim there and attack. If this continued, Feng Junyi wouldn't be able to kill the Redbud demonic boar even after spending half a day. After Ji's reminder, Feng Junyi finally adapted and targeted the Redbud demonic boar's weak point with every attack. After 10 minutes, Feng Junyi finally killed the Redbud demonic boar. I only have one thought after watching the entire battle. Do you know what it is? Ji jumped down from the rock and walked towards Feng Junyi. What is it? Feng Junyi looked at Ji Yu with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Noob. Not only that, but Ji Yu also emphasized, a complete noob. Feng Junyi was stunned. Clearly, she didn't expect Ji Yu to say that. You spent so much effort on a pig that had just broken through to the second level of the second grade. You only killed it after I reminded you. Ji Yu said mercilessly, if I didn't remind you, wouldn't you have been defeated by a pig? Why are you so noob? You can't even compare to a pig. He had a disappointing look on his face, as if Feng Junyi had really become his disciple. Feng Junyi lowered her head and gripped the sword in her hand tightly. She couldn't refute Ji Yu at all. Although Ji Yu's words were harsh, everything she said was true. You can't even beat a pig and you want to kill me? Don't joke around. Ji Yu was still sharp-tongued at this moment. Hearing this, Feng Junyi trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked straight at Ji Yu. I'll let you see it. She didn't even notice that small tears had formed at the corner of her eyes. Oh, is that so? The corners of Ji Yu's lips curled up slightly. Then let me take a good look. However, 10 minutes later. Bam, Feng Junyi was sent flying by a black bear and landed right in front of Ji Yu. Is this what you want me to see? The corners of Ji Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Feng Junyi gritted her teeth and ignored the pain all over her body. She got up and faced the black bear again. But before he could parry a few blows, he was sent flying by the brute force black bear. Seeing this, Ji Yu shook his head slightly. This black bear was also a second grade demonic beast. At most, it was only slightly stronger than the redbud demonic pig. However, Feng Junyi couldn't handle it. After being knocked down by the black bear so many times, Feng Junyi's confidence was greatly shaken. She wanted to prove herself in front of Ji Yu, but she kept showing such a disgraceful performance. The pain all over her body slowed down Feng Junyi's reaction. At this moment, the black bear was already in front of her and its thick bare paw was about to slap her. She felt that she didn't have the strength to resist anymore. She subconsciously looked at Ji Yu. However, Ji Yu said with a disdainful expression, "You expect me to save a weakling like you?" Feng Junyi's pupils shrank. This sentence, this expression, directly hit her heart. She immediately revealed a crazy expression and a strange force was activated in her body. Seeing Feng Junyi like this, Ji Yu's interest was instantly piqued. Feng Junyi released the last of her strength and condensed it into a sword that directly pierced the black bear's neck. This wave of desperate counterattacks caused Ji Yu to look at Feng Junyi in a new light. You're right. The strong preys on the weak. This is the rule of this world. Feng Junyi pulled out the thin sword that pierced through the black bear's neck and looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu was silent for a moment and then complained, "You only killed a demonic beast of the same level half dead. Why are you pretending to be in front of me?" Ji Yu's words made Feng Junyi's pretentious temperament disappear. If you really intend to kill me, then you should properly train yourself here. Ji Yu crossed her arms and said to Feng Junyi, "But I don't care about your life. If you're afraid of death, you can go back now." "I'm not afraid," Feng Junyi said without hesitation. After fighting with the demonic beasts twice, she could clearly feel that her strength had undergone a qualitative change. This kind of strength was not reflected in cultivation, but in actual combat. Although she did not know why Ji Yu wanted to help her increase her strength, but since there was such a good opportunity, she naturally had to grab hold of it. As for life and death, there was nothing to be afraid of. If you're not afraid, then let's continue. Ji Yu walked towards the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Follow me. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ji Yu already knew the inner regions of the demonic beast mountain range like the back of his hand, and he knew which demonic beasts were in which small areas. Right now, he brought Feng Junyi to a small area where demonic beasts appeared more frequently. The weakest demonic beasts were at the first level of the second grade, and the strongest were at the third level of the second grade. There were many of them, and this was a very suitable place for Feng Junyi to train. Okay, here it is. Ji found a rock and laid down, and said to Feng Junyi, "You go, I'll wait for you here." Feng Junyi nodded and walked forward with a solemn expression. There were a few giant wolves resting in front of him. Although they were only at the first level of the second grade, when there were many of them, it was very troublesome. Ji really laid down on the rock and did not care about Feng Junyi, and even started to cultivate by himself. Ding. Master has cultivated for 1 minute, martial cultivation, gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated for 1 minute, martial cultivation, gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. After an unknown amount of time, Ji felt that Feng Junyi seemed to have finished her battle, and sat up. He saw Feng Junyi walking back weakly, and those giant wolves were already corpses. At this moment, Feng Junyi's body was covered in blood. Some of it belonged to the wolves, and some of it belonged to her. The red armor appeared even more vibrant under the stain of blood, and it also gave Feng Junyi a demonic aura. It's done. Let's continue looking for the next batch of demonic beasts. Ji, you didn't give Feng Junyi much time to rest. You should have some pills on you that can restore your profound qi and heal your injuries, right? Hurry and take them before you encounter the next batch of demonic beasts. Feng Junyi nodded and retrieved some pills from her storage ring as she walked. An entire day had passed, and almost all the demonic beasts in the vicinity had been killed by Feng Junyi at least once. Although Feng Junyi occasionally encountered life and death crises, in the end, she was more scared than hurt. In reality, it was Jiyu who had deliberately arranged the order. The stronger demonic beasts were left behind by him. Otherwise, Feng Junyi would have died countless times already. In this day's time, Feng Junyi's harvest was considerable. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his martial arts cultivation base had broken through from the late stage of the second level of the defensive profound realm to the peak of the second level. However, this cultivation base wasn't the main point. Her actual combat ability had been greatly improved. With her current strength, she could defeat most of the peak stage of the second level of the defensive profound realm. It wasn't impossible for her to even contend with the average early stage of the third level of the defensive profound realm. Feng Junyi had to admit that all of this was thanks to Jiyu. It's getting late, I should go back. At this moment, Jiyu looked up at the sky and said, "If you still want to stay here, then you can stay here." "No need, I'm going back too," Feng Junyi said. It was not suitable to fight demonic beasts at night, so there was no point for her to stay here. "Then let's go." As he spoke, Jiyu walked towards the exit of the demonic beast mountain range. "Thank you so much this time." After a few steps, Feng Junyi suddenly opened her mouth. Then she continued, "But I still won't let you go in the end." "It doesn't matter, you can do whatever you want." Jiyu had a look of disapproval. This time, he purely felt that Feng Junyi was a talent with potential, so he brought Feng Junyi out to train. Feng Junyi's performance today didn't disappoint him too much. Her personality, willpower, and other aspects were not bad. It was as if something strange had been mixed in, but it didn't matter. But this was the only time. In the future, he wouldn't have the leisure to bring Feng Junyi out to train. He still had to save his energy to deal with the evolving temple. Speaking of which, it's too slow to walk out like this. Do you want me to give you a ride? Jiyu turned around and asked Feng Junyi. Feng Junyi was slightly stunned, then her face turned red. She said softly, "No need, I can walk on my own." She couldn't help but think of the scene where Jiyu had spanked her. No matter what, she didn't want to be carried on Jiyu's shoulder like that again. "Then you can walk slowly on your own." Jiyu didn't care what Feng Junyi was thinking. He immediately used the lightning luster transformation and left the demonic beast mountain range. Ding. Master has used the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Master has used the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Earth rank low-level profound skill lightning luster transformation has successfully broken through to the mastery level. After so many days, the lightning luster transformation finally broke through again. Ji Yu hoped that the lightning luster transformation could reach the perfection level soon and upgrade to the Earth rank mid-level profound skill. But that would take a long time. As the night deepened, Ji Yu didn't wander around and directly returned to the city lord's mansion. Ji Yu, you're back. Seeing Ji Yu return, Jiang Zhongtian asked curiously, where did you go today? Why didn't I see you the whole day? I just brought a little fool out to train. Ji Yu casually said. The little fool he was talking about was naturally Feng Junyi. Jiang Zhongtian didn't understand what Ji Yu was talking about. But at this time, Ji Yu had already returned to her own residence, so he could only be confused. After returning to her residence, Ji Yu washed up and fell into bed. Not long after, she fell asleep. When she woke up early the next morning, Ji Yu waited for the servant to deliver breakfast as usual. Breakfast was quickly delivered, but it also came with a piece of news. The servant placed the breakfast on the table and said to Ji Yu, City Lord, the City Lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City has come to ask for a marriage alliance. They are now waiting for you in the meeting hall. Patriarch Jiang is also there. Now that Ji Yu was the new mansion lord, the servant no longer addressed Jiang Zhongtian as mansion lord Jiang or city lord Jiang, but Patriarch Jiang. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was, why did the city lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City come to propose a marriage alliance? Ji Yu didn't have much of an impression of Yunchuan Ancient City. Although it was also one of the ancient cities of the Kanglan Empire, Yunchuan Ancient City had little contact with Chaoyang Ancient City. There was nothing special about Yunchuan Ancient City, and its overall level was about the same as Chaoyang Ancient City. He didn't know what the city lord's mansion was planning to do this time. I'll be there as soon as I finish eating, Ji Yu said to the servant. The servant nodded and then left. Ji Yu finished his breakfast in a few bites and then left for the meeting hall. Soon, he arrived outside the meeting hall. City Lord. The elite guards who were patrolling around the area all greeted him respectfully. Walking into the meeting hall, he saw Jiang Zhongtian and some strangers that he had never seen before. Those strangers should be the city lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City. Ji Yu paid a little attention. The middle-aged man sitting at the front should be the leader, and his cultivation was at the Tongxian realm. Beside that person sat a slender and elegant young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite pretty. Moreover, the girl was still young, and she might become even more beautiful when she grew up. Ji Yu looked at the group of people behind the man and the girl and found that they were all at the defensive mystic realm, with some weak and some strong. He could see that the other party was definitely not here to cause trouble, otherwise they wouldn't have brought so few people with low cultivation. Ji Yu, you're here. At this time, Jiang Zhongtian greeted. As Jiang Zhongtian spoke, the people of Yunchuan Ancient City also noticed Ji Yu who walked in from outside the meeting hall. When they found that this young man was the person they were looking for, the middle-aged man in the lead stood up and saluted Ji Yu. I am the city lord of Yunchuan Ancient City, Yang Wen. Greetings to you, city lord. Nice to meet you. Ji Yu didn't put on airs and said politely, I heard that your mansion is here today for a marriage alliance. What's going on? At this time, Ji Yu was already sitting next to Jiang Zhongtian. Jiang Zhongtian didn't say a word. This was Ji Yu's matter, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. I've long heard of City Lord Ji's great name. Coincidentally, my daughter has just turned 16, so I'm here to propose marriage to City Lord Ji. Yang Wen said. He had indeed taken a fancy to Ji Yu. She wasn't even 18 years old, but her strength had already reached the second tier of the Kanglan Empire. She even had the courage to go against the Kanglan Empire Academy. Whether it was talent or courage, no one in the entire Kanglan Empire could compare to him. He desperately wanted to climb up the social ladder with Ji Yu. If he succeeded, he would never have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of his life. I see. Ji Yu nodded slightly. In that instant, he took notice of the young girl beside Yang Wen. She was the daughter that Yang Wen had mentioned. Although the girl hid it very well, he still caught a trace of worry. This is a token of my sincerity. Yang Wen fished out a high-quality storage ring. He was just about to give a proper introduction when he was interrupted by Ji Yu. Wait a moment. Ji Yu said, your sincerity is very good, but I already have a marriage contract. You have a marriage contract? Yang Wen was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of this before. When did Ji Yu have a marriage contract? That's right. Ji Yu gestured toward Jiang Zhongtian. Family head Zhang's 2 daughters are now my fiancées. It was normal for the other party to be so surprised. After all, he only had a simple marriage contract with Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. It wasn't made public. Then why don't you let my daughter stay by City Lord Ji's side as a concubine? Yang Wen was clearly a little flustered. Ji Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Ji Yu observed the young girl again and found that there was a subtle change in her expression. She seemed a little worried and uneasy. But your daughter doesn't seem to be very willing. Ji Yu said. How is that possible? Yang Wen abruptly took a look, and only then did he notice his daughter's subtle expression. The young girl was startled and hurriedly put on a very happy smile. However, in Ji Yu's eyes, this smile was very forced and deliberate. City Lord Ji, please don't worry. My daughter won't be unwilling. She has admired you for a long time. Yang Wen said with a smile. I only believe in my own feelings. Ji Yu propped up his chin with one hand and said indifferently, my apologies, please leave. Yang Wen was instantly speechless. He sat in a daze for a long time before he got up and left with his people. When he walked out of the conference hall with his back to Ji Yu, his expression became very gloomy. The young girl next to him secretly glanced at her father. Seeing her father's expression, she was so scared that she immediately withdrew her gaze. Her small face also became a little pale. Ji Yu watched the people of Yunchuan ancient city leave lazily. He noticed that the young girl was cowering when she left. It was obvious that she was afraid of something. At this time, Jiang Zhongtian felt more and more admiration for Ji Yu. With just a few words, he persuaded the people of Yunchuan ancient city to go back. If it were him, he didn't know how long he would have to entangle with Yang Wen. Through the communication between Ji Yu and Yang Wen just now, Jiang Zhongtian also saw the strangeness of the young girl opposite him. If he was not wrong, the young girl should have been forced by Yang Wen to come here for a marriage alliance. Ji Yu was indeed very outstanding. However, it was normal for a little girl to be forced into a marriage with someone she had never met before. It was also normal for her to be reluctant. Although this kind of political marriage was very common, he still didn't like it. There shouldn't be anything else. Then I'll leave first. With that, Ji Yu also left the meeting hall. He was a little worried about the young girl just now, so he planned to follow her and take a look. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior profound skill, Thunder Light transformation, has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior profound skill, Thunder Light transformation, has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ji Yu followed him all the way out of the City Lord's mansion. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the City Lord's mansion, Yang Wen began to scold his daughter. I was so close to succeeding, you piece of trash, what use do I have for you? Yang Wen pointed at the young girl and scolded with a gloomy expression. The others wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare. They were afraid of being implicated. The young girl lowered her head, her 2 small hands tightly gripping the corner of her clothes, not daring to say a word. The first tear fell uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Yang Wen became even angrier. You still dare to cry for me? Yang Wen was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped the young girl. However, in the next moment, he felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all. Yang Wen was startled because Ji Yu had appeared in front of him at some point in time. I didn't expect you to be so useless. Ji Yu clicked her tongue and said. To vent all his anger on a young girl who had just turned 16, if this wasn't incompetence, then what was? City Lord Ji, why are you here? Yang Wen turned pale with fright. Do I have to ask you where I am? Ji Yu said coldly. No, that's not what I meant. Yang Wen said in fear. Ji Yu let go of Yang Wen's wrist and looked at the girl. What's your name? Yang. Yang Qingxue. The girl said softly. Looking at the boy who stood up for her, she felt a subtle change in her heart. Xianxia, right? I'll give you two choices. One is to stay with your father, and the other is to join the Qianyuan martial house. Jiyu said, if you want, I can let you enter the Qianyuan martial house tomorrow. Hearing this, Yang Qingxue was stunned. The Qianyuan martial house had become famous recently. Almost everyone knew that it had surpassed the Kanglan Empire Academy to become the #1 holy land for martial arts. The higher the status of the Qianyuan martial house, the higher the requirements for enrollment. According to the current rules, with her talent and strength, the chances of her entering the Qianyuan martial house were very slim. But this lord in front of her could let her join the Qianyuan martial house directly. This was undoubtedly a great temptation for her. Once she joined the Qianyuan martial house, her life would change greatly. But, thank you for your kindness, Lord, but I still want to stay with my father. Yang Qingxue shook her head slowly. Yang Wen was stunned when he heard this. His eyes were full of shock. Okay, I'll respect your decision. Jiyu said calmly, this is your family's matter. It has nothing to do with me. That's all. After that, Jiyu turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000*999x. After Jiyu left, Yang Wen knelt down weakly. He grabbed onto Yang Qingxue's clothes as tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. He kept apologizing, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His daughter could choose between him and the Qianyuan martial house, but he always vented his anger on his daughter. Jiyu was right. He was too incompetent. Yang Qingxue lowered her head and looked at her father's hair. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her face. As if nothing had happened, Jiyu leisurely walked back to her residence. Now that the entire Chaoyang ancient city had been reorganized by him, most people didn't dare to do anything rashly under his prestige. As for the few who were not afraid of death and insisted on causing trouble, he could only say that he would do as much as he could. What could he do if the other party wanted to court death? After 3 days, Jiyu planned to return to the royal city and make a trip to the Alchemist Guild, which was also the Master Alchemist Association. Previously, when he was still in the Qianyuan martial house, the Master Alchemist Association had sent people to invite him many times, but he had rejected them all. Now that there was nothing urgent for him to do, he had to make a trip no matter what. At the same time, he had to go to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion to inquire about the Evolving Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't know much about the Evolving Temple. For the next 3 days, other than going out to reorganize as usual, Jiyu stayed in her residence and consumed elixirs to improve her cultivation. Ding. Master has consumed a superior grade 4 elixir, Martial Dao Cultivation gained experience, 100,000*999x. Ding. Master has consumed a mediocre grade 4 elixir, Martial Dao Cultivation gained experience, 80,000*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to peak LV4 Tongxian stage. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to early LV5 Tongxian stage. Now that Jiyu didn't lack money at all, there was no need for her to refine elixirs herself. She could just use gold coins to buy elixirs for consumption. However, when her cultivation broke through to Defensive Profound Realm LV5, she stopped consuming elixirs. Every time she used elixirs to break through, it was best to stabilize her cultivation base first. Otherwise, her cultivation base would become unstable. After the 3rd day, Jiyu bid farewell to Jiang Zhongtian and returned to King City. However, there were too few spirit ships that went directly from Chaoyang Ancient City to King City. They were either under maintenance or had empty slots, so Jiyu could only take a carriage to Chaoyang Ancient City. The main reason was that Chaoyang Ancient City was relatively barren, so she decided to discuss with the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion before returning to King City. After all, the spirit ships belonged to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Dressed in a black robe as usual, Jiyu didn't encounter any trouble on the way back and smoothly returned to King City. Without wasting any time, Jiyu went straight to the Master Alchemist Association. From the outside, the Master Alchemist Association was at least 2 to 3 times larger than the Chaoyang branch. When she stepped into the Master Alchemist Association, she was asked by the guard to show her Master Alchemist badge. Jiyu then showed his alchemist badge to the guard. It was also at this time that she suddenly remembered that her Master Alchemist badge seemed to be stuck at Superior Grade 1. However, her alchemy skills had already reached Superior Grade 5. Superior Grade 1? The guard looked at Jiyu's badge with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Forget it, I'll let you in. In King City, even a Grade 2 Master Alchemist was considered ordinary. Not to mention a Grade 1 Master Alchemist, even a lowly guard dared to look down on him. One had to know that in the Master Alchemist Association, there was a Superior Grade 5 Master Alchemist, which was the current president of the Master Alchemist Association, who was very close to becoming a Grade 6 Master Alchemist. Once they reached Grade 6, they would no longer be called Master Alchemist, but Master Alchemist. They were on a completely different level from ordinary Master Alchemists. Although there were Grade 7, Grade 8, and even Grade 9 above Grade 6, no one dared to have extravagant hopes. Including the president, there were a few Grade 5 Master Alchemists in the Master Alchemist Association. Although there were not many Grade 4 Master Alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. This made Grade 2 Master Alchemists very ordinary, and Grade 1 Master Alchemists were even more despised. However, Jiyu did not care at all. He could not be bothered to argue with a guard. However, there was a change in his thoughts now. He planned to increase the level of his Master Alchemist badge first, then look for the person who had invited him here many times. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Just then, a receptionist walked over. "I want to participate in the Master Alchemist exam," Jiyu said. After participating in the Master Alchemist exam, one could increase the corresponding level of their Master Alchemist badge after passing the exam. "Yes, please follow me, sir." The receptionist nodded and then led the way for Jiyu. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank low grade profound skill Thunder Light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank low grade profound skill Thunder Light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu followed the receptionist to the venue where the alchemist assessment was held. The entire venue was huge, enough to hold a few thousand people, but most of the seats were for the audience. Simply put, this venue was not much different from the Colosseum in Rome. The four sides were for the audience, and the middle area at the bottom was where the alchemist assessment was held. However, there was a big difference, and that was that the audience could not make a lot of noise, but they could still communicate normally. This was because the entire venue was set up with a sound reduction array, and it was different from the sound concealment array used during the alchemy conference. This array was able to reduce the sound level of the entire venue. As long as the audience did not make a lot of noise, it would not affect the alchemist taking the assessment. If anyone broke the rules, they would be chased out by the Alchemist Guild, or even blacklisted by the Alchemist Guild. The entire Kanglan Empire's Alchemist Guild would no longer welcome that person. Jiyu walked down unhurriedly. Before the alchemist assessment began, she had to register first. The area below was divided into two sections, one for the alchemist assessment, and the other for the examinees. "I want to register for the alchemist assessment," Jiyu said to the person in charge of the registration. "Give me your alchemist badge first," the person in charge said impatiently. Hearing this, Jiyu immediately passed her alchemist badge to him. "First grade high-grade alchemist?" Seeing the alchemist badge handed over by the black-robed man, the person in charge became even more impatient. "Hurry up and tell me, what level of alchemist assessment do you want to participate in, then tell me your name." "Fifth grade middle grade alchemist assessment, and my name is Jiyu," Jiyu said calmly. The person in charge was stunned. "Huh? You're here to cause trouble, right?" A mere superior grade 1 alchemist actually wanted to take the grade 5 middle grade alchemist assessment. Not only that, she even dared to call herself Jiyu. In the entire Kanglan Empire, who didn't know who Jiyu was, that was an elite that stood on the second tier. Not only that, but he had also once obtained first place in the alchemy conference. How could a super genius who excelled in both martial arts and alchemy be a superior grade 1 alchemist, The person in charge was almost 100% sure that this black-robed man had deliberately come here to cause trouble. Men, chase this troublemaker out of here. He was already in a bad mood today, and now that he met such a troublemaker, his temper exploded. Fortunately, there was no one taking the alchemist assessment at this time, so it was fine to be noisy. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. At this time, Jiyu was completely speechless. He clearly didn't do anything, but trouble came knocking on his door. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used the black robe to cover his face. That way, there wouldn't be so many problems. What happened here? Originally, Jiyu wanted to directly reveal his face, but suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. This cold unpleasant voice reminded him of Yu Shiyun. Jiyu subconsciously turned around and found that it was indeed Yu Shiyun. "Miss Yu, why are you here?" Seeing the person's face clearly, the person in charge immediately said respectfully. Yu Shiyun was a top-ranked alchemist genius in the Alchemist Guild. The master behind her was also the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Naturally, he had to be respectful. "I had a breakthrough a while ago, so I plan to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment today." Yu Shiyun said, "Then what happened here just now?" The person in charge's voice attracted the attention of many people. "Didn't Miss Yu Shiyun just become a grade 3 middle grade alchemist a while ago? Unexpectedly, she is going to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment so soon. Sure enough, this kind of genius is not something we can see. I remember when she first came to the Alchemist Guild, she was only a grade 2 middle grade alchemist. In just a few months, she is already going to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment. In comparison, I have been studying for so long, but I am still hovering around the grade 2 alchemist level." Sigh. Previously, it should be because Yu Shiyun didn't find the right path. Ever since she came to our Alchemist Guild and was accepted as a disciple by the vice president, she suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. Seeing Yu Shiyun appear, their topic shifted to Yu Shiyun. "This guy deliberately came here to cause trouble. I was really angry, so I came." The person in charge pointed at Jiyu and said, "What's going on?" Yu Shiyun's gaze fell on the black-robed man pointed at by the person in charge. For some reason, although she couldn't see the black-robed man's face, she had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He is only a grade 1 upper grade alchemist, but he directly wants to take the grade 5 middle grade alchemist assessment. He even claims to be Jiyu. The person in charge complained to Yu Shiyun. He believed that after telling Yu Shiyun this, Yu Shiyun would definitely not let that guy go. When the surrounding people heard this, they also started to talk about it. No wonder he is so angry. If I met such a guy, I wouldn't be happy. This is too arrogant. A mere grade 1 alchemist wants to take the grade 5 alchemist assessment and claims to be Jiyu. Fortunately, Jiyu is not here. Otherwise, with Jiyu's fearless personality, I'm afraid that she would destroy all of us in a fit of anger. However, Yu Shiyun's performance was a little abnormal. She stared at the black-robed man in front of her, her eyes full of emotions. "Is it really you?" Yu Shiyun's body seemed to be uncontrollably walking towards the black-robed man. The person in charge didn't notice Yu Shiyun's strange behavior. He watched with a smile, waiting for Yu Shiyun to deal with that guy. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. But the next moment, the scene that happened shocked everyone's eyes. Yu Shiyun's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she lifted the black robe on the other party's head. After confirming the other party's true appearance, she immediately couldn't help but hug him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The point wasn't that Yu Shiyun was hugging a man tightly. The point was that the black-robed man was actually Jiyu herself. This was really too explosive, and no one was able to calm down. Especially the person in charge, as if he had dementia. His jaw seemed to be dislocated and he couldn't even close his mouth. He was dumbfounded as if his brain had been stirred up. He didn't even know how to write the word regret. He was so shocked that he didn't have any thoughts. He stood there stiffly like a wooden man. "It's me." Jiyu patted Yu Shiyun's back gently and said with a smile. At this time, Yu Shiyun realized that her reaction was too extreme. She hugged Jiyu for a while and then let go of him. She hadn't seen Jiyu face to face for a long time. All the thoughts that she had accumulated all the time burst out at this moment. Why do you have time to come here? Yu Shuyun suppressed the excitement in her heart and her expression returned to its usual calmness. Her master had sent people to the Qianyuan martial house many times to invite Jiyu to be a guest, but Jiyu refused every time. She thought that Jiyu was very busy recently. She didn't expect that Jiyu would suddenly appear here today. I do have time for the time being, so I came to see you, Jiyu said. He learned to be smarter now. He didn't mention his main purpose, so that he could make Yu Shuyun happy. He really didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Yu Shuyun. Except for the time when Yu Shuyun pushed him to the bed, he really didn't have a deep impression of Yu Shuyun. But this time, he had a particularly deep impression of her. Yes. Yu Shuyun was so happy that she revealed a faint smile. She, who was innocent, didn't think too much. She thought what Jiyu said was true. By the way, you are also going to take the alchemist examination, right? Jiyu asked. Yes. Yu Shuyun nodded and said, let's go together. Yes, I can. Jiyu glanced at the person in charge as she said, but I am in some trouble now. You saw it just now. He is my friend, not a troublemaker, Yu Shuyun said to the person in charge in a cold tone. Oh, the person in charge had already turned into a fool. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. He could only stand there in a daze. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Jiyu, you can just take the alchemist assessment with me, Yu Shuyun said to Jiyu. Registering one's personal information was just a formality. It didn't matter if one didn't register it. For example, every time she came here to participate in the alchemist assessment, she didn't need to register at all. She could just start right away. Then let's do as you say, Jiyu said. He didn't care, and he wasn't interested in making things difficult for the person in charge. Then, Yu Shuyun led Jiyu into the assessment area and explained to the examiner directly. I want to take the 3rd grade superior alchemist assessment, Yu Shuyun said. After that, he will have to take the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. She paused in the middle of her sentence. Because she was too excited before, it wasn't until now that she realized that Jiyu was going to take the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. Yu Shuyun smiled as she thought of this. That's right, this was the Jiyu that she had always known, the super genius who was the best in both martial arts and alchemy in the Kanglan Empire. The 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment? The examiner was so excited that he accidentally broke the pen in his hand. He didn't know what happened at the registration area just now. After taking a closer look at the young man in the black robe, he realized that it was actually the famous Jiyu. Jiyu's portrait had already spread to every household in the Kanglan Empire. So almost everyone could recognize Jiyu, and the examiner was no exception. Seeing that it was Jiyu, the examiner didn't care about anything else and said respectfully, okay, the two of you can start the assessment now. Okay. Jiyu and Yu Shuyun both nodded and walked to their respective positions. At this time, the examiner still couldn't calm down. He knew that Jiyu was the 2nd-tier Tongxian in the Kanglan Empire. He also knew that Jiyu had won 1st place in the Alchemy Conference's 2-person competition. But even so, he didn't dare to believe that Jiyu actually had the ability to challenge the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. The 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment wasn't a child's play. Looking at the entire Kanglan Empire, the one who stood at the peak of alchemy was their respected president, the one and only 5th grade upper-level alchemist in the Kanglan Empire. And if Jiyu really had the ability to challenge the 5th grade middle-level alchemist, didn't that mean that Jiyu was already the #1 alchemist under the president, a 16-year-old youth? Did he really have such terrifying talent in alchemy? He didn't dare to imagine it. After a long while, the examiner finally calmed down. No matter what, he could only watch silently. He couldn't wait to see what the final result would be. On the other side, Jiyu was taking the assessment next to Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She hadn't refined pills with Jiyu in a long time. Very soon, the two of them officially began to refine medicinal pills. Ding! Detected that master has started refining a 5th grade middle-level pill. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding. Master has used the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal. Mystical Spirit Fire Seal gained experience, 1500 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the 4th grade lower level alchemy seal, Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, has successfully broken through to the mastery level. With the 999 times success rate and the support of the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, as long as GU was a little more serious, successfully refining a 5th grade middle level pill was only a matter of time. After an unknown amount of time, he leisurely refined a medium grade 5 medicinal pill. Ding. Master has successfully refined the barrier breaking pill. Pill Dao attainment gained experience, 5500 by 999 times. This barrier breaking pill was randomly selected by GU for the assessment. Its effect was to allow a Tongxian realm martial cultivator to break through the bottleneck instantly. It was classified as a 5th grade middle level pill. For example, if a martial cultivator was stuck at the peak of the 2nd level of Tongxian realm for a long time, he could break through the bottleneck by consuming a single barrier breaking pill. It might even overflow and allow the martial cultivator to break through to the middle level of the 3rd level of Tongxian realm in one go. If it was Jiyu who consumed this barrier breaking pill, she would be able to break through from the early level of the 5th level of Tongxian realm to the later level of the 5th level of Tongxian realm. It was much more effective than consuming a bunch of 3rd and 4th grade pills. It was a pity that Jiyu couldn't keep this barrier-breaking pill for herself. She had to return it to the Master Alchemist Association. After all, the ingredients for refining the barrier-breaking pill were provided by the association. Coincidentally, Yu Shuyun had refined the pill around the same time as Jiyu. She couldn't help but feel astonished. She had only refined a 3rd grade upper-level pill, while Jiyu had refined a 5th grade middle-level pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the body-tempering realm and the Tongxian realm. They weren't even on the same level. What a coincidence, you've also finished refining. Jiyu said to Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun said, as expected, you're still so amazing. Back at the alchemy conference, there was already a huge gap between her and Jiyu. After learning from her master for so long, her improvement was very big. She originally thought that she could slightly close the gap between her and Jiyu. But today, she saw that the gap between her and Jiyu was actually getting bigger and bigger. But now, Yu Shuyun had already seen through it. As long as she could stay together with Jiyu, she would be satisfied. After that, Jiyu and Yu Shuyun handed the refined pills to the examiner for appraisal. Looking at the barrier-breaking pill refined by Jiyu, the examiner was really shocked. Originally, he thought that Jiyu being able to successfully refine the barrier-breaking pill was already enough to shock him. In the end, not only did she successfully refine it, her speed was also so fast. The quality of the pill was also impeccable. This level of refining pills was already comparable to the guild leader. How is it? After waiting for a long time, Jiyu didn't hear the examiner's reply, so she tried to ask. At this time, the examiner returned to his senses and hurriedly said, I'll go and prepare the alchemist badges for the two of you. Not long later, the examiner came back with 2 alchemist badges. One was an alchemist badge with 3 purple stars engraved on it, and the other was an alchemist badge with 5 blue stars engraved on it. The number of stars represented the alchemist's grade, and the color represented the 3 grades of low, middle, and high. It was very obvious that one was a high-grade 3rd grade alchemist badge, and the other was a middle-grade 5th grade alchemist badge. The examiner respectfully handed the 2 badges to Yu Shuyun and Jiyu respectively. As for Jiyu and Yu Shuyun, they returned their old emblems to the examiner. They couldn't keep their old emblems for themselves, they had to return them to the Alchemist Guild. With the grade 5 intermediate alchemist badge in hand, Jiyu would no longer be despised by others for no reason. In any case, the status of a superior grade alchemist was indeed too low. Then I'll bring you to meet my master. He's the one who invited you here many times. At this time, Yu Shuyun said to Jiyu. All right. Jiyu nodded in surprise. He remembered that at that time, the person who sent the invitation claimed to be the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. He did not expect that Yu Shuyun would actually be accepted as a disciple by the vice president. In order to avoid being noticed, Ji Yu continued to wear a black robe to cover her face. With Yu Shuyun by his side, there wouldn't be any blind fellows looking for trouble. Even so, the rate of passers-by turning their heads was still very high. Who is that black-robed person? He's actually walking together with Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun is usually very cold and won't casually walk together with others. Looks like that black-robed person is an incredible person. But I remember that young Master Qin has always been chasing after Yu Shuyun. If this black-robed person is a man, that would be interesting. The news of Ji Yu's appearance in the Alchemist Guild had not spread yet, so the surrounding people were curious about the identity of that black-robed person. Ding! Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior grade profound skill lightning ray transformation obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior grade profound skill lightning ray transformation obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. As Ji Yu walked, she unintentionally heard the surrounding discussions. She asked curiously, who is young Master Qin? You should be talking about the guild president's son, Qin Xiaotong. Yu Shuyun said. I don't know? Ji Yu said, but since he's the guild president's son, then the so-called young Master Qin should be him. What's wrong with him? Yu Shuyun asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Ji Yu shook her head. Seeing that Yu Shuyun didn't seem to have any impression of that Qin Xiaotong, he didn't plan to continue asking. Ji Yu didn't finish speaking halfway, causing Yu Shuyun to be very puzzled. Not long after, Ji Yu followed Yu Shuyun to an alchemy room. He had never seen such a high-end alchemy room. With one look, he knew that it was specially used by some big shot in the Alchemist Guild. Master. Once they entered the alchemy room, Yu Shuyun called out. Disciple, you're back. Only a grey-robed old man was in the alchemy room. While he was busy with the things in his hands, he said, Did you pass the 3rd grade superior alchemist test? Disciple succeeded. Yu Shuyun said. Very good. Next, Master will help you break through to the 4th grade alchemist in half a year as soon as possible. The grey-robed old man looked very satisfied, but he still lowered his head. Master, Ji Yu came with me. Yu Shuyun said. Hearing this, the grey-robed old man immediately raised his head and widened his eyes. Only then did he realize that there was a black-robed man beside Yu Shuyun. This is Ji Yu? The grey-robed old man stared at the black-robed man and asked. That's me. Ji Yu immediately took off her black robe and revealed her true appearance. I've heard so much about you. Ji Yu, you're finally here. After confirming that it was Ji Yu, the grey-robed old man immediately smiled respectfully. I was quite busy a while ago, so it took me so long to come over. Ji Yu said. It's fine. The grey-robed old man said, It's not a big deal. I just wanted to take a look at the man that my disciple is so concerned about. Hearing the grey-robed old man's words, Ji Yu couldn't help but look at Yu Shuyun beside her. Feeling Ji Yu's gaze, Yu Shuyun also looked at Ji Yu. The two of them looked at each other like this. Looking at each other, Yu Shuyun didn't show the slightest shyness as she stared straight at Ji Yu. On the contrary, Ji Yu was the first to look away in embarrassment. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly reacted. No wonder Yu Shuyun was so excited when they met earlier. It turned out that she had always been worried about her. The grey-robed old man sized up Ji Yu from head to toe and kept nodding. You have a monstrous talent in both martial and alchemy. You have an outstanding character and courage, and your appearance is also very handsome. You are indeed a rare genius. No wonder my disciple is infatuated with you. Senior, you flatter me. Ji Yu said modestly. However, Yu Shuyun didn't express any reaction to the grey-robed old man's teasing. Her expression didn't even change at all. Like is like. To her, there was nothing to be shy about. If she was shy, it would make her doubt whether she really liked Ji Yu. How nice. This time, the grey-robed old man truly saw Yu Shuyun's concept of emotions and couldn't help but sigh. But in his opinion, this was only Yu Shuyun's one-sided love for Ji Yu. As for whether Ji Yu liked Yu Shuyun or not, that was a matter between the two juniors. Moreover, even if he wanted to interfere, he couldn't. As they chatted, Ji Yu found out that the grey-robed old man's name was Duan Mon. Senior Duan Mo Wen and Yu Shiyun's father were good friends, which was why Yu Shiyun was accepted by Duan Mo Wen as his disciple. Yu Shiyun's father was the president of the Chaoyang branch, so it wasn't strange for him to be on good terms with Senior Duan Mo Wen. What? You've already become a medium grade 5 alchemist? Duan Mo Wen was shocked when they accidentally talked about the alchemist badge. Yes, I just passed the exam and got my badge. Ji Yu showed him her alchemist badge. This, Duan Mo Wen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. As the vice president, he was also a medium grade 5 alchemist, and in the Kanglan Empire, he was second only to the president. This meant that Ji Yu was now on the same level as him. More importantly, according to his reliable sources, Ji Yu was only 16 years old, and he was already an old man. At this moment, Duan Mo Wen finally realized how terrifying this young man was. A 16-year-old Tongxian realm cultivator and a 5th grade alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there wouldn't be a second person like this. Because a person's energy was limited, it wasn't that there weren't any martial arts geniuses in the southern region who reached the Tongxian realm at the age of 16. But martial arts geniuses were martial arts geniuses, and all their energy was focused on martial arts, not alchemy at the same time. What's more, a 5th grade alchemist was many times rarer than a Tongxian realm martial artist. Alchemists were built on the foundation of martial artists, and although their martial arts talent wasn't particularly high, it couldn't be too bad either. To become a 5th grade alchemist, one had to be a Tongxian realm martial artist, or else they wouldn't have enough Xianxia to refine a 5th grade pill. But a Tongxian realm martial artist wasn't necessarily a 5th grade alchemist. Simply put, it was much easier to reach the Tongxian realm than to become a medium grade 5 alchemist. Even in the southern region, there were almost no 16-year-old medium grade 5 alchemists. At this moment, Mo Wen suddenly realized that Ji Yu's alchemy talent was actually more outstanding than her martial arts talent. In the past, Ji Yu displayed more monstrous talent in martial arts, and not many people knew about her alchemy talent. Everyone's knowledge of Ji Yu's alchemy was stopped at the alchemy conference, and almost no one knew that Ji Yu was already a medium grade 5 alchemist. However, the matter of Ji Yu participating in the alchemist assessment today and obtaining the intermediate grade 5 alchemist badge must have already been known by many people. At the latest tomorrow, it would cause a sensation in the entire Navy Wave Empire. At this time, Mo Wen had already made a decision in his heart. As long as he was on good terms with Ji Yu, there was no need to be too deliberate. Mo's worse SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS The Kanglan Alchemy Guild stood aloof from worldly affairs in the southern region's alchemy alliance, so there was no need to force Jiyu to go against the other alchemy guilds. They just needed to maintain a good relationship. Then, let Yu Shiyun bring Jiyu around the Alchemist Guild. After calming down, Duan Mo1 opened his mouth. He was an old man and didn't have much to say. Young people should stay with young people, not to mention that he wanted to matchmake Jiyu and Yu Shiyun. Okay. Yu Shiyun nodded. Then, Jiyu and Yu Shiyun left together. However, the two of them stayed alone for a long time, but there was no progress. Because Yu Shiyun thought this was enough, the two of them walked around the Alchemist Guild like normal people. Soon, the news of Jiyu becoming an intermediate grade 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild reached the guild's president, Kirin. But when Kirin wanted to meet Jiyu, he found that Jiyu had already left. In less than half a day, this news spread throughout the King City and quickly spread to other ancient cities. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Jiyu immediately went to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Now that the news of him becoming an intermediate grade 5 alchemist had spread, it would attract the Evolving Temple's attention. So he had to quickly ask about the Evolving Temple's information. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. When he arrived at the Thousand Treasure Pavilion in the King City, it looked like a towering restaurant. Its layout was many times more luxurious than the Cool Breeze restaurant in the shining ancient city. But in reality, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's business covered all kinds of industries. Divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts manuals, bounty missions, slave trading, and so on. As long as it was a profitable business, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would dabble in it. Of course, information trading was also included. This time, Jiyu came to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion for information trading. Walking into the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's first floor hall, Jiyu said directly to the front desk, "I'm here to look for Leng Rumming." After the 3-sex tournament, when Leng Rumming sent someone to give him a gift, she said that he could look for Leng Rumming at any time if he needed anything. This voice attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Those who knew about the Thousand Treasure Pavilion were almost all the young miss of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Leng Rumming. Not only was she the daughter of the owner of the Kanglin Empire's Thousand Treasure Pavilion, but she also had a beautiful face. If anyone could get Leng Rumming, they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their life. End of chapter 278. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.